Su Chun bound the Seven Gods Museum, unexpectedly able to summon the specialized weapons of all characters from Teyvat. Herein lies the decree, annihilating the mysterious, heavenly movement of all things, shattering the moon Michael. The poem of the wind god, which drew admiration from the Egyptian deities. As the skills from Genshin Impact wreaked havoc in the world of Godslayer, Lin Xie quietly retreated. Classmate, are you certain you haven't taken the wrong script? Chapter 1. Annie's eggs won by no complaints. As Su Chan slowly opened his eyes, he found himself in an unfamiliar classroom. Suddenly, a wave of soreness surged through his arm, and lowering his gaze, he noticed drool at the corner of his mouth. Confused, he surveyed his surroundings, realizing that everyone was reciting texts in an orderly manner. Wait, he recalled joyfully riding his little electric scooter, only to collide with a curb and meet an unfortunate fate. Indeed, that misfortune was a truck. It was known that even a giant python would be crushed in an instant, let alone his petite frame. Just when despair enveloped him, his eyes opened and closed, and he found himself transported. Before Su Chun could comprehend the situation, he attempted to rise, only to find his arms still numb, accompanied by sharp pangs of pain. Heavens, how did you manage to sleep through morning reading? And with a book in hand, a familiar female voice echoed in his ears, prompting him to turn and see his deskmate, Jiang Qian. Focusing intently on Jiang Qian's appearance, a multitude of memories flooded his mind. Oh, Jiang Qian is my class monitor. Given his perpetual position at the bottom of the class rankings, the teacher had assigned a top student to supervise him. Is this the method employed by teachers worldwide? At this moment, many memories returned to Su Chun, and he began to piece together the truth. He had not traversed back to his student days, but instead into the world of Godslayer. Although the classroom's arrangement mirrored that of his original world, even the plaque above reading studied diligently, strive for progress felt familiar. He understood that this world was not as tranquil as it seemed. He had merely been reading the Godslayer novel while riding his bike when misfortune struck. To his astonishment, he had actually crossed over into the Godslayer universe. He was unsure whether to consider it luck. Fortunately, his arm had regained normalcy, and with a gentle block, he seized a piece of chalk with ease. Teacher, can you even keep up with my speed? Get lost. Go stand at the back. Oh, Su Chan struggled to rise and walked straight to the back of the classroom. Impressive, Su. Is this the speed of a decade-long bachelor? Wow. Catching chalk with one hand, such skill. Su Chan paid little heed to his classmates' banter. He had already discerned his identity as an ordinary student. A classic case of orphanhood. His family background and academic performance were unremarkable. He remembered that a new classmate was supposed to enroll soon, rumored to be a physically challenged individual, perhaps with issues relating to their eyesight. Could it be that the protagonist Lin Xie, the Grim Reaper, was the one with eye problems? This character was akin to Conan, leaving destruction in his wake wherever he went. He recalled that on the very first day, this individual would encounter the masked demon, leading Jiang Qian and Wang Xiao to be torn to shreds, while only Li Yifei, the little snake demon, managed to escape. And then there was Lu Yuan, the infatuated knight, a character of remarkable talent, reminiscent of the infamous Indian trio's Komodo dragon love story. At this moment, Su Chan felt a wave of discomfort. If Lin Xie truly was the new student, wouldn't his fate be sealed? Even if he could escape the school, the entire Songnan was under the control of the mortal realm of the divine, maintained by the other. The worst part was that he had grown up in Songnan all his life. No matter where he fled, death would be inevitable. Although Yang Jian could preserve souls and later resurrect them, the feeling of having one's destiny controlled by another left Su Chan feeling uneasy. Chapter 2. Genshin Impact is divine, starting with a museum. How did I bind to Genshin Impact? Su Chan was taken aback and had no choice but to accept reality. After all, Genshin Impact was also divine. Before he could ponder further, Su Chen's soul was abruptly drawn into a unique space. When he regained his bearings, he found himself standing before a colossal structure. Two enormous iron doors bore a plaque reading Seven Gods Museum. Perplexed, Su Chen wondered what purpose this served. Was this still the world of Godslayer? While others had systems akin to psychiatric hospitals, I ended up with a museum. He pushed open the doors of the Seven Gods Museum and stepped inside. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, you have unlocked a new weapon, Wolf's End. A 5-star heavy sword weapon has been sent, capable of being summoned freely in the real world. Wolf's End repair progress, 3.14. Ding! Newbie gift package activated. Congratulations, you have gained Dialect's ability, the Sword of Refinement. Sword of Refinement. A transparent sword body. A dual-handed sword, heavy sword of extraordinary talent. As the system's voice faded, Su Chen noticed that in this vast museum, only the Wolf's End heavy sword was illuminated. As for why it was called Wolf's End and how it corresponded to the power of Grandpa Liu, that remained a mystery. Dialect was Su Chen's first 5-star character in Genshin Impact, a character he greatly admired, even though he had since moved on. He then directed his gaze to the exhibition hall, where various weapons from Teyvat were displayed. One-handed swords, two-handed swords, bows, polearms, and artifacts all seemingly arranged according to a 15-star pattern reflecting 5 qualities. The display cases were devoid of glass barriers, allowing Su Chen to observe the intricate patterns and the subtle flow of elemental energy in these weapons. However, when he attempted to touch them, he discovered that these weapons were mere phantoms, non-existent. The only tangible weapon was the Wolf's End, perched atop the display. Approaching Wolf's End, he lifted the weapon, astonished to find it remarkably lightweight. He swung it a few times, feeling as though Wolf's End melded perfectly with him. With all his strength, he delivered a strike forward, hearing the deep sound of the heavy sword cutting through the air. With his current skill level, he should barely qualify for the realm of Godslayer. Slaying a masked demon should pose no significant challenge. In the world of Godslayer, realms were broadly categorized into 12 stages: Lantern Realm, Pool Realm, River Realm, Sea Realm, Infinite Realm, Klein Realm, Human Pinnacle, Pseudo-God, God Realm, Lord God, Supreme God, and Ascendant. Beneath Wolf's End's display was inscribed the weapon's repair progress, 3.14. It was evident that the power of Wolf's End was incomplete. Su Chen speculated that the higher the repair progress of Wolf's End, the more capabilities it could bestow upon him. Ding! Task initiated. Reach 5 repair progress for Wolf's End. Reward. Unlock Dialect's new ability, the Blade of Reverse Flame. Blade of Reverse Flame can apply fire element enchantments to any object, awakening the host's fire elemental power. Repair method. Absorb elemental energy Forbidden Ruins, Divine Ruins, King Ruins, Mysterious, to repair the weapon. Upon hearing this, Su Chen finally understood how his Wolf's End repair progress of 3.14 had been calculated. Because he was in Tsangnan, a realm maintained by Lin Chie's mortal divine domain. As long as he remained in Tsangnan, he could continually repair the weapon. If he could stay by Lin Chie's side, with the abundance of divine ruins, wouldn't that allow him to absorb energy to his heart's content? It was akin to having a colossal power bank, enabling him to repair the weapons in the museum more swiftly and potentially unlocking new weapons in the future. Strolling through the museum a while longer, Su Chen discovered 7 weapons displayed at the top of the exhibition hall. Could they correspond to the weapons of the 7 gods of Teyvat? He formed this hypothesis upon seeing the weapons suited for Raiden Shogun, the Thundering Grass of Rice, and the Thousand Nights Floating Dream of Nahida, the Little Auspicious Grass King. While the game did not explicitly designate which weapon belonged to whom, he remained curious about how the museum determined these connections. After all, on the ceiling of the exhibition hall, he spotted a crooked inscription. All rights to interpretation are reserved by this museum. After exploring the exhibition hall, Su Chen made his way towards the director's office of the 7 Gods Museum, when suddenly a captivating voice echoed in his ears. The previous area can be explored later. Lin Chang'ai, slightly amused yet perplexed, realized that Paimon was still pursuing him. Returning to reality, he noticed that only a brief moment had passed. Lin Chie continued to scrutinize him with a doubtful expression. It was at this moment that Lin Chie discovered that Su Chen was actually his classmate. Su Chen seized Lin Kai's backpack and slung it over his shoulder. A few other students cautiously guided him towards the front row of seats. Amidst the encouragement of his peers, Lin Chie managed to secure a seat at the front. He was quite taken aback by the enthusiasm of his classmates. "Don't worry, Chie, I certainly won't let Andy's eggs go to waste." Su Chen briefly introduced the story of Andy's eggs. The mere thought of Andy filled Lin Chie with warmth. Noticing his reaction, Su Chen understood that he had succeeded in warming him up, as he was well aware that Lin Chie appreciated warmth. It was not like wetting one's pants. Warmth was something to be cherished. "Thank you, my classmate. I still don't know your name. I'm Su Chen. We can become great friends." Oh. Ding dong. The second bell rang. Seeing the teacher enter the classroom, Su Chen decided to use his book as a shield and began to doze off. Just as he was lost in slumber, he was suddenly jolted awake. Surrounding students gazed at him with pity, for the topic at hand was new and could only be understood by those who had prepared in advance. March 9th, the day the mist appeared, Su Chen chuckled. Very well. Then why did the mist appear? The teacher pressed on. Su Chen paused for a moment, then slowly replied, Stop. This is utterly unscientific. Your tale is amusing, but stand up and stay awake for a while. With a resigned gesture, Su Chen realized that the teacher intended to make him stand as punishment. He could distinctly hear his classmates laughing at such whimsical ideas. Only Lin Xie began to ponder, contemplating the veracity of the situation. He had encountered the Archangel Michael on the moon at the age of 7 and was aware of the existence of deities. Why did Su Chen also seem to possess such knowledge? This hypothesis was rather plausible. Did he know something deeper? The day slipped away in a flash. Though it appeared that Su Chen had napped throughout the day, in reality, he had been honing his skills in the spiritual realm of the Seven Gods Museum, practicing with his great sword. With the blessing of the refined sword talent, he was becoming increasingly adept at wielding the double-handed sword, his movements cutting through the air with vigor. What astonished Su Chen even more was that, as the restoration progress of the wolf's end increased, his mental strength seemed to be gradually enhancing as well. If his mental energy had previously been likened to a cup of tea, this newfound energy was akin to a small droplet of water. Although it was a minor improvement, over time, it would accumulate, making advancement easier than for others. As of now, the restoration progress of the wolf's end had reached 3.41. Perhaps he could explore other methods to expedite the restoration. For instance, slaying the mysterious could yield quicker results. He recalled that there were 2 ghost-faced beings to be encountered tonight, making it the perfect opportunity for experimentation. 2 mere ghost-faced beings were nothing to fear. The moon shone faintly in the night sky. As the bell for evening study rang, students trickled out of the classroom. Yes, we're all headed the same way. Let's go together. I'm headed that way too. Su Chen, observing his classmates, felt a pang of softness in his heart and halted them. No need. I'll personally escort Chia. While having additional companions would make dealing with the ghost-faced beings easier, he felt a sense of camaraderie and wished to protect his fellow student. Jiang Qian interjected, No, you alone cannot adequately protect Lin Xie. Li Yifei added, Su Chen, I'm really on the same path. Wang Xiao remained silent. Su Chen found it impossible to deter these self-sacrificing individuals. Well, he understood that tonight would not be peaceful, as 2 ghost-faced beings were bound to escape to the old district. In the past, he would have avoided such encounters, but having unlocked the Seven Gods Museum, he felt emboldened. Moreover, his great sword was already eager for action. Tonight, he must unleash his pent-up energy and strive to enhance the wolf's end restoration to 5 to activate new abilities. Chapter 3. The Blade of Reverse Flames, activating control of fire elements. He must act swiftly, otherwise, Zhao Kongqing and General Zhao will undoubtedly seize the experience. Su Chen playfully draped his arm over Lin Xie's shoulder, engaging in light-hearted banter while keeping a vigilant eye on the surrounding underbrush. The initially boisterous atmosphere gradually quieted. Glancing at the time, Su Chen sensed that the main storyline was about to unfold. Indeed, Li Yifei began recounting yet another spine-chilling tale. I've heard that the old city is haunted by a deranged serial killer who delights in skinning his victims and wearing their flesh as a mask. You wouldn't believe it. Over 10 people have already perished. The old city had never been densely populated, and now only a handful of students remained on the street. Are you out of your mind, Li Yifei? Telling ghost stories at this hour. Jiang Qian's complexion turned pale. It might not even be a person behind this. Lin Xie interjected. What century is this? There are no monsters, and if there were, I would stand on my head and eat excrement, 10 pounds of it. Lu Yuan scoffed dismissively. Oh, I didn't realize you possess such refinement. Su Chen chuckled, patting Lu Yuan on the shoulder. Afterward, he looked up at the night sky. Aware that they could not proceed further, a ghostly figure lurked within the alley ahead. Continuing down that path would spell certain doom. He seized Wang Xiao, who was about to leave, determined to make one last attempt to save his friend. After all, it was always this unfortunate soul who met his demise first. And Su Chen felt a twinge of guilt. Classmate, why don't we stick together for safety? Not a chance. You're just scared by my scary little story. Su Chen, you're such a coward. Su Chen furrowed his brow at the mockery from Li Yifei. Wang Xiao, having been persuaded, stormed away from the group in displeasure. Su Chen sighed, realizing that no amount of reasoning could sway that stubborn fool. Wang Xiao's figure quickly vanished into the alley. Jiang Qian shot Li Yifei a fierce glare, then took a few steps before stopping abruptly. She sniffed the air, her brow furrowing. What is that foul smell? It's so pungent. Lu Yuan, Curious, took a deep breath, only to be assaulted by a stench that felt as if he had stuffed 10 pounds of refuse up his nostrils. Lin Xie, bewildered, was soon overwhelmed by an unbearable odor that assaulted his senses like decaying flesh thrown into a cesspool, mixed with the stench of rotten eggs. Just a whiff sent his stomach into turmoil. Su Chun, despite knowing he should cover his nose, succumbed to curiosity and inhaled. What the hell? This is as lethal as old 8's secret hamburgers. Same time, same toilet. Jiang Qian doubled over, retching and pointing towards the alley. The stench is coming from that direction. Su Chen's eyes narrowed as he fixed his gaze on the path Wang Xiao had taken. Suddenly, a chilling scream pierced the air, and Su Chen's eyes lit up with excitement. Wang Xiao had fallen for the bait again. Now was the perfect opportunity to take action. With another ghostly figure lurking ahead, he could not afford to be caught between two threats. He had to deal with the one in the alley first. As Lu Yuan and Li Yifei bolted towards the source of the scream, it was all too predictable that calamity awaited them. You two wait here. I'll fetch you some oranges. No, I'll investigate, Su Chen declared. However, his arm was seized by Lin Xie, who shook his head. Are you insane? It could be a murderer. Going now is tantamount to seeking death. Fear not. Someone must bravely step forward. Wang Xiao is my friend. Su Chen grinned, his resolve unwavering. Lin Xie and Jiang Qian stood frozen, watching Su Chen's departing figure, their faith in him rekindled. Just then, another piercing scream echoed from afar. Lin Xie and Jiang Qian exchanged glances, alarmed. Could there be a second murderer? Lu Yuan and Li Yifei were surely doomed. Lin Xie's mind raced. They were caught between two threats. They had to break one of the encirclements. The pair hurried towards Su Chen, and upon arriving at the scene, they beheld a grotesque creature, its limbs crawling like a hunting dog, its massive form reminiscent of a bear, topped with a ghastly visage, pale and contorted. It was gnawing on a severed head. It was none other than Wang Xiao's head. Jiang Qian's legs gave way, her eyes wide with terror as she stared ahead. Lin Xie, limited to a mere 10 feet of vision, recognized the horror in Jiang Qian's expression. This was no ordinary killer, but a terrifying entity beyond comprehension. Just as Jiang Qian opened her mouth to scream, Su Chen swiftly covered her mouth. He had arrived first, observing the ghostly figure's combat style. It resembled a creature from a horror film, akin to the faceless monster from Spirited Away. His heavy sword, though slow, would surely sever limbs with a single strike. What is happening? Lin Xie whispered. It's a monster. Su Chen's eyes remained fixed on the ghostly figure. At that moment, his pupils dilated as the creature dropped the head and charged towards him. Lin Xie sensed the creature's terrifying presence, causing his body to tremble. Run! Just as the three prepared to act, a colossal shadow loomed from the alley's depths. Su Chen, behind you. Jiang Qian's voice quaked with despair. It was another ghostly figure. This one was feasting on Lu Yuan, intestines spilling onto the ground as it devoured them with savage glee, splattering blood onto Lin Xie's face. Su Chen cursed under his breath, realizing that Li Yifei, that coward, had not only failed to save Lu Yuan, but had also led the monster straight to them. Li Yifei, you're a disgrace. Su Chen fumed. Surrounded by two ghostly figures, this rookie, new to the realm of danger, found it nearly impossible to cope. Suddenly, he glanced at the terrified Lin Xie beside him, and a smile crept onto his face. How could he forget about this protagonist? Indeed, there was always a way out. As long as he was determined, the path would manifest beneath his feet. Su Chen approached Lin Xie, seizing his cane. Watch closely. This is how you thrust. And this is how you swipe upward. Did you learn that? I'm leaving your back to you. Lin Xie stared at Su Chen in bewilderment, his mouth forming a single word. What? With their lives hanging in the balance, was Su Chen truly jesting? Ignoring Lin Xie's incredulity, Su Chen focused on the advancing ghostly figure. He summoned the Wolf SN from the Seven Gods Museum, hefting it onto his shoulder. With both hands gripping the weapon tightly, he locked his gaze onto the ghostly figure's elongated limbs. The creature lunged forward, its forelimbs slicing through the air, tearing at Su Chen's clothes. Fortunately, he managed to raise Wolf SN just in time, blocking the lethal blow. The ghostly figure seemed puzzled. Why didn't its attack sever the sword? Typically, human weapons lack the resilience to withstand such force. The powerful recoil from its earlier strike left it momentarily unsteady. In that instant, the ghostly figure no longer perceived Su Chen as a fragile human but as an impenetrable wall of steel. Seeing this, Su Chen's heart soared with joy. The Wolf SN felt featherlight in his grip, yet its destructive potential remained undiminished. To the ghostly figure, it appeared as a massive, solid sword. After just a brief exchange, Su Chen estimated his strength to be equivalent to that of a bull. Recognizing the creature's hesitation, Su Chen lunged forward, seizing the initiative. The ghostly figure, caught off guard, furiously thrust its forelimbs towards the heavy sword, attempting to deflect the incoming attack. However, this time, luck was not on its side. The wolf's end sliced through the two forelimbs of the ghost-faced man with the ease of cutting tofu. The severed limbs fell to the ground, instantly consumed by flames and devoured by the wolf's end. Congratulations on completing the task. Repair progress. 5. Reward. Dialec's Infernal Blade Talent. Capable of imbuing items with fire elemental enchantments, the host gains the ability to manipulate fire elements. Additional reward, Elemental Sight, which allows the detection of all elemental flow traces within the field of vision. Suchin's heart soared with joy. He had unexpectedly unlocked two abilities. The Infernal Blade was a remarkable asset, capable of bestowing fire elements not solely on weapons, but he assumed he could freely wield fire elements himself. Suchin suddenly opened his palm, channeling his mental energy, and discovered a flickering flame in his hand. He then infused the wolf's end with the fire element, causing it to erupt into flames. At that moment, he turned his gaze towards the ghost-faced man, activating his elemental sight. His eyes transformed into a brilliant white, scanning ahead and revealing that the ghost-faced man's limbs and mask were brimming with elemental power. Without a doubt, that was the monster's weakness. Just moments ago, he had inadvertently severed the ghost-faced man's forelimbs, inflicting significant damage. Elemental sight was incredibly useful, functioning almost like a radar. Any hidden weaknesses would be laid bare. A mysterious force flowed from the wolf's end into Suchin's body, akin to a warm current nourishing his mental strength. Incredible, the artifact nourishes me. Suchin could sense his mental power increasing, nearing a breakthrough to the mid-stage of the meditation realm. He reopened his eyes, his white pupils locking onto the ghost-faced man, gripping the wolf's end tightly, ready to launch like an arrow. The thrill of battle ignited his spirit. Chapter 4. Michael bewildered. My divine power has been stolen by a human? Suchin charged forward, striking the ghost-faced man with a single sword stroke that severely wounded him. The ghost-faced man let out a fierce scream, bewildered as to why he had suddenly become the prey. Infernal Blade. The wolf's end ignited once more in Suchin's hands. The heavy sword crashed down upon the ghost-faced man's mask, the raging flames continuously consuming his form. With a resounding crack, the mask shattered, and the creature was utterly vanquished. Its body was engulfed in flames, and elemental sight revealed wisps of elemental energy being drawn into the wolf's end. Repair progress of the wolf's end, 65. Task issued. Repair progress of the wolf's end at 15. Unlock Dialec's new ability, Dawn. Dawn? Suchin pondered, slightly confused. This ability was Dialec's ultimate move in the game, representing an elemental burst capable of transforming flames into a fiery bird that swept across the battlefield. He wondered if this power would manifest differently in the realm of divine slaying. With the progress of the wolf's end further restored, his mental strength increased once again, reaching the mid-stage of meditation. So slaying one mysterious being grants an upgrade? Suchin felt a surge of joy. However, he understood that the repair process for the wolf's end would inevitably slow down, and his own advancement would become gradual. This was merely an early boon. Activating his elemental sight, he discovered that the mental energy from slaying the ghost-faced man had not been absorbed by the wolf's end but had returned to him. While the wolf's end only consumed the elemental power within the mysterious being, Suchin shook his head, dismissing these thoughts. There was still another ghost-faced man behind him that required his attention. Why is fate so unjust? Why am I so unfortunate? Monsters, angels, what do they matter to me? I refuse to accept this. Lin Chia's desperate monologue resonated, and Suchin could feel the terrifying power lurking in his eyes. Has he awakened already? No wonder Lin Chia is so formidable. His talent is astonishing. The dim alleyway suddenly glowed as bright as day, as the divine might of the angel Michael surged forth. The ghost-faced man was paralyzed in fear, collapsing to the ground, unable to move. This surge of power caused Suchin's elemental sight to tremble violently, as the wolf's end seemed to want to slip from his grasp, aiming toward the illusion of Michael before him. Suddenly, Suchin felt his weapon singing in delight, as if urging him to partake in this bountiful feast. Gazing at the illusion of Michael, he found himself tempted. Surely, it wouldn't be amiss to siphon a bit of divine power, would it? After all, the divine energy released by Lin Chia would only go to waste. Secretly absorbing a little wouldn't be wrong, right? Divine power was merely a variant of elemental energy. This way, his wolf's end would gain a substantial amount of repair progress. Resolute, Suchin enveloped himself in flames, stealthily approaching Lin Chia. The divine illusion of Michael suddenly sensed Suchin's proximity and, upon seeing the artifact in his hands, immediately pierced through his intentions. How dare you attempt to steal divine power? Human, you are quite bold. Suchin realized the gravity of the situation. He had been discovered. The divine power of Michael enveloped him, and he had no choice but to hold the wolf's end defensively before him as a fiery figure emerged from the sword. Dalek of Mondstadt, summoned forth, declared, I will continue forward until dawn arrives. In an instant, an immense surge of fire elemental power erupted. The blazing flames illuminated the clouds at the horizon, under the moonlight resembling an eternal twilight. Suchin was astonished. He had not anticipated such formidable power hidden within the wolf's end. The two forces stood in opposition until both were depleted. The illusion of Michael gazed incredulously at the human before him, a supreme deity thwarted by a mere mortal. Moreover, the audacity of having his divine power pilfered right before him left him infuriated. Yet, as a mere specter, he could only fume impotently. For his strength had been exhausted, and he dissipated into nothingness. On the moon, Michael's true form was astonished by the fate of his avatar. What? I have been robbed. He was certain that Suchin was an ordinary human, or perhaps someone wielding an unknown level of power. Nonetheless, he remained within the domain of humanity. Yet, the flames that approached divine might left him astounded. Undoubtedly, the weapon in that human's grasp was an artifact capable of challenging the supreme god Michael. At that moment, a massive meteorite came crashing down upon him. And Michael was caught off guard. He was buried in the lunar soil. Though he was unharmed, he was perplexed. For the first time, he felt authentic divine power. Moreover, it emanated an unknown divine aura. Was the essence of divinity stone? But how could it control a meteorite? This was exceedingly strange. Celestial movement. Suchin was slightly bewildered. As he seemed to hear Morix's voice, he delved into the Seven Gods Museum with his mind, only to find no significant changes there. Upon returning to reality, Suchin sat exhausted on the ground, clutching the wolf's end. The confrontation with Michael had completely drained his mental energy. However, the outcome was favorable. The divine power he had borrowed had propelled the repair progress of the wolf's into an astounding 111. He had successfully advanced to the late stage of meditation. With a swift stride, he pursued, anxious that Lin Yifei might seize his experience. After elevating his realm, dealing with the second ghost-faced man was akin to cutting through vegetables. Utilizing the infernal blade, he infused fire elements into the sword, and with a swift motion, he dispatched the second ghost-faced man. He then incinerated the remains with flames. Repair progress of the wolf's end, 116. The repair rate was slowing. The ghost-faced men in the meditation stage were far less rewarding than the divine power of Michael. After handling everything, Suchin tightly gripped the great sword, twirling in circles, showcasing a swordplay routine. To avoid exposing the Seven Gods Museum, he secured the wolf's end upon his back. How about this sword? Isn't it quite impressive? Lin Yifei nodded and silently gave a thumbs up. He then pointed to the large sword on Suchin's back, tilting his head and inquiring, "Where did you get this?" "Oh, I found it on the road." "Isn't it cool?" Suchin responded, barely concealing his amusement. Just then, a figure descended rapidly from the sky. With his elemental vision, Suchin keenly observed the swift movement of wind elements around him. He instinctively swung his sword backward in anticipation. With a loud thud, the figure slowly rose from the ground. "You really hit hard, huh?" Suchin chuckled, having already recognized the individual before him. Jiang Feng. It was evident that the other party was there to persuade him to join the night watch. With this identification, he relaxed his guard. Sure enough, Zhao removed his cloak, revealing an average-looking man, neither handsome nor unattractive, like any other uncle one might encounter on the street. The three exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Jiang Feng had received word that he must recruit Lin Yifei, the divine agent, and Su Chun, the artifact bearer, into the ranks of the Night Watch. Suchin had just astonished the higher-ups of the Night Watch by slaying a deity in his mortal form. The potential of a divine agent was undeniably high, but the lower threshold for artifact bearers was alarmingly significant. Moreover, this was the first artifact to emerge in Huaxia. In contrast, Japan's 9 Katsu swords could not quite match the prestige of this artifact. He had initially intended to eliminate a couple of demon-faced men to impress them and attempt a recruitment. However, by the time he arrived, the demon-faced men had already been dispatched by this young lad, leaving only charred remains. What he had hoped would be a dramatic entrance had turned into a farcical slip-up. Cough, cough, cough. Did you think I looked cool just now in the cloak? The cloak is cool, but you are not. Suchin and Lin Yifei exchanged exasperated glances at Jiang Feng. The cloak is cool, so if you put it on, you could look as cool as me. Besides, you possess supernatural powers. You could be like the superheroes in movies. Don't you want to form your own alliance of guardians? Not interested. Why not? Because it's too dangerous. Lin Yifei replied earnestly, while Su Chun found it amusing. Let us change the venue for this discussion. This isn't the right place. By the way, my name is Jiang Feng, and I'm not a bad person. Jiang Feng said, taking a drag from his cigarette, his eyes sincere. Lin Yifei blinked, silently signaling Su Chun, then innocently remarked, "Did you save this girl? I can see you have a remarkable physique and a big heart. You're destined to become a superhero." Su Chun grinned mischievously at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng seemed bewildered, smirking slightly. "What are you laughing at?" although you possess an artifact. Relying on external objects and enhancing oneself are two different concepts. It's nothing. I was just reminded of my middle-aged friend who gets easily deceived by high school students. Oh, that friend of yours sounds a bit foolish. Zhao Kongqing suddenly took a deep drag on his cigarette, his mind racing. Wait, something seems off. He abruptly stood, scanning the surroundings, but Lin Xia's figure had vanished. Chapter 5, a Huaxia production, Mon craftsmanship, artifact bearer. Hey, you could have warned me. I thought you didn't ask. Su Chen shrugged innocently. He was well aware that even if Zhao Kongqing forcibly kept Lin Xia around, it was unlikely he could persuade her to join the Night Watch. Lin Xia was far too astute. Only when facing the demon-faced king in battle would the esteemed Zhao, with a sword drawn, be able to touch her soul. Su Chen pondered whether there was a way to save Zhao Kongqing when the time came. After all, he was the most dashing uncle in the world of deity slayers. It would be a pity to lose him. However, the question remained, how could he save Zhao Kongqing while ensuring Lin Xia willingly joined the Night Watch? Su Chen found himself in a quandary. He stared blankly at a shadow on the ground, which reflected a glimmer of light. Gradually, inspiration struck his eyes, and he devised an excellent plan. He sensed that the artifact, Wolf's End, possessed a soul, indicating that it could harbor souls. This reminded him of Lin Xia's Katsu sword crafted in Japan, Katsu no 10, the White Slayer. The void white bear from the Klein Mirror was its sword spirit. All 9 Katsu swords contained their own sword spirits. With this thought, Su Chen broke into a mischievous grin. Why are you staring at me and grinning? Let me clarify. I won't let you escape either. Zhao Kongqing dropped his cigarette, but eyeing Su Chen warily. If Su Chen slipped away again, he would surely face repercussions from his captain. Su Chen poked Zhao Kongqing in the side, excitement radiating from him. Uncle Zhao, would you like to see my sword? Rogue. I'm not talking about that. I mean my great sword. Great sword? No offense, but at your age, that thing could barely be worn at your waist. I'm done. Su Chen immediately lost interest in saving Uncle Zhao. He had initially thought about handing over Wolf's End for a chance to find a connection with a sword spirit. But now, he would wait until things cooled down before reconsidering. Just then, Wu Xiangnan and Hong Ying arrived late, draped in red cloaks. Wait, weren't there 2 of you? Why is there only 1 left? Hong Ying inquired. Su Chen quickly interjected, helping to extricate Zhao Kongqing from the situation. Zhao Kongqing cast a silent appreciative glance at the young man. This lad is quite clever. He then followed Su Chen's lead and explained the situation. Wu Xiangnan and Hong Ying exchanged glances, nodding reluctantly. The Night Watch organization must remain a secret from family and friends, and in such circumstances, recruitment had to be paused. However, it was fortunate that the artifact bearer remained. They had witnessed the battle between the sword spirit and the illusion of Michael. As long as Su Chen could grow, he would undoubtedly become a trump card for Daxia. This fresh blood was not something the Night Watch could afford to lose. Should he be swayed by the ancient god society, and the artifact fall into enemy hands, it would spell disaster for Daxia. Hong Ying surveyed the dimly lit area, finding it deserted. This is promising. Zhao Kongqing, hearing this, lit another cigarette with frustration. Damn it, I've struggled to persuade Su Chen, and yet Hong Ying succeeds effortlessly. Young people really respond to that sort of thing. Can't they be a bit more composed? This lad had many admirable qualities, but unfortunately, his mind seemed a bit off, constantly asking absurd questions. Yet it wasn't entirely Su Chen's fault for being so easily swayed. He had originally intended to join the Night Watch. Staying close to those who possessed forbidden artifacts was the quickest way to restore his own. Thus, the Night Watch became his inevitable choice. Despite the confidentiality agreement, Su Chen doubted that they could endure such psychological trauma. Even he felt some lingering shadows in his mind from witnessing his 2 companions suffer and die before him. Su Chen followed Zhao Kongqing and the others to an underground base, the operational hub of the Night Watch. He lounged casually in a chair. But Wu Xiangnan and Zhao Kongqing regarded him with serious expressions. This isn't home. Can we be a bit more serious? Uncle Zhao, you're mistaken. The Night Watch is my second home. Zhao Kongqing was momentarily taken aback, surprised by Su Chen's level of commitment. This would make the upcoming recruitment plan much more manageable. All right. Su, would you like something to drink? No, just a cigarette will do. Su Chen grabbed a pack of Furong Wang from Zhao Kongqing's pocket. Snapping his fingers, and a small flame ignited. He took a gentle puff, only to find 3 individuals staring intently at him, causing Su Chen to feel a tad embarrassed. I know you must be curious. This thing is a fire element. No, minors are not allowed to smoke. I have just turned 18. How dare you smoke in front of a lady? Hong Ying lightly tapped Su Chen's head, causing him to cough and sputter. This sister is a bit aggressive. Returning to the main topic, Wu Xiangnan pointed at the Wolf's End strapped to Su Chen's back and inquired with curiosity, how did you come by this artifact? I found it. The three individuals exchanged glances, all sharing a look of utter disbelief. Do you think we're fools? Old Zhao might be foolish, but you are not. Hey, your words are sweet as honey. Zhao Conqing wished to pull out his belt and teach Su Chen a lesson. Had he not been aware of his own leverage over him, he would have certainly dealt with him. All right, let us say it was found. What is the name of this artifact? Our records in the Great Xia do not mention this artifact. Wu Xiangnan interrupted timely, understanding that everyone harbored secrets, and there was no need to expose them. This artifact, the first discovered in Great Xia, must at least be documented. The Wolf's Last Stand. In the 5 millennia of Great Xia's history, they had never heard of an artifact with such a lengthy name. Seeing their disbelief, Su Chen placed the wolf's end on the table for them to examine closely. After a prolonged inspection, Wu Xiangnan furrowed his brow and remarked, "The design philosophy of this sword is undoubtedly reminiscent of our Huaxia's heavy sword, yet the craftsmanship resembles that of medieval Europe, a blend of East and West." Su Chen was astonished by Wu Xiangnan's profound knowledge. It was no wonder, as he had once been part of the Blue Rain team, known as the Undying Swordsmen. They often traversed the mists, delving into the histories of various nations. The prototype of Mondstadt indeed drew inspiration from medieval Europe. His deductions regarding the wolf's end were nearly spot on. Chapter 6. Forbidden Ruins Sequence 091. High-risk Forbidden Ruins. Blade of Reverse Flame. Repeat your previous actions. Give me a heart. Su Chen was utterly perplexed. Wu Xiangnan, in agony, supported his forehead, feeling a sense of despair. This child is remarkable. Perhaps there is something amiss with his mind. I meant for you to repeat the actions of lighting a cigarette and snapping your fingers. Oh, don't be so fierce. Clearly, it was the other party who was unclear. Why blame me? Su Chen lightly snapped his fingers, and the fire element danced upon his hand. The three onlookers were captivated, gazing in awe at the flickering flame. To control fire, what kind of forbidden ruin is this? Wu Xiangnan flipped through the Forbidden Ruin records, discovering that there were numerous types of fire control abilities, 3 or 4 of them, leaving him uncertain as to which one it was. Give me your palm. I wish to feel it. All right, my fire is quite hot. You must endure. Huh, how hot can a novice like you possibly be? Wu Xiangnan was confident in his abilities. The seasoned mental strength of the Sichuan realm was no joke. His hand calmly rested on Su Chen's. The small flame transferred to Wu Xiangnan's palm. Indeed, it was not exceedingly hot, approximately around 200 degrees Celsius, easily blocked by his mental strength. However, as time passed, his mental energy gradually waned while the flame maintained its original temperature. Is it hot? Not at all. After several more minutes, with the flame's temperature still unchanged, Wu Xiangnan grew puzzled. He could now feel the flames scorching his palm. Though his mental strength could shield him for a while, this was still flesh. Even if he was not injured, it hurt. Is it really not hot? Su Chen was somewhat astonished. It shouldn't be this way. He could even ignite a cigarette. Not hot, simply not. Wu Xiangnan was stubborn, yet his palm had turned bright red from the heat. I shall name this Forbidden Ruin the Blade of Reverse Flame. It can attach flames to objects. I wonder what your officials will call it? Your ability is quite commendable, with ample room for growth. It ranks among the top in high-risk Forbidden Ruins. I estimate you could serve as a gatekeeper for extremely high-risk Forbidden Ruins. High-risk Forbidden Ruins. Sequence 91. Blade of Reverse Flame. We, the Night Watchers, have discovered a new type of Forbidden Ruin. Dangerous Forbidden Ruins. Sequences between 200 and 399. High-risk Forbidden Ruins. Sequences between 90 and 199. Ultra-high-risk Forbidden Ruins. Sequences below 89. Su Chen was satisfied with this result. This was merely the first ability he had activated, and it already exhibited such potential. Once he possesses more artifacts and various abilities, he would surely soar. Moreover, he still had a second ability, Elemental Vision, yet to be revealed. That ability was exceptional, rivaling Lin Qi's profound domain, allowing him to perceive the flow of elemental power in his surroundings. The immediate priority was to join the 136 Night Watcher team. Now, let us discuss your joining the Night Watchers. I must make it clear that being a Night Watcher is not a stable profession. It is fraught with danger, and one cannot freely display abilities in front of ordinary people. There are many rules and regulations to adhere to. Wu Xiangnan recited the extensive guidelines for Night Watchers, making Su Chen feel a bit drowsy. No need. I will join. Su Chen's determination was more resolute than that of someone seeking party membership, striking a chord in the hearts of those present. He urgently needed to grow stronger. Strong enough not to be influenced by the Profound Domain. 2 years from now, when the Profound Domain miracle dissipates, he too would vanish. He must unlock life-preserving abilities before then, such as the resurrection abilities of Chi-Chi and Barbara, or Hu Tao's famed sword. Of course, what Su Chen desired most was the immortal body of the adepti of Li Yifei, transcending mortality and granting eternal life. Should he ascend to divinity in the future? He would also not need to worry about the path of transformation, as the body of an Adeptus can endure the Great Tao. If only he could obtain the artifact. The Spear of the Rainbow. Surely Morix possesses the ability to reshape his body. Thus, in the coming 2 years, he must at the very least acquire a weapon from the 7 gods of Teyvat. The urgent matter still lies in swiftly restoring the Wolf's End, which is crucial for the 7 Gods Museum to draw new artifacts. At that moment, Zhao Kongqing handed Su Qin's identification details to Wu Xiangnan, who raised an eyebrow sharply. Orphaned, with few relatives and a rather ordinary background. His background is exceptionally clean. He is naturally suited to be a night watcher. In that case, you shall accompany us for now. Wu Xiangnan held high expectations for Su Qin, with the primary concern being to monitor the artifact in his possession. Who knows what tricks a young person could pull, especially when he holds something akin to a nuclear weapon. Morning. Sangnan City, Peace Bridge. Su Chun carried his large luggage, strolling down the street. Based on the address left by Wu Xiangnan, he was confident he had gone astray. It's definitely not just a crash at Hong Ying's villa. He observed the left side adorned with vibrant decorations for a wedding, while the right side featured a funeral home draped in white reeds and sashes, leaving him in awe. A place for the deceased. How familiar. Located precisely between the two establishments was a small peace affairs office. According to the address, this was the base for Team 136. The juxtaposition of red and white. What a bizarre choice for a location. Su Qin shook his head, chuckling softly, and walked straight to the office in the center. He politely knocked on the door and was greeted by a squint-eyed individual who opened it for him. This was undoubtedly Wen Qima. Following him inside the peace affairs office, Su Qin found Hong Ying engaged in a heartfelt conversation with an elderly woman. Men are no good. Don't take it to heart, Grandma. He overheard Hong Ying lamenting. Although it was therapeutic dialogue, it was somewhat difficult to bear. After half an hour, the elderly lady finally departed. Hong Ying gracefully approached Su Chun, her hands clasped in an apologetic gesture. This is our usual side job. Please bear with us. Indeed, the captain had anticipated your arrival. So allow us to extend our warm hospitality. Hospitality? Su Chun followed Hong Ying to the back courtyard of the office, which was vast and resembled a training ground. He quickly grasped the implication, a test to intimidate the novice. It was fortuitous that Su Chun was eager for a breakthrough, as he was on the cusp of advancing from the late stage of the Lantern Realm to the Pool Realm. Tonight, the Phantom King would be making an appearance. A being shrouded in mystery within the River Realm, far beyond the capabilities of his current Lantern Realm self. To claim the experience he sought, he would need to be at least in the Pool Realm. Otherwise, he would not only fail to assist Zhao Kongqing but also jeopardize his own life. With the captain and others absent today, I shall conduct a preliminary assessment of your abilities. Rest assured, I shall be gentle. Chapter 7. The Tenfold Wish Draw. Anchoring the rainbow spear, Su Qin donned his protective gear, looking at Hong Ying with confusion. What are we testing? Your comprehensive abilities. Bring forth your artifact. I wish to see the limits of your prowess. After speaking, Hong Ying picked up the long spear beside her, demonstrating a flourish. The reason she urged Su Qin to utilize his artifact was not due to underestimating him, but rather because she believed that no matter how formidable the forbidden item, it remained just that, a forbidden item. To truly unleash its power, one's own level must be commensurate. A smile crept across Su Qin's face. This was precisely what he desired. To restore the Wolf's End, he must absorb the forbidden ruins. Thus, he needed to provoke Hong Ying's forbidden ruins, the flame feather garb. He charged boldly towards Hong Ying, aiming the Wolf's End directly at her forehead. Hong Ying was taken aback. How could Su Qin wield a heavy sword with such swiftness? She deftly flicked her waxy spear against the back of the Wolf's End, effortlessly deflecting the blow. With a mischievous grin, Su Qin exclaimed, "Reverse flame blade." The flames enveloping the Wolf's End incinerated the spear in her grasp. In a swift motion, he turned and twisted the blade, unleashing a devastating strike. Be careful. Wen Qima watched anxiously from the side, prepared to assist Hong Ying at any moment. This is absurd. Is this the pace of a heavy sword? Shouldn't he wielding one be slow? She exclaimed, struggling to keep the Wolf's End at bay with both hands, being pushed backward by its overwhelming force. After neutralizing the heavy sword, she kicked the edge away, averting a lethal blow. The Wolf's End crashed into the ground, creating a massive crater in the training ground. This strike was powerful and unyielding, not something one could merely withstand. Even Hong Ying, in the Pool Realm, felt a chill run down her spine. Unable to fathom the consequences had it struck her, it was perplexing how Su Qin wielded such a hefty sword with such ease. There was no finesse, just raw strength and a chaotic swordplay style. Forgive my insolence, Sister Hong Ying. Do unleash your forbidden ruins upon me. Su Qin grinned, eager to incite her ire. Hong Ying, infuriated by being underestimated by a junior, no longer concealed her strength. She switched to a different spear, channeling the flame feather garb onto it. Su Chen's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the flame on her spear, licking his lips. The wolf's end trembled violently in his hands, as if desiring to consume her. With the heart of fire, the spear mirrors my spirit, igniting 100 slashes. Hong Ying advanced relentlessly, then swept Su Chen to the ground with a single thrust. At that moment, Su Chen's head buzzed, not from injury, but from disbelief. As he saw her spear descending again, he quickly raised the wolf's end to shield himself. The clash of their weapons resonated with a sharp metallic sound, activating his elemental vision. Su Chen was astonished to observe that the flame of Hong Ying's flame feather garb was slightly diminished. He stared wide-eyed at the wolf's end. Did you consume it? The wolf's end quivered slightly, as if affirming. Marvelous. Su Chen hadn't anticipated that the wolf's end could actively devour the forbidden ruins from others' artifacts. He needed to thoroughly extract the essence from Hong Ying. To be honest, Sister Hong Ying, your strikes feel almost playful, he remarked with a blend of disdain, nonchalance, and mockery. A critical hit ensued. Hong Ying had already been pushed back by the recoil of their clash, her hands aching. She could no longer suppress her irritation upon hearing his taunt. Disregarding her ladylike demeanor, she lunged forward with her spear, attacking mercilessly. Now this was the true method of wielding a spear. Seeing the flurry of spear tips, Su Chen hurriedly slung the wolf's end onto his back and began to frantically flee around the training ground. Each thrust grazed past his ears. Had it not been for the wolf's end shielding him, he would have been pierced like a porcupine. Though cowardly, he continued to banter. Missed again. Su Chen found himself relentlessly pursued by Hong Ying, wreaking havoc throughout the peace office. Eventually, he dashed out onto the street, pondering whether she would dare to follow him further. To his surprise, she indeed continued the chase, the two of them racing through the streets. When Shimal watched this scene unfold, feeling his heart bleed, these two are tearing the place apart. As both Su Chen and Hong Ying were notorious for their affinity for fire, the peace office had caught ablaze. Drenched in sweat, Su Chen had thoroughly provoked Hong Ying's wrath. She chased, he fled, and escape seemed impossible. Fortunately, with each clash, the wolf's end absorbed a portion of the flame feather garb's energy, inadvertently depleting Hong Ying's mental strength. They sprinted from the north to the south of the city. As the wolf's end continued to consume, Hong Ying's stamina waned, and midway through, Su Chen even paused to wait for her. Sister Hong Ying, care for a drink? With a swift motion, Hong Ying thrust her spear, sending Su Chen flying 3 miles away. Fine, if you don't want to drink, then so be it. Su Chen got up painfully from the ground, noticing that Hong Ying had ceased her pursuit, allowing him to make a getaway. Coincidentally, this direction led him to the second high school, where he intended to drop out. Upon his return, he would undoubtedly be torn to shreds by Sister Hong Ying. Notification, Wolf's End Repair Level, 142 hooray. Just a little further until I can accept new abilities. In his moment of joy, a warm current surged into Su Chen's chest. I've leveled up. I am finally in the pool realm. Tonight's encounter with the Phantom King should pose no issue. Good fortune comes in pairs, and Su Chen felt elated, humming a cheerful tune as he approached the school. Upon reaching the school entrance, he spotted the brooding Uncle Zhao squatting by the flower bed, a cigarette dangling from his lips against the biting wind. Uncle Zhao, are you squatting here to relieve yourself? Nonsense. I'm waiting for Lin Chiye. What about you? I came to drop out, but Lin Chiye has tea shown up today. After kindly advising him, Su Chen strode into the school. However, upon reaching the academic office, he discovered that all the teachers had left for the day. Just as he departed, Zhao Conching vanished without a trace. The sun was now setting. It was evident that Uncle Zhao had personally gone to visit Lin Chiye. At that moment, the sky darkened ominously. The last remnants of twilight were swallowed by dark clouds as raindrops began to fall. Uncle Zhao sped away in his jeep. How could Su Chen possibly catch up? He stopped by the roadside to buy a few umbrellas, testing whether he could store them in the Seven Gods Museum. To his delight, he found that he could. The Seven Gods Museum resembled a vast infinite space, capable of storing any items, forbidden objects, or artifacts. After confirming this, he dashed towards the old city. Uncle Zhao? Please wait for me. My legs are about to give out. On the way, he hailed a taxi, finally allowing himself a moment of respite. Seizing the opportunity, he projected his consciousness into the Seven Gods Museum. Notification, congratulations, host has advanced to the pool realm. Please proceed to the museum master's chamber to claim your reward. Su Chen was somewhat astonished. This time, there was no interruption from Paimon. No matter, he needed a trump card for survival. He smoothly entered the museum master's chamber, where a comprehensive system interface appeared before him. Curator, Su Chen. Level, Pool Realm. Artifact, Wolf's End, 143. Curator functions, Elemental Vision. Wish, abilities, Sword of Refinement, Blade of Reverse Flame. Su Chen gazed at the complete panel with a hint of confusion. The section detailing the curator's talents piqued his interest. revealing a newly unlocked wish. Elemental Vision, a gift from the novice package, was not an artifact's power but rather the museum's might. Both Elemental Vision and Wish are fundamental abilities for every traveler in Teyvat. It seems that this future museum will unlock new functionalities, possibly aligned with each realm's progression, such as the Elemental Vision for the Lamp Realm, the Wish for the Pool Realm, and perhaps Time Stasis for the River Realm. Newbie Gift Pack, 10 free draws. Oh, such generous benefits. Before participating in the lottery, Suchin astutely selected the artifact trajectory in the bottom right corner. After some contemplation, he opted for Glorious Spear, an artifact belonging to Morix. As the most ancient deity of Teyvat, Morix must possess the ability to restore his form. Setting the trajectory does not guarantee a result but merely ensures a minimum outcome. Of course, whether the Seven Gods Museum adheres to a minimum guarantee remains uncertain. Draw suddenly. All artifacts in the museum's exhibition hall flickered. Golden Legend? Aspirations are lofty, yet reality is often stark. 3 unrefined swords, for training great swords, and 3 novice spears. Alas, not even a purple guarantee. This reward pool is disheartening. For every 1 restoration of the artifact, 1 free draw is awarded. Wolf's End restoration level at 143. Granting 14 draws. Let us go. White 10. Indeed, another 10 consecutive draws yielded nothing but white trash weapons. The final 4. White, blue, purple. Apprentice's Notes 2. Baying Spear 1, Alley Flash 1. The blue Baying Spear and the purple one-handed sword, Alley Flash. Suchin examined the 2 weapons closely and found them a world apart from his Wolf's End. These weapons were not broken. Their restoration levels were fully intact. Baying Spear. Sharpness. The spear tip accumulates elemental energy, releasing it all at once. Alley Flash. Shadow. The wielder's speed increases 5-fold in darkness. Guardian. Triggers upon near death, not yet unlocked. In Suchin's view, the abilities were rather mundane. They were not artifacts and held no real utility for him. The primary distinction between these weapons and artifacts lies in their heavy reliance on the weapons themselves. They do not directly bestow powers upon their bearers. Similar to the Japanese cursed sword, the wielder becomes akin to an ordinary person upon detaching from the weapon. Regrettably, he is not endowed with extraordinary abilities. In the eyes of others, rare cursed items abound in his grasp. Hey, buddy, we've arrived at the old district. Ahead, the alley was impassable for vehicles. A torrential downpour. Suchin disappeared into the alley, umbrella in hand. Chapter 8. The Emergence of the Masked King. Purple cursed item. Alley Flash in the rainy night of the old district. Suchin, clad in a black umbrella, seemed to merge with the darkness. He glanced at his watch. It was 6 o'clock. His expression turned grave as he knew the Masked King would soon appear. According to the original plot of Godslayer, the Masked King should emerge the day after the death of the Masked Man. Since he was appearing the very first night, the discrepancy of a day was not significant. It was likely that Captain Chun might have pressured the Masked King too intensely. After all, they had been pursuing for nearly 2 days and nights. Even the most patient Masked King would struggle to maintain his composure. The moon ascended the branches, veiled by dark clouds, enveloping the night as if it were one with him. Suchin sensed an involuntary tremor coursing through his body. The Masked King's premature emergence might not be solely due to being gravely injured. Slaying a River Realm entity posed considerable challenges. Suchin glanced at his Wolf's End. Its restoration progress still at 143. Time waits for no one. If it remains unrepaired, so be it. He checked his hand for hidden cards. Aside from his basic cursed items, he currently possessed Alley Flash. Other weapons were of no use, their functionalities utterly lacking, merely a means to enhance mental power within them. Wait, an idea struck Suchin. If the weapons were inadequate, what of my artifacts? All of them channel mental energy into cursed items. At least artifacts can inflict ranged damage. The Apprentice's Notes. Cursed item. Elemental Fusion. It can infuse elemental power into the notebook and launch it remotely. He tucked the 6 Apprentice's Notes into the inner lining of his clothing, akin to wearing a thick cotton coat. At the very least, they could serve as a bulletproof vest. Cursed items possess high defensive capabilities. Having prepared, Suchin stepped out of the alley. Soon, he spotted Zhao Kongqing, who was busy evacuating civilians in the old district, clearly anxious. Suchin approached him, and Zhao Kongqing looked surprised. Zhao Kongqing chuckled, patting his shoulder. All right, come with me to help evacuate the civilians. There's a strong possibility of a mysterious entity appearing tonight. We must ensure the safety of the populace. The Masked King had been hiding in Songnan, while the other 136 teams were stationed in the bustling city center. But the possibility of an appearance in the old district could not be ruled out. Zhao Kongqing would not overlook any life. Time was of the essence. Fortunately, he encountered Suchin. It was his first day as a temporary night watchman, a perfect opportunity for him to hone his skills. With additional manpower, evacuating the crowd would be expedited. After giving instructions, Zhao Kongqing took Su Chen and began house-to-house evacuations. Su Chen retrieved the umbrella he had purchased from the museum and handed it to Zhao Kongqing. Aren't you going to use it? No. The umbrella would only hinder my sword-drawing speed. As he spoke, Su Chen revealed the sword sheath at his waist, which was indeed alley flash. Zhao Kongqing was taken aback, puzzled about where this kid had acquired another cursed item. Did he pick it up? Yes. Zhao Kongqing fell silent, contemplating why he had not encountered such good fortune. To casually stumble upon a cursed item was absurd. He even began to suspect the boy's true name should be Bai Li Chun, a love child of the Bai Li family. Cursed item, Shadow, conferred fivefold speed, allowing Su Chen to disperse a significant portion of the old district's population. The side effects were evident. His physical stamina was consumed at 5 times the normal rate. Exhausted, Su Chen slumped against a wall in an old apartment building, gasping for breath. Zhao Kongqing regarded Su Chen with newfound respect. The boy's resilience was commendable, and he hoped he would grow further. This way, Zhao Kongqing could boast of having nurtured a genius. However, Zhao Kongqing couldn't help but wonder about the quality of the cursed item in Su Chen's possession, which could enhance human speed fivefold, placing it among the top tier of cursed items. Where could he have acquired it? Night watchmen rarely possessed cursed items due to their exorbitant costs. Most could not afford them. At that moment, Su Chen stood up, stretching his arms. He was racing against time, ready to relocate with Zhao. Suddenly, Zhao Kongqing sensed something and quickly blocked his path. Su Chen furrowed his brow, gazing into the dimly lit apartment building ahead, catching a whiff of a familiar foul odor. The source of the stench emanated from a manhole in the middle of the road. Su Chen tightened his grip on Wolf's End, activating elemental vision as he focused intently ahead. He knew the masked king had appeared. Zhao Kongqing sensed it too, understanding the implications. He turned to Su Chen, speaking earnestly. You need to leave here, as far away as possible. The masked king is not someone a novice like you can confront. He then pressed his earpiece, his tone remarkably calm. Report, Watcher Zhao Kongqing, I have located the masked king. With that, he removed the suitcase he had been carrying. Bang! The suitcase opened, revealing 3 notice boards. In the realm of the unrestrained void, one can obstruct a portion of space, ensnaring the enigmatic in flight. Zhao Kongqing planted 3 notice boards into the ground, then wiped away the rainwater from his brow. Uncle Zhao, your unrestrained void won't hold out for long, he muttered, delivering a swift kick to Su Chen's rear. Cease your prattling and leave at once. That is an order. Zhao Kongqing's tone was stern, imbued with an undeniable authority. In the direction of the city, there lay a household, a child's entire world that he wished to protect. His own demise was inconsequential. What mattered was ensuring Su Chen remained unscathed. Su Chen, though a mere novice in strength, even as the possessor of a divine artifact, stood no chance against the phantom-faced king in the current circumstances. The potency of the artifact resided in its spirit, not in him as its master. Su Chen's journey was still fraught with challenges. Uncle Zhao, you cannot stop it without the forbidden void. Let me handle this. Zhao Kongqing retorted, do not provoke me. Even without the forbidden void, I am a soldier, emerging from a sea of corpses and blood. In terms of combat experience, you are the one lagging behind. He had heard that Hong Ying was training with Su Chen today. Su Chen had managed to escape her clutches, indicating his commendable combat talent. However, Zhao Kongqing understood that survival hinged not on the strength of one's forbidden void, but rather on the resilience of one's spirit and the depth of combat experience. Su Chen, unwilling to comply, remained steadfast and handed his gleaming sword to Zhao Kongqing. Uncle Zhao, catch. This sword is magnificent. It was no jest. Su Chen had not traveled this distance merely to witness Zhao Kongqing meet his demise. The goal was not solely to save Zhao Kongqing, but also to acquire the vast experience that the phantom-faced king represented. With a mere 15 left to repair the Wolf's End, this was the crucial moment. He intended to use the restored progress to extract new divine artifacts, creating a virtuous cycle. Suddenly, a manhole cover shot into the air, releasing a stench reminiscent of decay after 81 days of fermentation. Su Chen nearly retched. The odor penetrated to the very depths of his soul. Curse it. This is the opponent's forbidden item. It is imperative to keep Su Chen safe, he proclaimed. Without this sword, I can still annihilate the enemy. The moment those words left his mouth, he felt an undeniable synergy with the sword. Though he typically wielded a knife, his proficiency extended to all weapons. All right, I shall return it after use. Su Chen was correct. Zhao Kongqing, as an ordinary man without a forbidden void, indeed could not withstand the phantom-faced king for even a few minutes. Yet, with the sword in hand, Su Chen had gained a glimmer of hope. He was prepared to invoke the divine to lure the enemy into a trap, determined to protect the child's home. It seemed now that Su Chen's presence was essential. Should the dark night descend, I shall stand before countless souls, wielding my blade towards the abyss, staining the heavens with blood. This time, he had no throngs behind him. Only the entire world of two young men. Chapter 9. The Apprentice's Notes. Explosions are art. Su Chun, you best hide. Should I perish, you must flee immediately. Do not act recklessly, do you hear me? Zhao Kongqing bellowed, fearing that Su Chen's impulsive nature would lead to needless sacrifice. The fact that Su Chun was willing to risk his life alongside him filled him with gratitude, intensifying his resolve to keep the boy safe. Feigning compliance. Su Chen nodded and stealthily retrieved an apprentice's notebook from the museum. He was ready, poised to conduct a remote ambush from the battlefield's periphery. Channeling his mental energy into the notebook, it ignited in flames. Zhao Kongqing watched in bewilderment. This was yet another forbidden item. The price of even the most inexpensive forbidden item began at several tens of thousands. How could a novice like Su Chen, hailing from a modest family, possess such treasures? More perplexing was how he had obtained it. Had Su Chen activated Cold Xian's mobile ammunition depot? Forget it, I won't dwell on it. With a thunderous roar, the sewer erupted, and the stench intensified. In the next moment, a colossal, shadowy, humanoid beast with a ghastly visage charged into the street. Unlike the crawling minions, the phantom-faced king stood upright, its imposing frame coated in a viscous, sticky substance. Amid the torrential rain, the creature resembled a demonic deity, its scarlet eyes gleaming ominously. Upon activating elemental vision, Su Chun discerned that the phantom-faced king bore severe injuries, surrounded by an aura of death, likely the result of Chun Mai's forbidden item. Black Wuchang. Observing the behemoth, Su Chun shook his head. This would be a formidable challenge. Zhao Kongqing, attempting to light a cigarette, found it impossible in the downpour. Su Chun swiftly approached, snapping his fingers to ignite the cigarette. Uncle Zhao, do you believe we can handle this alone? Zhao Kongqing inhaled deeply, rolling his eyes. Who told you to come up? Wait until I've dealt with it before making your move. The dark red cloak, drenched by the rain, resembled dried blood. Su Chun, allow me to show you what a true night watchman is. With a sharp, resounding hum, the sword was drawn. Seizing the opportunity, Su Chun unleashed two small flames from the apprentice's notebook, providing cover for Zhao Kongqing. In the downpour, the flames struck the phantom face king's visage, mingling with the rain to form a billowing mist. With the acceleration from the shadow ability, Zhao Kongqing lunged forward, thrusting his sword into the phantom face king's abdomen. The phantom face king, momentarily blinded, lashed out wildly. Any contact with a human would mean certain death. Su Chun sensed the impending danger. The mysterious force of the river realm was deadly. Zhao Kongqing seemed to anticipate this, using the momentum from shadow to leap into the air. Scaling the phantom face king's arm. With a flash of silver, he aimed for the creature's neck. Black blood gushed forth as the phantom face king howled in agony, flinging Zhao Kongqing several meters away. Though this maneuver was impressive, it was not fatal. Despite inflicting a gash over 10 centimeters deep, elemental vision revealed that black tendrils were rapidly mending the wound. The phantom face king glared furiously at Zhao Kongqing, incredulous that such a mere insect could inflict such damage. Hissing, the phantom face king extended its long tongue and charged at Zhao Kongqing. It had noticed Su Chen but dismissed him as inconsequential. Since this little insect dared to obstruct its path, it would crush him without hesitation. Su Chen positioned himself before the minion, adopting his usual stance, raising the wolf's end as a shield. With a resounding crash, both Su Chen and the phantom face king were sent reeling backward. The phantom face king, stunned, was astonished by the weight of the massive sword. It clutched its forehead in pain, unleashing a furious roar. It was determined to eliminate the two insignificant insects before it. Su Chen, shaken, felt fortunate to have used the wolf's end as a barrier. Had he been struck directly, it would have been akin to being crushed by a massive truck. Yet the recoil was significant, sending shockwaves through his body. In the next moment, the phantom face king lunged towards Su Chen once more. He held the wolf's end against his chest, blocking one of the phantom face king's claws, then swung the weapon horizontally, intending to bisect the creature. The phantom face king grinned maliciously, its other arm reaching for Su Chen's head. If it could withstand this strike, the young boy was doomed. With a flash of flames, the wolf's end ignited, cleaving through the phantom face king's flesh as effortlessly as slicing cabbage. In an instant, the creature was severed in two. Zhao Kongqing, who had been waiting for an opportunity, stood in stunned silence. He understood better than anyone the formidable defense of the phantom face king. How could a being renowned for its defensive capabilities be dispatched so effortlessly by Su Chen? Was this truly a beaver? This was the Ganges. Divine artifacts, indeed. The ghost face king was equally astonished. It is worth noting that the night watch captain he had previously battled could not penetrate his defenses. Why was this small insect from the pond realm so formidable? It was that sword. The ghost face king's intellect swiftly deduced the reason. Before Su Chen could even catch his breath, he saw the ghost-faced king smile at him. This was bad. Could it recover so quickly? Through elemental vision, Su Chen observed that in an instant, the ghost face that had been cleaved in two reconnected its upper and lower halves. Then, the opponent reached for him, slamming a hand down on Su Chen, who was suspended in midair. Damn, can this mysterious entity anticipate my recovery time? Su Chen had grossly underestimated the ghost-faced king's intelligence. Although that sword had inflicted considerable damage, as long as the mask remained intact, it was immortal. Conversely, the ghost-faced king underestimated Su Chen's intellect. His clothing was filled with the apprentice notes he had recently acquired. Seizing this moment, he hurled the notes at the ghost-faced king's mask. The apprentice notes, a white magical artifact, symbolized the explosion of art. All of Su Chen's elemental energy surged into the notes, forming a tremendous vortex of flames. As a result of this assault, the ghost-faced king emitted a mournful howl, his entire body engulfed in fire. Zhao Kongqing was left dumbfounded. Huh? Where did this kid acquire such numerous forbidden items? The scent of burning currency was painful to him, as 5 or 6 of the forbidden items were completely destroyed. Yet, it was undeniably impressive. He now seriously suspected that Su Chen was an illegitimate child of the Bailey family, with a family background akin to a forbidden artifact museum. Having just joined the Night Watch, this individual displayed a combat awareness rivaling that of a decade-long veteran. In this moment, Zhao Kongqing truly felt the disparity between people. Indeed, geniuses shine from the very beginning. Basic skills, no less. It's all about persistence and sweat, Uncle Zhao. Isn't this explosion magnificent? Zhao Kongqing was itching to strike someone. Suddenly, he noticed a massive and grotesque ghost face materializing beneath Su Chen. This was bad. Forbidden Ruin Sequence 176. Ghost Face Ground. Su Chen realized what was happening and felt an urge to curse. Who the hell designed this? Chapter 10. The second phase of the Ghost Face King. Elemental vision to break the ghost face ground. The instant the ghostly visage appeared, Su Chen felt the world spinning around him, as if he had been tossed into a washing machine, with stomach acids threatening to surge forth. He leaned against the wolf's end, tensing his body to barely stabilize himself. The Ghost Face King not only survived, but could also wield the Forbidden Ruin. If memory served, Ghost Face Ground was a high-risk Forbidden Ruin. Within its confines, it could deceive the perceptions of all beings with a lower realm, inverting spatial concepts. At that moment, Su Chen recalled Zhao Kongqing's approach when facing the Ghost Face Ground in Godslayer. The latter determined his basic position through the raindrops falling around him. Fall back. You cannot contend with the Ghost Face Ground, Zhao Kongqing shouted. Apart from the team leader Cheng Mai, none of Team 136 could confront the Ghost Face King head-on. Ignoring Zhao Kongqing, Su Chen proactively closed his eyes, beginning to sense the elemental shifts around him with his mental energy. Elemental vision not only enhanced his sight, but fundamentally increased Su Chen's sensitivity to elemental forces. Eyes and brain may deceive, but elements do not. Rain is rain. And wind is wind. Each drop and gust alters the trajectory within space. Thus, he could ascertain the Ghost Face King's movements and unravel the Ghost Face Ground technique. Su Chen danced wildly with the wolf's end in the rain, unaffected by the Ghost Face Ground's influence. As raindrops struck the Ghost Face King's body, Su Chen pinpointed the specter's location in his mind. Moreover, when the raindrops fell to the ground, they provided him with a baseline coordinate. Presently, the range of elemental vision Su Chen could perceive extended a full 50 meters. In the light realm, he could only sense elemental shifts within a 10-meter radius. This indicated that as his realm increased, so too did his sensory range. In the rain, he held absolute control within a 50-meter radius. When he reached the infinite or Klein realms, it would not be an exaggeration to say he could potentially cover an entire city. Su Chen's steps grew more agile as he adapted to the dizziness, then launched a powerful strike toward the Ghost Face King's face with his sword. The Ghost Face King was astonished. Why was this human unaffected by his forbidden ruin? Even the captain of the Night Watch who fought him had been significantly impacted by this technique, which allowed him to escape. It must have been sheer luck on the part of his opponent. The Ghost Face King, fully aware of the terror of Su Chen's heavy sword, dared not withstand the blow directly. Cleverly, it pulled to the right, waiting for Su Chen to stumble in his dizziness. Yet, while it reveled in its own cleverness, Su Chen not only remained upright, but also abruptly changed direction to stab the Ghost Face King's right arm. Blood gushed forth as a large hole was pierced through the Ghost Face King's left arm. The Ghost Face King howled in pain. What was wrong with the script? Why could this human lock onto him? Once was a coincidence, but twice could not be. The Ghost Face King, in agony, swatted Su Chen's heavy sword aside, staring at him in horror. The Ghost Face Ground was ineffective against this small insect. He was a mysterious being from the river realm. Yet he had been unraveled by a mere human from the pond realm. With his eyes closed, Su Chen relentlessly pursued the ghost-faced king, delivering relentless blows. This scene left Zhao Kongcheng, observing from a distance, utterly bewildered. At the onset of the ghost-faced ground, he experienced the abnormality of this forbidden ruin firsthand. As a 10-year veteran, he could barely stabilize himself using his extensive combat experience. But how had Su Chen, a fledgling, managed to achieve this? There was only one explanation. He must possess a forbidden item that could protect his mind. Could it be that Su Chen is the reincarnation of the spirit treasure celestial? Zhao Kongqing's head spun, and he muttered incredulously. The captain was able to inflict heavy injuries on the ghost-faced king within this forbidden ruin. He is truly monstrous. And this kid is also a monster. Meanwhile, Zhao Kongqing gripped his long sword tightly, joining the fray in the alleyway. Su Chen could vaguely sense the elemental wind at his ears. A swift figure, Zhao Kongqing, was racing to his side. He activated the reverse flame blade once more, and the wolf's end erupted in flames. Under Zhao Kongqing's cover, Su Chen found an optimal angle, drawing his sword to strike at the ghost-faced king's back. Suddenly, a bizarre occurrence unfolded. The ghost-faced king's mask abruptly appeared on his back. Just as Su Chen swung down, a mask leapt forth, viciously snapping towards Su Chen's neck. His body jolted as he quickly thrust the wolf's end upward, barely deflecting the lethal strike. Clang! Su Chen was knocked back by the mask, crashing heavily into the rain puddle. At that moment, he felt an immense relief. Thankfully, he had been thoroughly beaten by Hong Ying's spear earlier, enhancing his perception of imminent danger. Without that experience, he would not have evaded the ghost-faced king's surprise attack. Just a hair's breadth, and he could have met his end today. Exhausted, Su Chen desperately sought to continue using the reverse flame blade to ignite the fire elements. However, the flames he had just kindled were doused by the pouring rain. Damn. Battling in the rain was a severe disadvantage for someone who wielded fire. From the outset, he had been ensnared in a trap. Now, his mental energy had reached its limit, and he could not maintain the flames in the downpour. As he neared exhaustion, Zhao Kongqing had once again caught up, engaging the ghost-faced king in combat. Su Chen observed their battle closely. Zhao Kongqing's combat talent was terrifyingly formidable, and his mastery of the heavy sword was exceptional, albeit lacking in some refined techniques. Feeling immense pride for such a capable junior, Zhao Kongqing thought to himself, as long as he could protect this child, given time to grow, what did it matter if he himself perished? Just like wildfires that cannot be extinguished, there would always be successors to carry on his legacy. Zhao Kongqing felt immense pride. A gust of powerful wind swept past Su Chen. You are no match for this, allow me. Zhao Kongqing gripped the shimmering sword of the alley, moving at an accelerated pace 5 times faster, leaving only a residual glow in its wake. One thrust pierced the belly of the Phantom King, and with a swift flick of the sword, it ejected a mass of entrails. The Phantom King, in a fit of rage, kicked Zhao Kongqing away. Its crimson eyes filled with terror. Why? Why is this happening? How could the sword breach my defenses? Zhao Kongqing was equally astonished, realizing the formidable nature of the forbidden item Su Chen had bestowed upon him. The lethality was terrifying. This long sword must be an incredibly rare artifact, capable of effortlessly penetrating the defenses of the Phantom King from the Chuan realm. It was conservatively estimated that this forbidden item could rank among the top 100 globally. High-level forbidden items were even rarer than forbidden voids, each one a treasured heirloom of various families. Not only did Su Chen wield a divine weapon, but he also possessed such an extraordinary forbidden item, evoking immense envy. If Zhao Kongqing had lamented his fate for lacking a forbidden void, Su Chen had effectively slapped him awake. Without superpowers, could one not invest in resources? It truly echoed the saying, the impoverished rely on mutation, while the wealthy depend on technology. Yet, it was a pity. Had he aimed for the head, the Phantom King would have been finished. Having missed this opportunity, there would be no second chance. The side effects of the alley's shimmer had begun to manifest. Ultimately, Zhao Kongqing was merely a mortal, his physical and mental stamina finite. He could not maintain this quintuple speed indefinitely. The Phantom King, sensing the lack of combat capability in Su Chen, redirected its focus towards Zhao Kongqing, an ordinary human. It discerned that this human lacked a forbidden void. Had it not been for the forbidden item in his hand, Zhao Kongqing would have been slain multiple times over. Did it truly believe he was an easy target? As the Phantom King charged, Zhao Kongqing could only manage a self-deprecating smile before re-engaging in battle. Regardless of how the Phantom King's visage distorted reality, Zhao Kongqing stood firm, akin to a master of Tai Chi, stumbling yet unyielding. The alley's shimmer had inflicted numerous grievous wounds upon the Phantom King. Zhao Kongqing supported himself with his sword, a smirk of derision upon his lips. This forbidden void is indeed monstrous, but my sword is not without merit. He chuckled darkly, spitting blood at the Phantom King's face, and the alley's shimmer erupted with a renewed clangor. Yet, this was where it ended. The Phantom King exchanged injury for injury, landing a powerful blow to Zhao Kongqing's chest, breaking 2 ribs. This time, it took Zhao Kongqing 5 seconds to rise from the ground. The terrifying figure of the Phantom King loomed ominously, its gaze icy. Advancing step by step. Zhao Kongqing. Zhao Kongqing. The name echoed, striking a familiar chord. Damn it. Why is Lin Xie here again? Thankfully, the boundless void prevented the intruder from entering. In that moment, Zhao Kongqing, fueled by the last vestiges of his strength, approached Su Chun and unceremoniously hurled him out of the boundless void. Uncle Zhao, you'll die? Don't play the hero. I know, but I must protect you. After saying this, Zhao Kongqing sealed the boundless void once more, ignoring Su Qin and Lin Qi's desperate calls. He lowered his gaze to the star blade in his left hand, which gleamed with brilliance. Had I awakened the forbidden void, you would have perished countless times. He murmured, though I stand not before millions. At least I have safeguarded the 2 of you. Chapter 11. The Obliteration of Life's Moon. Zhao Kongqing unleashes the heavens. The crux of the matter lies in enabling those without a forbidden void to awaken one, who wouldn't desire to awaken extraordinary abilities. This time, he would finally experience the forbidden void. He was prepared to wager everything to defend his guardianship. As the silver needle pierced his skin, an unprecedented surge of power coursed through his heart. Simultaneously, a mysterious force enveloped Zhao Kongqing. His eyes brightened, a smile gracing his lips. The Phantom King sensed the threat. Emitting a low growl, propelled by terrifying kinetic energy, Zhao Kongqing tightened his grip on the alley shimmer, his eyes ablaze with unprecedented brilliance. With this sword in hand, he could prevail. Moreover, he had a premonition that he had yet to unlock the full potential of this forbidden item. But it sufficed. He had longed to unleash the alley shimmer within the context of the forbidden void. He raised his hand and cleaved towards the Phantom King. With a single strike, a crescent blade of dark energy, 4 to 5 meters long, sliced through the rain-soaked air, instantaneously piercing through space. This sword energy was extraordinarily swift, and under the alley shimmer's acceleration, it was utterly unavoidable. The Phantom King had no time to react before it was severed in half. Zhao Kongqing clutched his sword, laughing maniacally. Forbidden Void Sequence 083, Ultra-High Risk Forbidden Void, Obliteration of Life's Moon. Ha ha, I knew it. Zhao Kongqing is indeed a genius. The rain poured relentlessly. Zhao Kongqing, wielding his sharp sword and dark red cloak, appeared akin to an ancient hero. The alley shimmer's quintuple acceleration perfectly complemented the obliteration of Life's Moon. The formidable and rampant sword energy cleaved through the heavens. The Phantom King, astonished, gazed at its severed lower half, utterly bewildered by how it had been bisected again. This was the second time today. Once more, it was that damned forbidden item. Why did the Night Watch team from Songnan possess so many forbidden items? It felt as though they were being wholesale distributed. It had never encountered such an abundance of forbidden items in its lifetime. The Phantom King looked at the alley shimmer in Zhao Kongqing's hand, its expression fraught with fear. Even if it could regenerate, such an act would severely deplete its mental energy. Even the Phantom King from the Chuan realm could not withstand repeated encounters. Roaring in fury, the Phantom King unleashed a wild scream, channeling all its power to charge at Zhao Kongqing. Zhao Kongqing moved. With the aid of the Divine Spirit's guidance, his body restored to its prime, he surged forward like an arrow, unafraid of the Phantom King. They collided. Clang, clang, clang. The man and the beast moved with blinding speed, unleashing black crescent blades that left myriad sword marks in their wake. Under normal circumstances, Zhao Kongqing's strength would not have sufficed to breach the Phantom King's defenses, but enhanced by the alley's shimmer, it was as effortless as slicing through tofu. The obliteration of Life's Moon provided terrifying lethality, while the alley shimmer offered unparalleled speed. Their combination was unmatched. Not to mention, his battle experience completely overwhelmed the Phantom King. The evidence was clear. Zhao Kongqing had not lied. Yet, it was unfortunate that the Divine Spirit's guidance had a fleeting duration. Coupled with the rapid depletion of his mental energy from the alley shimmer, Zhao Kongqing unleashed several more strikes, rendering the Phantom King into mere fragments. The creature again expended its essence to recover. Zhao Kongqing paused, sensing that he had anticipated everything. Yet, he could hardly believe that the Phantom King from the Chuan realm was actually retreating in a state of disarray. This mere specter had instilled fear deep within the Phantom King's soul. Zhao Kongqing yearned to pursue, but alas, his stamina had reached its limits. He could not catch up with the fleeing Phantom King. A thunderous explosion erupted behind him, causing the sky above to tremble and a fissure to open. Uncertain if it was merely his ears playing tricks, he faintly heard a crisp crack. Su Qin emerged from the boundless void's rift, carrying the wolf end with a hint of stealth. Originally, Lin Qiye intended to forcibly breach the boundless void with his mundane celestial domain but was halted. He recalled Zhao Kongqing mentioning that the boundless void was fundamentally a defensive forbidden void. Suddenly, Su Chen conceived a plan. He placed the wolf end upon a signboard as an experiment. To his surprise, the wolf end bit off a corner of the sign. This left him feeling rather embarrassed. However, he was pleased to discover that the portion bitten off by the wolf end could enhance the artifact's repair rate, as it was still a forbidden void. Lin Qiye watched the entire process in awe, exclaiming in wonder. To comprehend that his mundane divine realm had failed to break through for half a day. Yet the artifact in Su Chen's hand effortlessly shattered it, was a revelation that left him feeling inferior as a divine agent compared to the bearer of Su Chen's artifact. It was the very same artifact that had dismantled the illusion of Michael. Zhao Kongqing stood in utter bewilderment, gazing at the returning Su Chen. How did you two manage to get in? You wouldn't believe it if I told you. I just struck it once, and it opened. Zhao Kongqing glared at the gap in the notice board, feeling an urge to curse. The ringless void was not merely a defensive forbidden ground but an exceedingly precious forbidden item. And now, after over a decade of being intact, it had been ruined by this brat Su Chen. It was truly outrageous. To claim he wasn't heartbroken would be a lie. Quick, do you have any more forbidden items? Summon another one. Zhao Kongqing was desperate for another artifact, convinced it could vanquish even the mother of the Ghost-Face King. Uncle Zhao, do you really think I'm an artifact wholesaler? Su Chen rolled his eyes at such a request. Although the sword was in Zhao Kongqing's hands, he could still sense that the essence of the alley flash belonged to him. The second ability would only trigger when near death, with old Zhao in such a state. How could he still hope for it to activate? Was he deceiving himself? Beside them, Lin Qiye glanced at the fleeing Ghost-Face King and then at the numerous gashes on the ground, saying curiously, Zhao Kongqing, is your team's forbidden item always this formidable? Is every night watchman equipped with one? Zhao Kongqing was too pressed for time to engage in idle chatter. You two step aside. Don't obstruct me from slaying the monster. We can assist you, Lin Qiye offered. No need, at least wait until I finish this strike. Oh. Su Chen obediently stood aside, eagerly anticipating Zhao Kongqing's most magnificent slash against the divine. With the invocation of the ghostly deity, he was prepared to witness Zhao Kongqing fulfill his aspiration. Zhao Kongqing's lips curled into a slight smile as he raised the alley flash high. Su Chen, yes, you were right. This strike will indeed be magnificent. Zhao Kongqing gripped the alley flash tightly, feeling the supreme sword intent coursing through it. In the blink of an eye, his explosive speed resembled a shadow, darting through the alley. In mere moments, he caught up to the fleeing Ghost-Face King. The latter could tell that this man before him was nearing his limit, ready to resist this final blow with his life. Zhao Kongqing's eyes shone ever brighter. With no unnecessary movements, he unleashed a single strike. The sword energy cleaved the alley in two, its unparalleled speed parting the raindrops along its path. In that moment, despair engulfed the Ghost-Face King. Even in his prime, he could not withstand such might. Thus, with a gentle motion, a pallid head rolled away. The black crescent sword energy continued to slice through the night sky. Then, the clouds dispersed, and the moon emerged. A sword opened the heavens. Within the alley, a figure burst forth in a black flash. The sword in Zhao Kongqing's hand flickered subtly. Chapter 12. The Meaning of Guardianship. I am the sword. The sword is me. The instant the head of the Ghost-Face King flew off, Su Chen immediately pursued. Under the cover of elemental vision, he clearly perceived that the Ghost-Face King had not yet perished entirely. Brandishing the wolf's end, he charged forward. Reverse flame blade. The flames on the wolf's end blazed fiercely. This strike collided with the Ghost-Face King's mask. Sizzle. The head was incinerated almost entirely. The mask contorted into an expression of agony. In its final moments, amidst despair, it appeared to witness the judgment of justice. An eternal firebird meticulously counted its sins. Its soul was seized by this flame of righteousness, consumed in an instant. The soul of the Ghost-Face King shattered, transforming into materials to repair the wolf's end. Even at the brink of death, he could not fathom how these two humans wielded such terrifying forbidden items. Ding. Wolf's End Repair, Status 15. Reward Ability, Dawn, Firebird. Control fire elements to summon firebirds. Upon hearing the museum's notification, Su Chen understood that the Ghost-Face King incident had finally concluded. He let out a long breath and approached Zhao Kongqing, retrieving an umbrella from the museum to shield him from the rain. At this moment, Lin Qiye supported Zhao Kongqing, his golden eyes fixed in astonishment at Su Chen. It was surprising that Su Chen had noticed even before him that the Ghost-Face King was not yet dead. Logically, without the mundane divine realm, this should have been impossible. Just then, Lin Qiye felt a tremor as he noticed Su Chen scrutinizing him. Their white and golden eyes met for an instant before they quickly averted their gazes. Su Chen possessed elemental vision, which, while lacking in the ability to see through was not inferior to the mundane divine realm, and even boasted more comprehensive functions. Hey, is it fashionable for you young folks to wear colored contacts nowadays? Zhao Conqing coughed up a mouthful of old blood, sarcastically remarking. By the way, wasn't that strike just now magnificent? Indeed. It was the most impressive strike I have ever witnessed. Both Su Chen and Lin Qiye sincerely expressed. Lin Qiye needed no further words. In his eyes, Zhao Conqing, as a lantern realm, had single-handedly faced the ghost-faced king of the river realm. He could only admire him. Furthermore, Su Chen was enigmatic, delivering the final crucial blow. His reflexes and decisiveness were impeccable, and Lin Qiye felt he owed him a tremendous favor. At this moment, Su Chen remained silent, lost in thought. Damn it, Ali Flash? Where's the assistance? Wasn't it supposed to trigger the second skill, guardianship, upon near death? Uncle Zhao is on the verge of death, yet there's still no sign of activation. If this were the case, he would have to attempt to see if he could pull Zhao Conqing's soul into the Seven Gods Museum for safekeeping. He tried to establish a connection with the Seven Gods Museum but was informed by the system that it could only store items and weapons. With no concept of soul preservation, Su Chen now felt utterly helpless. Did he truly have to wait for Yang Jian to resurrect Zhao Conqing in the later stages? Unless Zhao Conqing could merge with the Ali Flash, becoming its sword spirit. But such a scenario required an exceedingly high level of cultivation, at the very least. That of a Klein. Otherwise, one would not qualify to become a weapon spirit. Zhao Conqing leaned unsteadily against Lin Qiye's back, glancing at Su Chen and nodding as he returned the sword to him. This sword had been an absolute asset in slaying the Ghost-Face King. Without it, he would not have been able to single-handedly confront the Ghost-Face King, relying on the acceleration of the shadowy forbidden ground and the enhancement of the vanishing moon. He had achieved the feat of opening the heavens with a single strike. In that moment, he sincerely felt content to have faced death without regret. This strike, could it possibly rival that of the great Xia Sword Immortal? Perhaps not, but one could say he was a sword immortal of the Southern Sea. This sword was magnificent. And Su Chen, you too could become a strikingly handsome night watchman. I truly hope to witness the day you both grow. And you, Lin Qiye, I will not interfere with your choices. Since you wish to protect your home, you must fulfill it. I, Zhao Conqing, have kept my promise. Raindrops slid down Lin Qiye's cheek as Zhao Conqing's breaths grew warmer. Su Chen, beside them, summoned fire elements to keep Zhao Conqing warm. Zhao Conqing's eyelids drooped as he stared at the small flame in Su Chen's palm, shaking his head, unable to utter a word. Damn it, Zhao Conqing. Weren't you supposed to become a general? You can't die. Don't sleep. We'll get you to the hospital soon. Su Chen continued to speak, urging Zhao Conqing, fully aware that with the invocation of the ghostly deity, there was no turning back. This potent drug had a profoundly overwhelming effect. But it came at the cost of his life. Even if they reached the hospital, survival was unlikely. Finally, Zhao Conqing's lips curled up as he slowly closed his eyes. Both Su Chen and Lin Qiye understood what this signified. Sheltered beneath a roof from the rain, Lin Qiye placed Zhao Conqing down, hesitating to speak. At that moment, the sword at Su Chen's waist, Ali Flash, flickered with a faint glow once more. Ding! Ali Flash activates a new skill, Guardianship. Guardianship. When near death, if the target of protection has not fulfilled their purpose, their soul will bind to the sword body. As long as the sword body endures, the soul shall not perish. Su Chen, upon hearing this announcement, was left utterly bewildered. Ah, has guardianship activated? Old Zhao isn't he dead? He hastily immersed himself in the Seven Gods Museum. Inside the museum, a gleaming sword shimmered, which was none other than the Ali Glimmer. Suddenly, in the next moment, the Ali Glimmer transformed into Zhao Conqing. Su Chen was taken aback and approached excitedly, exclaiming, Uncle Zhao, have you turned into a sword? Zhao Conqing, bewildered, was just beginning to question whether he had arrived in the underworld when Su Chen's words startled him. You've turned into a sword? By the way, Su Chen, you died too, shouldn't you be? Su Chen, slightly at a loss for words, felt his earlier sorrow interrupted. He briefly introduced Zhao Conqing to the Seven Gods Museum, explaining that all his forbidden items originated from there. The more Zhao Conqing listened, the more astounded he became, never expecting that Su Chen truly possessed a museum of forbidden items. He had previously jested, but it turned out this kid was serious. The Bai family's so-called forbidden item museum paled in comparison to this. By the way, Uncle Zhao, have you become the sword spirit of the Ali Glimmer? Zhao Conqing pondered for a moment, replying, well, it's complicated. I am the Ali Glimmer, and the sword spirit of the Ali Glimmer is also me. My soul remains intact, but my body has transformed into a sword. After discussing further, Su Chen realized that Zhao Conqing had, in a sense, achieved immortality. Just before his death, Zhao Conqing had vowed, when the dark night descends, I shall stand before countless souls, wielding my sword against the abyss, staining the heavens with blood. The long night is approaching. From this moment, I shall guard until death. As long as the oath of guardianship remains unbroken, Zhao Kongqing could be deemed immortal. However, there were limitations, such as his currently feeble mental power and the inability of his soul to leave the museum. Yet, he could manipulate the sword body to assist Su Chen in battle. The museum possessed a mysterious force, and Zhao Kongqing could sense this power, which belonged to the essence of the weapons within. The alley glimmer and the artifacts above were all exclusive to Su Chen. Meanwhile, the outside world, represented by Lin Qiye, remained unaware that Zhao Kongqing had resurrected as the alley glimmer. He gazed at Zhao Kongqing's lifeless body, contemplating with a classic inner monologue. Was it worth it? Lin Qiye stared at the now cold body of Zhao Kongqing, tears brimming in his eyes. Chapter 13. The junior Su Chen, bidding farewell to General Zhao's triumphant return. Lin Qiye couldn't help but look up towards the low house in the heavy rain, which was his home. In summary, he spoke to himself at length, then recalled the 10-year promise. Su Chen pretended to be asleep, secretly amused by the situation. One might think it was an interlude of time travel. But this time it wasn't a broken engagement, rather a guardianship. Lin Qiye lowered his head to look at Zhao Kongqing, who lay asleep like an infant, and smiled, saying, "Since you have no objections, let it be settled." Meanwhile, inside the museum, Zhao Kongqing wore a look of disdain. This brat was spouting grandiose nonsense. It was nauseating. Damn it, he even asked for my consent. I'm dead, what can I say? Truth be told, Zhao Kongqing was merely a hard exterior with a soft heart. Despite his complaints, he felt immense pride within. However, would this burden be too heavy for Lin Qiye, this child? Su Chen approached and comfortingly patted Zhao Kongqing's shoulder. He understood well that Lin Qiye, despite claiming he would run away after 10 years, was actually on a path to becoming the commander of the Night Watchers. Of course, by the time everything settled, it would indeed be nearly 10 years. Uncle Zhao, what do you think? Do you agree? Su Chen teased. Hiss, can I oppose it? Zhao Kongqing kicked at Su Chen's shoulder, only to find he had kicked at empty air. Hey, I have higher authority than you. You can't hit me. Zhao Kongqing rolled his eyes in exasperation and then sat upright, finally taking in the power of this museum. It seemed there were countless mysteries in this world, and he was still woefully ignorant. Su Chen's museum genuinely astonished him. Rather than merely a museum, it appeared more akin to Su Chen's divine realm. The world indeed harbored wonders beyond imagination. Zhao Kongqing now seriously suspected that Su Chen might be the reincarnation of the celestial treasure sovereign, though he himself remained unaware. He needed to explore the museum further, particularly how to enhance his own strength. His soul could not remain in the museum forever. If Su Chen encountered grave danger, he would be unable to assist. He could not bear to watch his junior perish, as it would violate his oath of guardianship. As the curator of the museum, Su Chen naturally held the highest authority. Noticing that Zhao Kongqing was no longer paying attention to him, he decided to leave the Seven Gods Museum. Just as he was about to exit, he sensed a surge of forbidden power emanating from the alley glimmer. It was the power of the abyss. Clearly, the alley glimmer had inherited Zhao's forbidden essence. Among the 3 forbidden essences, one could hardly find anything that could rival such prestige apart from artifacts. It seemed the purple forbidden items within the museum should not be underestimated. Just the 2 types of forbidden essences surpassed the Japanese Wotatsu sword. Now with 3 types of forbidden essences, it was nearly akin to a pseudo-artifact. He slowly opened his weary eyes and smiled at Lin Qiye. I believe you should consider becoming a Night Watcher. The rewards are quite generous. Moreover, you have witnessed the mysteries. If you lack power, how can you expect to protect your family in this world, where deities walk among us and mysteries abound? Lin Qiye stared at Su Chen, feeling somewhat awkward. He had thought Su Chen had closed his eyes out of fatigue, but it turned out his earlier dramatic monologue had been overheard. Nonetheless, he found Su Chen's words to be quite reasonable. Though the words might sound rough, the reasoning was sound. In this world full of mysteries, possessing strength was essential to safeguard everything. Su Chen rose to his feet and extended a hand to Lin Qiye. The 2 youths supported each other and resolutely walked through the rain. One held an umbrella with a sword hanging at his waist, while the other carried a corpse and a blade on his back. At that moment, around the corner of the alley, a figure in a red cloak rushed forth. It was the late-arriving Hong Ying. Lin Qiye, seeing the approaching figure in red, summoned all his strength to roar. Junior Su Chen, Lin Qiye, bid farewell to General Zhao Kongqing's triumphant return. The figure in red removed her cloak, revealing an enchanting visage. It was unclear whether it was rain or tears on her face. Hong Ying rushed forward and embraced the 2 exhausted youths. I'm sorry. This apology seemed directed at both boys, or perhaps at Zhao Kongqing. After the heavy rain ceased, the hazy moonlight illuminated the mottled ground, a testament to a fierce battle that had once taken place here. In the distance, a broken sign had been removed, and the corpse of the ghost-faced king had been cleared away. A black hound, its neck adorned with a storage pouch, ambled leisurely through the puddles, splashing water. It noticed the numerous sword marks on the ground, astonished. Xiaohe lowered its head, standing at the spot where Zhao Kongqing had died, and began to speak. The soul returns. However, 10 minutes passed, and nothing occurred. It sniffed the sword marks once more, its pupils dilating with shock. It had detected the scent of an artifact. An unknown artifact? Could it be an invasion from the deities of the outside world? In Songnan City. At the Peace Bridge. In the basement of the peace office, in a spacious and brightly lit hall, Wu Xiangnan sat on the sofa, looking at the two individuals before him with an imposing demeanor. Su Chun, you first. Is there anything you would like to add regarding Zhao Kongqing's demise? Nothing much. Just that Uncle Zhao single-handedly dealt with the ghost-faced king. He swung a sword, unleashing a black sword energy that cleaved the sky and instantly killed the ghost-faced king. Lin Chia nodded in agreement, echoing the same description. Chen Mai frowned, clearly perplexed. Old Zhao must have utilized the ghost goddess call, that much is certain. But how did he manage to kill the ghost-faced king in an instant? I fought against the ghost-faced king and know that it is incredibly formidable. Unless he employed additional assistance, it must have involved an artifact. Chen Mai's gaze fixed on the sword hanging at Su Chen's waist, then inquired. Did you really say that old Zhao used this sword to annihilate the Demon Slayer King? Is it truly that extraordinary? Show me. Su Chen, with a resigned gesture, presented the alley flash to the other party. Chen Mai merely held it in his palm, feeling an astonishing surge of spiritual energy emanating from it. This forbidden object possesses 3 forbidden realms. The alley flash has recognized its master, rendering it unusable for Chen Mai. However, he could still sense 3 formidable forces. Typically, forbidden objects contain only 1 forbidden realm, making this his first encounter with such a rarity. Furthermore, it encompasses 3 forbidden realm abilities simultaneously. Unless it is a divine artifact, no forbidden object could possibly accommodate 3 realms, something beyond human craftsmanship, save for the divine. Chen Mai diligently regulated his breathing, striving to remain unaffected by his emotions. Where did you procure this divine forbidden object? Su Chun. I found it. Su Chun proudly lifted his chin, exuding an air of conviction. Just as Chen Mai raised his teacup, he sputtered the tea in surprise. It was not that he lacked composure. As a former member of the Beijing Team S Black Wuchang, he had encountered all manner of extraordinary phenomena and powerful forbidden objects. Yet, he had never encountered something as outrageous as this. The notion of casually stumbling upon a divine artifact left him speechless. He certainly recognized this as a mere evasive excuse. After all, everyone harbors secrets, and he had no desire to pry. At that moment, Wu Xiangnan gazed into Su Chen's eyes and spoke. As far as I know, it was you who incinerated the head of the Demon Face King. Only you possess that ability. I've already stated that Zhao Kongqing fought valiantly to the end. If you don't believe it, that's on you. At this, Su Chen glanced at Lin Chia, who immediately understood. The two had already synchronized their narrative, after all. Zhao Kongqing had been the primary contributor. Wu Xiangnan was about to say something more when Chen Mai interjected, shaking his head. At this point, who holds the merits is no longer important. Yet another divine artifact has emerged. Chapter 14. The Night Watchman of Squad 136, the unconventional team. Next, they processed Lin Chia's induction as a night watchman. The atmosphere within Squad 136 was rather somber, as they unanimously expressed their approval. After all, these were the children chosen by old Zhao. Lin Chia, you and Su Chen are both temporary night watchmen. You must participate in training after a month to secure your positions. Therefore, during this month, we will conduct training sessions for you. I hope you both live up to Zhao Kongqing's expectations. Oh, and I forgot to mention, temporary members do not receive meals or accommodation. Lin Chia stared incredulously at Su Chen. Wasn't it said that the benefits of being a night watchman were exceptional? Even Zhao Kongqing had boasted about the perks, comprehensive insurance, weekends off, year-end bonuses, and vacation days. Su Chen feigned ignorance, digging at his ear and waving his hand dismissively. This foolish child actually believed it. Lin Chia was indeed still too young. He was unaware that the first step in any job often involved leaders painting grand visions. No worries. You can stay at my place. My house is quite spacious, and we can play games together. Honging forced a smile as she spoke. Su Chen readily agreed. After all, who could refuse living with a charming girl? Lin Chia hesitated for a moment, but eventually acquiesced, with Lin Chia about to become his roommate. Su Chen eagerly pulled him into further conversation. We must respect each other as privacy, 7 nights. Let us agree. Don't use your mundane divine realm to spy on me, all right? I wouldn't. Lin Chia replied, slightly embarrassed. Who would want to pry into the affairs of a grown man? Wasn't he that a tad peculiar? they established a mutual non-interference agreement, with Suchen and Lin Qiye exchanging intense gazes, one with white pupils and the other with golden. After all, elemental sight does not penetrate walls but can sense nearby elemental changes, which, to some extent, achieves a peeping function. After all, the air is in constant flux. How can that not be considered wind elemental? The water in the teacup of the adjacent room, how can that not be classified as water elemental? And the wooden bed they sleep on, how can that not be regarded as grass elemental? His elemental sight was far from the limitations found in games. It offered a true omniscient awareness of elements. As for Lin Qiye's mundane divine realm, it was needless to say, he could observe everything with clarity. Even if one were hiding beneath the blanket in the next room, watching a movie, Lin Qiye was apprehensive of Su Chen's elemental sight. Fearing that their secrets might be exposed, and Su Chen harbored similar thoughts. One was a mental patient, the other a museum. Their minds aligned perfectly. After finalizing their agreement, Hong Ying found an excuse to depart for firearm practice. Let us go. I'll show you around. You're not yet familiar with this place, are you? Hearing Wen Shima's kindness, Su Chen had no reason to refuse. Of course, while claiming to show them around, she was actually leading them to the night watchman's graveyard. Su Chen was eager for some amusement, as the individual in question was still very much alive and vibrant within his museum. At the night watchman's graveyard, Wen Shima led him and Lin Qiye to hide in the grass, observing the tombstones. Through Wen Shima's perspective, they saw Hong Ying carving the name on the tombstone, which belonged to Zhao Kongqing. Su Chen could not fathom why this scene made him want to laugh. Meanwhile, Wen Shima and Lin Qiye had already turned red with embarrassment. Are we three grown men really peeping at a young girl? Is this polite? Su Chen remarked inappropriately, interrupting the mood that Wen Shima had just cultivated. Who says it's only us? There's a sniper on the distant mountain. Lin Qiye felt it was rather strange. His actions resembled those of a lovesick fool. Thus, a group of oddballs continued to watch as Hong Ying cried while completing the tombstone. Su Chen, at that moment, touched the alley flash at his side. Was there no expression of Zhao Kongqing's emotion for this touching scene? For instance, couldn't he come out and reminisce with old colleagues, boast a little? Meanwhile, Zhao Kongqing, present in the museum, yearned to rush out and give Su Chen a good beating. Is it appropriate to bring the person to their own funeral? However, Zhao Kongqing had not anticipated that the one personally carving his tombstone would be Hong Ying. Indeed, he had not spoiled her for nothing. She was truly remarkable. Just as Su Chen had hinted, Zhao Kongqing longed to bid farewell to those companions who had accompanied him for a decade. Yet he was trapped. And even if he were to escape, he could not articulate a coherent explanation. He currently lacked a corporeal form, and the sword could not converse. Could he rely on dream communication through consciousness? Forget it. In his current state, venturing out would undoubtedly terrify everyone. It would not be a memorial service. It would be a fright fest. Of course, Zhao Kongqing was acutely aware that Su Chen had come here to give him a glimpse of his friends. The sniper on the mountain, Ling Xian, the hidden Captain Chen Mai, the deputy Wu Xiangnan, alongside Wen Shima and Lin Qiye, and even Hong Ying. This made him reflect. Thankfully, he was in a spiritual state, or else he would surely be reduced to tears. After the tombstone visit, Su Chen and Lin Qiye arrived at Hong Ying's grand villa. In the back of his mind, Su Chen recalled, "My house is quite spacious." It was not merely spacious. It was astoundingly vast. He and Lin Qiye settled in smoothly, and after taking a shower, Su Chen eagerly laid down on the bed to rest. First, to ensure no one would disturb him, he employed elemental sight to gauge what Hong Ying and Xiaonan were up to. Based on the chaotic wind elements next door and the sound of footsteps on the wooden floor, he could deduce that Hong Ying was still engaged in fitness training with firearms. As for Xiaonan, there was no movement. She must have fallen asleep. As for Lin Qiye, based on the narrative, he was likely writing a letter to his aunt. Oh no, why do I feel like I'm the one being peculiar? Su Chen shook his head, dismissing such thoughts, and instead focused his consciousness deep into the Seven Gods Museum. The Seven Gods Museum remained unchanged from before, with the singular distinction of having Zhao Kongqing as a conversational companion. Upon entering, Su Chen arrived at the curator's office to open his attribute panel. Curator, Su Chen, level, initial pool realm, proxy artifact, the Wolf's End, 1514, weapons owned, alley flash, white feather spear, apprentice's notes 3, bladeless sword 5, hunter's bow 2. Long spear 4, training, greatsword 2. Curator functions, elemental vision, wishing, abilities, sword of refinement, blade of reverse flame. Dawn, firebird. Su Chen was elated to see that the repair progress of the Wolf's End had surpassed 15, indicating that he could unlock the next ability. Ding. Task, repair the Wolf's End to 30 to unlock a new ability. Reward, wings of meltdown, fire element transformed into the wings of the firebird. enabling rapid flight for the host. The ability to fly was crucial for Su Chen at this moment. He was merely one capability away from enhancing his mobility. Given that he wielded a heavy sword, he needed to be in close proximity to deal maximum damage. While he could utilize alley flash for acceleration on land, it became exceedingly difficult to pursue enemies who could fly or in more complex terrains. In summary, the ability to soar through the skies would mitigate his current shortcomings. However, the only drawback was the absurd requirement for weapon repair. Repairing to 30, how much of the Forbidden Abyss would he need to absorb to achieve that? Su Chen pondered whether there were alternative methods for repair. For instance, could he utilize waste materials? The white weapons he had drawn, aside from the artifacts, were merely consumables. They served only to nourish more formidable weapons. If such a feat could be accomplished in the game, could it also be feasible in the museum? Ding. This curator function is not yet unlocked. Further exploration of the area is advised for future visits. Once again, it was Paimon's familiar response. Perhaps unlocking that function would occur in the River Realm, or it might be a matter of unlocking time pause or acceleration. Whether it was a fixed unlock or a lucky draw, Su Chen leaned towards the latter. Chapter 15. Does the Forbidden Abyss possess intelligence? The Dawn Bird. Ultimately, the pressing concern was to swiftly elevate his realm and activate more functions of the Seven Gods Museum. Additionally, he needed to expedite the repair of the Wolf's End. Aside from absorbing the Forbidden Abyss, swiftly defeating the mysterious entities was the only other option. However, these mysterious beings did not appear daily, typically emerging once every month or two. The next appearance in Songnan would likely involve the Nantua Serpent Demon. This serpent demon possessed formidable camouflage abilities, capable of swallowing living beings whole and implanting serpent seeds within them, turning their hosts into progeny and controlling their movements. In simpler terms, it was akin to the troublesome Li Yifei. When the time came, there would be a multitude of the Nantua Serpent Demon's progeny within the second high school, ample enough for him to slay to his heart's content. This would undoubtedly allow him to make significant progress in repairing the Wolf's End. Only by doing so could he obliterate the Nantua Serpent Demon's progeny once and for all. He certainly did not want his experience points to be snatched away by Hong Ying and her companions. With a clearer understanding of his strategy, Su Chen exited the museum to explore the exhibition hall and see what Zhao Kongqing was up to. To his astonishment, Zhao Kongqing was donned in a black tuxedo, dusting off the museum's forbidden artifacts. What on earth was going on? Old Zhao, where did you get that outfit? And what is the point of dusting these artifacts? Although Su Chen had brought Zhao Kongqing into the museum, he certainly hadn't intended for him to work for him. There was hardly any activity in the museum, and no visitors to attend to. This outfit was provided by the museum. Look, I even have a number on the back. Zhao Kongqing proudly pointed to his tuxedo, where a clear 001 insignia was displayed. Su Chen was taken aback, utterly baffled by the situation. He knew the museum was alive, but he had realized it had become this anthropomorphic, with Zhao Kongqing establishing a connection with it. Zhao Kongqing approached, joyfully patting Su Chen on the shoulder. You know, I've discovered that simply dusting these artifacts daily, while spending time near these divine weapons, actually enhances my mental fortitude. This is far superior to fighting out there. He had a fatherly look of pride as he beamed at Su Chen. Su Chen was momentarily stunned, standing before the artifact, the Wolf's End, with his palm resting against it for an extended period. He indeed sensed that prolonged contact with these divine weapons could elevate one's realm. This was an unexpected revelation for Su Chen, as he had never spent an extended period in the museum. Nevertheless, it seemed that the enhancement of mental fortitude was correlated with the number of forbidden artifacts within the museum. Currently, the quantity of artifacts was still insufficient, thus limiting progress. It was faster to slay the mysterious beings and absorb the Forbidden Abyss. This inadvertently opened up another avenue of thought for him. Perhaps he could also practice in the museum at night and train in close combat with Zhao Kongqing. Ding, one employee added. Employee, Zhao Kongqing, mid-stage Lantern Realm. Su Chen stared in astonishment at the sudden pop-up panel. Zhao Kongqing had truly become his employee? If the system acknowledged the concept of employees, did that imply he could recruit other souls in the future? However, wasn't the museum opposed to spirit entities? That would only leave one possibility. The souls could enter in the form of weapon spirits and merge with the weapons. That was quite intriguing. With an increased number of weapons, he could assign them to employees. This way, he could control multiple forbidden artifacts without lifting a finger. It was somewhat reminiscent of Li Pang, akin to the abilities of the Spirit Treasure Heavenly Sovereign. That was rather formidable. He considered himself an ultimate spendthrift player, even surpassing Lin Chiye, who seemed to have the game rigged. Just imagine the spectacle when the King's treasure was unleashed. Su Chen looked at Zhao Kongqing, excitement bubbling within him. Old Zhao, from now on, you shall be the commander of my museum S-800, 000 forbidden troops. Zhao Kongqing feigned indifference. but it was clear he was intrigued. Although he could not become a general while alive, perhaps in death, he could play the role of a living overlord. The two reached an agreement, their collaboration sealed in satisfaction. By the way, old Zhao, I've activated a new Forbidden Abyss. Let me demonstrate it for you. And you can assess its effectiveness. You unlocked a new Forbidden Abyss. Zhao Kongqing's jaw dropped, astonished enough to fit 3 eggs inside. Damn. It's infuriating to see someone else so fortunate. I risked my life to activate the Ghost God's recruitment to unlock the Forbidden Abyss. While it seems for Su Chen, it's as easy as buying in bulk. When did the Forbidden Abyss and forbidden artifacts become so affordable? Of course. Zhao Kongqing understood that this could be a unique effect for the artifact's owner. Such peculiar artifacts were exponentially superior to those found in Japanese or Western mythology. With that, Su Chen began to showcase his newly acquired Forbidden Abyss, Dawn, Firebird. He first utilized the Blade of Reverse Flame to activate the flames of the Wolf's End, and then summoned the Dawn Bird. At that moment, the heavy sword strapped to Su Chen's back underwent a transformation, seemingly imbued with life. As a magnificent firebird erupted from the sword, soaring into the sky, the firebird, exuding an aura of majesty and confidence, emitted a jubilant cry that echoed into the heavens. Its wings ignited with intense flames as it turned and charged towards Su Chen himself. Not me. Buddy, why are you coming for me? Su Chen felt the overwhelming heat, literally sweating bullets. The speed was beyond his ability to react. Just as the firebird was a mere foot away, it halted, gently tapping its beak against Su Chen's nose. Displaying an affectionate demeanor, Su Chen stood there, utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend why the fire element he summoned seemed uncontrollable, as if it possessed a life of its own. Zhao Kongqing was equally astonished. Did the Forbidden Abyss possess intelligence? This was utterly unscientific. It shattered his understanding of the world. After a brief moment of hesitation, Su Chen chose to summon the Dawn Bird again, eager to ascertain the true nature of this Forbidden Abyss. However, this time he did not use the Wolf's End, but instead gathered the fire element in the palm of his hand. A flicker of flame appeared, swiftly transforming into a diminutive firebird. Like a fledgling, it nuzzled against his cheek before perching atop Su Chen's head. Su Chen was somewhat astonished. This firebird seemed to resonate with his thoughts. He could command it with mere intention, sharing a vision with it. It was akin to a variant of the Anqing fish breed. After all, birds possess wings and can soar. Moreover, this firebird exhibited an offensive capability. How should he name it? A bird species? Never mind, that sounded rather unappealing. He would call it the Dawn Bird instead. Su Chen then experimented further, thoroughly comprehending this abstract realm of forbidden ground. In essence, he found he could manipulate any flame, transforming it into a bird that obeyed his commands. The fiercer the fire element, the larger the firebird became. Beyond its basic reconnaissance abilities, it could unleash explosive bursts, which was remarkable. Additionally, he could summon flames and utilize the firebird for ranged attacks. With an abundance of functionalities, this ability possessed an exceptionally high ceiling, requiring further development on his part. Chapter 16. Swordsmanship Sparring, Training with the Greatsword. The following morning, at the Peace Agency, Su Chen slowly pushed open the door, his face etched with exasperation. As he entered, he overheard an elderly lady conversing with Hong Ying. Indeed, animals can naturally pass away, which signifies your genuine affection for them. When Qima continuously echoed Hong Ying's sentiments. At that moment, Hong Ying suddenly noticed Su Chen, who appeared utterly disheveled, his hair resembling a wild explosion. Su Chen, what happened to you? Chirp chirp. The sound of crisp bird calls emanated from above Su Chen's head. Words fail to express. This morning, as he passed a breakfast vendor and observed the flames by the roadside, an idea struck him. He wished to experiment with the Dawn Bird to see if it would yield any peculiar effects. To his surprise, the blue flames from the gas stove on the street suddenly transformed into a little bird flying towards him. The noodle vendor stood dumbfounded, doubting her early morning perceptions. Su Chen, too, was taken aback, realizing how abstract this ability truly was. It longed to be a little bird with dreams. Following him closely as it perched atop his head, he felt both annoyed and helpless. It had flown to his head of its own accord, and now he had no idea how to accommodate it. At this moment, the little firebird flew out, circling the Peace Agency. Hong Ying, brimming with excitement, gently cradled the bird, kissing it fervently on her chest. Wow, this little bird is truly beautiful. What breed is it? The gas can breed. Huh? Hong Ying gazed at Su Chen in confusion, only then realizing he had misspoken. When Qima nodded in agreement, endorsing Su Chen's description. What Su means is that this bird has a slightly bluish hue, resembling the flames of a gas can. Yes, Su Chen quickly affirmed, astonished by how adept Wen Qima was at diffusing the situation. After a while, once the elderly lady departed, she held a cage containing the firebird summoned by Su Chen. If dreams can't be retained, then it comes with food and shelter. Farewell. Soon after, Lin Xie arrived. Upon entering, he was greeted with the sight of an elderly lady carrying a flame. For a brief moment, he suspected he had ingested some toxic mushrooms the previous night. After stepping inside, Su Chen winked at Lin Xie, subtly signaling him to keep this a secret, aware that the mortal realm could discern the essence of the firebird. Lin Xie was taken aback, never expecting Su Chen to be so resourceful. All right, now that both of you are here, go to the training grounds and find the captain. The month-long grueling training begins now, Hong Ying remarked with a smile. Thus, Su Chen led Lin Xie towards the backyard. Along the way, Lin Xie posed numerous questions. Yet Su Chen offered no clarifications. Xie, everyone harbors secrets. I hope for your understanding. Likewise, I shall not disclose yours. Lin Xie nodded solemnly. Recognizing that Su Chen had always protected him, whether as the Phantom or the Phantom King, and that was sufficient. As Su Chen stated, everyone possesses secrets. But that does not hinder friendships. At the training grounds, Su Chen was astonished to find that the area, previously scorched by him and Hong Ying, had been restored to its former state. At that moment, Chun Mai approached him and Lin Xie, while Zhao Kongqing handed Lin Xie the previously used starblade. Su Chen gazed expectantly at Chun Mai, curious about what he would receive. Chun Mai awkwardly cleared his throat and quietly said, You already possess a divine artifact. We have nothing superior to offer you. However, I must caution you that it is wise to keep your wealth hidden. Having forbidden items is advantageous. But do not reveal too much, lest you attract ill-intentioned individuals. Regarding your sword, we have not reported it to the Night Watch headquarters. Please use it sparingly. I fear. Chen Mai's words trailed off. Su Chen understood the implication. The Night Watch was not a monolith. If they discovered he possessed another quasi-artifact, it would be challenging to explain human nature. Moreover, with deities watching closely, it was prudent to maintain a low profile until he matured. Chen Mai had voluntarily concealed this from others, for which Su Chen felt grateful. All right, there remains a month until the Night Watch's training. We will commence special training now. Chen Mai had already arranged exclusive courses for Su Chen and Lin Xie. In the morning, the two would practice swordsmanship and saber techniques with Chen Mai. In the afternoon, train in utilizing the forbidden ground with Wen Qima, and in the evening, practice firearms with Lang Xian. Su Chen, you've trained with Hong Ying. Demonstrate. Of course. Without employing the divine artifact, Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle, then retrieved two white-quality training great swords from the museum, one for himself and one for Chen Mai. After all, these were as common as cabbages and quite inexpensive. They were likely forbidden items of the free space category, although the Bailey family was mass-producing them. They were still costly. Moreover, the heavy swords Su Chen produced were also forbidden items, 2 in total. Chen Mai frowned as he accepted Su Chen's weapons, feeling slightly relieved. Thankfully, they were merely 2 ordinary forbidden items. Otherwise, he would have lost his mind. Training great sword, amplitude, weapon attack power increased by 15, strength consumption increased by 15. Wait, a rookie can wield 2 forbidden items with ease? Is this reasonable? After all this, Su Chen turned out to be the richest second-generation heir. Chen Mai chose to take the training greatsword, as weapons of equal caliber would maximize training effectiveness. All right, let us begin. With Chen Mai's command, Su Chen, brimming with confidence, hefted the training greatsword, only to trip and fall. Why is this great sword so heavy? Chen Mai rolled his eyes. What do you think it's called? A great sword? At that moment, Su Chen realized he had been overly reliant on Wolf's End. His foundational strength was weak. Revealing his physical shortcomings with such inferior equipment, Su Chen gripped the great sword anew, this time utilizing both hands for support. With steady strides and commendable speed, the heavy sword ablaze with fire carved marks upon the floor, exuding an unmatched aura. Reverse flame blade. Charge. The surging heat wave astonished Chen Mai, rivaling Hong Ying's rose fire feather garment. He had not anticipated Su Chen's growth in such a short span. Moreover, wasn't Hong Ying saying this kid was merely at the illusory realm? How had he shot up to the pool realm? The intelligence was faulty. Hong Ying had deceived him. Chen Mai raised the great sword, skillfully blocking Su Chen's explosive strike, then advanced with a thrust aimed at Su Chen's lower regions. Although Chen Mai was not a swordsmanship master, like Zhao Kongqing, he was well versed in various weapons. Su Chen had no time to defend. This inferior weapon was too cumbersome. I said stop. Traditional martial arts emphasize restraint. Su Chen quickly pleaded, fearing for the little bird's safety. Chen Mai wore a smug grin as he patted his shoulder. While wielding a heavy sword with great flair, he reminded his companion, one must pay heed to both defense and counterattack. Continue your studies. The art of swordsmanship is boundless. Throughout his speech, his hands were clasped behind his back, concealing the pain he had just endured in his palms. Had he not discreetly employed a modicum of mental energy, he would have been disarmed by Su Chen's earlier strike. Beep. Wolf's End repair rate, 163. Su Chen chuckled, realizing that their captain was not as carefree as he appeared. He must extract more of the captain's mental energy for his own advantage. Chapter 17, Chunmai, the Black Wuchang, the strength of the river realm, terrifying indeed. During the intermission, Su Chen sipped water in the audience and observed Lin Chiya being soundly defeated by Chen Mai, who wielded his sword with fervor. Hong Ying, watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Haha, you made the captain resort to using mental energy. He seems rather displeased, chasing after Lin Chiya to deliver more punishment. To be frank, in the past, when Hong Ying sparred with Chen Mai, she was just as flustered as Lin Chiya was now. At that moment, she quietly scrutinized Su Chen. For him to force Chen Mai to tap into his mental energy during their first training session was unprecedented within Team 136. It occurred to her that she had no idea when Su Chen advanced to the pool realm. It seemed to have happened after the Ghost Face King incident. Hong Ying pouted, feeling a twinge of discomfort. She had always considered herself a senior to Su Chen, yet it appeared he was on the verge of surpassing her. Once filled with pride, believing she was the main combat force of Team 136, she now realized her arrogance. Feigning interest in Lin Chiya, Su Chen felt somewhat uncomfortable under Hong Ying's unwavering gaze. Sister Hong Ying, do I have a mosquito on my face? Hong Ying said, her cheeks slightly flushed. I just wanted to ask why your mental energy is increasing so rapidly. I've been stuck at the late stage of the pool realm for ages. It's 99 effort and sweat, with a sprinkle of technology. The heavens reward diligence. Su Chen shrugged nonchalantly. Hong Ying raised an eyebrow, looking at him incredulously. Do you think I'm foolish? Among Team 136, she was the most diligent and disciplined, never pausing even for a moment. Even her villa was devoid of extravagant decorations. A constant reminder to herself not to succumb to materialism. If hard work were the ultimate solution, even a mule could become a deity. Seeing the expectant look on Hong Ying's face, Su Chen quickly changed the subject. Hong Ying huffed softly, resolved to have Su Chen reveal the secrets to rapidly advancing in cultivation. She would not let this opportunity slip away. Su Chen felt a wave of despair. He had no effective means of improving mental energy. It was all about spending money on enhancements and gear. In truth, he was merely a novice with a combat strength of 5. However, Hong Ying persisted in seeking his guidance, prompting Su Chen to toss aside a useless blue-quality white spear. All right, it's my turn to spar with the captain. Hong Ying stood puzzled for a moment before silently picking up the white spear from the ground. What is so special about this spear? Upon grasping the weapon, she was taken aback. Whoa, another forbidden item. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she twirled the spear, marveling at its smoothness. The quality of this forbidden item was simply extraordinary. Previously, she Novelli believed that complaints about weapons being unwieldy were mere excuses. If one was lacking, they blamed the weapon. The difference was clear. Much like in shooting games, different skins offered varying sensations. Moreover, the attributes of this forbidden item perfectly complemented her rosefire feather garb. Sharpness could concentrate elemental energy at the spear's tip, amplifying the attack power of her rosefire feather garb significantly. Wielding the spear with delight, Hong Ying waved it towards Su Chen, calling out, "Go, Su Chen. You must defeat the captain." She even formed a heart shape with her hands. Witnessing this, Su Chen couldn't help but grimace. Oh no. The captain is going to annihilate me. Yet, on the bright side, it would force Chen Mai to exert more mental energy. As for the white spear, its average quality and performance offered him no aid. Besides, only Hong Ying from Team 136 used a spear, making it perfectly suited for her. Consider it an apology for the last time. Chen Mai paused, exuding an aura of menace. That little cotton-padded jacket. He felt like a furious father whose daughter had been swept away by a rogue. Lin Chiya sensed the oppressive aura gathering around him and shivered. His mundane divine realm revealed a phantom of Chen Mai bearing the weight of a Yama palace, looming ominously. The captain's rage was truly terrifying. Su Chen, may fortune favor you. Feeling the immense pressure, Su Chen's heart raced, though the others in the team may not recognize it. He was acutely aware that this was Chen Mai's forbidden domain, the Black Wuchang. As a former leader of the Night Watch in the capital city, the Black Wuchang could sever souls, a truly fearsome power. Forbidden Domain Sequence 037, second only to the Divine Void's Black Wuchang. Su Chen, draw forth your artifact, and I shall enhance your training. Is refusal an option? No. Su Chen was both anxious and exhilarated. Wolf's End, sensing the presence of the Black Wuchang, surged with Forbidden Domain mental energy. Yet, he remained unperturbed, knowing that Chen Mai would not deliver a fatal blow. Su Chen hoisted Wolf's End onto his shoulder, channeling fire elements into the reverse flame blade. Here we go. He moved with agility, wielding Wolf's End as if it were an extension of himself. This legendary skin enhancement was 1,000 times superior to training with the ordinary great sword. In a heartbeat, He closed the distance to Chen Mai, a grin on his face. I'll also execute a step-up thrust. How will you respond? But in the next moment, he was met with a swift blow. Chen Mai placed a foot on Wolf's end and delivered a powerful punch. Simple yet effective. Su Chen hastily raised his sword to block. But the force sent him crashing into the wall of the training arena. Damn it, my insides feel like they've been rearranged. I nearly lost my composure. The might of a River Realm master was indeed terrifying. I did my best. Even among the same realm, there are disparities. The Ghost Face King pales in comparison to a single hair of Chen Mai. After all, Chen Mai had been at the River Realm for a decade. Had he not suppressed the World Annihilation Divine Domain 008, Shiva's grudge, with forbidden domains, he would have long since reached Klein. The pain was excruciating. A torment that resonated deep within his soul. The Black Wuchang directly attacked the spirit. Su Chen staggered to his feet, using Wolf's End for support. Had it not absorbed most of the Black Wuchang's energy, he would have been down for the count. Expelling a breath of rancid air, he resembled a hunting wolf. Exhilarated as he glared at Chen Mai raised an eyebrow slightly. Although he had restrained his power, his punch could still inflict spiritual harm. Logically, Su Chen should have been unconscious by now. He had intended to temper Su Chen's arrogance but was surprised by his resilience. If one punch was insufficient, then two it shall be. Chen Mai launched an offensive. Ha! Su Chen desperately lifted Wolf's End, seeking refuge behind the heavy sword. Are you disregarding martial ethics? Ambushing a little comrade like me? Is that acceptable? Just as he finished his complaint, Chen Mai shattered his defense. Hey, you've got quite the endurance. I'm sorry, Captain, please spare me. Su Chen cried out, only to receive a barrage of blows. Please, I beg you. Beep. Wolf's End repair rate, 182. Oh. It can be done this way too. No mercy, Captain. Unleash your wrath upon me. Chapter 18. The Training Task of the Forbidden Ruins Cooking Over Fire. Chen Mai was somewhat astonished. Had he inadvertently awakened some peculiar attribute in Su Chen? Ha. Perhaps I have finally found an opportunity. Dawn Bird, ignite. As Chen Mai pondered, Su Chen seized the moment, tightening his grip on the Wolf's End and launching a fatal strike. Chen Mai was taken aback by Su Chen's sudden ferocity, quickly retaliating with a punch. Captain, I refuse to submit. You interrupted my skill casting. In a life-and-death struggle. Who waits to accumulate their ultimate move? Do you think this is an animated series, where invincibility exists? Chen Mai retorted with annoyance. The moment Su Chen activated the Forbidden Ruins, Chen Mai sensed an overwhelming danger that could not be reckoned with. Otherwise, he would not have forcibly interrupted Su Chen's skill animation. If even he, from the Sichuan realm, felt threatened, had Su Chen's flame control ability reached such terrifying heights? As for how to control the Forbidden Ruins, it would be better to leave that to Wenqima to teach these two youngsters. Su Chen lay on the training ground, howling in pain, faring worse than Lin Qiye had moments before. Lin Qiye approached, a peculiar expression on his face as he regarded Su Chen. I didn't expect you to have such a peculiar hobby. Your circle is truly chaotic. 7 nights, let me explain. Hong Ying squatted beside Su Chen, gently applying ointment. All right. An explanation is merely a cover-up. We shall keep your secret. Su Chen's predicament deepened, as he was clearly viewed as a pervert by the members of Team 136. He was at a loss for words at this point. Even jumping into the Yellow River would not cleanse his name. Well, if I am a pervert, then so be it. After the intense battle with Chen Mai, his Wolf's End repair rate had astonishingly reached 19. Moreover, he felt a surge of spiritual energy. It was as if he were on the brink of breaking through to the mid-stage of the Pool Realm. If he endured a few more blows, a transformation was certain. His resilience was commendable. He aimed to accumulate more repair points before attempting the Wishing Pool once more. Perhaps he might draw another divine artifact. Of course, his current repair points were insufficient. He needed to gather more before daring to engage in a grand endeavor. The notion of obtaining a single draw was but a fanciful dream. The morning passed in a blur. The training ground was filled with incessant cries of anguish. In the afternoon, when Chimo reclined in a rocking chair, listening to the joyous wails from next door, he glanced at the time, and indeed, 2 bandaged mummies approached him. When Chimo gasped, how on earth did you get wrapped up like Zongzi? Su Chen and Lin Qiye simultaneously turned to Hong Ying. Hong Ying scratched her head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Oh, it's Hong Ying? That makes sense. I thought Xiao Nan's techniques had deteriorated. Hong Ying delivered a playful punch to Wenqima's head, and then pretended to have urgent business to attend to. Wenqima tidied his hairstyle and looked at the two who could still move normally, surprised. You two practiced with the captain? Yes. Your talents are quite impressive. Wenqima vividly recalled his first day in Team 136, when he was utterly defeated by Chen Mai. It was Hong Ying who had carried him to the infirmary. All right, let us proceed to the Forbidden Ruins laboratory for class. Inside the Forbidden Ruins laboratory, Su Chen and Lin Qiye demonstrated the Forbidden Ruins as required. Lin Xie showcased the mundane divine domain without utilizing Nixus's abilities, while Su Chun revealed the reverse flame blade, concealing his other powers. Lin Xie's training was straightforward, evading bullet attacks in the laboratory, as his mundane divine domain allowed him to perceive every object clearly. Su Chen's training, however, was rather peculiar. He was tasked with cooking. In the kitchen, Su Chan grumbled as he tended to the fire. When Shima chuckled, "Your task today is to cook a large pot of rice. This will train your control over flames." Su Chen silently rolled his eyes. Indeed. Those with squinty eyes have ill intentions. Why was he assigned to cook? To be honest, when Shima truly thought this way, Su Chun inadvertently revealed the truth. At that moment, Chenmai entered the kitchen, smiling knowingly at Su Chen. "Hurry up and stoke the fire. Look at you, the water isn't even boiling." Su Chen spent the entire afternoon fueling the flames, feeling as though he might exhaust himself. However, he did glean some insights. For instance, at the early stage of the pool realm, the flames he released reached an impressive temperature of 600 degrees Celsius, tripling what he had achieved before. Yet, the duration was rather short, lasting no more than 20 minutes. When Shima sat nearby, grinning, "A man cannot say he cannot do it." Su Chen, fueled by determination, reignited the flames with the reverse flame blade. This time, he managed to bring the water to a boil before he faltered. "Less guidance. Keep it up, young man." When Shimo remarked before leaving the kitchen to supervise Lin Xie, "Ignite my little universe." Su Chen unleashed his potential once more, sustaining it for another 10 minutes. Truly, he had depleted every ounce of spiritual energy within him. Feeling helpless, he hurried to recover while the water was still warm and continued feeding the fire. He was resolute. He would not be defeated by something as trivial as cooking. Time ticked away, and soon it was evening. In the activity room, Chenmai, donning an apron and gloves, approached the table with a fragrant bone soup, gently placing it down. "Gulyalu." Hong Ying's eyes widened, swallowing hard. It was evident to all that this was prepared specifically for Lin Xie and Su Chun. At that moment, Si Xiaonan gazed longingly at the ribs, nearly drooling. "We must wait for Lin Xie to finish class," Chenmai declared solemnly. "Well, what about Su Chen?" Wu Xiangnan inquired, puzzled. Just then, Su Chen emerged, carrying a fragrant bowl of rice. He had drained all his spiritual energy and could barely lift it. Hong Ying stared at Su Chen in shock, her expression resembling that of a transcendent master. "My heavens, Su Chen, what have you become?" Su Chen adopted a sage-like demeanor, promptly seating himself at the chair. He no longer wished to explain, only pondering the truths of the universe, the mysteries of time travel, the existence of extraterrestrial life. Why the big bad wolf could never catch the sheep, and why SpongeBob resided in the ocean. Chenmai felt a sense of relief. Su Chen had indeed managed to cook the rice. He patted Su Chen on the shoulder, pleased. "You did well. From now on, the cooking will be entrusted to you." Su Chen felt like he was being drained dry. However, upon sensing his spiritual energy, he realized it had indeed thickened somewhat. Moreover, his control over the flames of the Forbidden Ruins had become more enduring. It appeared that the continual consumption and replenishment of spiritual energy were essential for swiftly mastering the Forbidden Ruins and enhancing his spiritual capacity. Naturally, if it were cooking, the control over the flames would need to be even more refined. For the sake of becoming stronger, he was determined to push through. The once handsome young man had been transformed into a martial arts panda. In comparison, Su Chen felt that when Shima was rather benevolent. Nighttime. In the shooting range. Chapter 19. The Role of Ranged Artifacts, SOAR, Dawn Warplane. Within the shooting range, Lang Xian was elucidating the fundamentals of firearms. The gun is swift beyond 7 steps. Within 7 steps, it is both fast and accurate. Following this, Lang Xian instructed Su Chen and Lin Xie to undergo shooting tests. First, they aimed at a standard 50-meter target, both missing their shots. Lang Xian's expression darkened. Next was a 30-meter target. Lin Xie missed again, while Su Chen, to his astonishment, hit the mark. His face lit up with excitement. This was his first experience handling a gun across 2 lifetimes, and he had scored a hit. Could it be that I am truly a genius? What does Teacher Lang say? Do I possess exceptional talent? Lang Xian appeared furious, pointing at Lin Xie's target and then at Su Chen's. What talent do you think you possess? You have completely missed the target, and yet you dare to speak. Cold Xian, with a face devoid of hope, cradled his head in despair. How on earth could he instruct this duo of talents? As the former champion of the Night Watchman's training camp in long-range shooting, he had never encountered such dismay. Lin Xie fared slightly better, at least managing to hit targets accurately within 10 meters. However, Su Chen was beyond salvation, unable to even hit a target at that distance. Su Chen blinked innocently, a look of bewilderment on his face. It was not entirely his fault. His eyes had learned the technique, but his hands seemed to have a mind of their own. He then pulled out an apprentice's notebook from the museum. eager to see if the forbidden objects within could yield some success. The last time he used this item, he had been quite adept at slaying the Demon King. Lin Xie was taken aback, wondering why Su Chun had produced a book. Could it be another forbidden object? He scanned with his mundane divine domain and discovered, to his astonishment, that it indeed was a forbidden item. How could Su Chun possess such wealth? Not only did he have a forbidden object for close combat, but also one for ranged attacks. One could only wonder if he might even have a forbidden object capable of teleportation or immunity to mental attacks. Lin Xie felt a twinge of envy. Although he owned a mental asylum and could procure forbidden items in bulk, he had always lacked a decent weapon. Determined to acquire a blade from Su Chun, he hoped to invest some money. Meanwhile, Cold Xian, a master of firearms, had already uncovered the secret. The book was a ranged forbidden object. He had heard from Hong Ying about the sheer number of forbidden items Su Chun possessed, but he had not anticipated it to such an extent. He had lost count of how many this was. Nevertheless, even with the enhancement of forbidden objects, it was futile if one could not aim accurately. Common ranged forbidden items merely infused spiritual energy for shooting. Shooting is a sensation, an art. Art is sublime. Art cannot be supplanted by technology. Holding the apprentice's notebook, Su Chun infused it with fire elements and aimed at a target 50 meters away. With a whoosh, a small flame shot off course. Please don't go astray. Turn back. Su Chun silently prayed for a miracle. The small flame transformed into a dawn bird, curving gracefully in midair before incinerating the target. Cold Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. How could his bullets bend like that? Is this even logical? While gunplay exists, it requires rapid wrist movements and only slight adjustments to the bullet's trajectory. What Su Chun had just executed had veered so far off course. It resembled a miraculous 90-degree turn. Surprised, Su Chun did not anticipate the dawn bird to activate on its own. His words had been interpreted as commands. He had not realized the dawn bird possessed such utility. Now, even his haphazard shooting could hit the target. After all, he could control the dawn bird, which inherently provided navigation. Point and shoot. How convenient. The dawn bird had effectively compensated for Su Chun's shortcomings in ranged combat. When the time came for the snake demon incident, he would not have to chase down his foes with a sword, one swing at a time. To absorb all the experience, he still needed to train diligently. Cold Xian was utterly astonished by Su Chun's outrageous feat. He could hardly believe such forbidden objects existed in the world. Frankly, how could one teach a player who relied on such pay-to-win mechanics? At this moment, Lin Xie approached Su Chun, intending to purchase a weapon. Su Chun was momentarily confused. The museum housed only mundane supplies, hardly any useful forbidden items. He casually handed Lin Xie a blunt sword, saying, I have no knives, just this sword to make do. How much do you think it's worth? Just offer whatever you feel is right. Cold Xian observed the transaction with keen interest. Lin Xie, uncertain of the price, turned to Cold Xian for guidance. Cold Xian weighed the blunt sword in his hand and infused it with spiritual energy. Efficiency. Infusing the weapon with spiritual energy will return 20 of the energy. Cold Xian instantly grasped the function of this forbidden object. It could enhance sustained combat. Although it only returned 20, the longer the battle persisted, the more pronounced the effect would become. It was an exceptionally high-quality, fundamentally functional forbidden object, ideal for novices. This craftsmanship did not appear mass-produced. Rather, it seemed suitable for beginners. I would estimate the price to be around 50,000. Both Lin Xie and Su Chun gasped in shock. What? 50,000? A weapon of such poor quality can sell for that much? This is faster than robbery. Su Chun felt utterly stunned. Weapons of a slightly better caliber, like the alley flash, could fetch over 1 million. Even the white tassel spear in Hong Ying's possession might be worth several 100,000. No wonder Hong Ying had seemed gentler since that day. She hadn't chased him down for a beating during training. The thought of the 5 apprentice notebooks he had exploded against the Demon King made his heart ache. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Xie shook his head and decided against it. He truly did not have that kind of money. Even if he did, he felt it would be better spent on his aunt, allowing Yang Jin to improve their living conditions. Su Chun insisted on thrusting the blunt sword into Lin Xie's hands, urging him to keep it for now and pay him back later when he had the funds. Lin Xie, adhering to his principles, declined to accept it, not wishing to owe Su Chun any further favors. The incident with the Demon King had left him feeling guilty over Zhao Kongqing's demise. Understanding Lin Xie's character, Su Chun did not press the matter. Cold Xian, would you like one? Cold Xian gazed at Su Chun with a mournful expression, patting his empty pockets as if to say, do I look like a wealthy person to you? 2 weeks quickly passed. In the morning, Su Chun practiced sparring with Chen Mai. In the afternoon, he assisted Chen Mai with cooking. As for Cold Xian's lessons, only the unfortunate Lin Xie remained ensnared in the grueling shooting drills. Su Chun's swordsmanship and physical prowess had dramatically improved. He could now wield the previously cumbersome great sword with one hand. Chen Mai was increasingly astonished by Su Chen's swordplay, which bore a faint resemblance to Zhao Kongqing's style. Within the museum, Zhao Kongqing had imparted his knowledge generously to Su Chen, the only living being with whom he could communicate. Regardless of the foundational combat techniques he had learned in the military, he taught them with meticulous care. He initially intended to pass on his sword techniques to Su Chen, but soon realized the lad was woefully inexperienced, only proficient with a two-handed sword. This left Zhao Kongqing speechless. To truly learn swordsmanship, Su Chen would need to seek guidance from the sword saint of the Great Xia. However, he did manage to teach Su Chen the foundational techniques of swordplay: chopping, drawing, lifting, blocking, thrusting, and pressing 13 essential forms. Zhao Kongqing was pleased to see Su Chen's rapid progress. The great sword had been transformed into a one-handed weapon. As for the training regimen Zhao Kongqing devised for Su Chen, it was straightforward. He needed to build his physical strength. The essence of wielding a great sword lies in its seeming simplicity, excelling in defensive counterattacks and explosive combat. To unleash the true power of the great sword, one must develop their muscles. Su Chen had also internalized about 80 to 90% of Zhao Kongqing's sword techniques. Now, without utilizing forbidden items, Su Chen could stand toe-to-toe with Chen Mai's sword skills. However, whenever he employed forbidden items, he would invariably end up being soundly thrashed by Chen Mai. Yet, Su Chen reveled in the experience, having grown accustomed to the sensation of being molded by the black-faced specters. To his surprise, the recovery rate of his wolf's endowment had soared to 20. However, Su Chen was puzzled. His cultivation remained stuck at the early stage of the pond realm, clearly just a step away from a breakthrough. According to Chen Mai, his prior rapid ascension had been too swift. It was now time to solidify his foundation. A slower pace might be beneficial. Su Chen pondered this notion, finding it somewhat reasonable. One must note that Lin Xie, despite his pay-to-win advantages, progressed slowly. Yet he could effortlessly slay mysterious foes as if they were mere vegetables. Now that was what one might call a true cheat. Although Su Chen's total mental capacity has not significantly advanced, he can sense a remarkable improvement in its quality. For instance, while preparing a meal for Chen Mai, the temperature can now soar to over 700 degrees Celsius. Furthermore, during the cooking process, he can precisely control the heat with an error margin of only 25 degrees. His mastery over the fire element has reached new heights. Su Chen now leads a fulfilling daily life, whether he is on the path of training or cooking. At night, he continues to lift weights, sculpting a lean physique. However, to the untrained eye, he still appears as an ordinary youth, with little indication of his muscle development. Fitness is a gradual process. Physical transformation does not occur overnight. Su Chen finds himself pondering the challenges ahead while lying in bed. The imminent Nantua snake demon incident looms, and he contemplates how to maximize his experience during this event. Chapter 20. Mysterious Reappearance, Sudden Incident at Second High School. The core of the Nantua snake demon is an experience package he cannot consume. Li Yifei is an exceptionally vital caregiver at Lin Xie's hospital, designated as number 001. If Li Yifei is absent, the storyline will dramatically shift, causing him to lose significant informational advantages. Currently, Li Yifei remains unaware that he is a minor snake demon. His initial act of luring the phantom face man to him was likely unintentional. Without the core experience of the Nantua snake demon, and with over 60 offspring to contend with, he finds himself at a disadvantage. After all, the Nantua snake demon is merely in the mid to late stages of the pool realm and is still underage. While the offspring of the snake demon may only be at the lantern realm, their sheer numbers are formidable. If he can eliminate these offspring, advancing to the mid-pool realm will be entirely feasible. The wolf sin could also enjoy a hearty feast, with a conservative estimate of restoration exceeding 25. He desperately needs the new ability, Wings of Meltdown, which allows the fire element to transform into the wings of an immortal phoenix, facilitating swift flight. Moreover, he must hasten his advancement to unlock the next functionality of the museum. Both functional abilities and the expansion of the museum's capabilities are crucial. He must unlock the second divine artifact, the Converging Spear, as it is the sole means to reconstruct his body. Morix, the oldest deity in Teyvat, must have left behind a method for body reconstruction. The date for the Night Watch training camp is rapidly approaching. A year from now, the ancient god cult will unleash chaos in Songnan. He must ensure he possesses at least the capability to escape, with Lin Xie alone as a divine agent. The emergence of a Klein, coupled with his status as an artifact bearer, poses a significant threat. The possibility of deities appearing is not to be dismissed. The allure of divine artifacts is irresistible. No deity can withstand such temptation. If he were to be captured, there would be no hope for escape. By the way, it seems he will soon be able to make a tenfold wish draw again. The last lottery was before the Phantom Face King, when the Wolf's End restoration was merely at 14. Should he hoard a bit more before making the draw? Perhaps not. He should seize the chance to make the tenfold draw. What if the converging spear appears early? Coincidentally, he also wishes to acquire another batch of prohibited items, which he can sell to others during the training camp, allowing him to make a substantial profit. A sleepless night passes. Morning arrives. As Su Chen and Lin Qiye arrive at the Peace Affairs office, they notice Hong Ying's anxious expression as she watches them. An incident has occurred. We are in a meeting. Both of you come over. Su Chen and Lin Qiye exchange surprised glances. Indeed, the mysterious event has descended. The trio pushes open the door to the activity room, where all members of Team 136 have gathered. Seeing everyone present, Chen Mai solemnly knocks on the table and begins to speak. Last night, we received new information. The mystery has emerged. The location is Songnan City Second High School. Second High School? Su Chen's face reveals shock, yet internally he feels exhilaration. Chen Mai looks towards Su Chen, nodding, then turns to Lin Qiye and earnestly states, "Indeed. The informant seems to be someone familiar to you." At that moment, Li Yifei slowly emerges from behind the door, rubbing his sleepy eyes as if just awakened. Upon seeing him, Su Chen strides forward and delivers a swift kick. "Li Yifei, you ran off last time just in time and nearly got me killed." Lin Qiye does not intervene. He shares Su Chen's sentiment regarding betrayal within their ranks. Even if one must flee, they should not lead monsters into the alley, causing them to be ambushed by the phantom face man and nearly face death. Li Yifei clutches his backside in pain, staring blankly at the two. "Su Chen, Lin Qiye, aren't you both supposed to be in the military and have dropped out? What are you doing here? Have you encountered monsters?" Su Chen dismisses him, urging Li Yifei to get to the point and not waste time with frivolous conversation. "All right, I'll summarize. Last night after school, I saw Lu Xiaoyan seducing the dean. Then Lu Xiaoyan transformed into a monster, devoured the dean, and regurgitated a duplicate of him." The monster didn't notice you?" Lin Qiye questioned skeptically. "No, I hid in the classroom and didn't dare to breathe." Li Yifei puffs out his chest, appearing terrified. Su Chen leans against the wall, silently observing Li Yifei's dramatic performance. He knows that Li Yifei is a snake demon, yet Li Yifei remains ignorant of his true identity, a fractured personality. Such a blend of truth and deception makes it exceedingly challenging to discern. Chen Mai looks at Wu Xiangnan, signaling him to share his thoughts. "From the information we have gathered so far, this mythical mystery possesses formidable camouflage abilities. It can not only transform into others, but also mimic human communication seamlessly." Wu Xiangnan speaks with a grave expression, acknowledging that such disguises are among the most difficult to manage. It feels akin to a zombie, with the potential for infinite infection. Hong Ying concurs. Though the means of infection differ, the outcome is indeed similar. Then we could just storm into the school and eliminate Lu Xiaoyan. Hong Ying's eyes light up, her fist ready for action. However, the question arises, who can confirm Lu Xiaoyan is the core? If they cannot handle the core, killing numerous offspring would yield no results. Lin Qiye interjects. At this moment, when Qima approaches, narrowing his eyes as he gazes at Li Yifei, Qiye is right. Our immediate priority is to eliminate the snake demon's mother body. Moreover, we should brace ourselves for the worst-case scenario. The entire second high school may have become a school of monsters. Li Yifei, it is possible you have unknowingly become one of them. Li Yifei jumps in surprise, hastily attempting to explain himself. Su Chen also chimes in, suggesting that they should confine Li Yifei and take him to the lab for examination. Li Yifei's face pales at the thought. Chen Mai gently pats Su Chen's shoulder and shakes his head. Enough with the scare tactics. We will split into 2 teams for investigation. Wu Xiangnan and I will go to Lu Xiaoyan's residence. When Qima, you will secure second high school while Lang Xian provides remote support. Hong Ying, you take Shonan, Su Chen, and Qiye to stealthily infiltrate second high school, and remember to act cautiously. At this moment, Su Chen glances at Li Yifei in the corner, a mischievous grin forming. "Captain, I strongly request that Li Yifei assist us. Only he has seen the monster's true form." "No, Su Chen, you rascal. How can an ordinary person like me help you?" Chen Mai smacks his forehead, suddenly recalling Li Yifei's presence. "Don't worry, if this operation goes smoothly, I will offer you a chance to join the Night Watch." "Really?" Li Yifei, still skeptical, agrees nonetheless. This, of course, is the greatest flaw in the plan. An ordinary person would never willingly engage in dangerous negotiations to join an organization of which they are entirely unaware. Su Chen jabs Lin Qiye in the side, signaling him with a glance. Lin Qiye shakes his head helplessly. He has already checked Li Yifei with the mundane divine realm, and indeed, he appears to be an ordinary person. Naturally, Su Chen only hints at the truth, not intending to expose Li Yifei's true identity. With so many experience packages at second high school, he would not let slip the chance to gain rewards. Killing the core without reaping benefits is not an option. To avoid appearing foolish, I felt compelled to remind Lin Qiye. 20 minutes later, 4 figures carrying boxes approached the entrance of the second high school. Their faces etched with worry. Su-chin, your school uniforms are utterly hideous. Hong Ying remarked disdainfully. The blue and white design isn't too bad. I wouldn't mind if they got dirty, and they even serve as a cushion to sit on. Su-chin shrugged off her criticism. Content with the loose fit of his uniform. Uniforms vary from person to person. I think Hong Ying and Xiaonan look quite good in theirs. Lin Chia chimed in with a smile. Indeed, it's delightful to hear you speak so nicely, Chia. Su-chin, take a leaf out of his book. Otherwise, you may find it hard to win my favor. Su-chin chose not to engage further, instead focusing on the school's perimeter, effortlessly vaulting over the wall. He then observed the structure of the school from his concealed vantage point in the bushes. To his knowledge, numerous serpent demon offspring were hiding in the girls' dormitory and the high school teaching building. However, a significant number of experienced packs were also present. Stemming from the flag-raising ceremony that morning, Su-chin knew he had to eliminate the threat in the dormitory swiftly, then seize control of the playground. And finally conquer the teaching building. The plan was flawless. Action. Chapter 21. The reappearance of the moon amidst darkness, dormitory inspection. At that moment, Hong Ying and Xiaonan skillfully scaled the wall, with Lin Chia trailing behind. Sister Hong Ying, I will search the administrative office in the boys' dormitory. It's highly likely that serpent demons have infiltrated the faculty. Su-chin eagerly volunteered, already assigning himself a task. Hong Ying nodded, recognizing the plausibility of his assessment. Be careful then, Xiaonan, and I will check the girls' dormitory in the arts building. Chia, you head to the teaching building to ascertain the number of serpent demons. And we will regroup afterward. Lin Chia, possessing the realm of mundane divinity, could easily discern the demons' disguises. Of course, Su-chin's elemental vision could also reveal their flaws. Given that the human body is predominantly composed of water, if a serpent demon were to eviscerate a human, it would leave only a hollow cavity. Under the scrutiny of elemental vision, it was evident that the demon lacked a vital element in its belly. Without further ado, Su-chin dashed towards the administrative office. Familiar with the layout of the second high school, Hong Ying and Xiaonan headed toward the girls' dormitory, while Lin Chia made his way to the teaching building. They communicated through earpieces, sharing intelligence. Upon reaching the teaching building, Su-chin employed his elemental vision to scan the entire structure, akin to a UV light sweeping for evidence. As long as there was movement, he could detect it, even through obstructions. This ability was not merely visual, it was a profound elemental sensing capability. At that moment, his scan revealed only 2 individuals on the 3rd floor, one likely a male teacher and the other a female student. Elemental vision could only reach this depth. Had it been Lin Chia's divine realm, he could have seen right through the building. Nevertheless, each ability possessed its unique advantages. Calling Sister Hong Ying. There are 2 individuals in the teaching building, suspected serpent demons. I will investigate. Understood. Xiaonan and I have discovered traces of serpent demons in the arts building and are heading to the girls' dormitory for further pursuit. Su-chin felt a surge of urgency. He hadn't anticipated the serpent demons would be so brazen as to entice. He needed to dispatch the demons in the teaching building immediately before transitioning to the girls' dormitory. Fortunately, the distance was manageable. Su-chin sprinted to the 3rd floor of the teaching building and burst into the teacher's office. There, he found the head of the department pinning Jiang Qian to the ground, preparing to administer a nucleic acid test. Help! Jiang Qian cried, tears streaming down her face. Su-chin couldn't help but chuckle, having realized that the head of the department was indeed a serpent demon. Jiang Qian seemed unharmed, but had he arrived any later, the situation would have been dire. The head of the department, irritated at being caught in the act, turned to reprimand Su-chin. Without hesitation, Su-chin drew his sword. A flash of light illuminated the corridor, and the head of the department fell to the ground. Ding! Restoration rate increased by 2. Wolf's end restoration rate at 202. Su-chin's eyes gleamed. He hadn't anticipated such a significant increase from a single kill. Simply slaying 10 would yield a 2 increase, and 20 would net 4. Even though the demand for restoration would rise later, the sheer numbers promised an excellent final outcome. Oh, this feels good. Su-chin, you've killed someone. Jiang Qian exclaimed in terror, clutching her head. Su-chin, uninterested in explaining, kicked the severed head towards her feet, which gradually transformed into a serpent's head before he incinerated it instantly. Jiang Qian panicked, unable to comprehend why so many memories were flooding back as she clung to Su-chin, who, in his haste to slay the monsters, had no time to ponder her presence in the office. At that moment, the earpiece buzzed with urgency. Li Yifei discovered numerous serpent demons shedding their skins in the girls' dormitory. We need to secure the area, Hong Ying urged anxiously. I'm on my way. Su-chin replied, quickly scooping up Jiang Qian as he leaped from the 5th floor, prioritizing her safety as he dashed away. Upon reaching the girls' dormitory entrance, Su-chin was stopped by the dormitory supervisor. Boys are not allowed in the girls' dormitory. Leave at once. Suchen, uninterested in a lengthy exchange, immediately recognized that the supervisor had transformed into a serpent demon. He summoned Wolf's End from the museum, swiftly ending her life. Her body contorted into that of a serpent demon, writhing in agony before her final gaze fixed on Suchen's retreating figure. Bewildered as to how this human could see through her disguise. With that resolved, Suchen employed his elemental vision to scan the entire girls' dormitory building. Confirming the locations of Hongying and Xiaonan, he ascended the stairs. Inspection. A girl cautiously opened the dormitory door, regarding Suchen with disdainful disbelief. Who let a boy in here? Don't you know this is the girls' dormitory? If you don't leave, we will call for help. Suchen glanced around the pastel-colored dormitory and noted that this girl was the only one yet to transform into a serpent demon. How fortunate, he mused. Stepping inside to confront 3 serpent demons lounging on the beds. Reverse flame blade. With a single stroke, the dormitory erupted into flames. The girls shrieking as they metamorphosed into serpents, fighting for their lives. Suchen stood at the doorway, dispatching them with ease, as if playing a lawn-mowing game. One by one, they fell. The sole surviving girl, overwhelmed by terror, fainted. Suchen wasn't concerned that these students would awaken and expose the night watchman. As this time, Chenmai had activated the forbidden item, Dream Whisper, which could cleanse memories. He glanced up the stairs and noticed that many serpent demons had sensed the death of their kin and were beginning to flee. Suchen hurriedly ascended, igniting Wolf's End, sealing off the entire hallway with flames. Fire! Fire! A chorus of girls screamed. Suchen remained unfazed by the flames endangering ordinary people, for he could now control the temperature of the fire at will. He began to purge the entire girls' dormitory, organizing the escape of the terrified occupants like a firefighter. As for those attempting to slip away amidst the chaos, Suchen intercepted them without mercy. With the flash of light from his sword, he commenced his assault on the serpent demons. I come to assist you. Zhao Kongqing's voice resonated from the museum. Through Suchen's vision, he discerned that the situation was dire. As a former member of Team 136, he felt compelled to intervene. Although Zhao Kongqing's soul could not leave the museum temporarily, he could manipulate the flash of light to alleviate Suchen's burden. Suchen welcomed the aid. For every mysterious kill contributed to the restoration of Wolf's End in the museum. Handsome, could you let us go? Pleaded some girls. Yes, the flames are so intense, please. If you let us out, we can do anything. They attempted to feign innocence, but to Suchen, they were merely experienced packs waiting to be collected. He licked his lips and replied, of course. A few serpent demons feigned allure, their eyes flickering with a cold glint, already poised for an ambush. Since they were willing to do anything, I commanded them to perish. Upon uttering these words, Suchen unleashed the flames of Wolf's End, instantly engulfing the 4 serpent demons. Despite their attempts to resist, Suchen wielded the alley flash, the blade of reverse flames. Fire elements surged into the sword, and a crescent-shaped scarlet sword aura pierced through the serpent demons, cleaving them into 5 segments. The power was truly terrifying. Alley flash. Forbidden Domain Sequence 083. Ultra-High Forbidden Domain. Annihilation Flashing Moon. Zhao Kongqing's exclusive Forbidden Domain. Chapter 22. Slaying the Serpent Demons on the Playground. Sniper ready. The entire girls' dormitory transformed into a sea of flames. One by one, the serpent demon offspring fell beneath the onslaught of Wolf's End. Hongying was pursuing the elusive serpent demon with Xiaonan on the rooftop when she suddenly sensed a familiar presence. Zhao Kongqing. However, the flames did not harm the dormitory's electrical circuits, nor did they set off the fire alarms. It was evident that this was the handiwork of Suchen. In an instant, he vanished without a trace. After a moment of hesitation, Hongying decided against pursuing him, as rescuing the students took precedence. This was the result of his training over the past fortnight. Arriving late, Hongying and Xiaonan found that Suchen had already begun to manage the battlefield, and they exchanged astonished glances. Over a dozen serpent demons within the dormitory had been completely dealt with by Suchen alone. Moreover, his mastery of the Forbidden Domain had advanced remarkably. Hongying wasted no time and hurried to carry some unconscious female students outside, while Xiaonan conducted physical examinations for them. Suchen kept an eye on the distant playground, acutely aware that the flag-raising ceremony was imminent. At this moment, Hongying approached him, a look of confusion on her face. Suchen, was that the annihilation flashing moon you just used with your sword? How does your forbidden item possess such capabilities? Realizing that Hongying harbored suspicions, Suchen quickly infused the blade of reverse flames with energy. The result was a red flame crescent. This is my forbidden item's domain. Although it is also the annihilation flashing moon, its effects differ. Hongying's eyebrows raised in surprise. This is outrageous. A forbidden item embodying Forbidden Domain Sequence 083, Ultra-High Forbidden Domain, Annihilation Flashing Moon. One must understand that the weapon, White Slaughter, of Sequence 061 is one of the prized treasures of the Bailey family. As an ultra-high danger forbidden domain, the sword in Su Chen's hand is certainly not inferior to that of the Bailey family. Hong Ying poked Su Chen's shoulder, a mischievous grin on her face. Are you truly not a love child of the Bailey family? Or have you perhaps pilfered from their forbidden domain museum? Su Chen raised his hands and feigned innocence. Is it so strange to possess a slightly more powerful forbidden item? Why does everyone assume I belong to the Bailey family? To be honest, Su Chen's alley flash, with its 3 domains and 1 sword, was a pseudo-artifact, not something the Bailey family's White Slaughter could compare to. The Forbidden Domain Museum made him chuckle. His 7 Gods Museum outshone it in every aspect. Ding ding. The school bell slowly rang. Su Chen gazed at the playground with fervor. Oh no. The flag-raising ceremony is about to start. Qi, you go to the playground and scout for the serpent demons. Su Chen, assist him. Hong Ying exclaimed. Alarmed at the sound of the school bell, communicating through her earpiece to Lin Qiyi. Xiaonan and I will search for the main serpent demon. You two be careful. Su Chen nodded, eagerly awaiting the task. Upon arriving at the playground, he discovered that Lin Qiyi had already reached the flag-raising platform. He had arrived a step too late. Climbing to the rooftop of a tall building, he retrieved his apprentice's notebook, aiming at the playground below. He could command the Dawn Bird to deliver precise strikes against the serpent demons below. However, he refrained from shooting immediately, for doing so would undoubtedly incite panic. If the serpent demon offspring became frightened and harmed innocent students, it would be disastrous. He was waiting for the signal from Captain Shenmai. Lin Qiyi, observing the scene below through the mortal realm divine domain, felt a shiver run down her spine. Sister Hong Ying, there are too many serpent demon offspring. I estimate that at least 60 students and teachers from the entire second high have been transformed into monsters. At that moment, Shenmai's voice crackled through the earpiece. We must sever the transmission from the infected families. We cannot provide support. I will have Lang Xian deploy the unrestricted domain. Remember, we cannot afford too many casualties. This time, you may go all out. This was precisely the encouragement Su Chen had been waiting for. Yet he still did not shoot. He awaited the unfolding of Lang Xian's green unrestricted domain. At this point, many classes had vacated the playground, leaving only a few stragglers lingering. Su Chen, using his elemental vision, quickly discerned that they were not human. Dawn Bird, fire. The chirps echoed as several fiery birds sped toward the serpent demons on the playground. Like a precise barret, each shot struck down a serpent demon. No, it was more akin to a barret that could curve its shots. Lang Xian suddenly looked up, quickly honing in on Su Chen's position with the instinct of a sniper. The chosen position was quite advantageous, reminiscent of his own past. At that moment, chaos erupted within the school. Su Chen understood that the serpent demons were communicating among themselves. They were about to begin a riot. Numerous serpent demons rushed out from the teaching buildings, sprinting toward the school gate. Su Chen smiled slightly, anticipating these live targets to emerge. With a swift motion, he fired. The playground was vast, and no serpent demon could escape his sniper's aim. However, the numbers of serpent demons were increasing, and Su Chen's shooting could not keep pace. This was not good. The serpent demons were sending forth so many offspring to ascertain his position. The cunning serpent demon was undoubtedly locking onto his location. After dispatching 7 or 8 serpent demons with his apprentice's notebook, Su Chen hurried to the teaching building. He dared not linger in one place. Upon reaching, he promptly assisted Lin Qiyi. 7 Yi, the serpent demons across the school have begun to riot. My strength exceeds yours. I will guard the teaching building. The school gate is of utmost importance. We must not allow other serpent demons to slip away unnoticed. I trust you to handle that. He knew he could not absorb all the experience available. It was better to secure the largest portion from the teaching building. Other areas required personnel to monitor, lest the serpent demons, in desperation, harm many students. Lin Qiyi understood Su Chen's arrangement. They were all working for the common goal of rescuing their classmates. Be careful. I will handle the school gate and come to support you. Rest assured, you know I have many trump cards. Su Chen replied confidently, patting Lin Qiyi's shoulder. Lin Qiyi's lips twitched as she glanced at Su Chen's alley flash. Indeed, who knew how many forbidden items he possessed? Even if he pulled out another artifact, she would not be surprised. Su Chen then tossed a blade without a sharp edge to Lin Qiyi, solemnly stating, "It's not very precious. Take it and play with it for now. We all need to survive, understand?" After a moment's hesitation, Lin Qiyi accepted the weapon. The two shared a resolute gaze, recognizing each other's determination. They were both children under Zhao Kongqing's protection. Now it was their turn to protect others. Deeply moved, Lin Qiyi clasped her fists in gratitude. Ding! Wolf's End repair rate 2399. Su Chen's lips curled upwards as he surveyed the teaching building with elemental vision. Chapter 23. Anqing Yu? This lad has quite the heavy theft aura. In the first and third-year teaching buildings, the serpent demon offspring were few, totaling only 7 or 8. In less than 10 minutes, Su Chun had cleared them all. The real disaster zone was undoubtedly the second-year teaching building. He carried Wolf's into the first floor of the teaching building. A brief scan with elemental vision revealed over 10 serpent demons on just one floor. The doors of each classroom were firmly shut, cluttered with miscellaneous items, while many students braced themselves at the entrances. Several classrooms had already succumbed, and the situation was dire. Su Chun tightened his grip on the alley's light, approaching the corridor with an air of calm. The serpent demons immediately took notice of this human. Lunging at him with ferocity, Su Chun made no unnecessary movements. He swiftly wielded his sword. With the reversed flame blade paired with the vanishing moonlight, he cleaved the entire corridor in two. Over a dozen serpent demons were instantly engulfed in flames. Without lingering, Su Chun ascended to the second and then the third floor. The second floor was also severely affected, teeming with numerous experience packs. However, a single swing of the vanishing moonlight and the crescent sky strike resolved the matter. The third floor, on the other hand, had only a few scattered serpent demon offspring. By the time Su Chun arrived, the classroom door was nearly breached. Many students had lost hope, and upon seeing Su Chun emerge unexpectedly, they shouted for him to flee. The serpent demon offspring, telepathically aware of Su Chun's previous triumph on the second floor, were prepared. The 3 serpent demons lunged at Su Chun from the ceiling. The classroom erupted in chaos, with none daring to witness Su Chun's demise. The audacity of this unexpected savior was commendable, yet his recklessness seemed certain to lead to disaster. Ignoring the ceiling, Su Chun nonchalantly formed a sword gesture and proclaimed, "With the winds at my back, I shall banish evil from this realm. Turn around, my dear." In an instant, a cold brilliance flashed, the alley's light sealing the demons' throats. The heads of the serpent demon offspring fell to the ground, leaving the students in awe. This was undeniably magnificent. Swordsmanship. Splendid. A cultivator. We are saved. Zhao Conching from the museum rolled his eyes. Damn, Su Chun is such a show-off, taking credit for what isn't even his own accomplishment. Remaining composed, Su Chun approached the serpent demon offspring, who recoiled in fear. Then, 2 of the demons leaped in unison, intent on swiftly ending Su Chun's life. With a sly grin, Su Chun braced himself against their impact with the wolf's end. He then sent the 2 serpent demons flying backward before counterattacking. The forceful slice. The wolf's end soared high, and Su Chun brought it crashing down. Flames roared, instantly obliterating the 2 demons. The students in the classroom were left dumbfounded, exclaiming in disbelief. Could there truly be a sword immortal in this world? Su Chun sheathed the wolf's end, ready to welcome the enthusiastic applause of his classmates. At that moment, however, the serpent demons struck back. Just then, Li Yifei and his team descended from the 5th floor, armed with benches and fire axes. Su Chun deftly sidestepped, causing Li Yifei to crash to the ground with a yelp. "Oh, Su Chun, you made it." Su Chun ignored Li Yifei and approached the door of Class 8. The barricades of desks and benches had been cleared, and a bespectacled boy curiously assessed him. "Are you a cultivator?" "No, I am merely a student from the 2nd school, named Su Chun." "And you are?" "I am in Qingyu." And Qingyu appeared quite excited, eagerly shaking Su Chun's hand. Realization dawned on Su Chun. This young man was in Qingyu, the brains of the Nightfall Squad, and also a shard of the key to the door. However, this young man seemed to possess some peculiar quirks. He wouldn't be. Su Chun's hand, which had just summoned flames, remained tightly held by Qingyu, whose eyes scrutinized the wolf's end in the alley's light. There was an unsettling air about him. Clearing his throat, Su Chun remarked, "I must be on my way. There are still serpent demons to deal with on the 4th and 5th floors. By the way, I have handled the monsters below. So you should organize your classmates to evacuate the school." For some reason, Qingyu's gaze sent a chill down Su Chun's spine. Li Yifei hurriedly followed him, and Qingyu trotted along behind. "Qingyu, where did the sword immortal go?" "Right. Damn, I just remembered, Su Chun is a student at our school. Could he be the hidden Dragon King of the Crooked Mouth? Let's make our escape. I trust in the strength of Su Chun, the Dragon King. So noisy. I just want to slice him open and observe. What do those treasures mean?" This world appeared far more intriguing than Su Chun had imagined, and Qingyu gazed at Su Chun's retreating figure, silently following behind. On the 4th floor, the number of monsters was greater, with approximately 7 or 8 remaining. Yet Su Chun effortlessly incinerated the serpent demons. As for the 5th floor, there was little to discuss. It had already been cleared by Li Yifei and his axe-wielding allies. Su Chun knew that the pressure on the 5th floor had been minimal from the start, with only a few serpent demons lurking. The Nantawa serpent demons had no intention of sending a large force to invade, as they sought to recruit Li Yifei into the Night Watch. Having slain 40 to 50 serpent demons in one go, Su Chun was severely fatigued. Ding! Repair Progress 1. Wolf's End Repair Progress 26. Throughout this journey, the system had been chiming, but he had no time to attend to it. Having vanquished so many serpent demon offspring, the repair progress was quite favorable. Initially, each kill would yield a 2 increase, but it gradually dwindled to 1. This was primarily due to the increasing demands of the Wolf's End. While the serpent demon offspring were merely fodder in the early stages of their realm, only 4 remained until the next ability, Wings of Incineration. Suchin clenched his fist, keenly sensing his heightened spiritual energy. It had surged beyond his previous levels. After the artifact's repair, it began to replenish his own energy. Suchin punched the air, faintly hearing the sound of slicing wind. Excellent. He had reached the mid-level of the pool realm. The higher his realm, the more formidable the enemies he could slay and absorb, providing a prime opportunity to accumulate repair progress. With this thought, Suchin stood up, only to find the entire class staring at him as if he were a rare creature. Suchin bore the Wolf's End silently, his stern demeanor radiating an aura that discouraged approach. Jiang Qian approached, hesitating to speak, ultimately settling for a simple thank you. Only Li Yifei continued to chatter incessantly. Suchin, do you think my performance qualifies me to join the Night Watch? And Qingyu, who had been observing quietly, perked up at this. Suchin pondered briefly before responding, perhaps. You performed commendably this time. It will be up to the captain's decision. Hearing this, Li Yifei was filled with uncontainable excitement. He could not fathom why, but he desperately wished to join the Night Watch as a superhero. Now that his goal had been achieved, he felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction, so joyous that he almost felt like devouring someone. Li Yifei was startled by this thought. Suchin had been silently observing Li Yifei, who had performed flawlessly as the second persona of the serpent demons. As the saying goes, to deceive the enemy, one must first deceive oneself. At that moment, Suchin suddenly recalled that a serpent demon offspring had seemingly been missed on the 5th floor. Hanruoro. Suchin began to head outside, with Li Yifei and Qingyu trotting closely behind. Li Yifei pointed to the adjacent sealed classroom, saying, there are also some classmates who appear to be infected. We aren't sure, so we should keep them contained for now. Chapter 24. The activation of the 5th persona. Summoning the Nantua serpent demon. Help. In the corner of the classroom, Hanruoro was delicately pounding on the door. Simultaneously, other suspected infected individuals were also locked inside. Ruorio. Don't be afraid. We are here for you. Li Yifei, you bastard. How could we possibly be serpent demons? Let us out. Several boys continuously reassured Hanruoro, all of whom were her devoted admirers. Thanks to Lu Yuan, the devoted admirer, not being at the second school, they had seized the opportunity to rise. These boys gazed into her pitiful eyes, feeling their hearts melt. Unbeknownst to them, in Hanruoro's eyes, they were merely sustenance. Ah, how secure you all seem. Unlike that faithless Lin Xie, Hanruoro playfully pounded her fists against the chests of several boys, utterly enchanting them. Suchin lingered by the window, quietly observing this scene. Indeed, without Lu Yuan, Li Yuan, and Sun Yuan, the devoted admirers never dwindle. This is quite amusing. Suchin chuckled to himself before forcefully kicking open the classroom door. He beheld Hanruoro, who was entangled with the boys, some even having removed their trousers, leaving him momentarily stunned. With a sly smile, he watched Hanruoro, who was hidden among the throng of men. Her eyes momentarily flashed with a cold glint, and she feigned innocence, saying, Suchin, you've come to rescue me. If it's you, I wouldn't mind. Suchin was left speechless, astonished that such words could be uttered. Behind him, Qingyu and Li Yifei looked on in shock, their mouths covered as they eagerly watched the unfolding drama. Suchin felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He had to admit, this serpent demon had indeed amused him. Hanruoro sensed that Suchin had no intention of letting her off easily, and that he possessed the ability to discern truth from deception. After a moment's hesitation, she transformed into a serpent demon, smiling as she fixed her gaze on Suchin. I am curious as to how you saw through my disguise. Perhaps we could have a proper conversation. Not of my kind. I shan't waste my breath. Suchin retorted, charging forward with a fierce, fiery assault. The serpent demon smirked, effortlessly lifting a pantsless admirer with one hand. At that moment, the surrounding admirers suddenly became aware of their predicament. The goddess had transformed into a serpent demon in the blink of an eye. They began to panic, fleeing wildly, but all were swiftly subdued by the serpent demon. If you kill me, I shall let them perish. Hanruoro, clever as she was, understood the value of hostages to humans. Suchin chuckled, undeterred, and accelerated his advance. Would using hostages compel the righteous hero to surrender? Suchin was not fooled. He doubted the serpent demon would dare to flee, even if the admirers were to perish. Their families would receive a banner honoring their valorous sacrifice. Suchin was merely acting in their best interests. The serpent demon's pupils constricted in shock. She had not anticipated Suchin's resolute actions. She abandoned her captives and shattered the classroom window, leaping out to escape. Su Chen promptly followed, leaping from the 5th floor in pursuit. Li Yifei, go down and rescue them. What has transpired? Su Chen's sudden appearance, sword in hand, was dazzling. He had vanquished all the monsters within the building. How remarkable was Su Chen? Who exactly was he? Li Yifei observed the girls around him, their eyes gleaming with admiration, and couldn't help but scoff. Why is everyone saying Su Chen is handsome? Am I not handsome? With the monsters vanquished, a sense of relief washed over everyone, and the girls eagerly discussed Su Chen. Just then, Teacher Wang approached them, solemnly declaring, no early romances allowed. At that moment, Lin Qiye had finished dealing with the serpent demon on the playground and was hurrying toward the 2nd floor. Just as he arrived, a serpent demon descended from above. Followed closely by Su Chen, Lin Qiye stood in astonishment. Wait, not only can a serpent demon leap from the 5th floor, but a mere human like Su Chen can do the same? Had his realm of power ascended? Lin Qiye attempted to intercept the serpent demon, but then he heard Su Chen shouting from afar, Qiye, move aside. This serpent demon's true form is extremely dangerous. Leave it to me. Lin Qiye was bewildered, unable to discern what was so special about this serpent demon. Yet, he trusted Su Chen's words. If even he found it troublesome, it must indeed be formidable. The fleeing serpent demon felt perplexed. I am the true form? Ha ha, how foolish. Luckily, Hanruorio remained in place, allowing these foolish night watchers to attack. When Su Chen saw the serpent demon no longer fleeing, he was infuriated. He did not wish for Lin Qiye to steal the experience. Path of Light, he commanded, unleashing a powerful sword strike that decapitated the serpent demon. Su Chen followed up by incinerating the corpse. The elemental power was absorbed and restored by his blade. Only Su Chen possessed the elemental vision to perceive this power. Lin Qiye's ordinary domain could not achieve such. Lin Qiye, filled with regret, looked at Su Chen. I am sorry, I did not foresee the strength of this serpent demon. It nearly escaped. Su Chen, unfazed, casually wrapped an arm around Lin Qiye's shoulder. No worries. I dispatched it with a single strike. Wasn't he impressive? Hearing this, Lin Qiye felt even more guilty. The force of Su Chen's earlier strike had been extraordinary, surely depleting much of his mental energy. Had it not been for concern for Lin Qiye's safety, he surely wouldn't have taken such a risk. Yes, my fault. Su Chen chuckled, offering no further explanation. Lin Qiye gazed at the incinerated serpent demon's remains, voicing his concern. Could it be that the true form of the serpent demon is truly dead? No, indeed, this is merely its 3rd persona, Hanruorio. To cover his earlier claim about stealing experience, Su Chen fabricated yet another identity for the serpent demon. What does it matter? After all, how many personas does the serpent demon have? I can create them as I wish. 5th persona activated. Su Chen shared his fabricated narrative with Lin Qiye, who listened in shock. He had slain 4 of the serpent demon's personas, now only the 5th remained to summon the true serpent demon. Lin Qiye felt a sense of mental overload, sensing something was amiss. After a moment of hesitation, he slowly inquired, and who is the 5th persona of the true serpent demon? Li Yifei. Su Chen feigned deep thought before arriving at this conclusion. The reasoning process might have been flawed, but as long as the answer was correct, that sufficed. Lin Qiye smacked his forehead in realization. Indeed, it must be Li Yifei. It all connects now. Chapter 25. Those not of my kind must harbor different intentions. Great divine bird. In the school auditorium, most of the students rescued from the 2nd floor were gathered, with a single passage guarded by the Axeman squad. Presently, the auditorium was filled with a cacophony of sounds, and Qingyu sat quietly behind the door, furtively observing Li Yifei's every move. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of 3 short and 1 long raps echoed. It was their previously established signal. Who is it? It's us, Su Chen and Lin Qiye. And Qingyu's eyes flickered as she turned to the door. Upon hearing Su Chen and Lin Qiye's names, the tension in the room dissipated, and they hurriedly opened the door for the two. Li Yifei rushed forward, asking, how is it outside? Is it safe now? We succeeded. We killed Hanruorio, who was indeed the true form of the serpent demon. Li Yifei exhaled a sigh of relief, smiling as he patted Su Chen's chest. Awesome. Sugu, you truly are our savior in times of crisis. At this, the entire auditorium erupted in cheers. However, upon further reflection, the gravity of the situation became chillingly apparent. Hanruorio had been the serpent demon's true persona lurking within their class. How terrifying. The admirers of Hanruorio felt a chill run down their spines. Indeed, being an admirer often led to dire consequences. They had nearly found themselves in a predicament akin to that of Su Xian. And Qingyu furrowed her brow, her small eyes filled with puzzlement. How does this differ entirely from my deductions? Yet, listening to Su Chen's nonsensical ramblings somehow felt somewhat reasonable. Moreover, Li Yifei displayed no signs of danger. Could it be that her reasoning had indeed been incorrect? At this moment, Li Yifei was ecstatic. bouncing around as he embraced Su Chen's shoulders, grinning broadly. My good friend. After my considerable efforts, is it permissible for me to join the Night's Watch this time? Certainly, but perhaps in your next life. Upon finishing his words, Su Chen struck first, catching Li Yifei off guard, delivering a punch that sent him crashing into the wall, a blow that left him unable to recover. The force of the impact was so tremendous that it left everyone in a state of bewilderment. Lin Xie, too, was taken aback, not expecting Su Chen to act with such decisiveness. He truly seemed unafraid of misidentifying the target. If it were not the serpent demon, would he not have harmed an innocent? Li Yifei tumbled out from the wall, struggling to rise from the ground, his expression one of utter shock. How is it that I am completely unharmed? Su Chen, Xie, I have awakened the forbidden abyss. Su Chen adjusted his hairstyle and performed Conan's iconic index finger gesture. The truth is singular. You are the true form of the serpent demon. Li Yifei, I can see at a glance that you are not human. With no further ado, Su Chen, without demanding an explanation from Li Yifei, unleashed his ultimate skill, the Dawn Bird. In that moment, the serpent demon was left dumbfounded, bewildered by the sudden emergence of such a madman. How could one resort to such grand displays without first conducting a thorough investigation? No longer able to concern itself with anything else, it manifested through Li Yifei's body. Wait, if I perish, then Li Yifei shall perish as well. We could negotiate. Upon hearing this, Lin Xie furrowed his brow, glancing at Su Chen, who was drawing his sword. Negotiate? Those not of my kin harbor treachery in their hearts. Su Chen, disinterested in these mysterious doctrines and threats, took action. Dawn Bird, a colossal firebird, erupted from the depths of his essence. This was the first time Su Chen fully employed this ability. The bird embodied all the fiery elements he could muster with his mental energy. Upon its emergence, the tables and chairs in the hall were instantly incinerated. The Dawn Firebird, with its head held high and a defiant gleam in its eyes, mercilessly judged the serpent demon. The surrounding students were left speechless. The bird resembled a golden crow, radiant like the sun. Everyone hurried to vacate the hall to escape the searing heat. Lin Xie, feeling the immense warmth, was taken aback. This move could be deemed the most terrifying blow within the realm. If it were to strike in his current state, he would surely be reduced to ashes. The serpent demon, too, was petrified. How had a mid-tier serpent demon like itself attracted such an abnormality? After battling Su Chen for so long, it had already sensed that he wielded an artifact. It had initially intended to utilize its offspring's effect to toy with his mental energy, never anticipating he could unleash such a powerful attack. Not foolish. The serpent demon understood its small frame could not withstand the assault, and it swiftly turned to flee through the broken wall towards the schoolyard. This is bad. The serpent demon is heading into the crowd. Lin Xie exclaimed in alarm, knowing that Su Chen's firebird would undoubtedly harm the innocent. Su Chen nodded, urging Lin Xie to pursue with his blade unsheathed. This move had already drained his mental energy, leaving him with no capacity for combat. Li Yifei's head was certainly to be left for Lin Xie to claim. However, before that, he could clear all obstacles. The Dawn Bird emitted a clear cry, following closely behind. At that moment, his perspective shifted to that of the Dawn Bird, relentlessly pursuing the serpent demon while unleashing flames. Much like a seasoned expert, he could manipulate the firebird at will, eliminating any risk of collateral damage. The serpent demon frantically sought refuge among the throngs of people, but the firebird, as if equipped with a navigation system, relentlessly pursued it. No matter where it fled, it was always locked onto. The serpent demon had never experienced such humiliation. This outrageous forbidden abyss was truly unprecedented. Suddenly, an urgent voice crackled through the earpiece. Has the second mysterious entity appeared? Why did I just see a firebird fly overhead, nearly singeing my hair? It is not a mystery. It is my forbidden abyss, intercepting the true form of the serpent demon. Honging felt her mind short-circuit. She could distinctly sense that the bird was indeed mysterious. Moreover, it appeared to possess intelligence, capable of maneuvering 360 degrees in midair while spewing fire. One could easily believe it was a Pokemon firebird. Is this the forbidden abyss? Shan'an shook her head, equally perplexed. She had never encountered such a forbidden abyss. Su Chen's forbidden abyss manipulates flames. Why has it transformed into a bird? Could it be that the other party is also a divine agent? Such power surely transcends the capabilities of the forbidden abyss, or perhaps there exists more than one forbidden abyss. Honging shook her head, hastily following the firebird. To think they had searched for the serpent demon's true form for so long, only for it to be discovered by this newcomer, was somewhat embarrassing. Honging, possessing swiftness unmatched by Lin Xie, quickly caught up to the serpent demon. Ha ha ha, rose fire feathers. Honging brandished her white spear and thrust fiercely, delivering a brutal blow to the serpent demon. Hiss! The serpent demon cried out in agony and fury, turning to retaliate with its tail. Honging deftly flicked the spear, effortlessly singeing the serpent demon's tail. What? The serpent demon was left numb? What peculiar weapons were these? Hong Ying remarked. Clearly, this artifact given by Su Chun is formidable. Chapter 26. The reincarnation of the spiritual treasure celestial? Impossible. The serpent demon cursed vehemently, evidently incensed. Was it truly necessary to resort to such extreme measures? Summoning so many divine weapons against a mere mid-tier mystery? This was akin to using artillery to swat a fly. The artifact wielded by that human woman alone was not something an ordinary night watchman could possess. Seizing the moment while Hong Ying's attack was interrupted, Lin Qiye swiftly closed in. As it was night, his Starry Night Dancer's quintuple speed enhancement was in full effect. Lin Qiye, in conjunction with the Dawn Bird, encircled the serpent demon. The Dawn Bird initiated the assault, crashing directly into the serpent demon. With nowhere to evade, the serpent demon wore an expression of despair. Why could it be tracked? Why? This is unfair. The Dawn Bird engulfed the serpent demon, and Lin Qiye unsheathed his blade, simply sealing its fate with a single stroke. The serpent demon's head flew high, landing in a nearby flower bed. Subsequently, its body was incinerated and absorbed by the Dawn Bird. Of course, Li Yifei's soul had already been collected by Lin Qiye's mental asylum. The physical body and soul were separate. Su Chen was only concerned with restoring the physical form of the artifact, showing no interest in Li Yifei's essence. Su Chen remained in the hall. A look of determination etched upon his face. He had, through the perspective of the Dawn Bird, confirmed the demise of the true form of the serpent demon. As for the head that had fallen into the flower bed, the Dawn Bird did not refine it. That was a novice gift for Qingyu. For the fellow had long desired to slice it open for research. After a while, a faint glow began to emanate from the artifact, indicating the serpent demon's experience had been credited. Ding, artifact restoration at 27. Excellent. Su Chen felt elated, opening his eyes to stretch, only to find Qingyu extracting a small notebook, diligently scribbling down notes as if conducting an experimental record. Su Chen's expression darkened instantly. Ahem, excuse me. Could you refrain from regarding me with such a peculiar gaze? Otherwise, others might misconstrue our relationship. My apologies, it was unintentional. And Qingyu's cheeks flushed slightly as he politely inclined his head. As for his true thoughts, Su Chen could only speculate. He sensed that Qingyu would not relinquish his observation of him. Indeed, the reality was as such. Ah, I have been discovered this time. Would I dare again? And Qingyu sighed softly, closing the experimental notebook. Shortly thereafter, Lin Qiye and Hong Ying arrived at the hall. Most of the students here have been evacuated, leaving only a handful of brave souls to protect Su Chen. Of course, Su Chen is aware that their true intention is to serve as night watchmen. Those who remain calm in the face of so many mysterious intrusions are indeed formidable individuals. The door to the auditorium creaked open, and Lin Qiye, sword at his side, entered with Hong Ying carrying a white spear. Sitting on the bench, Su Chen feigned curiosity, asking, "Is it resolved?" He had delivered the finishing blow to the Nantoa serpent demon, successfully adding another caretaker to his hospital. All of this was truly thanks to Su Chen's damage output, which provided him with such a splendid opportunity for harvesting. Hong Ying approached with a satisfied smile, playfully punching Su Chen in the chest. Although she was reluctant to admit it, he had indeed outperformed her by tracking down the serpent demon's true form first. Had it not been for Su Chen's timely discovery, she would have likely been led astray in her pursuit. Su Chen winced, clutching his chest, and pointed to the students behind him in the auditorium. What about them? Fear not, the night watchman will soon arrive with Dream Whisper, which will erase their memories of this incident, Hong Ying whispered. At that moment, someone in the crowd volunteered. May we join you? Absolutely not. Hong Ying's voice boomed, directly dispelling their hopes. Being a night watchman requires more than mere intelligence and bravery. It is a perilous profession, fraught with danger. Inside the auditorium, Qingyu's gaze gradually dimmed, and an idea sparked in his mind. Surely, the Nantoa serpent demon's corpse still lay somewhere nearby. Outside the school gate, beside a black van, two men stood guard. One of them received a message through his earpiece, raising an eyebrow. It's over.Ave come out. Wu Xiangnan, beside him, frowned. Why is Hong Ying only speaking to you? Chen Mai shook his head with a smile. What can I say? Hong Ying is closer to me. Wu Xiangnan rolled his eyes dramatically. It's not like you're a child with a parent. Close enough. They lapsed into silence for a moment, and Wu Xiangnan grinned at Chen Mai. By the way, I heard that Su Chen performed remarkably this time. Aren't you going to acknowledge him? Su Chen, I still can't fathom where he acquires his forbidden items. I looked into Hong Ying's white spear, and there's no record in the Night Watchman's archives. Ah, if you couldn't find anything, could it genuinely be picked up? That seems to be the only possibility. But there's also a chance he is the reincarnation of a divine treasure. Chen Mai gazed at Wu Xiangnan in surprise, taken aback by a sudden insight. No need to ponder further. He is likely the reincarnation of the divine treasure lord. They were astounded to discover that their Team 136 harbored a deity's reincarnation, making everything fall into place. Just then, four figures emerged from the school gate. Suchen was drenched in blood, while Lin Qiye had only a few splatters. Xishan stealthily wiped her hand on Suchen's sleeve and smudged her face, resembling a mischievous kitten, as if to proclaim, "I didn't slack off." "Are you hurt?" Chenmai hurried over, concerned. Suchen was bewildered. Why was the captain so attentive today? "I'm fine, really. I've slain my way through the entire building." "Good, that's all that matters." Chenmai felt relieved. The suspected reincarnation of the divine treasure lord must not come to harm. Honging pouted with jealousy. "Captain, why don't you ask me if I'm okay? Have you stopped loving me?" Chenmai was at a loss for words. Wu Xiangnan chimed in. "You? It's a miracle you didn't demolish the school." Honging blinked innocently, feigning offense. The school had indeed suffered damage, but it was her doing. "Ah, demolish the school? I did indeed bring it down. Is there a reward for that?" Suchen declared proudly. Without exaggeration, he had set the girls' dormitory ablaze, toppled the sophomore building with a few strikes, and even shattered the auditorium with a single punch. The best part was, no one was injured. To be honest, even a demolition crew couldn't match his technique. Chenmai's expression darkened upon hearing this, glancing at the dilapidated school and then at Suchen, who awaited praise. He felt his patience wearing thin. The divine treasure lord? That was utterly implausible. Something felt off. There was a murderous aura. Suddenly, Suchen sensed an unsettling atmosphere. He stared blankly at Chenmai, who appeared ready to unleash his wrath. Oh no, would love turn to resentment? Hongying and Xiaonan exchanged secretive, gleeful glances as they watched Suchen being chased by Chenmai. Lin Qiye remarked, "What a spectacle." Chapter 27. Have I become a test subject? And Qingyu modifies the dawn bird. Click. The crisp sound of a shutter echoed as a photograph emerged from the bottom of a telescope. It captured Suchen being pursued by Chenmai, while others nearby watched with amusement. Well, this isn't too bad. He tucked the photo into a hidden box for safekeeping and slowly strolled into the night. On the way back to the Peace Affairs office, he received a sudden call. "Hey, Captain Chenmai, we've cleaned the battlefield at number 2 high school and found the Nantua serpent demon's corpse missing. Oh, it must be that our team members incinerated the body." Chenmai was aware of Suchen's habit of disposing of corpses through burning, which was commendable. It was imperative to ensure that the dead remained silent. He had emphasized this to Lin Qiye and Suchen. Failing to deal with a weakened foe could lead to future calamity. Upon hearing this, Suchen could not help but smile. He closed his eyes, pretending to sleep, and discreetly conjured a small flame to toss out the window. At number 2 high school, and Qingyu rummaged through the grass, wary of the patrolling night watchman. This isn't right. It should be here. And Qingyu was puzzled. He had nearly turned no. 2 high school upside down, but could not find the Nantua serpent demon's head. At that moment, a small red bird perched on a branch, catching Qingyu's attention. He looked at the bird, feeling a strange familiarity. Could it be? In the next instant, the bird nodded and pointed in a direction with its ankle. This bird can understand human speech. Is it Suchen? Why is he helping me? Never mind. And Qingyu thought, hastening towards the flower bed to verify his suspicion. Just as he expected, hidden within the flower bed lay the Nantua serpent demon's head. And Qingyu retrieved his backpack and stored the head, unwilling to owe Suchen a favor. He then turned to the dawn bird and asked, "Are you interested in collaborating with me?" The bird nodded enthusiastically. He understood that Qingyu was an experimental fanatic. Perhaps he could assist in conducting some experiments, such as modifying forbidden items or forcibly transforming souls into spirit artifacts. Suchen had long envisioned creating an army of divine artifacts, akin to the treasures of kings. Of course, these ambitions were secondary. His immediate need was in Qingyu's intelligence-gathering capabilities. And Qingyu's army of mice was known for infiltrating every nook and cranny, making significant contributions in the god-slaying world. This would ensure that Suchen remained always one step ahead. And Qingyu's eyes gleamed with fervor as he nodded in agreement. With Suchen's covert assistance, even if he didn't become a night watchman, he could still share in their intelligence, greatly benefiting his dissection endeavors. He then gazed at Suchen's dawn bird, wearing a warm smile, resembling a curious cat eyeing its prey. "We are allies now, right? Could you do me a favor?" As he attempted to guide the dawn bird away, and Qingyu, like an inquisitive cat, produced a laboratory flask to trap it. In the vehicle, Suchen clutched his forehead, abruptly awakened. He recalled his apologetic demeanor towards Qingyu, who had seized his dawn bird, mumbling about conducting experiments on it. At this moment, Suchen found himself in a bit of a quandary. Within Qingyu's unpredictable nature, he couldn't help but wonder if she might attempt to dissect him as well. The thought was rather harrowing, furrowing his brow. He pondered what kind of experiments Qingyu might conduct on his dawn bird, which was essentially a manifestation of fire elements. At the Peace Affairs office, Chun Mai and Wu Xiangnan requested Su Chun to recount the process of slaying the Nantua serpent demon. Su Chun offered his classic retelling. The fifth personality has been activated. Chen Mai and Wu Xiangnan listened, intrigued, remarking that his tale was even more riveting than that of Sherlock Holmes himself. It sounded almost too fictional to be true. They couldn't help but roll their eyes, as it was clear that Su Chun had stumbled upon the truth by sheer happenstance. Nevertheless, one must acknowledge his good fortune, after all. Both Hong Ying and Xiao Nan had nearly gotten lost wandering the school, with their only significant encounter being a fleeting moment with the serpent demon. Wu Xiangnan took a deep drag from a cigarette, sighing, I genuinely believe Su Chun has this uncanny luck, casually stumbling upon divine artifacts. But in the end, what matters is that the outcome is correct. Chen Mai patted Wu Xiangnan on the shoulder, suggesting that they should simply fill out the Nantua serpent demon file according to Su Chen's fanciful logic. As for whether the night watchman would believe it, that was beyond their concern. Meanwhile, Lin Chiye, standing nearby, could only chuckle silently. He had already established a connection with Li Yifei at the psychiatric hospital and was fully aware that all of Su Chen's deductions were erroneous. He had merely fortuitously defeated the Nantua serpent demon. The serpent demon was now lamenting in the hospital, having meticulously orchestrated a plan for a month, only to have it inexplicably unraveled. Among the night watchmen present, it seemed only Hong Ying was convinced by Su Chen's conjectures, nodding vigorously in agreement. Lin Chiye found it peculiar that Su Chen's luck was so remarkably extraordinary. Did he possess a precognitive ability? Yet, that couldn't be the case. If he did, then Zhao Kongqian would not have met his demise. Moreover, Su Chen approached every battle with a solemn demeanor. If he truly had foresight, he could easily evade danger. Why confront it? Nonetheless, Lin Chiye recognized that Su Chen had been exceptionally good to him and the 136th squad. Whether it was bestowing expensive forbidden items or providing protection, his generosity was unquestionable. Thus, one could only attribute Su Chen's fortune to sheer luck, akin to a character blessed with destiny from a novel, falling off a cliff only to discover a legendary technique and inadvertently thwarting the villain's schemes. As night fell, Su Chen lay in bed, unable to find solace in sleep, not due to his realm, but rather the inadequacy of the forbidden ruins. This time, utilizing the alley flash had made slaying the serpent demon significantly easier. For frequent transitions and monster slaying, a supportive forbidden ruins with mobility was essential. Currently, his Wolf's End repair rate stood at 27, just a mere 3 shy of unlocking the new ability, Wings of Obliteration. Oh, I haven't drawn from the museum's wish pool yet. Previously at 14, now at 27, I have 13 draws available. Chapter 28, Purple Forbidden Item, Dedu Story Collection. Su Chen delved into the museum, arriving as usual at the familiar curator's office. The museum panel unfolded before him. Curator, Su Chen, level, Mid-Pool Realm, Proxy Artifact, Wolf's End, 27, Owned Weapons, Alley Flash, White Spear, Apprentice's Notebook 2, Bladeless Sword 4, Hunting Bow 2, Long Spear 4. Training Great Sword 2. Staff, Zhao Kongqian, Late Lantern Realm. Curator Functions, Elemental Vision, Wish, Abilities, Sword of Refinement, Blade of Reverse Flame. Dawn, Firebird. Task, Repair Wolf's End to 30 to unlock new ability. Reward, Wings of Obliteration, transforming fire elements into the wings of a firebird. Enabling rapid flight for the host, Su Chen keenly observed that the white spear still belonged to him. Thus, regardless of whether he gifted or sold forbidden items, they remained fundamentally his as the owner. The curator's panel had not changed much, save for his elevated realm. However, Su Chen understood that the pace of advancement would only decelerate, and there might come a time when experiencing a single event would not suffice for an upgrade. It was of little consequence. Regardless of his realm, one strike could still fell foes. As long as he possessed sufficient artifacts, even in the pool realm, he could slay gods. For Su Chen, artifact repair took precedence over all else. With the Wolf's End at 27, he needed just 3 more. He had slain numerous serpent demon offspring around the campus, yet each subsequent slaying only yielded a mere 0. 1. Simply practicing against Chen Mai had made it exceedingly difficult to achieve substantial gains in repair rate. Thus, in preparation for the upcoming grueling training camp, he needed to devise some new strategies. If memory served him correctly, the mass team would be participating in the training for newcomers, aimed at instilling a sense of humility in these fledgling recruits. To Su Chen, this presented an excellent opportunity to enhance his repair rate. The mass team consisted of 5 or 6 members, each averaging at the river realm. If he could compel them to utilize their forbidden ruins, he could significantly boost his artifact repair rate. Therefore, Su Chen directed his aspirations towards the museum's wish pool, hoping to draw something of value this time, rather than yet another assortment of worthless consumables. If he could procure something golden, that would be ideal. He tapped the wish symbol with his finger. Ding. Wolf's Inn Repair 27. Congratulations to the host for accumulating 13 draws. Would you like to begin drawing now? Of course, let us initiate a 10 draw. No sooner had he spoken than the entire museum radiated with an otherworldly brilliance. All exhibits began to tremble, vibrating in unison. Suchin blinked in astonishment. Wow. This is quite the spectacle. I hope it doesn't end up being all white. Ding. White bladeless sword 2, white apprentice's notebook 2, white bow 2, white long spear 2. Apprentice greatsword 2. At this moment, Suchin's heart was filled with frustration. Seriously? A white 10 draw. This is akin to a truly unfortunate soul's luck. He suspected that the museum's wish pool might have adjusted the drop rates clandestinely. It was difficult to explain why he was so woefully unlucky. Never mind, he thought. He would use the remaining 3 draws at once. There was no point in saving them, as they would undoubtedly yield yet more worthless white items. It seemed he could only exchange them for soft sister coins later. He continued to draw. Ding. White, Klee's backpack. Expansion. Capable of storing any item. Introduction. Who knows what peculiar treasures Klee's backpack conceals? Klee's backpack? Based on the description, it doesn't seem particularly useful, especially since he already had the museum, which could store various items. However, to avoid exposing the museum, he could always try placing everything in the backpack. Ding. Green. Silver sword. Ding. Purple. Deduce story collection. He actually drew a purple item on a single draw. Could it be that miracles only happen with single draws? Suchin opened his palm, revealing a green silver sword. Ability, Demon Suppression. A weapon capable of restraining malevolent spirits, albeit with average effectiveness. Damn, an average effect? How utterly disappointing. Suchin was taken aback. What good was that? It was even inferior to the bladeless sword's efficiency. Was he supposed to hand it over to a Taoist or monk for exorcism? Beyond that, he genuinely couldn't fathom the utility of this wretched sword. Wait a moment. There was indeed a monk, Chao Yuan. In order to suppress the Black King, he couldn't use a knife, but a sword should suffice. He would give it a try. Perhaps he could earn a handsome reward from old Chao. With a swift gesture, Suchin made his silver sword vanish, replaced by a fiery red book. Although referred to as a book, its contents resembled more of a children's anthology, the Duduku story collection. Suchin fell silent. This artifact belonged to Klee. Why was it rated as a 4-star item? He found it peculiar back in Teyvat, and the same feeling resurfaced now. Dismissing his thoughts, Suchin began to explore the powers of the story collection. Ability, Bouncing Bomb. Expends all of one's mental energy to conjure a highly dangerous concentrated bomb of fire element. Ability 2, unlocks upon consuming 10,000 tons of gunpowder. Dudu. Great Adventure. Reduces fire element charging cost by 50, while increasing bomb damage radius by 100. Upon reading this, Suchin gasped in astonishment. This Duduku story collection was indeed extraordinary. If he could activate the second ability, doubling the bomb's range, obliterating a city would be as effortless as sipping water. However, acquiring 10,000 tons of gunpowder was beyond his means. Even the new training camp had merely a few hundred tons. If he expended all his mental energy to convert into fire elements, how immense would the power of the bomb he could produce be? Feeling an itch to experiment, Suchin grasped the Duduku story collection, channeling all his mental energy into fire elements, forming a small red bomb. It appeared to be no larger than a fist. Was it really this small? It felt less potent than a pack of firecrackers. What a waste of his mental energy. Just as he attempted to detonate it, he inexplicably found himself outside the museum. What? How did I leave the museum? I am the curator. No one has higher authority than me unless the museum itself expelled me. But that seemed unlikely. Would the museum fear a mere firecracker? Suchin chuckled at the fire element bomb in his hand, dismissing his concerns. Just then, Lin Chiye knocked at the door. Suchin, today the captain is hosting a bonfire barbecue to celebrate our successful mission. Without further thought, Suchin tucked the bouncing bomb into his pocket and headed to the feast. On the mountain, Chenmai and Wu Xiangnan were grilling meat, while Lung Xian assisted with the firewood. Hong Ying and Xiao Nin drooled around the dining table, when Qima was busy preparing a barrel of fireworks, prompting a hearty laugh from Chenmai. Hey, Qima, you still have the spirit to set off fireworks to enhance the atmosphere. Humph. This is my firework king. Chenmai beamed. It's only fitting to celebrate our first mission completion with a bang. With a fatherly smile, he observed the warm scene belonging to Team 136. Suchin and Chia arrived fashionably late, just as the meat was ready. Hong Ying raised a toast, smiling as she congratulated the 2 new members before them. Cheers to our new members for successfully completing the mission. The recent Naga incident owes much to Chia and Suchin. Everyone raised their glasses in cheerful unison, downing their drinks. However, Suchin and Chia's glasses contained orange juice. After feasting, when Qima proposed to light the fireworks. Chapter 29, Bouncing Bomb, Klee Strikes. Su Chen was more than willing. As he stood up from the table, a book and a small bomb tumbled from his pocket. Lin Chiye, perplexed, picked them up and flipped through the book, discovering it was indeed a children's story collection. Su Chen, I didn't realize you had such a childlike spirit. Just as Lin Chiye prepared to return the Duduka story collection, he sensed something was amiss. Using his divine realm, he quickly realized it was another forbidden item. Lin Chiye's eyes widened in astonishment as he turned to Su Chen, whispering, "Is this another forbidden item? Is that a problem?" Lin Chiye couldn't help but tug at his lips at Su Chen's nonchalant demeanor. The heavens had truly played a cruel joke. How could this guy speak so earnestly? With a sigh, Lin Chiye muttered, "All right, just keep it safe. It would be a shame to lose it." At that moment, when Chima pulled out a lighter, ready to ignite the fireworks, when he noticed the bouncing bomb on the ground. Where did this little firecracker come from? It looks quite unique. Let us give it a try. Realizing the bomb had been misplaced, Su Chen saw when Chima had picked it up, and he had already lit the fuse. "Get down. Everyone," Su Chen shouted urgently. The members of Team 136 dismissed his concern, thinking, "It's just a little firecracker. What could it possibly do? It's not like it's a real bomb." Hong Ying patted Su Chen's shoulder, teasing, "Why are you so scared? You weren't afraid while slaying the Naga." Lin Chiye glanced at the bomb in Wen Chima's hand, sensing the terrifyingly high-pressure flames. Damn it! Lin Chiye could no longer maintain his composure, cursing as he hurriedly fled the scene. However, it was too late. The fuse burned out, and in an instant, a blinding light erupted. The world transformed into daylight. Chen Mai finally grasped the situation. This was a super high-pressure concentrated bomb. In that explosive moment, a massive Yama palace materialized, barely shielding everyone from the blast. Boom. A colossal red mushroom cloud ascended, turning flora and fauna to dust in an instant as the searing heat flattened the mountaintop. The mushroom cloud spread, enveloping a radius of several hundred meters, depicting an immense fiery scene, an adorable little girl with a backpack. Klee. Su Chen was left in shock. He had not anticipated the bomb would possess such devastating power. Moreover, it appeared to be an indiscriminate attack, harming 10,000 foes while inflicting equal harm upon oneself. No wonder he had been expelled from the museum during his experiment. Hong Ying and Xiao Nin gazed in awe at the patterns in the sky, excitement radiating from their expressions. They were thrilled by the spectacular fireworks Wen Chima had purchased, impressed that they could even be customized. How adorable. Only Wen Chima understood the gravity of the situation. He had narrowly escaped death. His back and forehead were drenched in cold sweat as he struggled to regain his composure. He had almost met his end, grateful that the captain had saved him. Chen Mai and Wu Xiangnan were grim expressions in that fleeting moment. They had barely managed to shield the group at the explosion's epicenter using their mental energy. Had they reacted even a moment slower, they would have surely perished. Grinding his teeth, Chen Mai observed the corner of his Yama palace, summoned by his black Wu Chang, which had been damaged by the explosion. The high-pressure bomb was certainly not capable of such destruction, leading him to suspect it was a forbidden item. A forbidden item with such a terrifying range, who was attempting to ensnare them? Was it the seemingly harmless little girl depicted in the bomb's pattern? Lin Chiye lay on the ground, gasping for breath. He felt as though he had seen his aunt beckoning him. It was terrifying. Thankfully, they were picnicking atop the mountain. Otherwise, the explosion would have obliterated the city. At that moment, Su Chen was quietly extinguishing the flames engulfing the forest, absorbing them into his wolf scent. Preventing forest fires is everyone's responsibility. Chen Mai cautiously surveyed their surroundings, relieved to find no enemies. He and Wu Xiangnan approached Wen Chima, inquiring, "Where did you buy that firecracker?" "It fell out of Su Chen's pocket. I just happened to find it." Su Chen sensed the atmosphere had turned uneasy and quickly denied any involvement. "I don't know. It wasn't me. This is slander." Chen Mai and Wu Xiangnan exchanged knowing glances. "All right, it seems this is another mess caused by Su Chen. The recent strike nearly incapacitated both of the warriors from the Sichuan realm. It was Team I doing. So why should I be blamed? Just because you possess such a devastating artifact. How unjust." Su Chen attempted to resist, but his efforts were in vain as he was thoroughly beaten by the two veterans. Ding, Wolf SN repair increased by 5, current repair status at 275. At the Peace Bureau, Lung Xian, Chen Mai, and Wu Xiangnan convened a brief meeting. Based on the recent explosion, it was evident that it involved an artifact. As a pyrotechnics expert, Lung Xian quickly discerned this fact. Furthermore, from the intensity of the flames, he deduced that it was indeed Su Chen's spiritual energy at play. Wu Xiangnan sighed heavily, expressing his trepidation. "Should we report Su Chen's peculiar artifacts to the higher-ups of the Night Watchers?" "Certainly not, on the contrary. We must keep it under wraps. I surmise there is a 99% probability that Su Chen is the reincarnation of the celestial treasure sovereign." Chen Mai had already concluded Su Chen's true identity and discreetly shared this intelligence with the Night Watchers commander Yifei, confident in his judgment. Wu Xiangnan remained concerned. What if he accidentally detonates the training grounds? That's improbable. I've heard the mass team is set to make an appearance, which should provide Su Chun with some much-needed trials to temper his character. He has had it too easy thus far. Chen Mai was confident that the mass team would be able to subdue Su Chen, the notorious demolisher. 6 days later, Su Chun and Lin Xie approached the captain's office and knocked on the door. Come in. Upon entering, they found Chun Mai engrossed in a document. He looked up and smiled at their arrival. In a day or two, the new recruits' training will commence. Historically, this training has taken place in the capital city, which is quite different from Artsangnan, as the weather is rather frigid. I will have Hong Ying take you both to procure some essentials, and I'll reimburse you for the expenses. Also, arrange train tickets for tomorrow. Make sure to leave early and do not be late. Have you both noted everything I've mentioned? Chen Mai, resembling a concerned father, earnestly advised Su Chen and Lin Xie. Su Chen chuckled, finally anticipating the day of procurement. After all, his sole aim was to fill the museum with supplies. With such a vast infinite space bag at his disposal, it would be a waste not to utilize it. The quality of the items distributed by the training camp was subpar, including food and drink, all of which he needed to acquire. Otherwise, if hunger struck at midnight, he'd find himself unable to even grab a bowl of instant noodles. Surviving on plain buns was unbearable. Thus, he was in dire need of funds. Money may not be omnipotent, but lacking it is utterly debilitating. Chen Mai observed Su Chen's foolish grin, his brow furrowing in concern. Su Chen's expression indicated he was concocting some mischievous scheme. Chapter 30. The Grand Procurement, a supermarket heist for life essentials. Chen Mai cleared his throat, reminding Su Chen, did you take my words to heart? What? Shenhe's beauty? The full-body black stockings are indeed quite exquisite. Su Chen nodded in a daze, having failed to comprehend what the captain had said, agreeing with him for the moment. Chen Mai's expression darkened instantly. What nonsense was this kid babbling? His patience was wearing thin. Noticing the awkward tension, Su Chen quickly proposed his idea. Here's the thing. Since I'm currently short on cash, how about I exchange a few artifacts for some money? What do you need money for? The training camp won't require it. Chen Mai was increasingly suspicious of Su Chen. Captain, the fact that my parents have passed does not mean I lack grandparents. You know that I've been Stop. It's just money. It's simple. Chen Mai relented, and Su Chen's heart leaped with joy. He produced a collection of white-quality artifacts for selection. In the end, Chen Mai chose a blunt sword and a hunting bow, the latter intended for Lang Xian. The hunting bow, lock-on, allows the user to infuse their spiritual energy into the arrow, automatically locking onto the target without the need to aim. Generally, artifacts of this quality retail for no less than 40,000 yuan. Different grades of artifacts were introduced to Su Chen by Lang Xian. Based on the star rating of his museum, Su Chen had also roughly categorized the price list. 1 star, approximately 4. 1 million. 2 stars, approximately 10. 5 million. 3 stars, approximately 50. 2 million. 4 stars, approximately 600. 2 million. 5 stars, priceless. In truth, weapons of 4 stars and above are exceedingly rare. In the Bai Li family, they are among the top 10 treasures. Moreover, Su Chen's purple artifacts, being 2 forbidden relics, were even more precious. However, such white-quality artifacts held little significance for him, and he did not plan to charge exorbitantly. Friendship price, 20,000 for 1, 40,000 for 2. Take them away. Su Chen said with a grin. Such a generous offer. You won't go back on your word, will you? Chen Mai was taken aback by the low price. He certainly intended to seize this opportunity. However, when he patted his pocket, he discovered he only had 50 cents. That afternoon, at the commercial street, Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan took Su Chen and Lin Xie on a shopping spree in Songnan City. From the outset, Hong Ying dove into a women's clothing store, picking up a backless tank top and mischievously sizing up Lin Xie. Lin Xie's lips quivered as he muttered, Sister Hong Ying, I don't want that. Oh, but you do. Hong Ying covered Lin Xie's mouth and surveyed the surroundings. Where did Su Chen go? I wanted him to try on those black stockings. Seizing the opportunity while they were distracted by the alluring dresses, Su Chen made a timely escape. Thank goodness he was swift on his feet. This was not merely a shopping trip. It was clearly Hong Ying's mischievous plan to transform Lin Xie. Poor Lin Xie was left to bear the brunt of it. Su Chen chuckled to himself at the thought. Drinks, alcohol, snacks, vegetables, meat, frying pans, and gas stoves, within just a couple of hours. He had spent the entirety of the 40,000 yuan acquired from Chen Mai. After purchasing these items, Su Chen discreetly stashed them away in the museum. Although he could have pilfered these goods without payment, he still adhered to his principles. Inside the museum, a plethora of goods cascaded from above. Zhao Kongcheng was polishing an artifact display when suddenly he was struck by a pie, bewildered as he looked up, only to find a frying pan covering his head. How on earth can frying pans and frozen pies fall from the sky? Su Chen had practically emptied the supermarket. The 40,000 yuan worth of supplies barely scratched the surface. He needed to stock up more. The training camp would last a year, and he had to prepare adequately. Upon learning of Su Chen's situation, Zhao Kongqing generously shared his hidden savings, a full 100,000, along with the bank card password. After all, in a sense, he was already deceased. Keeping the retirement funds was futile. As for his family, with the Night Watcher's substantial compensation, they would not be lacking in sustenance. With this newfound 100,000, Su Chen ventured out to procure even more supplies, thoroughly depleting the supermarket's life essentials. He refrained from purchasing medical supplies and ingredients. Knowing the training camp would provide all necessities, he intended to clear out the training camp as well. Later, he conducted an experiment and discovered that food stored in his museum would never spoil, and that frozen beverages remained in an eternally chilled state. This was quite advantageous. The museum had effectively transformed into a vast warehouse. He then tested Kelly's backpack, finding that it functioned identically to the museum, and in some respects, the two were interconnected. Su Chen could retrieve items directly from the museum through Kelly's backpack, essentially creating his own private free space, thus concealing the museum's existence. Zhao Kongqing, being the museum's sole employee, began organizing the newly acquired goods into categories. There is no way around it. Currently, the museum has but one inhabitant, Zhao Kongqing. Of course, the arcade machines and the array of magazines will not be lacking. It is a rare opportunity to alleviate Zhao Kongqing's boredom. As evening descends, Su Chen observes Lin Xie, who is lugging a vibrant, oversized bag, and cannot help but feel a sense of relief for not accompanying the woman on her shopping spree. Accompanying a girl to shop is merely a guise for toiling away as a laborer. Lin Xie, with a mischievous grin, shares half of the items she purchased with Su Chen before heading off to organize her luggage. Su Chen, too, is engaged in a similar endeavor. His belongings consist of a down jacket, thermal pants, a thick hoodie, a suitcase, and a shoulder-exposing dress, interspersed with seemingly odd items. Once finished, Su Chen leans against the balcony, gazing at the luminous moon. Alas, the thought of departing tomorrow fills him with an inexplicable melancholy. Over the past month, Su Chen has grown intimately familiar with the members of the Night Watch Team 136. Long Xian, who often bears a serious countenance, is, in truth, a rather ludicrous character who delights in capturing embarrassing moments. When Qima, with his squinty eyes, appears to harbor mischief, and indeed, he is full of clever schemes. Sister Hongying is boisterous yet possesses a keen sensitivity, ensuring Lin Xie is well protected. Si Xiaonan, seemingly aloof, has a gentle heart, yearning for warmth. Su Chen reflects on the Blue Rain team and how to exact revenge on Susanu. Captain Chenmai embodies the role of a protective father within Team 136, radiating a sense of security. Lin Xie often gazes sorrowfully toward the old city, a reminder of his aunt. In Su Chen's eyes, he is simply a sentimental youth, albeit one who would vehemently deny still being a child. Su Chen leaps from the balcony to the roof of the villa, coincidentally encountering Lin Xie. Their eyes meet in silence, a myriad of unspoken words passing between them. A gentle breeze stirs the lingering clouds in between the two youths. The moonlight refracts in dazzling flashes. The following morning, at the train station entrance, Lin Xie drags a Peppa Pig suitcase, while Su Chen carries a Klee backpack. Both having arrived at the station ahead of the entire Team 136. Su Chen, still bleary-eyed, notes the early hour of 6 a.m., with dawn yet to break. They have arrived 2 hours prior to the scheduled train. Perhaps this is the unique urgency characteristic of parents in Daxia. Lin Xie and the others stare at Su Chen. Puzzled. Brother Su, why did you bring nothing? Hongying inquires curiously. I did bring things. They are all in my backpack. Su Chen replies, smacking his lips before retrieving an array of daily necessities and clothing from his bag. The entire team is astonished, marveling at how such a small backpack can hold so much. Despite this, Su Chen's attire remains rather light, unlike Lin Xie, who insists on layering up. He understands that the Night Watch training will shift from Shangjing to Cangnan. Lin Xie cannot leave Cangnan, otherwise, the city's miracles would vanish. Intrigued by Su Chen's backpack, Lin Xie, through his mundane divine domain, realizes that he cannot discern its true nature. This is the first time his mundane divine domain has failed. It is rather perplexing. Could it be that this is yet another forbidden item? But how peculiar it is for a mere backpack to be transformed into a forbidden object. Moreover, it bears a design of a small anime girl, identical to the one from Su Chen's explosive adventure. This is bewildering. Could that girl also be a deity? Upon entering the station, Chenmai's phone suddenly rings. What on earth is going on? Why has the new recruit training been scheduled in Songnan? Hurry. Stop those two kids, otherwise, the tickets cannot be refunded. Unfortunately, Su Chen and Lin Qiye have already entered the station, and as they exit, the time for the high-speed train has lapsed. There is no possibility of refunding the tickets. On the train, an awkward silence envelopes the group, the atmosphere thick with tension. Eventually, Chenmai, feeling uncomfortable, breaks the silence. Su Chen, Qiye, why don't you see if you can return your items later? Return? That's utterly impossible. Su Chen had already cut the tags off his down jacket and thick blanket last night before placing them in the museum. He would not relinquish the chance to deceive the captain and gain an advantage. Outside the training camp, as it is a military-restricted area, the truck can advance no further. Su Chen and Lin Qiye are compelled to disembark, while Chenmai continues to fuss over their safety, his voice becoming monotonous to Su Chen's ears. Dismissing him with casual responses, Su Chen leads Lin Qiye deeper into the camp, leaving Chenmai fuming as he watches them depart. Under the scorching sun, the two traverse the rugged, muddy path. Su Chen cannot help but scoff. Is there truly a training camp in this godforsaken place? Lin Qiye nods, muttering, perhaps it's because you didn't return the items. The captain is playing tricks on us. Su Chen retorts with a smirk, thanks to my insistence on not returning them, your belongings are safe. It's all thanks to me. Lin Qiye rolls his eyes, unwilling to engage further in the argument. Yet, he is curious. Did Su Chen foresee the training camp's relocation to Songnan? Everything from his short-sleeved attire to that peculiar backpack seems amiss. He now harbors serious doubts about Su Chen possessing some prophetic ability, capable of foreseeing significant events. Su Chen offers no explanation, as he knows Lin Qiye can sense something amiss. Lin Qiye is far from foolish. In fact, he is quite astute. Wait, there is an ambush. Su Chen suddenly raises his head, scanning the hillside in the distance. His white pupils subtly shift as his elemental vision detects a disturbance in the wind element. Today, the breeze is unusually loud. Though his elemental perception does not extend far, he is certain that direction leads to the training camp. Is someone planning to ambush them? Intending to snuff them out before they can even begin? Lin Qiye, recognizing Su Chen's serious demeanor, understands the gravity of the situation. However, his mundane divine domain is not capable of reaching that far. On the distant hillside, a special forces soldier observes Su Chen and Lin Qiye through binoculars. Feeling their inexplicable gaze upon him, a chill runs down his spine. He quickly grabs his radio. Report to Commander Yuan Gang. 2 individuals are approaching, and one seems to have locked onto my position. Reconnaissance and sniping positions must remain concealed, as exposing oneself could easily lead to death. After a brief silence, Yuan Gang responds, impossible. You are our regiment's finest special forces operative. Your ability to conceal yourself is unparalleled. No one could find you within 100 meters. I don't know. 2 high school students. They appear to be new recruits, but that tall boy seems to have a lock-on ability. The soldier expresses his frustration. Fine. I'll go meet those 2. Yuan Gang slams down the radio. He is intrigued to discover which newcomer possesses such keen instincts. Unless forged in the crucible of battle, such reactions are nearly impossible. Su Chen and Lin Qiye hesitate to proceed, sensing that an unseen enemy is still fixated on them. This awareness is not solely due to elemental vision, but also honed through training by Lang Xian, the voyeuristic fiend. In order to protect the museum's secrets, Su Chen often evades him. Lang Xian's concealment skills are indeed extraordinary. A sudden roar of an approaching vehicle interrupts Su Chen's thoughts. He gazes quizzically into the distance. A camouflaged military off-road vehicle screeches to a halt before them. Yuan Gang leans out, curiously assessing the 2 youths. The new recruits have arrived so swiftly. We are locals. Yuan Gang curiously scrutinized the 2 individuals, feeling an inexplicable familiarity. Upon glancing at their identification, his pupils suddenly dilated. Lin Qiye, the divine agent of the angel Michaela. Yuan Gang had perused their files previously, yet this was the first time he had encountered them in person. He observed Su Chen, intrigued, as he presumed this individual was responsible for discovering the reconnaissance soldier. But how did he manage that? Could it truly be that he is a reincarnation of a celestial being? One carried a pastel pink backpack, while the other dragged a Peppa Pig suitcase. These 2 youths appeared so abstract. Could they genuinely be linked to the divine? At this moment, Su Chen, already sunbaked, grew somewhat impatient. What is this fellow dawdling for? After reviewing our credentials, let us board the vehicle. Upon boarding the off-road vehicle, Su Chen urged the driver to accelerate. Expressing concern over potential tardiness, he remarked on the absence of air conditioning in the military vehicle and pointed out the driver's lack of consideration for his smoking habit. Su Chen continued to critique the vehicle, suggesting it was inferior to the Hummer in his unit, and proposed requesting a replacement from the higher-ups. Evidently, Su Chen did not recognize this individual as Yuan Gang and continued to chatter incessantly. After all, in the original narrative, he recalled only an ordinary soldier driving them. Yuan Gang instructed, "We have arrived. You may enter on your own," gesturing towards the grand entrance. After Su Chun and Lin Xie departed, Yuan Gang stealthily retreated. It would undoubtedly provoke laughter among the other instructors if it became known that their superior was reduced to driving these two youngsters. That loquacious brat truly needed some discipline. He resolved to train the owner of the talkative artifact rigorously. Chapter 32, The Black King's Demise, a portable power bank beneficial for all. At the new recruits training base, Su Chen and Lin Xie were among the first to arrive. Soon after, they encountered Instructor Hong Hao, who kindly offered to guide them around the training camp. The interior of the camp was far larger than Su Chen had anticipated, and through his elemental vision, he discerned that the buildings were constructed from rock elements. This indicated that a practitioner of earth-based forbidden realms had erected these structures. This also explained how the camp had been entirely repaired in just one day. Su Chen meticulously observed the ground. He noted landmarks, the locations of the dining hall, dormitories, and the armory. Simultaneously, he witnessed military vehicles speeding down the main road, laden with boxes of supplies, equipment, provisions, water, bedding, and even bundles of explosives. In the distance, he spotted a supply station. Su Chen licked his lips, already contemplating a heist of the training camp. With over 200 individuals worth of supplies for an entire year, if he could transport them to his museum, he would never have to worry about sustenance for the rest of his life. Before long, they reached the dormitory area, where Instructor Hong departed. Su Chen and Lin Xie curiously examined the dormitory, finding it to be a simple double room with hard wooden beds and nothing else. The facilities were exceedingly rudimentary, lacking even a fan. However, for Su Chen, this posed no issue. He possessed resources from his museum to significantly upgrade the dormitory. "How about we share a room?" Lin Xie suggested, recognizing the comfort of familiar companionship in an unfamiliar place. After all, it would be quite vexing if they ended up with a bizarre roommate. Su Chen, however, declined, stating, "No way, sharing with you would be dull. You'd see right through my underwear." "Hey, I'm not gay," Lin Xie retorted. "Who has to say? What if you secretly enjoy it?" Su Chen firmly rejected Lin Xie's proposal, as he intended to reserve the room for Bai Li, an essential character in the storyline. This way, the plot concerning the god slaying would not undergo significant alterations. Otherwise, it would resemble the butterfly effect, and one could never predict the future accurately. Of course, he did not speak a falsehood. Su Chen genuinely feared Lin Xie's mundane domain. Just imagine living with someone who could see you naked at any time. Who could endure that? He waved his hand dismissively and exited the dormitory, moving towards the adjacent rooms. There was no one in any of them, except for one. Upon entering, Su Chen curiously surveyed the room, where he found a man seated on a wooden plank, holding prayer beads, engaged in meditation. Su Chen chuckled. Among the entire training camp, this was the only individual dressed in such a manner. It was Chao Yuan. Su Chen had made his decision. This would be his dormitory. If Chao Yuan could not control the Black King, he could continuously absorb his forbidden realm, serving as a portable power bank. This way, the restoration degree of his wolf would steadily increase. "This dormitory is full. Please vacate the premises." "Thank you," Chao Yuan said coldly, eyes still closed. He did not wish to share living quarters with anyone, fearing that should his power spiral out of control one day, he might inadvertently harm a roommate. Unfazed by Chao Yuan's dismissal, Su Chen began unpacking his Klee backpack and organizing his belongings. Chao Yuan frowned upon seeing Su Chen's reluctance to leave and, in a fit of anger, clasped his hands together and muttered, "Bah. Well then, very well. I shall leave." Su Chen had no intention of relinquishing Chao Yuan. The coveted power bank. The might of the Black King's forbidden realm was unparalleled, belonging to the Forbidden Realm Sequence 031, Black King's Demise. Beneath the divine, above all beings, he positioned himself at the doorway, arms crossed, a grin plastered across his face as he gazed at Chao Yuan. "Oh, esteemed monk, why are you leaving? I was hoping to befriend you." Chao Yuan ignored Su Chen's provocation and placed his hands on Su Chen's shoulders, attempting to push him away, but found himself unable to budge him. Feeling embarrassed, this was his first encounter with such a setback. After all, during his time in the temple, he did not solely partake in vegetarian meals. Under the tutelage of Master Jin Chan, he had learned a few martial arts techniques. Since you do not comprehend Buddhist principles, allow me to share my knowledge of martial arts," Chao Yuan warned, his tone laced with veiled threats. "You have your Buddhist teachings. I possess my gentlemanly arts." Su Chen continued to taunt Chao Yuan in a myriad of sarcastic tones, igniting the fuse of the latter's fury. Chao Yuan, realizing he could not out-argue Su Chen, unleashed a punch, only for Su Chen to effortlessly summon his wolf to block it. "Darling, your punches are as soft as a flotation. Come on. Put some muscle into it, and kick me in the face." Chao Yuan had never encountered someone so brazen. He vowed to thoroughly thrash the man before him. He charged forward, executing a sweeping kick aimed at Su Chen, yet once again, it was effortlessly defended by Su Chen's wolf sword. At this moment, Chao Yuan's mind was in turmoil. How could this opponent so easily counter his attacks? That weapon of his was extraordinary. No matter how Chao Yuan struck, he could not penetrate Su Chen's defensive stance. The robustness of the heavy sword's defense was astounding. Soon, numerous new recruits began to arrive at the dormitory building, gathering outside with small stools to wager on the outcome of the clash. Lin Xie, hearing the commotion, rushed out as well. Meanwhile, many instructors watched from the shadows, munching on sunflower seeds, enjoying the spectacle. On the first day of their arrival at the station, a brawl had erupted, a common occurrence in the training camp. Yuan Gang keenly observed the fight, relishing the thought of Su Chen receiving a thorough beating. However, the artifact possessed by Su Chen was exceedingly troublesome, and Chao Yuan found himself at a disadvantage. Yuan Gang was also well aware of Chao Yuan's profile. Chao Yuan, Forbidden Realm Sequence 031, Black King's demise. Once unleashed, could not be controlled. Of course, should he release the Black King, Su Chen would undoubtedly face defeat, providing Yuan Gang with the perfect opportunity to rescue Chao Yuan. This would undoubtedly elevate Yuan Gang's prestige. Chao Yuan now found himself in an awkward position. The gathering crowd had swelled significantly, and retreating was no longer an option. If he were to lose, it would be utterly humiliating. However, he truly could not surpass Su Chen unless he activated the Forbidden Ruins. At this moment, Chao Yuan sensed the presence of someone watching him from the shadows. A force of tremendous power. Hurry up, go and give that kid a good beating. Yuan Gang urged through a secure communication device, prompting Chao Yuan to act swiftly. Upon realizing that someone had his back, Chao Yuan decided to stop holding back. The Black King's annihilation. The Forbidden Ruins in Chao Yuan's hand flickered and transformed into a blade, immediately followed by an aura of terrifying black flames enveloping him. Su Chen felt the overwhelming chaos of the Forbidden Ruins and couldn't help but chuckle. How domineering indeed. The reverse flame blade. The wolf's end emitted a crimson flame in an instant. Chao Yuan moved, and so did Su Chen. One black, one red. The sword and the blade clashed. Ding. Both were sent flying 10 meters apart. Su Chen's arm felt heavily numb. Yet he noticed that the wolf's end had managed to tear away a significant portion of the Black King's flames. He could sense the wolf's end rejoicing. On the other hand, Chao Yuan was in discomfort. The force of his Black King's annihilation had inexplicably diminished after the collision. He could feel his Black King state becoming unstable, on the verge of collapsing. This was something he had never encountered in over a decade. Chapter 33. Master Su Chen emerges. The Buddha says we are fated. At this moment, the most astonished was Yuan Gang, who had anticipated Su Chen to be thoroughly beaten, stepping in as the savior to restore order. Yet, to his shock, Chao Yuan had been sent flying by that kid's sword. Moreover, the once ferocious Black King's annihilation had inexplicably become docile. Yuan Gang's eyes widened as he observed Su Chen's blazing flames, utterly astonished. Mid-stage of the Pool Realm. Some of these new recruits have actually reached the Pool Realm. This shattered decades of tradition. Previous cohorts were always at the Lantern Realm. Remarkable indeed. The blade formed from the Black King's annihilation in Chao Yuan's hand had dissipated. He realized that the person before him had surpassed him in realm. Chao Yuan remained at the Lantern Realm, but through the enhancement of the Black King, he could forcefully elevate himself to the Pool Realm. However, the recent confrontation had already determined the victor. Chao Yuan had lost, and even the Black King had been suppressed, shattered in an instant. Suddenly, he recalled the information about this batch of new recruits. One among them was indeed the wielder of a divine artifact. If he guessed correctly, it was the individual before him. Yet, what intrigued Chao Yuan was how this divine artifact could effectively suppress his Black King. If this person were to become his roommate, could they assist him in training to control the Forbidden Ruins? Could it be that this individual is indeed the fated person Master Jian Chan spoke of? At this moment, Chao Yuan's spirit had been thoroughly crushed, and the Black King had shattered along with it. The wolf's end had devoured a significant portion of the Black King's annihilation, and Su Chen no longer intended to maintain a tense standoff. He approached Chao Yuan and extended his hand. Though reluctant, Chao Yuan had no choice but to shake hands in reconciliation. When one cannot bear to confront yet finds themselves incapable of overcoming, what can be done? Acceptance, of course. Ding. Repair rate increased by 0.5. Wolf's End repair rate, 28. This battle concluded with Su Chen's overwhelming victory. The new recruits erupted into cheers, applauding fervently. An extraordinary display of combat. Although Chao Yuan lost, the explosive power of the Black King was enough to dominate all present recruits. And Su Chen, needless to say, was terrifyingly strong. With a mere flick of his sword, he shattered Qiao Yuan's Black King, his realm unprecedentedly high. It is no exaggeration to assert that Su Chun had become the undisputed leader in the eyes of these new recruits. Among the Lantern Realm, the Pool Realm was invincible. Su Chun had not intended to be so ostentatious, but since it had occurred, he was more than pleased. Su Chun smiled and followed suit. Lin Chia, witnessing the scene, was equally astonished. Su Chun had stealthily advanced to mid-stage Pool Realm. Such a speed and cultivation was unparalleled. They had trained together, shared identical resources, and each possessed divine enhancements, yet he could not catch up to Su Chun. He recalled Su Chun's constant reminders that diligence was rewarded, and it seemed persistence and effort indeed bore fruit. He could not afford to lag behind and resolved to double his efforts. As the battle concluded, the crowd at the dormitory square quickly dispersed. Only Yuan Gang remained, staring blankly at the scene, feeling a twinge of insecurity from the explosive powers displayed. He had specifically summoned the masked team to maintain order, but with such formidable new recruits, would the masked team falter? His worries persisted. No. When training commenced the day after tomorrow, he must prioritize eliminating Su Chun, the divine artifact wielder. The masked team would focus their fire on Su Chun, ensuring they could take down this thorn, instilling fear in the other recruits. A perfect plan. Within the dormitory, Su Chun lounged casually by the bedside, observing the taciturn Qiao Yuan, not speaking, cool and aloof. If you're not going to talk, I'll just take my leave. Su Chun smirked, fully aware that Qiao Yuan would certainly wish to retain his presence. After all, the recent episode with the wolves in dismantling the Black King's annihilation had undoubtedly left an impression. It was known that ever since Qiao Yuan awakened the Forbidden Ruins, he had wiped out half a village with a mere flick of his hand, leaving behind psychological scars. As expected, just as Su Chun was about to step out of the dorm, the usually stoic Qiao Yuan finally spoke. Stop. I need your assistance in my training. Su Chun's mind momentarily malfunctioned. What audacious words were these? Qiao Yuan quickly realized his phrasing was inappropriate and hastily added, what I mean is, do you have a way to control my Forbidden Ruins? Please. Su Chun nodded in satisfaction. Now that was the proper attitude when seeking help. He retrieved a green-silver sword from Kelly's backpack. It was indeed the weapon inscribed with the Demon Exorcism attribute. Why would there be a sword in a children's backpack? And it appeared to be a forbidden object? Su Chun, unfazed, patted Qiao Yuan's shoulder and declared, the Buddha says we are fated. Thus, I bestow this divine artifact upon you. The moment the silver sword emerged, Qiao Yuan felt the chaotic spiritual power within him begin to stabilize. Could this be the divine artifact capable of suppressing evil spirits? This would greatly aid in controlling the Black King's annihilation. Unexpectedly, he encountered such a benefactor right after descending the mountain. At this moment, Qiao Yuan had already regarded Su Chun as a savior. A free divine artifact, indeed a master. Didn't he expect you to be of the Buddhist order as well? I am profoundly grateful. Qiao Yuan exclaimed joyfully, reaching out to accept it with both hands. But suddenly, he was left bewildered, unsure of what had transpired. It seemed this benefactor was not fated to be with him. Ah, what fate. 100,080 yuan. You can't lose out or be deceived. Qiao Yuan fumbled in his pockets, finding not a single cent, feeling a bit embarrassed for being financially strapped. He had spent all his time in the temple on the mountain. How could he possibly have money? May I inquire your esteemed name, Master? Su Chun. Very well. Master Su Chun, could you possibly extend credit? I promise to repay you as soon as I have funds. Su Chun was taken aback, surprised that Qiao Yuan would offer him an IOU. Such a notion was quite novel. Nevertheless, understanding Qiao Yuan's financial situation, he acquiesced to this arrangement. Recognizing that money was not the primary concern, it was the favor that mattered. He was aware of Qiao Yuan's nature, that aside from Lin Chia, no one else could influence him. Now that they had become roommates, it was essential to foster a good relationship for mutual benefit. Qiao Yuan awkwardly scribbled the IOU, stamping it with some ink. Su Chun had never anticipated that Qiao Yuan would go to such lengths. He placed the note into Kelly's backpack and handed the silver sword over to Qiao Yuan. Qiao Yuan's eyes sparkled with delight. Akin to a man who had glimpsed a neighbor's widow bathing, eager to embrace her, he held it in his hands, playing with it excitedly. His Forbidden Ruins' spiritual energy had never felt such tranquility. Furthermore, since this was a sword, it would not trigger his Black King. He was unaware of the extent to which this silver sword could control the Black King in its obliterated state. Master Su Chun, can this sword maintain my mental clarity while in the Black King's obliteration state? Su Chun pondered for a moment, uncertain himself, but speculated that it might indeed be effective. The Buddha taught that the master leads one to the door, but the cultivation relies on the individual. Ultimately, it is up to oneself. Su Chun offered a vague explanation. Qiao Yuan nodded in delight, clearly appreciating Su Chun's words. Indeed, A master is a master. Even their speech is imbued with profundity. Chapter 34. Can connect to the underworld, but not to athlete's foot. Nightfall. Su Chen was preparing his bed. Given the dormitory's extreme simplicity, merely sitting on the hard bed was quite uncomfortable. He retrieved a mattress from Kelly's backpack and laid it atop his bed. Observing Chao Yuan still meditating, he suggested, "Old Chao, would you like a mattress?" Chao Yuan opened his eyes, only to realize that Su Chen had transformed their dorm room into a luxurious suite. Not only had he laid down a mattress, but also various blankets and cushions, and even installed an air conditioner and fan. Chao Yuan was utterly bewildered. Was this really a training camp? Surely this was not a vacation. He shook his head at such extravagance, asserting, "I came to this training camp to toughen myself. We should not indulge in such comforts, as they may weaken our resolve." Su Chen clicked his tongue at this notion and chuckled. "I am here to strengthen my physique with such intense training. Shouldn't we enjoy it a bit more? What era are we in, still struggling unnecessarily? Old Chao, this is a critical use of a luxurious mattress, facilitating our body's swift recovery." After pondering for a moment, Chao Yuan conceded that Su Chen had a point. "Master, indeed your insight is profound." In no time, Su Chen had replaced Chao Yuan's bed with a soft mattress, providing a far more comfortable experience than the hard bed. Subsequently, Su Chen produced a cooking stove from Kelly's backpack and began preparing a meal. The aroma wafted through the air, tantalizing Chao Yuan's senses. "Master, where did you get this stove? It seems like something pulled from a child's backpack. How on earth did you carry such a hefty item? Unless this backpack possessed spatial capabilities." The longer Chao Yuan interacted with Su Chen, the more enigmatic the young man became. Su Chen prepared several home-cooked dishes and began to feast in the dormitory. Just the smell alone made Chao Yuan's throat tighten. His stomach unconsciously rumbled. Naturally, Su Chen invited Chao Yuan to join in, but he merely noticed Chao Yuan dutifully eating plain rice. "Old Chao, you must eat more meat." The Buddha said, "Wine and meat pass through the intestines, but the Buddha remains in the heart. Do you understand?" Chao Yuan paused at this illogical reasoning, and then said nothing more. Whatever, the master's words must hold some truth. One must be full to have the strength to meditate. Truth be told, he simply wanted to eat. The following day, Su Chen prepared to introduce Chao Yuan to Lin Chiye. After all, Chao Yuan had come to the training camp specifically to find him and was an important member of Team Nightfall. Naturally, he wished to facilitate their meeting for the story to unfold as it should. "Master Su Chen, are you certain there is a benefactor for me among them?" "Of course. I am a master. You must trust me." Chao Yuan was somewhat skeptical, but ultimately decided to trust Su Chen and followed him to Lin Chiye's dormitory. Su Chen and Chao Yuan slowly pushed open the dormitory door. Inside, two burly men were entangled at the head of the bed, adopting a rather compromising position. One hefty fellow was even holding Lin Chiye's foot and sniffing it. "Wow, Chiye, your feet smell delightful." Just then, the dormitory door swung open, leaving Su Chen and Chao Yuan frozen in shock. "Whoa, this isn't right. I won't disturb you. I'll take my leave." Su Chen quickly retreated, quietly closing the door and bracing it shut. Chao Yuan felt as though his worldview had been shattered, casting a doubtful glance at Su Chen. "Master, my eyes have been blinded. You owe me a refund." "Don't say that. My eyes are also blind." Then, a furious shout erupted from within the dormitory. "Don't go. Su Chen, let me explain." The hefty fellow, who had been sniffing the foot, was none other than Li Yifei. He hastily released his grip, fearing that his pristine reputation would be tarnished. Lin Chiye was furious, exclaiming, "What purity do you have?" He kicked Li Yifei away and glared at him fiercely before charging towards the door. At this moment, Su Chen and Chao Yuan were still outside, eavesdropping on the commotion within the dormitory. "Goodness, Chiye's tastes are truly peculiar. I never expected such a preference." Chiye?" The two continued their banter. Lin Chiye flung open the door to find the two staring at him with strange expressions. "No, let me explain. Explanation is merely a cover. I understand you can connect to the underworld, but surely you cannot connect to athlete's foot." Su Chen offered a knowing look that men understood. Lin Chiye realized he was in a predicament from which he could not extricate himself. With no strength to argue, he beckoned the two to enter the room for a discussion. "And who might this be?" "This is my roommate, Chao Yuan." "Oh, I am Lin Chiye, Su Chen's companion." Su Chen was in the midst of introducing Chao Yuan to Lin Chiye, who also introduced Li Yifei. Upon hearing that name, Chao Yuan stood up abruptly and tightly grasped Lin Chiye's hand. "Two trees stand tall, the 8 gods converge as one, 10 years into the night. I cross paths with the world." "Indeed, it is you." The master's prophecy was remarkably accurate. Before descending the mountain, Master Jiang Feng had instructed him to seek out a benefactor in Songnan, and he never expected to encounter them so smoothly, two benefactors at once. Su Chen's prophecy was equally astute. Xiao Yuan gripped Lin Xie's fair hand tightly, unwilling to release it for even a moment. Lying on the floor, Li Pangpang was displeased to find someone daring to vie for his man. How dare you? Li Pangpang crawled over, tightly clutching Lin Xie's foot. He kicked Xiao Yuan while asserting, I arrived first. Xie is mine. Competing with me for a benefactor? You little chub truly do not know your place. Xiao Yuan and Li Pangpang exchanged heated words. Su Chen watched with intrigue. Lin Xie was indeed the male succubus within the realm of slaying gods, drawing everyone into competition. Lin Xie, feeling helpless, found himself entangled with two eccentric individuals, both from Nan. He cast a pleading glance at Su Chen, who feigned helplessness and waved his hand dismissively. The gesture was not a farewell, but rather an indication for his younger brother to enjoy himself slowly. With a sense of righteousness, Su Chen left the dormitory, kindly locking the door behind him. Su Chen, you rascal. In the blink of an eye, the morning passed swiftly. Lin Xie had discerned Xiao Yuan's intentions and Li Pangpang's motives. Xiao Yuan sought his assistance to clear his name, while Pangpang simply wished to make friends. He found it all rather absurd. How did such peculiar individuals gravitate towards him like magnets? Su Chen remained outside, munching on sunflower seeds and listening in on the unfolding drama. Li Pangpang and Xiao Yuan sat upright, gazing expectantly at the approaching Su Chen. At that moment, Lin Xie raised an eyebrow and inquired, Su Chen, I hear from Xiao Yuan that you possess prophetic abilities? Of course. I am a master of the Buddhist path. Lin Xie chuckled, nearly believing him. Su Chen seemed utterly disconnected from the Buddhist realm. Which Buddhist master appears to be a charlatan? No, Su Chen was indeed a charlatan. However, the possibility of him possessing prophetic abilities might hold some truth, as he had previously demonstrated such foresight during his time in Team 136. Lin Xie leaned towards the belief that Su Chen indeed had prophetic skills. Su Chen, with an air of confidence, squinted at the gathered individuals and slowly began. It seems you do not believe in my abilities. Therefore, I shall consult the fates. Feel free to ask whatever you wish. Lin Xie, somewhat skeptical, casually suggested, then. Predict the content of our training. Su Chen's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of insight. He had anticipated this question long ago. As this newcomer's training session coincides with the Masked Squad's trial, Chapter 35, the demolition plan of the training camp unfolds. Su Chen, with a serious demeanor, calculated and glanced at the crowd. I suspect the instructors will dispatch a special team to train with us, aiming to undermine the morale of us rookies. Undoubtedly. I will be specifically targeted, as my level is the highest among the newcomers. Lin Xie listened intently and nodded solemnly. He entirely concurred with Su Chen's assessment. The probability of this was exceedingly high. After all, at the onset of rookie training, the instructors must establish authority, and sending a special team is the most effective means to do so. It also serves to ignite the rookies' aspirations towards the special team, allowing them to experience the genuine disparity between themselves and the elite. I believe in your foresight. Thus, we must successfully navigate this trial set by the special team. However, we must ensure that the other rookies remain oblivious to our completion of the trial. Otherwise, the instructor's credibility will be severely compromised, jeopardizing the continuation of our training. This way, not only will the instructors owe us a favor, but we could also gain significant benefits. Lin Xie analyzed, deriving insights from Su Chen's prediction. Su Chen nodded appreciatively, recognizing Lin Xie's quick wit. The two mascots beside them were nearly steaming from excitement. He continued along Lin Xie's line of thought. Indeed, to secure victory, we must unite. It is impossible to confront the special team individually, and you all must protect me, as I am the linchpin of our battle. Li Pangpang and Xiao Yuan were momentarily taken aback, wondering why they had not conceived such a strategy themselves. Furthermore, their reasoning was remarkably sound, as if it were a reality. So what is our plan? Xiao Yuan inquired. Lin Xie furrowed his brow, unable to devise a solid strategy at the moment. Simply grouping together would lead to a slow demise. Their collaborative synergy could never surpass that of the special team. Yet, if they dispersed, they would be utterly vulnerable. Mere lambs to the slaughter. Su Chen grinned mischievously. I have a plan. He quietly retrieved the Duda story collection from the museum. Su Chen then shared the demolition plan for the training camp with everyone. The Duda story collection lay prominently on the table. Xiao Yuan was taken aback to discover that Su Chen possessed such explosive forbidden items, casually reaching into his backpack for high-quality forbidden artifacts. In his mind, Su Chen's status as a master was firmly established. The confidence and elegance in his every gesture were unparalleled. Li Pangpang was astonished by the sight of this forbidden item. As a descendant of a family of forbidden artifacts, he instantly recognized its supreme quality, noting the exquisite craftsmanship. Flipping through the pages, he found the content to be merely a children's collection, leading to his profound disappointment. He set the book down, then scrutinized Su Chen seriously. This individual must undoubtedly be the possessor of the artifact for this training session. He immediately took note of the sword of the wolf's end that Su Chen carried, its aura evoking an inexplicable excitement within Li Yifei. Indeed, this is undoubtedly a divine weapon. The exquisite craftsmanship and perfect artistry were evident, and he could clearly sense the potent spirit contained within. Even the top 10 treasures of his family's museum could not compare to this heavy sword that Su Chen bore. Li Yifei felt an uncontrollable urge to caress the wolf's end. He resolved to keep the forbidden artifact hidden when not in use. Li Yifei truly embodied the reincarnation of a divine treasure master, possessing an innate affinity for forbidden artifacts. If he inadvertently awakened memories of his past, the narrative would surely spiral into chaos. The bouncing bomb from the Duda story collection paired with the explosives from the armory was a perfect match. If we could also incorporate the pressure-enhancing forbidden item from the cool guy, the resultant power would be formidable. Su Chen felt an irresistible urge to act. Of course, Su Chen's ultimate intention was to plunder the training camp rather than destroy it, but complete obliteration would settle the score. No one would suspect him. Lin Chia hesitated. Having witnessed the destructive power of Su Chen's bomb, which had leveled mountains, Li Yifei and Qiao Yuan eagerly agreed, and Lin Chia reluctantly nodded in acquiescence. For the next 2 days, Su Chen and the residents of Lin Chia's dormitory congregated daily. Li Yifei grew increasingly familiar with Su Chen, feeling as if Su Chen were a long-lost relative. They not only shared a personal space, but also filled it with various forbidden artifacts. However, his was a pocket, while Su Chen's resembled an adorable little girl's backpack. During their free time, they exchanged forbidden items, experimenting and researching together. On the third afternoon, during the instructor's training session, Su Chen and his companions promptly arrived at the training ground. Before him stood over 20 instructors, standing tall and imposing like ancient pines. Finally, the chief instructor, Yuan Gang, made his entrance. His gaze surveyed the chaotic crowd below, his eyes narrowing as he swiftly pinpointed his target. Su Chen sensed the scrutiny and looked up. Locking eyes with Yuan Gang. What are you staring at? What do you want? Su Chen regarded the driver on stage with disdain. Yuan Gang instantly lost his temper. Everyone, stand at attention. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yuan Gang, the chief instructor of this training camp. The rookies fell silent immediately. Su Chen and Lin Xia were taken aback, realizing that the driver from that day was indeed the chief instructor. Su Chen felt no fear, maintaining a steady gaze on Yuan Gang. He had done nothing wrong, thus had no reason to dread retaliation. After a moment of silence, Yuan Gang's voice boomed low and resonant. Regardless of your prominent backgrounds or exceptional forbidden artifacts, upon entering this door, you are merely rookies. Inexperienced novices, no, you are worthless. Do you accept this? Listening to Yuan Gang's impassioned rhetoric, Su Chen felt his temperature rise, nearly igniting his blood. He knew these phrases were standard for every rookie ceremony. The lad dozing off in the front stepped forward. Are you compliant? Yuan Gang's gaze remained fixed on Su Chen and Lin Chia's quartet, as they were the most rebellious among the group. A divine agent, an artifact bearer, a dark king, and the heir of the Bailey family. What an unexpected assembly of talents. Su Chen's eyelids twitched. He had merely closed his eyes for a moment and was now singled out. This was undoubtedly Yuan Gang's vendetta. Reporting. I comply. Very well. But how could you possibly comply? Yuan Gang's words fell flat, as if striking cotton, appearing futile. However, it was fortunate that the most rebellious one had conceded. The remaining rookies would be easy to manage. Just then, a voice of disdain emerged from the crowd. Damn, I refuse to comply. Su Chen turned to see the source, none other than the audacious Shen Qizhu. His posture was slouched, his military cap askew, so iconic. All right, I refuse too. Count me in. Me as well. With the audacious one leading, nearly all the rookies expressed their dissent. It was not merely a rebellion against Yuan Gang, but, more so, against Su Chen. He ranked the highest among the newcomers, yet he had chosen to yield. What a cowardly display. Yuan Gang surveyed the crowd, noticing that the majority had raised their hands. With only Lin Chia, Li Yifei, and Qiao Yuan remaining still. Were they genuinely compliant? They are indeed. Su Chen merely acquiesced verbally, drawing the crowd closer. He discreetly signaled Lin Chia and the others to proceed with their plan. Yuan Gang's lips curled slightly. Fortunately, there were still dissenters, or the masked squad would have been summoned in vain. All right, today I shall grant you an opportunity to recognize your true selves. Step forward. Chapter 36. The Trial of the Masked Squad, Plundering the Training Camp. As his words resonated, the sky erupted with sound, and the masked squad made their dazzling entrance. Su Chen looked up at the azure sky, where several dark figures descended at an astonishing speed. He never anticipated that the masked squad would be so diligent. making such a dramatic entrance. How much do they earn in a month to work so hard? Jumping out of a plane without a parachute, truly impressive. At this moment, it was not only Suchin who was astonished. All the trainees pointed in surprise at the sky. 7 figures wearing masks stood firmly on the training platform. It was the special team, the masked squad. What a spectacle. Wang Mian was quite pleased with this appearance. Hello everyone. We are the masked squad. Before he could finish, the figure wearing the whirlpool mask suddenly knelt down. The whirlpool. The masked squad. The recruits. A wave of awkwardness swept through the scene, particularly among the instructors on stage. After a moment of contemplation, the whirlpool had a sudden inspiration. He clasped his hands together and bowed to the new recruits, wishing them a happy new year. How clever of him. Suchin admired him, after all. He was an old member of the special team, exuding calmness and composure. This is what professionalism looks like. Yuan Gang then introduced the rules to this batch of new recruits. Essentially, the gist was that before 9 p.m. tonight, if they could remove the mask from any member of the masked squad, the recruits would be declared victorious and could graduate early. Simultaneously, all members of the masked squad would be restricted to fight at the same level as the recruits. Here, Yuan Gang cleverly exploited a loophole in the rules. Since the recruits were all at the Lantern Realm, except for Suchin, who was an anomaly, the masked squad could elevate themselves to the Pool Realm to compete with Suchin. This ensured a foolproof strategy against any potential mishaps. Of course, the masked squad did not look down upon exploiting loopholes. They believed that the Lantern Realm was sufficient. To resort to underhanded tactics against recruits would be disgraceful. At this moment, Wang Mian scanned the new recruits and immediately locked onto Lin Qiye. 2 divine powers clashed in that instant. Suchin sat on the ground, watching the show and secretly observing Wang Mian. The Time God's agent indeed possessed extraordinary divine power. The Forbidden Abyss, Time Marauder, was not at all inferior to the earthly divine realm of the Seraphim Michael. Uncertain of how much the Wolf's End could absorb from the Time God's abyss, he hoped to draw out more power from Wang Mian. Otherwise, merely a Lantern Realm's abyss would not suffice for the Wolf's End to make an impact. The same applied to the other members of the masked squad. The Lantern Realm's Forbidden Abyss was too weak. At least the Pool Realm or higher would be required. This way, the Wolf's End would surely break through a 30 restoration rate after this battle. Coincidentally, he also had a way to compel them to utilize their superior realms. That would be the Dudu story collection. Lin Qiye and Wang Mian exchanged glances, both horrified. Suchin had indeed predicted correctly. It was a test from a special team. It was very likely he knew from the very beginning that it was the masked squad, yet he had chosen not to reveal it. He certainly had a trick up his sleeve. Suchin was innocently caught in the crossfire. Conceal one hand, reveal another, teach one hand, learn one hand, contemplate one hand. Isn't this the basic operation? After all, a rough prophecy sufficed. Being overly detailed could lead to complications. Wang Mian, after surveying Lin Qiye, stared silently at Suchin. If Yuan Gang's information was correct, this individual was the artifact bearer. Moreover, Yuan Gang had noted that special training was necessary for him. Yet he appeared to possess no extraordinary abilities. Aside from being slightly higher in realm and more attractive, he was otherwise quite ordinary. He did not even sense the presence of an artifact on Suchin, which caused him to furrow his brow. At this moment, the enthusiasm of the new recruits exploded. Everyone unanimously believed that even with a tactic of overwhelming numbers, they could drown the masked squad. Even if 200 pigs charged in, it would take 7 hours to capture them. Not to mention, these were recruits with forbidden abyss powers. Wang Mian squinted his eyes and calmly stated, "To deal with you, we only need to send out 5 members." As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere became even more electrifying. Everyone felt the masked squad was being excessively arrogant. Yuan Gang then stepped forward with a cheerful demeanor, saying, "Next, for the next 7 hours, you may disrupt and fight as you please. No matter how you damage the training camp, we can restore it. Good luck, you worthless ones," Yuan Gang boldly declared, leaving with a group of instructors to monitor from backstage. Suchin chuckled at these words. Can everything truly be restored? He glanced at the figures of the whirlpool, Rose, Balance, Moon Ghost, and Wang Mian on stage, knowing that a direct confrontation was futile. He signaled to Lin Qiye and the others. Lin Qiye nodded, leading by Li and the others to stealthily blend into the crowd and make their escape. Suchin did the same. As the battle was about to commence, countless new recruits surged forward, providing ample cover for their retreat. Retreat. Rose swung her hammer, sending 4 or 5 charging recruits flying, then gazed thoughtfully at the battlefield. Within moments, the masked squad had eliminated over 30 trainees. Li, watching, felt his eyelids twitch and hurried to catch up with Suchin. If the masked squad's combat power at the Lantern Realm was this terrifying, what would it be if they unleashed their full potential? He now believed in Suchin's escape strategy wholeheartedly. Damn it, if he didn't run fast enough, he too would surely be doomed. Indeed. They were worthy of being the masked squad. With Suchin and his group leading the way in retreat, the other trainees finally reacted, following suit to flee. Had it not been for Suchin taking the lead, many more would have been eliminated by now. Amidst the thick smoke, Wang Mian brushed off the dust. Surrounded by unconscious recruits. Hiss, where are the artifact bearer and the divine agent? Wang Mian pondered. They must have been frightened away by my stunning charisma. The whirlpool adjusted his hairstyle. Wang Mian felt somewhat awkward. He had promised Yuan Gang to prioritize the elimination of these two. Unexpectedly, those two had slipped away amidst the chaos. Without a doubt, they had likely hidden in the warehouse. Remember, our primary objective as the masked squad is to eliminate those two divine beings. Let us go, we'll head to the warehouse. After saying this, Wang Mian led his team off in pursuit. In the underground base of the training camp, Yuan Gang and the instructors were watching the large screen displaying the entire camp's surveillance. Damn, that kid Suchin got away. TSK, isn't the commander convinced now? Don't worry, the masked squad has it under control. Yuan Gang expressed confidence in the masked squad, yet his right eyelid twitched inexplicably. At the warehouse entrance, a crowd of new recruits gathered, all looking helplessly at the locked warehouse door. At that moment, a woman placed her hands on the door, attempting to use the Forbidden Abyss to open it. Forbidden Abyss Sequence 076, Universal Frequency Shift, capable of controlling the frequency of objects to achieve resonance. Great, it's Molly. We're saved. Someone nearby exclaimed joyfully. Molly was using all her strength to create a small breach in the door. Suchin arrived, looking bewildered at the door. The nearby recruits, noticing his presence, sarcastically remarked, "Humph, some people only know how to run away. They're not as brave as a woman." Suchin ignored their taunts. Knowing that the masked squad was pursuing them, he pushed Molly aside, who was using the Forbidden Abyss, and drew out the wolf's end from the museum. Molly, instantly furious, was about to question Suchan when, in an instant, the door was cleaved in two. Suchan raised the wolf's end and swiftly vanished through the opening. He intended to loot the entire training camp. He could not let the warehouse full of weapons and forbidden items go to waste. Molly and the other new recruits were left dumbfounded. They knew that the door was made of composite alloy, with the steel door being 40 centimeters thick. It was even thicker than some tank's armor, and simply pushing the door was quite difficult. Yet this formidable obstacle had been effortlessly severed by Suchan with a single strike. The artifact in his hand far exceeded their comprehension. Inside the warehouse, as Suchin stepped in, he was met with a vast arsenal of weapons. Long spears, sabers, hammers, knives, and swords, diving suits, dustproof attire, pharmaceuticals, and military jeeps. Hidden even deeper were several forbidden items, including 3 celestial blades. The celestial blade is the standard equipment for the night watchman, crafted by the Queen Mother with materials of extreme rarity. A slight smile graced Suchin's face. This was a significant find. Chapter 37, The Moon Demon Falters. The Dawn Bird Strikes to Defeat. As Suchin surveyed the dazzling array of items, he couldn't help but be astonished. This was an extravagance beyond his wildest dreams. He had never engaged in such a bountiful battle in his life. With a mere thought, he activated the museum, and instantly, all the items flew towards him as if guided by an unseen force. Diving suits, forbidden items, weapons, and military off-road vehicles, all were swiftly collected, emptying the warehouse in the blink of an eye. The museum was soon filled with an assortment of treasures. Over 200 supplies had been borrowed by him alone. Regardless of their usefulness, he took everything. Naturally, the most precious items were the 3 celestial blades. These blades were intended for training, lacking any engraved names on their hilts. They could potentially serve as high-grade consumables for a divine artifact. Lin Chia and Xiao Yuan arrived at the warehouse just a moment too late, only to be met with a shocking sight. The entire warehouse was utterly vacant. Lin Chia was perplexed. Wasn't the instructor supposed to have instructed them to retrieve weapons? Was this some sort of deceptive trick? Suchin approached and patted Lin Chia on the shoulder. We've all been played by the instructor. There is not a single item left here. At that moment, new recruits rushed in only to discover the stark emptiness as well. Thus, the truth dawned upon everyone. This was indeed a ploy by the instructor, aimed at luring them all into a trap. Everyone instinctively grasped the reality. Truly, the older generation is the most cunning. The instructors were a crafty bunch. At this moment, Bai Li panned and stared blankly at Suchin, convinced that there had indeed been weapons here just moments ago. Even a few forbidden items. As a reincarnated deity sensitive to forbidden items, Bai Li Pandan felt the absence of their presence. Yet, in an instant, all traces had vanished. Concerned that Bai Li Pandan might unravel the mystery, Suchin pulled him aside for a quiet conversation. Pandan, I can teach you how to woo women. Really? You, a novice, teaching me? Suchin felt slightly disheartened. He then adjusted his mindset, gesturing towards the entrance where Emily stood. He reached into Kelly's backpack and retrieved a mundane forbidden saber, subtly indicating by Li Pandan to approach and impress her. However, Pandan appeared stunned. How did Suchin know of his affection for Emily? It must be the power of prophecy. Li Pandan cast a suspicious glance at Kelly's overflowing backpack. Fear not, I am a master of romance. If you present her with an extravagant gift, she is unlikely to accept it. But a modest, appropriate gift like this will not burden her. Suchin maintained a calm demeanor, leaving Li Pandan with lingering doubts. As expected, Emily hesitated but ultimately accepted the saber. Recognizing her need for a weapon that suited her in the face of the masked team, Li Pandan was utterly amazed, fully convinced of Suchin's prowess. Master, you are incredible. Why not predict whether my future child with Emily will be a boy or a girl? Suchin kicked Li Pandan. Come on. We're just meeting a girl and giving a gift, and you're already planning for children? This guy is truly unbeatable. Just then, Suchin sensed a disturbance in the elemental energies within the warehouse. He drew his weapon, Wolf's End, and struck the ground forcefully. Reverse Flame Blade. Flames erupted across the ground, catching the Moon Demon off guard as it prepared to ambush. The Moon Demon barely evaded the strike by channeling its spiritual energy, transforming its body with moonlight. The Moon Demon lay on the ground, staring at Suchin in shock. If it had only relied on its initial power, it would have been finished before even beginning to fight. According to regulations, surpassing the threshold would mean defeat. Yet, thankfully, there was a patch provided by Yuan Gang. Now he understood why Yuan Gang repeatedly emphasized the necessity of eliminating the artifact's owner first. The Moon Demon glared at Suchin with its white eyes, furrowing its brow. Little brat, I admit your detection skills are impressive, managing to see through my disguise. But should I wish to escape, none can stop me. With that, the Moon Demon transformed into a swirl of moonlight, moving towards the exit. It had decided that this fragile assassin would wait for the captain to arrive. Initially, it had only intended to gather intelligence, but now it found itself in a predicament. Suchin chuckled at the Moon Demon's retreat. A cacophony of startled shouts erupted from the new recruits as they realized the masked team had arrived far sooner than anticipated. Had Suchin not discovered this, they would have been doomed. At the entrance, Lin Chia's golden eyes flickered slightly. Mortal Realm. His radiant, angelic gaze pierced through the Moon Demon's escape route. Gripping the dull sword Suchin had given him, he lunged towards the wall. Suchin and Lin Chia strolled leisurely toward the Moon Demon. They exchanged glances. Understanding each other's thoughts perfectly, swift resolution. They needed to eliminate the Moon Demon before the captain arrived. At that moment, the Moon Demon was cursing its luck. It had spent a lifetime executing assassination missions without ever being detected, yet today, it encountered not one, but two. The Moon Demon restored its arm with moonlight and charged at Suchin and Lin Chia, and the three became entangled in a fierce battle. With peak strength from the Pool Realm, the Moon Demon was entirely immune to their attacks. Unless its spiritual energy was exhausted, it had no reason to fear them. Suchin smirked. If the opponent favored a war of attrition, he would gladly oblige. Let us see who tires first. Suchin gripped Wolf's End tightly and unleashed his ultimate move. Dawn Bird. Attack. A colossal fiery bird erupted from his sword, soaring towards the Moon Demon in an instant. The Moon Demon smirked. While the power was impressive, it was immune. Moon Transformation. The Dawn Bird passed through the Moon Demon, only to execute a 360-degree turn and crash back into it. The Moon Demon was bewildered. How could it track him so accurately? This was beyond reasonable. Within 3 seconds, the Moon Demon activated its Moon Transformation 5 times in a row, rapidly depleting its Pool Realm spiritual energy. Though it could deflect the attacks, the white mask on its face would surely shatter. The Moon Demon shot Suchin a fierce glare before suddenly unleashing its Sea Realm spiritual energy, escaping the warehouse at lightning speed. The new recruits around them were left dumbfounded. Who could have anticipated that the Moon Demon still had energy to spare? Was the Moon Transformation of this white mask limitless? This was absurd. Aside from Suchin, no one noticed the Moon Demon had tapped into the River Realm, albeit subtly. Lin Chia glanced at the fleeing Moon Demon, then at Suchin. What a freak. How could you solo the Moon Demon of the masked team? The Dawn Bird continued its relentless pursuit. The Moon Demon was perplexed. Despite unleashing its River Realm strength, how could this bird track it as if it had eyes? This was hardly fair. With no other option, the Moon Demon had to unleash its River Realm spiritual energy to counter the Dawn Bird. The Dawn Bird emitted a shrill cry, consuming the Moon Demon's moonlight before vanishing. Ding. Restoration level increased by 0.5. Wolf's End restoration rate at 285. The museum's notification chimed in Suchin's ears. A smile spread across his face, knowing the Moon Demon had violated the regulations and was thus eliminated. He exchanged a knowing look with Lin Chia, and they nodded in unison. All right, We must head to the munitions depot. Farewell, everyone. The masked team will arrive shortly. I advise you to flee swiftly. Su Chen's objective has never been the warehouse, but rather the munitions depot situated in front of it. Naturally, retrieving these weapons and supplies is merely a secondary consideration. Bai Li and Chao Yuan hastened to keep pace with the others, cheerfully making their way toward the munitions depot. Emily, deep in thought, observed the departing figures of the four and chose to follow suit. Chapter 38. A sword shatters the rose's forbidden realm. Practice makes perfect. Yu Gui utilized the strength of the river realm to shatter the dawn bird, acutely aware that he was no longer qualified to fight. According to regulations, the new recruits should be declared victorious. However, he surreptitiously employed the mental prowess of the river realm, confident that no one had discerned his actions. Yet, the instructors in the basement were monitoring the situation with clarity. At this moment, they were astonished, never anticipating Yu Gui's swift downfall. Some instructors had barely stepped away to use the restroom, and in that brief moment, it was all over. Absurd. The surveillance footage from the warehouse did not capture how Yu Gui met his defeat, for Su Chen had confiscated even the military-grade cameras, intending to sell them at the museum. After all, such items fetch a decent price. Anything of value within the training camp fell under Su Chen's purview, leaving no trace behind. Consequently, the instructors remained entirely ignorant of the underlying circumstances. Yuan Gang observed Yu Gui fleeing from a firebird, which was, in fact, Su Chen's forbidden realm. Yuan Gang lowered his head, immersed in contemplation, then resolutely shook his head. It was not a loss, for this batch of newcomers had not unmasked Yu Gui. The instructors, hearing Yuan Gang's verdict, found no cause for dissent. After all, the training camp could neither conclude nor be postponed. Even an invasion by ancient deities would not disrupt the prescribed schedule for new recruit training. The Night Watchman's training exercises were classified as top-secret missions, never to be interrupted. Unless the entire camp suffered catastrophic damage, such a scenario would only arise from external divine interference. Yuan Gang took out his walkie-talkie, calling for Yu Gui to continue participating in the elimination training. Yu Gui merely smiled awkwardly, sitting on the ground in resignation. Yuan Gang's decision was indeed sound, as it was for the benefit of the newcomers. However, as a member of the special team, the masked team, his pride was not yet thick enough to bear such a burden. If word got out, it would be a considerable embarrassment for the masked team. Defeat was defeat. Yu Gui accepted his fate. At that moment, Wang Mian, accompanied by the masked team, arrived belatedly. Xianhua, noticing Yu Gui sprawled on the ground, seemingly devoid of will, approached with a teasing remark. What a loser. Yu Gui, how did you become so weak? Yu Gui silently rolled his eyes and retorted peevishly. That artifact wielder's forbidden realm is too bizarre, and even the two new recruits associated with the deities could see through my disguise. Wang Mian nodded in surprise, patting Yu Gui's shoulder in consolation. This batch of newcomers exhibited considerable prowess. In a one-on-one confrontation, they could hardly hold their own. Yu Gui, a standard assassin with high attack but low defense, was at a disadvantage when his disguise was unraveled. It was fortunate that his mask remained intact. However, Wang Mian remained perplexed. While the Seraph Michael's mortal domain was not up for discussion, how could the artifact wielder also pierce through the disguise? There were only three possibilities. One was the inherent ability of the artifact itself. The second was that Su Chen possessed more than one forbidden realm. The third was pure conjecture. Su Chen likely owned multiple artifacts. As Wang Mian contemplated this, he shook his head, dismissing the notion. Artifacts were already rare. How could one person possess two? They weren't cabbages, after all. Nonetheless, he genuinely wished to converse with Su Chen, as the latter might know the whereabouts of Takamagara. The god of time, Kronos, required him to retrieve an item. At that moment, Xianhua tilted his head, prostrating on the ground, leering at Yu Gui. Weakness begets weakness. Practice makes perfect. You can't even defeat a new recruit. Yu Gui stiffened, clenching his fists. Wang Mian intervened, halting the banter of the two, and said with resignation, "Leave the next part to us. Yu Gui, you stay back and watch." With that, Wang Mian rushed toward the northern warehouse. Xianhua and the others followed, quickly eliminating the dozen or so new recruits lingering in the warehouse. Through the information gleaned from these recruits, they learned that Su Chen and his companions were headed toward the munitions depot. Wang Mian was taken aback. The munitions depot was exceedingly perilous. What could that artifact wielder possibly be planning? Mutual destruction? Currently, the entire masked team was in the realm of light, and firearms posed a significant threat to them. Tian Ping, accelerate. Let us catch up. Understood. Gravity field shift. Tian Ping called out, and instantly, the surrounding gravity was halved. The masked team surged forward with remarkable speed. In a matter of moments, they caught up with Su Chen and his group. Su Chen and Lin Qiye were astonished. They had not anticipated the masked team's rapid support. The dozen new recruits had barely delayed them for minutes, as the munitions depot was adjacent to the warehouse. They were now very close to the main entrance. In fact, Su Chen's hand was already brushing against the doorframe. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events transpired. A blade of energy sliced through the air, aimed directly at his back. Fortunately, he managed to pivot and crouch just in time, narrowly avoiding the strike. If Su Chen's memory served him correctly, this attack was wielded by Wang Mian, the controller of the feathered arrow, belonging to the masked team S-Rose. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. Why did the masked team unleash their ultimate abilities so recklessly during a skirmish? Observing from the rear, Li immediately drew her katana, employing the 10,000 manifestations to deflect this powerful blow. Li, witnessing Li's defense, stepped forward, ready to play the hero. At this moment, he activated Shaking Light, maximizing his defense, believing he could withstand Rose's strike. Lin Chiye and Chao Yuan also retrieved the forbidden items provided by Su Chen, preparing to defend. Seeing Su Chen still rooted in place, Lin Chiye shouted in urgency, "Su Chen, don't mind us. Hurry and do what you must." At this moment, the entire team was resolute in their determination to sacrifice themselves for Su Chen, attempting to buy him time. Su Chen, however, was not moved. He merely gazed at Lin Chiye with confusion. It was merely a cumbersome hammer. While it appeared intimidating, it was merely a fade. Although Su Chen was unaware of the specific name of Rose's Forbidden Realm, he comprehended that its effect was to magnify any object several times. Thus, this enlarged weapon was the manifestation of Rose's mental prowess. For his Wolf's End, this was akin to a death sentence. Summoning Wolf's End, he hoisted it onto his shoulder with a grin. Blade of reverse flame. He executed a powerful slash toward the massive hammer suspended in the air. In an instant, Wolf's End erupted in flames, cleaving the giant hammer in half. Su Chen stood amidst the wind, his garments billowing. This scene was utterly breathtaking. The group, who had just resolved to sacrifice themselves, were left in a state of disbelief. Lin Xie, with eyes wide as saucers, stared fixedly at the Wolf's End in Su Chen's grasp. This artifact seemed to possess the ability to counteract forbidden realms. The giant hammer was not a physical entity, but rather a manifestation of mental energy. Thus, it was perfectly countered by Su Chen's artifact. Li, Chao Yuan, and Li were utterly taken aback, failing to comprehend what had just transpired. How could such a colossal hammer be effortlessly severed by Su Chen? Was this reasonable? The might of the artifact was overwhelming, akin to a dimensional strike. After the massive hammer was split, the giant hammer in Rose's hand instantly transformed into a smaller version. However, at this moment, the smaller hammer was already severed. Beep. Repair degree increased by 0.5. Wolf's End repair degree at 29. Beep. Hidden nightmare task triggered. Defeat the entire masked team. Reward. Museum curator talent. Elemental refinement. Elemental refinement. Refine any item, converting it into wish points or artifact repair degree. Chapter 39. Can Tianping react to spicy soup? Elemental refinement task issued. The voices resonating in Su Chen's mind filled him with delight. Elemental refinement was an immensely significant talent for a curator. Although it may not significantly enhance combat prowess, this contraption has undoubtedly broadened the museum's gameplay. Particularly, the surplus white forbidden objects can be converted into wish values, allowing for the acquisition of superior artifacts. By continuously recycling resources, one can draw ever closer to the coveted Morix artifact, the Spear of the Rainbow. In later stages, when resources are abundant, one can even directly enhance the artifact's repair status. It is indeed vexing when one is just shy of a few percentage points needed to unlock new abilities. However, with elemental refining, one can expend certain forbidden objects or materials to boost repair status, thus swiftly acquiring new capabilities. Of course, ordinary weapons are of little significance. It seems only forbidden items can be effectively refined. Presently, the masked team is relentless, making it nearly impossible to defeat this exceptional squad. Yet, it is not entirely out of the question. Rose is seething with rage, as her beloved hammer has been shattered by an enemy sword. It is worth noting that her hammer was custom-made and quite costly, a genuine forbidden item. Is this the tyranny of artifacts? That detestable newcomer must be taught a lesson. Yue, observing Rose's plight, feels an inexplicable sense of joy. Perhaps it is the satisfaction derived from witnessing another's misfortune after experiencing one's own setbacks. Wang Mian swiftly intervenes, blocking Rose's furious advance. Typically, offensive artifacts possess the trait of being able to cut through anything, making close-range confrontations with forbidden items precarious. Wang Mian, with a serious expression, fixates on Su Chen's movements. Suddenly, Su Chen dashes towards the ammunition depot behind him. This is bad. The opponent clearly intends to perish alongside us. We must stop him. Wang Mian is no fool. The enemy's forbidden domain employs fire, making the ammunition depot the ideal detonation point. Mortal flesh cannot withstand technology. No sooner had Wang Mian spoken than the balance scale surged forth under the influence of anti-gravity. Lin Xie gasps in shock at the opponent's incredible speed, barely able to keep up with his sight. At this moment, Li Yifei catches up, drawing a forbidden great sword from the free space to intercept Su Chun. After all, the demolition training camp plan they devised centers around the ammunition depot. If Su Chun can successfully trigger an explosion, shattering the masked team's facade will be effortless. Li Yifei's massive form stands in the way, but in the next second, he is sent flying 10 meters by a kick from the balance scale. A heavy body collides with the hesitating Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan exclaims in dismay. Fortunately, with the protection of the forbidden item, Yao Guang and Old Xiao, Li Yifei emerges unscathed. Lin Xie swiftly advances, following closely behind the balance scale, only to be interrupted by several strikes from Wang Mian's Yuan blade. Wang Mian moves with an air of nonchalance, engaging Lin Xie in combat. He does not need to eliminate Lin Xie. He merely needs to buy time for the balance scale. Lin Xie is anxious, eager to assist Su Chen, but Wang Mian, as the captain of the masked team, is not easily subdued. Both are divine agents, their powers evenly matched. However, Wang Mian wields a Yuan, allowing him to accelerate his blade strikes, effectively suppressing Lin Xie. After all, it is not night. The Starry Night Dancer's enhancement is absent. Meanwhile, Molly is also restrained by Rose and cannot spare the time to intercept the balance scale. Su Chun, noticing the pursuing balance scale, feels the weight of gravity double, hindering his speed. Yet, he is merely a step away from the ammunition depot. Such gravity is insufficient to restrain him. Gritting his teeth, the balance scale makes a decision that defies ancestral teachings. Forget about face. Activate the boundary. If pressure won't work, then we must compete on equal footing. The immediate priority is to eliminate this artifact wielder. Otherwise, if he triggers the ammunition depot, the flimsy material of the mask cannot withstand the explosion. Now the balance scale finally comprehends why Yuan Gang has targeted Su Chen. This kid is ruthless. In an instant, quadruple gravity unfolds, nearly causing Su Chen to stumble. Nevertheless, he reaches the door of the ammunition depot, rolling inside. Before his eyes are various explosives, tanks, rifles, and cannons. This depot serves as a training ground for new recruits to practice basic firearm usage. Su Chen activates the museum, and in a heartbeat, he plunders all the ammunition. The only thing left is a tiger tank, aimed at the entrance. Come on, let us have a showdown. The next moment, the balance scale bursts through the door. He is immensely relieved to have arrived in time. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Not only the ammunition depot, but a third of the training camp would be obliterated. But now he is here. Even if Su Chen wishes to detonate the depot, he will need a few seconds. There is ample time to disrupt Su Chen's fiery forbidden domain. Upon seeing the scene unfold, a smile creeps onto Wang Mian's face. One must admit, Su Chen's strategy of mutual destruction is quite admirable. To secure victory in the trial, he is willing to risk everything. Such courage is commendable, but alas, it is already over. Boom. Before he can finish his thought, a deafening explosion resounds. All eyes turn towards the ammunition depot. The balance scale, just pushing open the door, displays a victorious grin, only to be met with a grimace the next moment. Damn it, a tiger tank right in his face. Before he can react, the tank fires an armor-piercing round. At such close range, being hit by that shell would surely spell doom. Unlike the divine, humans do not possess such extraordinary physical capabilities. Regardless of one's realm, all beings are equal. The balance scale panics, adrenaline surging to its peak. His reflexes quicken threefold, yet he still cannot evade the armor-piercing round. Damn. Is it really going to kill me? The balance scale internally laments. In a flash, he channels the mental energy of the Chuan realm, amplifying both gravity and anti-gravity to tenfold. With the tenfold acceleration of anti-gravity and the tenfold pressure of gravity on the shell, the balance scale barely evades the armor-piercing round. Observers from afar are astounded, incredulously watching the balance scale fly backward. Incredible. Perhaps he can indeed react to that bowl of spicy soup. Thank goodness it wasn't me. That would have terrified me. Wang Mian's heart sinks. This is bad. The artifact bearer has actually taken control of the ammunition depot. The tides have turned, and the opponent now holds the initiative. All members, protect the masks. Retreat swiftly. With that command, the masked team hastily withdraws from the battlefield. Lin Xie and the others exhale in relief. They have successfully secured the ammunition depot. Now, all that remains is to trigger a powerful explosion, which will undoubtedly obliterate the masked team's facade. Moreover, with Li Yifei's Yaoguang that can withstand the shockwave. Ding, repair status increased by 0. 5. Wolf's in repair status at 295. The system announces. Su Chen, unable to bask in the joy, gathers the explosives and begins to flee. The plan has changed. It is impossible for him to detonate the bombs now. After all, the museum's task is to defeat the masked team, not merely to repel them. If he detonates the explosives now, their power is evidently insufficient. The masked team possesses a Chuan realm average, while Wang Mian is likely at the high realm. His mental energy in the Pi realm is inadequate, necessitating stacking. Besides the ammunition depot, there are two other locations, the explosive Chimin of the Swaggerer. A highly dangerous, forbidden domain. Chimin can compress air, and a single spark can result in a high-temperature explosion. Additionally, there is the underground military base of the instructors. The ammunition depot is merely a warm-up. For a real challenge, the missiles from the underground base are required. Once these three are combined, the explosive power of the bombs will be cataclysmic. Time ticks away. Every heart is gripped with tension, especially that of Wang Mian. If an explosion were to occur now, he would have no choice but to utilize the time to reshape his mask. Time has passed, yet the ammunition depot remains eerily silent, leaving both Wang Mian and Lin Qiye in a state of bewilderment. Lin Qiye, puzzled, activated the mundane realm of the gods, only to witness Su Chen furtively fleeing. This direction led straight to the dormitory building. Chapter 40. The chaos begins. Prepare for the bombs. The dormitory building? Oh. Su Chen has unexpectedly abandoned his teammates in a moment of crisis. What shall we do next? Molly inquired anxiously. Lin Qiye had already informed everyone of Su Chen's escape route, and disbelief was evident on each face. Having spent considerable time with Su Chen, he knew the other was not one to forsake his comrades. Surely, he must have devised a more advantageous plan. Perhaps Su Chen had foreseen a particular trajectory. In any case, we should follow him. After Lin Qiye spoke, Bai Li Pang and Xiao Yuan nodded firmly. Although they had not known Su Chen for long, they recognized his reliability in serious matters. Furthermore, Su Chen possessed a spatial artifact reminiscent of the free space, a small backpack belonging to a little girl. Perhaps he had already stashed away a portion of the explosives, shifting the battlefield. Molly could not fathom why everyone had such unwavering faith in Su Chen. But there was no turning back. They were already in this together. The group hastened towards the teaching building. As they passed the cafeteria, Bai Li Pang was tempted to enter for a meal to replenish his strength. Although it was not mealtime, food was certainly in abundance. However, upon their entrance, they discovered the cafeteria was completely empty, resembling a vast and desolate hall. The tables and chairs had vanished, let alone the various utensils. The gas stove and refrigerator were nowhere to be found, leaving only a solitary mouse gnawing on a moldy bun. Bai Li Pang felt as though the sky had fallen. Where could such a large cafeteria have gone? Surely, our training camp hasn't been robbed? First, the massive warehouse was cleared out, and now the cafeteria has been emptied. Lin Qiye shook his head, dismissing this notion. After all, who could steal everything from the cafeteria right under the noses of the instructors? It was highly likely that the instructors had set a trap to lure them to the cafeteria. Bai Li Pang's first thought turned to Su Chen, but he quickly extinguished that idea, as the capacity of spatial artifacts is not limitless. He, being the one with the free space, held the most authority on this matter. Su Chen may be quite adept at showmanship, but not everything can be contained within. In any case, the entire cafeteria could not be stored. Moreover, with Su Chen merely carrying that child-sized backpack, it seemed smaller than his own free space. Despite the group's confusion, they prudently distanced themselves from the cafeteria. At the periphery of the dormitory building, Su Chen crouched on the ground, resting. He had just passed the cafeteria, casually stuffing all the food and equipment, including pots and pans, into the museum. For reasons unknown, Lin Qiye and the masked team had yet to arrive. While contemplating this, Lin Qiye and the others finally made their appearance. Su Chen waved to them. His intention in leaving amidst the chaos was to create an atmosphere of mutual destruction, thereby slowing the masked team as pursuit. After all, they were faster than him due to the balance in their numbers. In essence, he aimed to utilize the new recruit Shinjuqing's spatial artifact, pressurizing air, and the underground base's missile ammunition to detonate the ultimate bomb. Lin Qiye and the others were taken aback, their mouths agape in shock. The accumulation was indeed overwhelming. Could this potentially obliterate the entire training camp? This seemed to be going too far. Lin Qiye was filled with concern, while Bai Li Pang and Xiao Yuan wore mischievous grins. These two, ever the spectators, wholeheartedly supported the plan. Upon hearing Su Chen's strategy, Molly immediately expressed her desire to join in. Su Chen did not refuse, for her spatial artifact, Myriad Phenomena Resonance, was indeed formidable. Just as they were deliberating, the masked team suddenly descended from above, with the eliminated Tian Ping dragging Wang Mian and Rose down. Wang Mian stared intently at Su Chen. Moments ago, the entire masked team had been tricked. How unfortunate that they had waited so long at the spot without detonating the bomb. Even as Lin Qiye and his companions brazenly departed before him, he dared not approach the ammunition depot, fearing it was a trap. Ultimately, Yuan gang of the underground base could no longer bear to watch. Su Qin was playing a game of deception. Upon Yuan gang's call, they realized that Su Qin had already fled. "You won't escape this time," Wang Mian declared as a massive purple vortex suddenly appeared beneath them. Su Qin immediately sensed danger, recognizing it as the vortex's spatial artifact. At this moment, Wang Mian and Rose had raised their realms to the pool level. After all, only the three of them had yet to employ the excessive river level. To be safe, they had to elevate their spiritual power to match Su Qin's level. Naturally, Su Qin could barely cope, but Lin Qiye and the others at the candlelight level were nearly overwhelmed. As the purple vortex opened, Rose brought down a colossal hammer with great force. The vortex's immense pull made it difficult for everyone to escape its center. Su Qin glanced at the sky. It was now night. The alleyway lights activated. His sword at his waist glimmered slightly, enhancing his speed fivefold in the dark with the ability Silhouette. At that moment, Lin Qiye's Starry Night Dancer passive ability in the dark also triggered, boosting his capabilities fivefold. Su Qin grasped Molly and Xiao Yuan tightly, tossing them out of the vortex. And then he teleported away. Only Bai Li Peng remained, struggling within the vortex. "Hey buddy, why didn't you throw me out too?" Su Qin rolled his eyes silently, thinking, just look at your size. This vortex can't even swallow you. In any case, this fellow had the protection of the Yao Guang, so he would not be harmed. As Rose's hammer was about to crash down on Bai Li Peng, Molly rushed forward, gripping her katana to intercept the blow. Her intention to assist was to repay the favor of being gifted the katana. Molly's legs sank into the ground, gritting her teeth to endure. Seeing Molly injured while protecting him, Bai Li Peng was overwhelmed with emotion. "Darling, I'll help you." Out of nowhere, he summoned a surge of strength and broke free from the vortex. Bai Li Peng summoned 4 spatial artifacts, clearly enraged. The great sword, one sword turns to 3,000. Instantly, the sword in Bai Li Peng's hand transformed into countless phantoms, shattering Rose's hammer into fragments. Rose's heart sank. How troublesome it was to encounter another artifact wielder. One artifact wielder was already a headache, and now another from the Bai Li family's museum had emerged. Rose swiftly employed her spatial artifact to repair the hammer. The previous one had been destroyed by a wolf's blade and was imbued with divine power that could not be mended, so she had to acquire a new one. "Get lost. Who's your darling?" Molly's eyes turned cold as she forcefully pressed Bai Li Peng down, rubbing his face into the ground. Rose's gaze also sharpened. A perfectly good cabbage had been trampled by a pig, and this could not stand. No way, she had to be the one to claim him. Molly, the domineering type, was precisely her type. In an instant, the three were embroiled in a chaotic melee. The onlookers were utterly bewildered. The dynamics of this love triangle were rather complicated. Wang Mian frowned, appearing quite helpless. Dealing with such teammates left him feeling exasperated. Nevertheless, he thought, at least Rose was holding off 2 opponents. Wang Mian surveyed the battlefield once more. Now, only 3 remained, and he could handle both the vortex and the others. Su Qin and Lin Qiye exchanged glances and nodded. "Wang Mian, you and Xiao Yuan take care of this." After finishing his words, Su Qin, propelled by a 5-fold acceleration, swiftly departed from the original spot, heading towards the teaching building in search of Shen Juqing. Remaining on the battlefield served no purpose, as long as he had not been eliminated. He could turn the tide at any moment. Wang Mian activated his time acceleration, preparing to pursue, only to be interrupted by a sword strike from Xiao Yuan. The slumbering beast within him awakened. Xiao Yuan unleashed the Black King Slash, transforming into the Black King state, forcefully obstructing Wang Mian. Wang Mian had no desire to entangle himself with this madman. Each time he attempted to accelerate away, he found himself entangled by the equally accelerated Lin Qiye. He realized that if he didn't deal with these 2 today, he would be unable to escape. "Vortex, I entrust the artifact holder to you. As the captain who guarantees victory, you can rely on me." The vortex took shape, transforming into a striking purple vortex to chase after Su Qin, who was fleeing towards the teaching building. The corner of Wang Mian's mouth twitched. Every time this fool tried to act cool, he felt as if disaster was imminent. Perhaps he was overthinking it. Chapter 41. The advantage is mine? Vortex, let your arrogance lift you into the skies. The dormitory building had already been occupied by numerous small groups. The largest group belonged to Shen Qizhu, who even dared to ambush the masked team. At that moment, the fighting outside the dormitory had attracted the attention of the inner circle students. They were astonished that the masked team had dared to throw themselves into the fray. One by one, they charged out as if invigorated by a stimulant. If luck was on their side, they might even snag a mask amidst the chaos. Su Qin felt exasperated. Didn't these students see how hard Lin Qiye and the others were struggling? Fortunately, these fodder students were buying him some time. The vortex relentlessly pursued him, its purple swirl sending these students flying with ease. Countless students were hurled into the air, crashing down. some even landing in a state of disarray, their combat ability shattered and eliminated from the competition. Those eliminated students immediately grabbed their walkie-talkies to report to the instructors. I report this. It's utterly unfair. Didn't we agree to suppress to the same realm? Yuan Gang snorted disdainfully and stated with righteous indignation, unfair? Where's the injustice? Don't speak recklessly. This has been the rule in training camps for years. Reflect on whether you have trained hard enough. Su Chen was merely in the pool realm. Was he that the same realm? Yuan Gang's words struck the new recruits, who were complaining, with anger. How infuriating. If this continued, wouldn't all the new recruits be doomed? The special teams from the pool realm posed an overwhelming disadvantage to the new recruits from the lamp realm. Just a glance could lead to an explosion. Just getting too close would result in being blown away. And indeed, that was the case. The vortex screeched as it ruthlessly eliminated the recruits. In just a few minutes, he had eliminated over 20 new recruits. However, he was baffled as to why he couldn't catch up to the fleeing Su Chen. He was employing the peak mental power of the pool realm. Why couldn't he catch up to someone in the mid-pool realm? Moreover, he was renowned for his speed as a forbidden ruin. His keen gaze fell upon the shimmering sword at Su Chen's waist, a glimmering beacon in the alleyway. Chow chow, another forbidden item. This artifact holder must possess an extraordinary number of forbidden items, surpassing even the chubby scion of the Bailey family. As Su Chen ran, he utilized elemental vision to scan the dormitory building. Eventually, he located a large group of individuals within one of the rooms, without a doubt. This was the ambush team, led by the arrogant brother. Su Chen altered his course and sprinted upstairs. Just as he reached the room and pushed open the door, he collided directly with Shun Zhuqing. You are Su Chen. Shun Zhuqing recognized this artifact holder. He had witnessed the battle between him and Chao Yuan in its entirety. The other party possessed terrifying strength but was as timid as a mouse, retreating behind others at the slightest provocation. It was truly embarrassing for the new recruits. Su Chen leaned against Shun Zhuqing's shoulder, gasping for breath. We must leave. The vortex from the masked team is after us. Shun Zhuqing pushed Su Chen's arm away, an expression of disdain on his face. Perfect timing. I was just looking for him. Su Chen was aware of the fiery temperament of the arrogant brother, making persuasion difficult. So he explained the entire situation to him. Despite his stubbornness, the arrogant brother was quite intelligent, trusting that the other party would know when to make concessions. After listening to Su Chen's plan to blow up the training camp and the entire masked team's pool realm, Shun Zhuqing fell into deep thought. At this moment, his dog-headed strategist had something to say. I don't understand why everyone is discussing how the masked team is trapped by Lin Xie. As if we knew recruits are mere fodder, but I must say, we are 20 lamp realm combatants against one pool realm individual. The advantage is ours. Boss. How's my analysis? Suddenly, a voice echoed from beneath them. A bunch of fools. Ambushing me? Let your arrogance lift you into the skies. The purple vortex enveloped the dormitory. The vortex had caught up and set traps. In an instant, everyone was sent flying, crashing heavily into the ceiling. However, many were knocked unconscious by the vortex's impact against the ceiling. Instantly, over half the new recruits lost their combat capabilities. The vortex fixed a stern gaze on Shin Zhuqing. Forbidden Ruin Sequence 068, Chi Min, yet another high-risk Forbidden Ruin. He had long known that this new batch of recruits included not only artifact holders and divine agents, but also 3 high-risk entities. Fortunately, his vortex could be executed not only through air. Otherwise, this wave would have been disastrous. His vortex had the dual functions of repulsion and absorption. Simply put, it was akin to a low-tier version of Kamui from Naruto. Shun Zhuqing's expression shifted slightly. The moment the opponent appeared, they nearly wiped out his team. Just as Su Chen had said, the special teams were incredibly formidable. He attempted to ignite the compressed air ahead, snapping his fingers crisply. Instantly, flames enveloped the vortex's form. But the next second, the vortex's body twisted, transforming into a vortex that absorbed all the flames. Then, another vortex appeared before them, instantly returning all the flames. Su Chen hurriedly drew out his wolf end, consuming all the fire expelled by that vortex. Then, he sprang from the 4th floor of the dormitory. He did not wish to accidentally harm Shin Zhuqing and his subordinates. He knew that Shin Zhuqing was very protective of his subordinates, even willing to endure and bear the burden of revenge if they fell. The vortex cast a glance at the new recruits present and continued to pursue Su Chen. It wasn't that he didn't wish to eliminate these recruits, but his vortex ability was suppressed by Shin Zhuqing, limiting him to a defensive counterattack. There was no way around it. Physical laws could not be overturned. Shin Zhuqing looked out the window, glancing at the 3 remaining subordinates. Boss, we will only be a burden to you. Go do what you think is necessary. You are our hero. Shin Zhuqing understood no foreign languages, his talent at 0. But his innate sense of language was perfect, realizing that this was praise for himself. He shoved his hands into his pockets. gazing disdainfully at the direction Su Chun had fled. You all protect yourselves. Do not interfere in any battles. After saying this, he too jumped from the 4th floor of the dormitory. Su Chun felt quite vexed. The vortex clung to him like an adhesive plaster, refusing to let go. He couldn't land a hit, and fire damage was ineffective, as it would only be absorbed and countered. Left with no options, he was compelled to use the Dawn Bird once more, but this would drain his mental energy, affecting the power of the subsequent bomb. He didn't want to resort to this unless absolutely necessary. Just then, Shen Shuqing had caught up. Min. Instantly, the area around the vortex was drained of air. The vortex's ability was once again suppressed. However, there was a problem. In a vacuum, neither of them could survive. I don't believe you want to give in. Let us see who can hold their breath longer. We might as well die together. The vortex sneered mischievously. In a vacuum, sound could not travel. But his enigmatic little eyes communicated a meaning understood by Su Chun and Shen Shuqing. Shen Shuqing felt uncomfortable. He truly had no way to deal with this kind of behavior, which was akin to a dead pig not fearing boiling water. He could never die alongside his opponent. However, if he were to release his powers, he and Su Chun combined might still fall short against the vortex. Su Chun smiled faintly, observing the vortex's face turn crimson from holding his breath. All right, let's see who can hold their breath longer. He gestured to Shen Qingzhu and then retrieved 2 oxygen tanks and breathing masks from Kelly's backpack. This equipment was something he had stumbled upon during a raid on the training camp's warehouse, which was presumably prepared for students to handle underwater mysteries. The warehouse contained not only weapons, but also a variety of peculiar gadgets. Chapter 42. Not a buddy. Are you Doraemon? His wolf's restoration level had reached 295, just shy of the final 5. If he could force the vortex into the river realm, it would be sufficient to activate his new skill, the Wings of Incineration. A flight-based ability, quite impressive indeed. With Shen Qingzhu's power enhancement, the vortex had no chance of outlasting him in holding breath. Su Chun, clutching the oxygen tanks and wearing the mask, wore a satisfied expression. Thanks to his bro's assistance, he could take down the vortex without a fight. Shen Qingzhu, astonished, wondered where Su Chun had procured such large oxygen tanks, which were even bigger than a child's backpack. It was baffling. Unless that backpack was some sort of enchanted item? Of course, merely having oxygen tanks would not suffice in a vacuum. In such an environment, the human body's blood pressure is compressed, and once external gas pressure disappears, the gases within the body expand. Simultaneously, microbubbles and blood vessels would swell, leading to internal bleeding. He doubted Su Chun's oxygen equipment could withstand a vacuum. Rather, it would likely result in a more gruesome demise once the breath-holding ended, just as his bro was deep in thought. Su Chun pulled out 2 sets of hard-shell closed diving suits from Kelly's backpack right before their eyes. From a physical perspective, both diving suits and space suits are forms of pressurized garments, operating on similar principles. The forces they endure are merely outward for diving suits and inward for space suits. Shen Qingzhu's vacuum environment is far less vast than the cosmos, with limited pressure. Although diving suits are less effective than space suits, enduring for a few minutes should pose no problem. By then, the vortex would be thoroughly defeated. Shen Qingzhu was bewildered. Dude, is your child's backpack actually Doraemon's pocket? How can it contain everything? In a vacuum, human beings can face explosive death at any moment. Shen Qingzhu, disregarding his pride, hurried to Su Chun's side and quickly donned the other set of diving gear, nodding in gratitude with a hint of arrogance. Now victory was assured. The opponent had become mere prey. The vortex, perplexed, could not fathom where Su Chun had acquired such equipment. Seeing the calm demeanor of the two only fueled his anger. He wanted to curse, resorting to items when one cannot win. Is that the game? He was baffled as to why this artifact wielder possessed so many tools. They had agreed to hold their breath together. How could Su Chun cheat? It was utterly unfair. He could feel his blood boiling within him. And if he did not escape this vacuum soon, death was inevitable. However, the vortex could not traverse great distances in the river realm. Unless he utilized his river realm powers, escape was impossible. The vortex was furious. He had been outsmarted by this artifact wielder. What to do? Preserve his life or maintain his pride? Naturally, preserving his life took precedence. After all, they called themselves the masked team. What shame was there? Unlike Moon Ghost, who valued appearances, every moment of hesitation disrespected life. The vortex hesitated briefly before activating his river realm powers to escape the breath-holding environment. Ding, restoration level increased by 0. 5. Wolf's restoration level at 30. Repair mission completed, activating new ability. Wings of Incineration. Ding, new mission released. Increase Wolf's restoration level to 50 to unlock new ability. Judgment of Sin. Judgment of Sin. Eradicate evil, pronounce judgment. Mark any enemy with flames, track them down, and inflict soul-burning effects with fire elements. impervious to damage reduction or sealing, until death. Su Chun, upon hearing the system notification, could hardly contain his excitement. The description of Judgment of Sin sounded incredibly formidable. It resembled the everlasting black flames in Amaterasu from Naruto, but with an upgraded version. Of course, while Amaterasu had never truly killed an enemy, often being sealed upon emergence, this Judgment of Sin would not be sealed or negated. Even divine beings would struggle to purify it. Moreover, his flames burned the soul rather than inflicting physical damage, making it all the more extraordinary. Unfortunately, this yet-to-be-unlocked ability would not be attainable in the short term. After all, the restoration level needed to reach 50, and he was currently at 30. Future repairs would only become more challenging. Perhaps even if he drew out the second artifact, the restoration level of the wolf would still not be sufficient. However, after calculating, Su Chun believed that with the numerous resources acquired from the training camp, he should be able to draw the second artifact, the Spear of Convergence. Unless the museum was more of a scam than Genshin, with no guaranteed returns. Naturally, being able to stabilize it implied some form of guarantee. All of this would require experimentation and summarization later. The immediate priority was to handle the masked team. As long as he could defeat them, he would gain access to the museum's elemental refinement functionalities. At that point, he could also make requests to Yuan Gang. After all, having defeated the masked team, they would have to offer him some benefits. Otherwise, the training camp would not proceed smoothly. He could request some enchanted items and weaponry for his museum to absorb. Regardless, he was determined to exhaust every resource to acquire the second artifact. Otherwise, once the mortal realm vanished, he would meet the same fate. The vision was splendid. Yet reality was harsh. Defeating the special squad would not be easy. If he could not accomplish this, everything else would be mere folly. He now needed to test his new capability, the Wings of Incineration, to see its ultimate limits. At that moment, the vortex hastily fled the breath-holding environment, while Shinqizhu, drained from exerting his psychic energy, could no longer maintain it. Shinqizhu glared at the fleeing figure, feeling a surge of anger. Damn! This member of the masked team actually resorted to river realm powers. Could he not maintain some semblance of dignity? After struggling to corner his opponent, the latter simply cheated and fled. Such shameless actions rendered the entire training session meaningless. Shinqizhu cursed at the camera mounted on the railing. He knew the instructors were surely watching from the shadows. How could they allow such rule-breaking behavior to go unchallenged? Meanwhile, in the underground base, the instructors exchanged bewildered glances. The masked team had nearly all faltered. This was outrageous. This year's newcomers were exceptionally strong, a hidden talent pool with terrifying potential. Yuan Gang, observing through the camera, fixated on Su Chun in the arena. Every time things seemed to go smoothly, this kid would stir up some trouble. He was baffled as to how that diving suit ended up in Su Chun's hands. Moreover, his little backpack seemed to conceal wonders, always producing gadgets in times of crisis. Yuan Gang felt a mix of admiration and frustration. Su Chun had disrupted the entire training session. Apart from Wang Mian and Chong Wei, according to regulations, the rest of the teams had been eliminated. But as the camera panned, he spotted the shadow of a new special team emerging. What to do? How would this training session conclude? The instructors turned their gaze toward Yuan Gang. The situation had escalated beyond their control. Chapter 43. We can all fly, Vortex brother. Are you walking? Continue. Afterward, provide some compensation to these kids. The training camp must go on. Yuan Gang exhaled deeply, making a difficult decision. There was no choice. The strong were too powerful, and the weak were too weak. Su Chun and Lin Chia were significantly more skilled than their fellow recruits. If those recruits were allowed to be assigned as night watchmen, it would only lead to increased casualties. In fact, it would be detrimental to them. At that moment, Xianyuan lay awkwardly against a tree, hiding. Damn, he never expected to falter this way. And now he would be the subject of ridicule for both Weiguei and Tianping for a lifetime. Fortunately, he was quick on his feet and surely had not been seen. Just as he pondered this, two figures sprang from the tree and patted him on the shoulder. So, did you manage to deal with the artifact holder smoothly? Share your legendary tale with us. Weiguei and Tianping laughed heartily, showing no sign of disappointment over the defeat of the masked team. After all, watching Xianyuan falter brought them joy, and failure was inconsequential. Moments ago, they had witnessed the entire process from above. Indeed, they had nearly dealt with Su Chun, but alas, they had made a crucial mistake and ended up being outmaneuvered. Xianyuan opened his mouth, his gaze evasive. To be honest, it was just a hair's breadth away. But the opponent pulled out a tool. If you're inexperienced, practice more. If you can't bear to lose, then don't engage. They used their skills to pull out forbidden items. So why not you? Xianyuan clicked his tongue but did not refute. He indeed had been lacking this time. He never anticipated that this group of juniors would excel so remarkably, leaving him, a senior, in a difficult position. It was truly a case of the younger generation pushing the older generation aside, relentless waves crashing upon the shore. Just then, the two suddenly stopped laughing, for they had received an order from Yuan Gang to continue the elimination training. The three exchanged glances, each reading the helplessness in the other's eyes. They understood that Yuan Gang's intention was to train the new recruits. Tianping swiftly flew into the sky, while Yuegui vanished into the moonlight. Xianyuan was left alone on the ground, running helplessly after their departing figures. It was evident that the two were settling personal scores. How infuriating. Yuegui materialized lightly in front of Xianyuan and chuckled. Do you know why we can fly while you must walk? Why? Xianyuan asked, bewildered. Because, dear brother, you're walking. Damn. At that moment, Shinchiju was cursing. He had nearly unmasked the masked team. Suchin patted his shoulder and proposed his explosive plan. The masked team had relaxed their boundaries. Now, they could only fight with all their might to compete. After a moment's hesitation, Shun Qingzhu nodded. He understood that if the concentration of oxygen and nitrogen in the air were compressed to a certain ratio, it would create conditions for an explosive combustion. With just a spark, it could ignite. Since Su Chun possessed fire control abilities, their collaboration would surely yield great results. So, where do we head next? My gas amplification effect is limited. To the underground military base. Su Chun stated calmly. Shin Qingzhu was taken aback, astonished that Su Chan would dare to target the instructors. This was incredibly bold, and he rather liked it. The two aligned their intentions and prepared to depart. Just as Su Chan was about to act, his elemental vision keenly detected an ambush. Tianping, Yuegui, and Xianyuan had surrounded them. There was only one possibility. The instructors had started to exert their power. Shin Qingzhu's expression turned icy, surrounded by three members of the masked team. He found himself in a dire predicament. He refused to accept this. Even if eliminated, he would not submit. Xianyuan, along with the others, remained silent, treating the battle with utmost seriousness. They had all suffered at Su Chen's hands once and knew well how cunning he was. To confront him together was the highest form of respect for their foe. Su Chun smiled indifferently. Their arrival was fortuitous, for he could test his newly acquired abilities. Wings of Meltdown. In an instant, flames enveloped Su Chen's entire body, forming massive wings reminiscent of a dawn bird upon his back. He trembled with exhilaration. The fire element not only granted him these wings but could also morph into various forms. With a mere thought, the flames transformed into armor. With another thought, they formed gigantic hands. In simpler terms, it was akin to Sasuke's Susanoo and Naruto's tailed beast mode, with the major distinction being the ability to fly. Shin Qingzhu was utterly bewildered. What was happening? Why had Su Chen suddenly merged into a warrior clad in armor, akin to Neza with his 3 heads and 6 arms? This fire-based forbidden zone could be manipulated in such a manner? Xianyuan, Tianping, and Yuegui were equally astonished. This ability did not resemble the fire powers Su Chen had previously wielded. Rather, it seemed more akin to a new forbidden zone. Could it be that the artifact could bestow new powers upon its holder? This was the only possibility. Yuegui and the others felt that the artifact holder was extraordinarily formidable, surpassing even the captain's divine agent. Very well, they could now afford to be ruthless. The three launched an assault from 3 directions, aiming to ambush Su Chen and Shin Qingzhu from behind. Su Chen, with another thought, had the flames once more morph into wings. He embraced Shin Qingzhu and took off from the ground, evading the trio's attack. Tianping's punch collided with Xuanyuan's head, causing the two to crash into one another. Yuegui, however, deftly avoided the impending collision. Xianyuan exclaimed, So, am I always the one to suffer misfortune? They have 3 heads and 6 arms, while I have merely 1 head and 2 arms. How can I keep up? Tianping furrowed his brow, applying gravitational reversal, and lifted both Xianyuan and Yuegui as he pursued. Meanwhile, Su Chen, holding Shin Qingzhu in a somewhat ambiguous posture, was oblivious to the implications. His current objective was to soar above the underground military base. He had memorized the map of the training camp thoroughly. The military base was conveniently located beneath the dormitory building. As Su Chen flew directly towards the dormitory, Shin Qingzhu struggled against him, resisting the intimate contact. Su Chen furrowed his brow. Falling from such a height would certainly be fatal. The more Shin Qingzhu resisted, the tighter Su Chen held on. Soon, they landed on a platform, where the little brothers hidden within the dormitory emerged to greet them. The scene that unfolded was quite spectacular. No wonder the boss doesn't fancy beauties. Turns out, he has a preference for boys. Shoo, keep it down. This isn't unusual. If it's the boss, I could also serve him. Shin Qingzhu noticed the odd expressions on the faces of the little brothers. He was furious. His eyes icy. One cannot hide the heart's desire to wound. Today, he had lost all his prestige. This was all Su Chen's fault. Su Chen released Shin Qingzhu and had to admit that this fellow was delicate and easy to push around. During their flight, Aside from being fidgety, he was surprisingly light. With a slender frame, who would have thought that such a cocky guy would possess such a physique? The little brothers, witnessing this, rushed forward to beat up Su Chun, the one who had disrespected their boss. Su Chun, wincing in pain as he clutched his backside, felt utterly wronged. Why had his once loyal followers suddenly turned against him? He pondered, thinking he had done nothing to provoke the other. Indeed, those with a fiery temper were hard to deal with. At that moment, the masked team descended from above, and Xianyuan unleashed a purple whirlwind, scattering the little brothers who had eliminated the cocky guy. Shen Qingshu's expression darkened. He could no longer afford to dwell on his grievances with Su Chen. Su Chen got up from the ground, dusting himself off. With the last little brother of the cocky guy eliminated, the opposing side would have no choice but to collaborate with him. The only concern was the potential collateral damage from the explosive devices, which could harm innocents. But that was manageable, with Yuan Gang, the realm of the sea, and the boundless realm providing a safety net. Moreover, it was worth noting that the masked team was composed entirely of individuals at least at the sea realm level. Given that the minimum standard for special teams was the sea realm, despite their earlier failures, Xianyuan and the others still possessed formidable strength. Thus, he had no need to worry about going overboard. They were committed to the task. Now, to reach the underground base beneath the dormitory, they only needed to complete the final step. That was to break through the entire surface of the land. He and the cocky guy clearly lacked the means to accomplish such a forbidden zone, but there were two candidates, Qiangwei and Moli. One was the colossal hammer mother, and the other was the sister of universal tremors, perfectly poised to effortlessly shatter the ground. Upon this realization, Su Chen promptly unfurled his wings of meltdown and, cradling the rebellious brother, hastened towards the portly Bai Li. The whirlpool and his companions were taken aback by Su Chen's audacity to throw himself into the fray. Knowing full well that the king and the rose were still stationed there, it was an ideal opportunity to rendezvous with their captain. The synergy among their specialized team far surpassed that of these fledgling recruits. At this moment, the instructors in the underground base's monitoring room could hardly contain their glee at the unfolding drama. Finally, they would be able to eliminate Su Chen and his cohort in one fell swoop. However, confusion reigned among the instructors when they noted that Su Chen's Forbidden Ruins blade, according to the intel, did not possess the capacity for flight. Instructor Hong expressed his concern, slowly presenting a report to Yuan Gang. Sir, with so many combatants above us, could our ground defenses be breached? You're overthinking it, Yuan Gang replied confidently. Our surface is over 30 meters from here. A collapse is simply impossible. Although the base was hastily constructed, its safety was assured. 30 meters was more than sufficient. Typically, military command centers are situated hundreds of meters underground, designed to withstand nuclear strikes, prioritizing strategy over utility. There was no need for such complexity in merely training recruits. Moreover, digging too deep would complicate logistics, as training camps are primarily designed for student instruction, not nuclear confrontations. Hong Hao nodded, acknowledging the rationale. This underground military facility housed dozens of tons of missiles, a precaution against the ancient deity's invasion. After all, the training camp nurtured the new seeds of the Night Watchers, and there could be no room for error. Above ground, Lin Chia and Chao Yuan joined forces, barely managing to counterbalance the might of the king. It was evident to him that the Silver Sword, Demon Exile, wielded by Chao Yuan, played a crucial role in maintaining a semblance of rationality in the otherwise berserk fighter, significantly enhancing the combat capabilities of the Black King's annihilation. After all, a berserker with a modicum of sanity is truly invincible. As Su Chen soared by, the king cast a startled glance upward, astonished at the audacity of the whirlpool, who had boasted grandly only to now find himself in dire straits. What was initially perceived as a ploy had turned into a farcical misadventure. Moreover, despite Yuan Gang's directive for the three to collaborate, they failed to capture Su Chen. The wielder of that artifact was indeed enigmatic. Furthermore, how could he harness flames that adhered to his body and grant him the ability to fly? Was this an additional power bestowed by the artifact? The king's mind raced with confusion. He had traversed countless realms and encountered various divine beings over the years. Yet he had never encountered such a ludicrous artifact. Just as the king pondered this, Lin Xie executed a sudden strike, interrupting his train of thought. Although Lin Xie was oblivious to why Su Chen had returned to his original position, now with the added capability of flight, he understood that time was of the essence, and he needed to afford Su Chen every chance possible. Su Chen acknowledged Lin Xie with a nod before dashing towards Bai Li. Soon, he beheld the chaotic clash between the two. Bai Li and the Rose were embroiled in a one-on-one duel, with the former being forcefully pinned to the ground. Meanwhile, Mo Li observed the skirmish with a detached demeanor, bemused by the infatuation of these two lunatics. The mere thought of one of them emerging victorious sent shivers down her spine. Thus, she opted out of the fray, resolute that neither would succeed. Su Chen was closely followed by the whirlpool, the scales, and the moon ghost. With the reversal of gravity, the trio descended and positioned themselves beside the rose. Ecstatic. The rose recognized her overwhelming advantage in both numbers and prowess. Capturing Li would be a trivial task. The scales and moon ghost exchanged exasperated glances, wishing to abstain from the rose's pursuit of romantic rivalry. A chill coursed through by Li as he contemplated how to contend with the three opponents. Li quivered at the prospect of falling into the rose's clutches, having already endured significant harassment during the initial melee. At that moment, Shinchiju broke free from her restraints, bewildered as she surveyed the scene. Was this truly Su Chen's team? The relationships appeared far too convoluted for her tender psyche to comprehend. Despite the rebellious brother's bravado, he was, in truth, a pure-hearted warrior. Su Chen cast a sweeping glance over the group before making a decisive choice. He grasped Li's arm with a gentle smile. Fatty, I shall borrow Li for a moment. With that, Su Chen once again unfurled his wings of meltdown, whisking Li and Shinchiju away towards the dormitory building. The rapidity of the event left by Li and the Rose utterly flabbergasted. What the? Our home was stolen. Both were incensed, having almost secured a partner, only to have the golden-haired rogue whisk her away. Who could possibly endure such an affront? They immediately gave chase. Shinchiju stood in stunned silence, grappling with the surreal situation. Was this truly unfolding before her eyes? Was this still a training camp? Was this the world of the Thunderfire Sword? Su Chen, noticing the Rose pursuing him, intentionally slowed his pace. He intended to exploit the Rose's colossal hammer to disrupt the geological layers, ultimately causing a collapse of the underground base through Li's universal frequencies. Reality unfolded as he anticipated. The Rose seethed with rage, watching her prize slip away. Her massive hammer relentlessly struck at the airborne Su Chen, each blow sending tremors through the ground beneath them. With each strike, the earth reverberated ominously. Li's eyes sparkled with realization as she surveyed the loosening soil. Unlike the dim-witted Bai Li, she retained her wits and discerned Su Chen's cunning ploy to bait the Rose. One could not deny the brilliance of this scheme. But the notion of becoming bait was profoundly discomforting. She never imagined she would be the object of such attention from a fellow woman. The Rose functioned like a colossal vibratory compactor, creating deep pits in the ground with each hammering strike. Su Chen briefly explained his plan, and Li, aligning with his strategy, unleashed her universal frequencies upon the ground. Instantly, the entire dormitory building trembled as if struck by an earthquake, swaying precariously. Everyone looked on in disbelief. The king and Lin Xief fixated intently on Su Chen's direction. As the universal frequencies resonated with the earth, the dormitory began to crumble. The Rose and the whirlpool gaped in shock. This was disastrous. Below lay the underground base. A cloud of dust engulfed the area as the entire dormitory complex collapsed, the earth sinking into a gaping chasm. Su Chen smiled faintly, his wings of meltdown unfurling as he led Shinchiju and Li into the newly formed abyss. Underground base, here I come. With the potential to ignite the base's missiles, coupled with the explosives from the storeroom and the gas from the mine, he exclaimed, woohoo. Explosions are art, and art is explosions. Chapter 45. Explosions are art, and art is explosions. Inside the underground base, alarms blared incessantly. The instructors stood in shock, utterly unprepared for such a calamity. 30 meters underground, they had never expected such a collapse. Yuan Gang's complexion darkened, having just set up a command structure only to be humiliated. As the earth began to rain down, he employed his mental fortitude to shield his fellow instructors. Hong Hao furrowed his brow and inquired, was this collapse accidental? Yuan Gang, infuriated, replied, this is no accident. It is clearly premeditated. This could isn't just causing chaos. He is executing a well-rehearsed plan to assault the munitions depot and the dormitory. As he grasped this, a cold sweat broke out on Yuan Gang's back. Was he attempting to detonate the underground base's missiles? This was madness. For a mere training exercise, was it worth risking lives? At that moment, the other instructors began to piece together the puzzle, their faces drenched with cold sweat. Yuan Gang slammed his fist onto the table, frantically shouting, where is Su Chen? Check the surveillance and find him immediately. No need to search. He seems to have arrived at the missile depot. Hong Hao, with a face full of despair, pointed to a monitor in the far corner, which displayed the missile storage area. The instructors watching this scene felt their hearts stop. To play around during a training session and risk their lives, this artifact's owner was nothing short of a madman. This was disastrous. They were closest to the explosion point, and this time, their lives were at stake. How could a mere recruit achieve such a feat? Yuan Gang, filled with rage, immediately called for the mass team to seal off the dormitory building. With their mastery of the sea realm, they should be able to mitigate the effects of the impending explosion. The missile depot loomed before Shinchiju, who swallowed hard as he gazed at the towering missiles. It was his first encounter with something of such magnitude. No worries. With the mass team on site, we can proceed with confidence. After the explosion, you can create a vacuum zone with your energy to shield us. Su Chen had already devised a countermeasure, utilizing a vacuum to form a protective barrier. He wore a bright smile, yet to Mo Li and Shen Qizhu, he appeared to be the very embodiment of a devil. He pulled out the Duda story collection. And in an instant, an entire warehouse of missiles was consumed. Ding. Dudu story collection, 1000000, gunpowder absorption progress, 25. Su Chen wasn't surprised by this notification, as it also accounted for the ammunition in the gunpowder depot. Only by including these missiles could he reach the 25 threshold. Thus, accumulating 1,000,000 units of gunpowder was a monumental task. Shen Qingzhu and Mo Li were astounded. In the blink of an eye, all the missiles had been devoured by Su Chen's forbidden item. What kind of extraordinary artifact was this, capable of such tremendous effects? How terrifying must the explosion be? Perhaps it rivaled that of a nuclear bomb? It was utterly frightening. Shen Qingzhu shook his head. Having come this far, they had to go all in. Not triggering the explosion would haunt them for life. He began to compress air around him with his energy. Su Chen gripped the Duda story collection tightly, channeling all his mental energy to extract fire elements and create a bouncing bomb. Before long, a massive bouncing bomb, the size of half a house, was completed. Its considerable size resulted from the fusion of the gunpowder depot and the missiles. The potential for destruction was unimaginable. Su Chen felt a rush of exhilaration and trepidation. Previously, a bomb the size of his finger could level an entire mountain. This one would undoubtedly obliterate the entire training camp. Hiki, time to blow up some fish. Su Chen placed his palm against the bouncing bomb and snapped his fingers, igniting it instantly. In that moment, the underground world was illuminated as if it were daylight. The colossal explosion, imbued with immense power, swept through the entire underground base. Within moments, the entire facility was utterly annihilated. The searing temperature soared into the millions. It resembled a small solar star. Coupled with Shen Qingzhu's compressed air, this stellar force erupted once more. The shockwave surged to the surface, accompanied by infernal flames. It was as if a thunderclap had struck the ground. The flames rapidly filled the entire dormitory building, threatening to burst forth and engulf the entire training camp. Shen Qingzhu was dumbfounded. This was far too grand. They seemed to have gotten themselves into serious trouble. This was clearly set to obliterate the entire training camp. Mo Li felt her legs weaken. Even clad in protective gear, she could feel death beckoning her, despite the vacuum environment. Su Chen drew out the wolf's end, lowering the temperature of the flames around the three of them to ensure their absolute safety. This power was astonishing. Would the mass team withstand it? Hang in there. Brother Wang Mian. At that moment, in the underground base, Yuan Gang unleashed the full extent of his mental power in the sea realm. He sought to suppress the explosion and extinguish it underground, but quickly realized it was impossible. He would be grateful if he could protect the instructors present from harm. Damn. The explosion's power and range were nearing that of a nuclear bomb. Damn it. The mass team must hold on. Meanwhile, on the surface, the mass team stood aghast. As they felt the explosion's impact, they all ascended to the sea realm, protecting every recruit in the vicinity. Wang Mian surged from the river realm to the infinite realm, attempting to contain the explosion, but found it utterly unmanageable. Rewinding to the training camp before the explosion was an immense drain on his energy. The pressure he faced was akin to the destruction caused during the last otherworldly invasion. Wang Mian chuckled softly. Was this the new generation of recruits? Haha, I'm invincible. Kids. Wang Mian reluctantly abandoned his attempt to suppress the explosion. In the next moment, the explosion finally surged uncontrollably. They could no longer maintain the excess mental energy required to sustain their masks. In an instant, the masks of the 5 members of the masked team shattered into dust. The whirlpool seemed to see the little girl waving at him. Yu Gui envisioned an apocalypse descending. Tian Ping felt a sense of bewilderment at his own birth. Chong Wei beheld a splendid, vibrant fire rose. Wang Mian saw the unquenchable flames of a wildfire, transcending the river of time, shimmering like stars. This was their legacy, the brilliant future of Daxia. All the recruits present felt the intense heat of the flames, fearfully closing their eyes, bracing for death. Yet, they discovered that multiple streams of vast mental energy surrounded them, shielding them from the onslaught. The infinite mental energy flowed rapidly away. Wang Mian coughed up a mouthful of blood, staring at the overwhelming residual force of the explosion. Captain, the whirlpool cried out. It's all right. It's the same for everyone. His time distortion merely enveloped each recruit, including the entire mass team. This was the only way to alleviate the pressure on the whirlpool and the others. Wang Mian gazed at the mushroom cloud produced by the explosion, filled with bewilderment. This mushroom cloud was not the conventional explosion cloud. It resembled a beautiful and sincere pattern. A pure, adorable girl in a red dress, carrying a red backpack, stood in stark contrast to the horrific explosion, creating an oddly dissonant image. Is the explosion symbolized by a loli? Everyone in the training camp could see this scene clearly. Chapter 46. The Songnan Fireworks Show, My Wife Alice, and Daughter Kelly. Not only the training camp but the entire city of Songnan was in turmoil. Late at night, countless shoppers lifted their phones to capture the moment and posted on social media. Wow, the fireworks in Songnan are stunning this year. I hope this event becomes an annual affair. The comments flooded in with tens of thousands of likes and affirmations. Some even claimed to witness the fireworks display from within their homes. Team 136 was bewildered. They initially thought it was an earthquake and prepared to evacuate the crowd. But when they looked up, they were greeted by the familiar kawaii girl pattern. Chinmai fell into contemplation, fully aware that this was the work of Suchin. However, the sheer magnitude of the explosion visible throughout Songnan City was shocking. Damn, could it be that Suchin truly blew up the training camp? What about the masked team? What about Yuan Gang? At that moment, Chinmai received a call related to the training camp, urging everyone not to panic. His expression was one of astonishment. What's going on? Why is that girl S pattern appearing again? Wu Xiangnan asked, puzzled. Yes, just as you guessed, Suchin has done it again. Not only the training camp but the masked team has also been blown up. The members of the masked team lay exhausted on the ground, their mental energy depleted, gazing at the explosion pattern in horror. Captain, what exactly is this? Is that girl an otherworldly being? The Whirlpool inquired, equally perplexed. According to the existing records of the Night Watchers, no deity corresponds to the image of this girl. It is hard to imagine that such an adorable little girl possesses such formidable destructive power. Wang Mian lowered his head in contemplation and instantly associated her with Suchin. This entire explosion plot must have been orchestrated by that brat, indicating that he certainly has a second divine artifact. This must be the artifact wielded by this charming girl. Hiss. Is Suchun's background truly that terrifying? Previously, he had doubted the authenticity of Suchun's reincarnation as the Celestial Treasure Lord. But now it seems almost certain. The entire training camp has been utterly destroyed by the explosion. The cafeteria, dormitory buildings, shooting range. He could hardly fathom the extent of this devastation. It was no less than the previous invasion of the outer gods at the harbor. The power of this explosion was akin to that of a small hydrogen bomb. Fortunately, all the trainees emerged unscathed. At this moment, Chao Yuan and Bai Li were staring in astonishment at the ruins of the training camp. This explosion surpassed their imagination. The demolition plan for the training camp was indeed explosive. Even the masked team could not withstand the bomb. TSK, Suchun is simply too extraordinary. Chao Yuan's esteem for Suchin solidified even further. Bai Li, however, wore a worried expression, fearing for his beloved Molly's safety. The epicenter of the explosion was in the underground base. Even Yao Wang could not withstand such a force. Lin Chia furrowed his brow, recognizing that the situation had exceeded his expectations. With the entire training camp obliterated, how would Su Chun and the others survive? He knew Su Chun possessed prophetic abilities and would not act recklessly. He must have prepared contingencies. But in such circumstances, could they truly survive? The new recruits stared in disbelief at the scene before them. The towering flames left an indelible shock on their innocent hearts. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the masked team, they would have been roasted like suckling pigs. They now wholeheartedly agreed with Yuan Gang's earlier words. The Night Watchers were not merely a plaything. Even a training session could nearly lead to total annihilation. The instructors had gone to great lengths to train them. Achieving such a level of destruction, what had transpired just moments ago was known only to the instructors. Suddenly, the figures of the training camp instructors emerged from the cavern. Do not panic, everyone. This is a temporary anti-explosion drill. Hong Hao floated in the air, his voice resonating with authority. You bunch of rookies have disappointed me greatly. Faced with an explosion, you were utterly flustered. If it weren't for the masked team covering for you, you would all be dead by now. You are truly the worst batch I have ever led. After finishing his words, Hong Hao surveyed the new recruits, all of whom had lost their combat capability, including Lin Qiye and the black-clad Xiao Yuan. The recruits wore skeptical expressions. Could this truly be a part of the drill? From the looks on the instructors' faces, covered in soot and dirt, some even appearing as if they had been turned into Africans. Yet, beyond the possibility of a drill, they could think of nothing else. They wondered how Su Chun was faring. He was closest to the epicenter of the explosion. Had he survived? Meanwhile, underground, Su Chun was leisurely seated on the scorched earth. Ding, repair progress increased by 5. Wolf S end repair progress at 35. Su Chun felt a surge of joy within. As expected, the masked team had all displayed their prowess. 4 from the Sea Realm and 1 from the Infinite Realm, adding up to a total increase of 5. Not bad at all. though it seemed a mere 5 in terms of wishes that equated to 5 draws. There was a chance he could obtain a new divine artifact, perhaps the Spear of the Rainbow. Su Chen was determined to secure a divine artifact from this wish draw. By the way, he seemed to have forgotten about Yuan Gang. He was also from the Sea Realm. TSK, TSK, TSK. 5 from the Sea Realm and 1 from the Infinite Realm, and they still couldn't withstand his explosion. How impressive! Just as he was reveling in thoughts of Yuan Gang, a familiar figure suddenly appeared at the entrance. Su Chen's elemental vision immediately sensed the approach of an enemy. He raised Wolf's end, vigilantly staring at the exit. Indeed, as he had anticipated, the newcomer was Yuan Gang. Yuan Gang's clothes had been completely blown off, leaving him in nothing but a pair of red underpants, looking extremely disheveled. He glared at Su Chen in fury, seeing that the brat was completely unscathed. He had recklessly disregarded danger to attempt to rescue Su Chen. However, Shen Qingzhu and Molly beside him were in a daze from the recent explosion. Yuan Gang scrutinized the Duda story collection in Su Chen's hand with astonishment. He flashed over and asked sternly, "How did you achieve such a wide-ranging explosion?" "To my knowledge, your forbidden item, the reverse flame blade, cannot accomplish such a feat." Su Chen raised the Dudu story collection with a smile, explaining, "This is the ability of my forbidden item. It's not as exaggerated as it seems. It mainly relies on the powerful missiles and munitions from your training camp." "You son of a gun, you used my munitions to blow me up." Yuan Gang pouted, snatching the Duda story collection and curiously flipping through its pages. He wanted to see how such an explosion was created. The content was simple and unadorned. It was merely an ordinary children's picture book. The story was straightforward. This precious little book was gifted by the freest mother in the world to the luckiest daughter, chronicling the countless adventures Dudu experienced before meeting her and the greater adventures filled with sparks, treasures, and companions that awaited after their encounter. Yuan Gang pondered. A child's book possessed such terrifying power. Furthermore, he sensed divine power emanating from this book. Yes, it belonged to a deity from the Western magical system. However, this surging yet gentle divine power was not recorded in the archives of the known deities of the Night Watchers. Yuan Gang contemplated for a long while before slowly speaking. "Which deity does this artifact belong to?" "Alice." Su Chen blurted out. This Dudu storybook was indeed a gift from Alice to her daughter, Kli. Thus, in essence, its ownership belonged to Alice. She was a senior member of the Teyvat Witch Association and the guardian of Old Mondstadt, that legendary which should belong to the supreme deities in the realm of godslaying. Yuan Gang furrowed his brow, feeling perplexed. Why would a gift from a deity to her daughter appear in Su Chen's possession? Where did you get it? It's my daughter's. So of course it's mine. Are you implying that your wife is the deity Alice? Yes. Su Chen replied nonchalantly, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Yuan Gang was left utterly flabbergasted. Clearly, Su Chen was just fabricating nonsense. Your wife is a deity. Why not say your daughter is a deity too? Your entire family must be deities. Yuan Gang felt a headache coming on, clearly recognizing that Su Chen was unwilling to divulge more. Never mind, he was too lazy to press further, as this involved Su Chen's privacy. After a brief communication, Yuan Gang learned that the adorable girl depicted in the explosion was indeed Su Chen's daughter, named Kli. She was the same girl with the cartoon backpack that he had been carrying that day. It seemed she truly was a deity. Quite absurd, but there was no choice but to believe it. Of course, these divine artifacts must be kept confidential. Otherwise, if the ancient god church found out, it would be catastrophic. Yuan Gang sighed deeply, as if struck by a thought, and lifted Su Chen as one would a chick. "Damn it, you little brat. You blew up my training camp. How do you intend to compensate for this?" "Compensate? Didn't you say it could be repaired no matter how badly it was destroyed? Look, I have a recording." Saying this, Su Chen pulled out a voice recorder from Kli's backpack. The recording repeatedly echoed Yuan Gang's earlier statement. Yuan Gang's lips twitched. He was actually being outmaneuvered by this brat. Su Chen chuckled. This old man still wanted compensation? Was he dreaming? Not only would he not compensate, but he also intended to extort Yuan Gang. His basic operation involved both eating and taking. Su Chen smirked mischievously, subtly signaling to Commander Yuan. "Commander Yuan, you wouldn't want today's events to leak out, would you?" Chapter 47, Extortion? This is called mutual cooperation. Commander Yuan's expression darkened instantly. How dare Su Chen attempt to extort him? You threaten me, and do you believe I won't confine you to the fasting chamber? What is extortion, you ask? This is called mutual cooperation. The fasting chamber is a place designated for the confinement of those who have committed criminal acts. Su Chen remained unperturbed by the prospect of being imprisoned, being the possessor of divine artifacts. After all, Lin Chiya, the divine agent, had also spent time in there and had been treated well. Seeing that intimidation had failed, Commander Yuan had to resort to a different approach. After all, he could not possibly imprison this promising young man. So, what kind of cooperation do you envision? Su Chun had yet to determine what resources he wished to claim. After all, the elemental refinement feature was still locked, and he couldn't ascertain which materials would maximize his benefits. Unlocking the elemental refinement capability required defeating the masked squad. And he was nearly there. The external masked squad was likely all at 99 health, just one shot away from obliteration. Once he emerged, he could easily finish them off. After Su Chun made his request, Commander Yuan agreed without hesitation. This was entirely rational. The resources of the Night Watchman were certainly to be allocated to this group of promising youths. And Su Chin's team was undoubtedly the most formidable in the Great Xia today, potentially surpassing all predecessors with unparalleled talents. The future burdens of Great Xia would surely rest upon their shoulders. As long as it wasn't excessive, I can approve it. He still had to oversee matters. Hong Hao alone couldn't maintain order. After Commander Yuan departed, Shen Qizhu and Molly dared to speak with Su Chin. It was primarily due to this lad's audacity. How bold of him to extort the esteemed head of the Night Watchman. Was this good? Quite the contrary. Su Chin, are you truly the consort of a deity? Of course. Otherwise, how would I possess these divine artifacts? Not only do I have a divine wife, but I also have a divine older brother and a divine father. Su Chin proclaimed, showcasing his artifact, clearly indicating that Dailek was his powerful older brother. Shen Qizhu and Molly were skeptical, but it seemed to follow a certain logic. How else could one explain Su Chin's abundance of divine artifacts? However, how could a mere human be welcomed into a divine family? What was it like to have a divine wife? Su Chin stifled a laugh. Goodness, these two Na'vi souls actually believe it. At that moment, Didu's storybook emitted flames. And Alice's divine energy unintentionally flickered, causing Su Chin's hand to feel a sudden heat. Wow, today's bomb is particularly hot. He then glanced up at the large hole above him. 30 meters is neither high nor low. His melted wings could easily reach it. However, his mental energy had been depleted by Didu, and now he could barely crawl. Damn, Commander Yuan is quite inconsiderate. He didn't even think to take us along. With no other option, Su Chin followed Shen Qizhu and Molly as they slowly ascended. When he finally reached the ground, he found the entire masked squad and all the new recruits sprawled out, resting. Even Vortex seemed to have fallen asleep immediately. Youth truly has its advantages. However, as Su Chin surveyed his surroundings, he couldn't help but feel a pang of fear. Not only had the entire training camp been obliterated, but the surrounding hills had also been flattened. From a distance, the devastation was evident. Wow, Didu's storybook possesses terrifying power. Thankfully, it was the masked squad that had arrived. Otherwise, this batch of new recruits would have been utterly annihilated by his own hand. What a disaster. Huh. The training camp has been thoroughly looted and now destroyed. The demolition plan's only flaw is its perfection. Ding, defeated Vortex. Mission accomplished, 15. Ding, defeated Libra. Mission accomplished, 25. Ding, defeated Rose. Mission accomplished, 35. Ding, defeated Moon Ghost. Mission accomplished, 45. I actually haven't defeated King Face yet? Not again. King Face is that formidable. This could be troublesome. Just as he contemplated, King Face approached Su Chin, dragging his weary body. He extended his hand with a smile and spoke slowly. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the trial. Our masked squad owes you a favor. King Face gestured for silence, implying that Su Chin should keep this under wraps as the training plan needed to continue. Su Chin understood the gravity of the situation and nodded solemnly. They shook hands, each appreciating the other. Ding, defeated King Face. Mission accomplished. Reward sent. Elemental refinement. Su Chin heard Paymon's notification. He hadn't anticipated completing it so effortlessly in the end. But then again, King Face wouldn't have conceded. With his mid-tier pool realm strength, he was no match for the boundless King Face. After this battle, he sensed the constraints of his realm beginning to loosen. The transition to the late pool realm was merely a step away. He needed to enhance his strength quickly. The ancient gods would invade. And the masked squad wouldn't always be there to support him. Everything would rely on himself. At that moment, King Face smiled faintly at Su Chin and began to manifest the time manipulator. In an instant, the entire masked squad's masks were restored. Restoring a few small masks didn't require much of King Face's mental energy. Su Chin watched in awe. Truly remarkable. Time and space, indeed, are the most bizarre abilities in the realm of supernatural powers. Time is the universe, space is eternity. When would he acquire such powers? In Genshin Impact, a similar feature exists, allowing players to alter time by clicking on Paymon's icon. Moreover, the most extraordinary aspect is that the weather would change accordingly, sunrise and sunset, day and night. However, Paymon's time abilities, when matched with space, are incredibly formidable. In battle, one could ensure they remain in perpetual darkness. He had suspected in the game that Paimon might very well be the time deity, and she did bear a slight resemblance to the heavenly principle. Nevertheless, he would have to wait until he reached the river realm to unlock her abilities. For now, he needed to focus on the current matters. Just then, Commander Yuan bellowed into a megaphone. Time's up. I must clarify that the masked squad's masks were destroyed by the explosion. This is not your concern. All of you have failed this trial. You bunch of worthless, trashy rookies. Are you satisfied? Suchin merely chuckled silently. Satisfied? He had single-handedly destroyed 5 masks. Report. Suchin slowly raised his hand. Commander Yuan's heart raced. Oh no, this lad isn't about to stir up trouble, is he? Coughing, Commander Yuan continued. Actually, a few new recruits performed exceptionally well in this trial. We will be recording their performance in the final comprehensive assessment of the Night Watchman. As for how many points will be awarded, we can discuss that later. Suchin nodded. This was more reasonable, since Commander Yuan had made the necessary concessions. Suchin would not press the matter further. After all, he still needed to seek out Commander Yuan for some coin later. There was no need for their relationship to become too strained. Chapter 48, the best masked squad of the year, sweeping through the competition like a monster. Commander Yuan raised an eyebrow. He had already made the greatest concession. Yet, Suchin still refused to relent. Had he perhaps been too harsh in his earlier reprimands? There was no alternative. He could only hope Suchun would play along with the act. At that moment, all the new recruits were fixed on Suchun. They had not anticipated that the most timid among them would dare to challenge the authority. Hadn't he just been thoroughly trounced by the masked squad? Yet, witnessing him stand firm now certainly earned their respect, especially for Wangu and Molly, who had never been fond of their instructor. If Suchin chose to publicly disclose the results, they wouldn't utter a word of dissent. After all, this was a collective achievement. At most, I can forego the reward. No matter how well the instructor treats the new recruits, one cannot demean them as worthless or incompetent. Shen Shuqing discreetly cast a glance at Suchin, silently giving him a thumbs up. Well done. Today, Suchin is truly a man. Lin Chia furrowed his brows, believing that acting on impulse was unwise. What difference does it make if the results are announced? The applause and accolades pale in comparison to tangible benefits. Moreover, the other new recruits genuinely require training. They're utterly inept, and facing the mysterious adversary would only result in their demise. He opened his mouth but chose not to speak. After all, the training camp's demolition plan was devised by Suchin, and such a labor-intensive endeavor should not be overlooked. Ultimately, it was up to him. Suchin, what do you wish to report? Yuan Gang's expression remained solemn, though internally he was quite flustered. Suchin feigned a relaxed smile, with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. What a coincidence, encountering the best special masked team of the year. They swept the competition like monsters. And despite our utmost efforts, we were unable to triumph. Ah, well, we gave it our all. He continued earnestly. I just wanted to ask if I could get a photo with them. The moment he spoke, all the new recruits immediately understood. Indeed, the masked team was formidable. Had they not intervened during the recent explosion, the new recruits would have surely faced annihilation. Furthermore, the masked team's intervention was not even at full strength. This alone warranted sincere gratitude. Shun Zhuqing and Mo Li exchanged eye rolls, realizing their anticipations had been in vain. As witnesses, they were most aware of how terrifying Su Chen's capabilities truly were. Yet he insisted on being so low-key. Lin Chia lightly slapped himself. What was he thinking? How could Su Chen, of all people, be so audacious? Wasn't he always the one retreating quietly behind others, merely surviving? Perhaps the new recruits on site were unaware. However, the instructors and the masked team were well aware that his words were laced with sarcasm. The instructors, with their thick skins, were seasoned veterans. A few scoldings were of no concern to them. Conversely, the masked team, aside from the leader, did not share such resilience. Wang Mian, feeling embarrassed, led his team off stage, leaving only the leader still watching Su Chen's speech. Captain, this kid just praised us as the best special team. Why did you all leave? Tianping silently shook his head, acknowledging the absurdity of it all. Shortly after the masked team departed, the training session was dismissed. However, a new dilemma arose. What would happen to the training camp that had been destroyed? There were no dormitories left. Yuan Gang sighed heavily in the cold wind. Memories of that year flooded back. The first day of the training camp, he stood there like a lackey. Goodness, the instructors actually instructed us to dig a pit to sleep in tonight. Yes. Should I also erect a monument for myself? At that moment, the new recruits were all voicing their grievances. Lin Chia and the others felt a twinge of guilt, as they were indeed responsible for the destruction of the training camp. Su Chen, the mastermind behind the demolition plan, wore a beaming smile. He had never felt so exhilarated. This time he struck it rich. Not only had he plundered an entire training camp, but he had also restored the wolves into 35. Unexpectedly, he had activated a new museum curator talent. Awesome. Let us get to work. Su Chen immersed his thoughts in the museum. Within, he found it brimming with various props and weapons. He had even collected the cafeteria's refrigerator, food supplies, gas stove, and range hood. Now he need not consume the cafeteria's unprocessed food. The collection he amassed was more than sufficient to meet all human survival needs. Hey, where's old Zhao? I'm right here beneath your feet. Zhao Conching struggled to emerge from a pile of disorganized items, gasping for air. He had been reading a novel in the museum when a military Dongfeng 2102 truck had come crashing down upon him. Honestly, he wondered if he had somehow traversed into a novel. Why would such a vehicle even exist? Had he not been in sword form, he would have been finished. Did you steal the training camp? Can the night watchman's actions be termed theft? This is borrowing. Zhao Conching scoffed in astonishment. The supplies from the training camp combined could sustain several lives for a lifetime. Su Chen surveyed Zhao Conching with curiosity, noticing that he had solidified his physique. It seemed that during Su Chen's absence from the museum, Zhao had been diligently honing his skills. Uncle Zhao, you've grown stronger? Of course. Being surrounded by these divine artifacts daily makes it hard not to improve. Wow, does that mean you can grow stronger even while sleeping? Pretty much. Zhao Conching was in good spirits. The higher the restoration of the Wolf's End, the more he could benefit from simply lying around. Living in the museum was truly splendid. He could play video games, read novels, and occasionally organize artifacts and categorize items. Su Chen was genuinely pleased with Zhao Conching's growth. The sooner they could leave the museum, the better. After all, as long as Zhao Conching was immortal, even if he couldn't kill the gods, he could certainly be a nuisance. Su Chen nodded, choosing not to engage further with Uncle Zhao. He strolled leisurely into the curator's office. Ding, activating curator talent, elemental refinement. A voice echoed in his ears, and Su Chen instantly understood. He summoned the curator panel. The museum panel unfolded. Curator, Su Chen, level, mid-pool realm, artifact and proxy, Wolf's End, 35, owned weapons, alley flash, white feather spear, deduced story collection, Klee's backpack, silver sword, apprentice's notebook 4, bladeless sword 4, hunting bow 4, long spear 4, training greatsword 4, employee, Zhao Conching, early pool realm, curator functions, elemental vision, prayer, elemental refinement, abilities, sword of tempering, blade of reversal flame, dawn, firebird, wings of incineration, task, restore Wolf's End to 50, unlock new abilities, reward, judgment of sin and punishment, eliminate evil, pronounce judgment, mark any enemy with fire, track them, and inflict a burning soul effect with fire elements, which cannot be mitigated or sealed until death. The panel showed little change. Aside from old Zhao's realm ascending from mid-lamp realm to early pool realm, it seemed that with the upcoming Ancient Gods dungeon, Zhao Conching would become a significant asset. The only notable addition was the new function, elemental refinement, which caught Su Chen's interest. He clicked on elemental refinement. Ding, counting ordinary items, 99, 881. 1-star forbidden items, 21. Special forbidden items, 3 starfall blades. Would you like to begin refining items and extracting elements? Elemental values will be converted into prayer points. Chapter 49, the second artifact, the Rainbow Spear. Su Chen did not rush to click refine. He opened the auxiliary description in the upper left corner, glancing at the definition of ordinary items. In simple terms, everything except forbidden items is considered ordinary. Food and firearms also fall under the ordinary category. Su Chen pondered this and felt somewhat at a loss. These basic living facilities certainly could not be refined. He scrolled through the refinement screen and discovered a locking feature. It allowed him to lock away food, firearms, and medicine. These items were crucial to him, and there was no need to refine them all. Of course, the backpack belonging to his dear daughter must also be preserved. After locking these away, he proceeded to select refinement. Let the refinement begin. Ding, refining 1-star forbidden item, returning 10 prayer points. Ding, refining special forbidden item Starfall Blade, returning 7 prayer points. Ding, refining over 50,000 ordinary items, returning 5 prayer points. Ding, total, 22 prayer points. 22 points? Not bad. Unexpectedly, the most formidable weapon turned out to be the Star Blade of the Night Watchman. Truly, it is a masterpiece crafted by the Queen Mother herself, in terms of quality. It would undoubtedly earn a 3-star rating in a museum. Of course, this item lacks any special effects from the Forbidden Ruins, but its materials are undeniably impressive. One cannot help but marvel at the fact that the Star Blade, possessed by every Night Watchman, truly deserves the title of a supreme treasure, a divine weapon. As the fog descended, everyone believed that the Da Xiao was forsaken by the gods. However, this was far from the truth. The deities have always been observing and safeguarding the mortal realm. At the moment a Night Watchman graduates, the Star Blade inscribes each unique name upon it. In a sense, everyone serves as an agent of the Da Xiao deities. Therefore, one must steadfastly move forward. Su Chen's gaze sharpened as he selected the wish section. Ding. The repair of the wolf's end has increased by 8, granting 8 wish draws. Total, 30 draws. All right, let the draws commence. Ding. White 9, blue 1, blue. Noelle's made outfit. Noelle's made outfit. Element amplification. Enhances any elemental energy effects by 15, with optimal results for geo-elements. Description. Persistently striving. One day you shall don the armor that symbolizes glory. Until then, why not try the maid outfit? What on earth is this? Su Chen fell silent. He spread his hands, and a white maid outfit materialized in his grasp. The fabric was incredibly smooth, akin to flowing silk. It resembled both a maid outfit and armor. Su Chen, slightly perplexed, took a regular sword and poked it vigorously. The Noelle maid outfit showed no signs of damage. Su Chen fell silent once more. The thinner the attire, the greater the defense? Well, at least the protective effect is decent. In times of danger, he could don the maid outfit as armor. It may be a bit socially embarrassing, but practicality prevails. After a brief moment of contemplation, Su Chen silently adorned himself with the maid outfit. It seemed to have no immediate effect. He activated the flame blade, channeling fire elemental energy, and instantaneously, the hem of the white maid outfit transformed into a fiery red. It somewhat resembled a lady's dress, though far from extravagant. The flame in Su Chen's hand quickly morphed into a fireball. It appeared that the amplification effect was indeed commendable, enhancing elemental energy by approximately 15. He wondered how much elemental energy could be amplified with geo-elements. Furthermore, the appearance would also change according to elemental power. This aspect scored a perfect 10. Quite visually appealing. Su Chen retrieved a mirror to inspect his reflection. Surprisingly, there was a hint of a mage charm, albeit slightly misplaced for a male. Noelle is a 4-star character awarded within the first 20 draws of Genshin Impact, serving as a starter character for many newcomers. Su Chen found himself accepting this attire. He proceeded to draw another 20 wishes, and without exception, received weapons of green and white quality. Of course, he did not feel disheartened, as these newly acquired weapons could be refined into wish points. He then drew another 10 wishes. Surely something useful will come forth from this so-called museum with a hidden low drop rate. Commencing draws. Gold 1, blue 1, white 8. What? A gold legendary item? No pity guarantee in sight. I must be extremely lucky. Who claimed this museum has a low drop rate? This place is fantastic. Su Chen's eyes widened, fixated on the golden glow, even hesitant to blink. Given that it was a gold legendary item, it must be a brand new artifact. No way. No way. Su Chen silently chanted in his heart. The artifact's golden light illuminated the museum. Gradually, a corner of the artifact revealed itself, and from its outline, it appeared to be a great sword. What the heck? The sky blade? Just then, a flash of golden light enveloped the great sword. In an instant, the sword that had just emerged transformed into a spear. Ding, sky, ding, congratulations on unlocking a new artifact. Piercing rainbow spear. Ah, old man, I adore you. The weight of the rock is truly reassuring. Su Chen had just caught a glimpse of the sky blade, only to have it forcibly replaced by the piercing rainbow spear. From the experience with the piercing rainbow spear, Su Chen deduced that the power of the 7 gods could directly influence the museum. Thus, the subsequent artifacts unlocked should all be divine artifacts of the 7 gods. In a sense, the museum was designed for the birth of the divine artifacts of the 7 gods. Hence, the power of the 7 gods in slaying deities should conservatively be considered at the level of supreme gods. Ding, mission released. Repair the piercing rainbow spear to 1 to unlock new abilities. Reward, Earth Core, freely control rocks, gaining geo-elemental power. Geo-elements. This is quite splendid. It equates to possessing 2 elemental powers. Unlike the Traveler, whose command of the 5 elements is less effective than that of a cartoon character. I cannot comprehend why the later storylines always depict them in a state of perpetual defeat. With these thoughts in mind, Su Chen promptly accessed the museum master panel once again. He remembered that elemental refinement could also enhance the repair degree of artifacts, although his materials were running low. Repairing the piercing rainbow to just 1% should not pose a problem. Su Chen clicked on elemental refinement. This time, he expended 20,000 ordinary items, nearly exhausting his borrowed resources. Fortunately, he retained the most basic necessities and food. Watching the items rapidly deplete in the refining process, small mountains of materials vanished before his eyes, eliciting a rare pang of heartache. Thankfully, the outcome was favorable. He had just managed to reach 1% repair for the piercing rainbow spear. From this perspective, refining items to repair artifacts seemed less efficient than refining wish points to draw new weapons. If the future artifacts were not significantly better, Su Chen would certainly refrain from such extravagant waste. Ding, piercing rainbow repair degree has reached 1. Reward claimed. Ability released. Earth Core, freely control rocks. Gaining Geo-Elemental Power. Ding, new mission released. Please repair the piercing rainbow to 5. Reward ability, Crystal Fate. Crystal Fate, an ancient method of refining the body with rocks. When perfected, it transcends fate, achieving an immortal physique. Refining the physique? An immortal physique? This ability is tailor-made for me. Originally, Su Chun intended for Lin Xie to assist him in exchanging his body after the disappearance of the mundane divine realm. Although neither human nor ghost, survival was paramount. However, the emergence of Crystal Fate presented him with an opportunity to preserve his corporeal form. Moreover, this ability seems capable of cultivating an immortal physique. Not achieving divinity? Then attaining immortality is equally impressive. Quite cool, indeed. Chapter 50. Toes digging out a 3-bedroom apartment, Geo-Element Power. It appears I must devise a way to expedite the repair of the piercing rainbow spear to 5. The troublesome part is that there are no mysterious entities to assist me in the training camp. To enhance the repair degree, I must rely on the elemental refinement function. Yet, the inventory of items in my museum is already insufficient. I must seek out Yuan Gang to procure some forbidden items for refinement. I just hope the coaching team has some stock left. While artifacts are undoubtedly important, I recall there is also a blue item. Let us hope it is not a weapon. A magical artifact would be ideal, as I could carry it with me and always access the forbidden ruins. As the golden light of the museum faded, several more weapons slowly emerged. 2 2-star silver swords. 1 2-star pocket grimoire. Forbidden ruins entry. Load resistance. Releases an extremely powerful elemental, spiritual, force, capable of reducing physical load by 15. 6 1-star white items. 1 3-star Dragon Slayer Heroes Pool. Forbidden ruins entry. Inheritance. When switching weapons, the newly equipped weapon's elemental damage increases by 24, lasting for 10 seconds, with this effect triggering every 20 seconds. Suchin spread his hands, summoning the Dragon Slayer Heroes Pool into his grasp. Introduction. A fictional tale of 5 heroes embarking on a dragon-slaying quest. Merely the fantasies of a failing author on his deathbed. Su Chun, filled with curiosity, meticulously flipped through the pages of this book. Alas, the prose was atrocious. The structure disjointed, the excitement lacking, the characterization subpar, and the golden fingers excessive. The author was woefully incompetent. These flaws were glaringly evident throughout the narrative. Yet the lessons of failure endowed this book with a certain grand power. Su Chun nodded, acknowledging the commendable ambition behind it. His own work could indeed be deemed a masterpiece. One could argue that while it was poorly executed, it was distinctively unique. Quite impressive, indeed. He was eager for more updates. Su Chun even contemplated gifting something to this author. What captivated Su Chun the most was the concept of the forbidden ruins. The ability to switch weapons to enhance elemental damage was intriguing. Moreover, the duration was brief, a mere 20 seconds, which was ample time for him to frequently alternate between artifacts. Wolf's End, Arcane Rainbow, Wolf's End. The seamless switching was nothing short of perfection. As for the 2-star artifact, the Pocket Magic Codex, it offered little assistance to Su Chun. At his current mid-stage capacity, he could not trigger the overload resistance. The only thing he could possibly activate might be the bomb. However, Klee's bombs, upon detonation, could hardly withstand any damage. Inflicting significant harm to the enemy while suffering equal self-damage was ultimately counterproductive. It would be more effective to have Uncle Zhao carry Klee's backpack to explode the enemies. If only they could sink those high heavens of the Japanese. Su Chun discerned that this device could only be utilized against the forbidden ruins with side effects. What about Wang Mian? That seemed plausible as well. His time-based divine ruin was quite compatible with this item. He could sell it to him later, reaping a handsome profit from Captain Wang Mian's coins. Excellent. Today had been exceptionally fruitful. Not only had he drawn the artifact Arcane Rainbow Spear, but he had also acquired 2 blue-quality items. Among them, the Noel-made outfit was a perfect match for the Arcane Rainbow, providing an additional boost to rock elements. Su Chun organized his gains, thoroughly satisfied. He could hardly wait to try out the Earth's core, granted by Morix, utilizing the rock element. In the game, it likely functioned as such. Zhongli would summon a pillar from the ground, delivering a powerful blow to Barbados. However, for him, it provided the most fundamental release of rock elements. This was quite commendable. The potential was high, not limited to mere pillars. Unlike other games, the Jade Shield was separate from this ability. As Su Chun contemplated this, he slowly opened his eyes. He jumped from the tree to the ground, only to find that Molly had already begun setting up a tent to prepare for sleep. The other recruits, lacking equipment, had no choice but to use the sky as a blanket and the earth as a bed. Shen Qizhu and a few others huddled together for warmth. Meanwhile, Bali Fat was nestled beside Lin Qiye and Chao Yuan, gathered around a campfire. Su Chun felt a twinge of curiosity. Wasn't Li Fat supposed to have a tent in his spatial storage? How had this wealthy young master fallen to such a plight? Qiao Yuan, glaring at Li Fat, reprimanded him. Do you love your brothers or gold more? Love brothers. Do you love your brothers or beautiful women more? Obviously, beautiful women. Qiao Yuan was speechless. To think Li Fat was still a love-struck fool. Li Fat, feeling helpless, merely wished to provide a home for the girl. Was that a crime? Yet now, they had to sleep on the ground with these recruits. There was nothing wrong with it, just a slight longing for a mattress. Upon seeing Su Chen arrive, Li Fat greeted him with a broad smile. Su Chen, you're here. Quickly, pull out the tent from your spatial backpack. At this, Qiao Yuan and Lin Qiye's eyes brightened. Right, they had almost forgotten Su Chen possessed a spatial artifact. They just weren't sure if he had a tent. Observing their hopeful gazes, Su Chen smirked slightly. Tent. Of course, we'll have a house. A house. We could blow up the entire training camp. The instructors are busy repairing the training grounds. When would they have time to manage us? Li Fat sighed in exasperation. Although the explosion had been exhilarating, they had to bear the consequences. Su Chen offered no explanation. Instead, he squatted down, placing his hands on the earth. Earth's core. Rise. No sooner had he spoken than the land and rocks erupted from the ground, forming the simplest of earthen structures, resembling a matchbox. Li Fat stood in stunned silence. What is this? You built a house so effortlessly. How had Su Chen accomplished this? Lin Qiye and Qiao Yuan also regarded him with intrigue. They recalled Su Chen's forbidden ruin was related to controlling flames. Many of its additional abilities, like transforming into wings for flight, could be attributed to the artifact's endowment. However, constructing a house from flat ground had no relation to fire abilities. Lin Qiye employed his mundane divine domain to observe the house before them, concluding it was made of soil. Did Su Chen possess a similar earth-controlling forbidden ruin? No. That was impossible. He was not linked to any forbidden ruin, and it couldn't possibly be another new artifact. Artifacts were unlikely. Perhaps it was a forbidden item of Earth type. Realizing this, Lin Qiye gasped in awe. The capabilities of a premium technology mobile were indeed terrifying. Su Chen refrained from showcasing the arcane rainbow, as he wished to keep it under wraps. Lin Qiye examined the house, finding it a bit small for their 4 occupants. Su Chen, do you have a forbidden item that controls the earth? Could you possibly enlarge this house? Su Chen smiled, tacitly accepting their assumption about his forbidden item. Then, without needing to place his hands on the ground, he realized through his recent experiment that he could manipulate the earth and rock elements at will. This time, he simply used his toes to control the rock elements. Indeed, with a mere flick of his toes, he shaped a 3-bedroom, 1 living room layout. Su Chen continued experimenting, this time crafting a vast courtyard. Chapter 51. Noel's maid outfit. Brother, you smell divine. Li Fat. Wow. Qiao Yuan. Indeed, Su Chen, you are truly magnificent. Su Chen, hands in his pockets, grinned with an air of superiority. At that moment, Lin Qiye felt his mind buzzing. The literal act of using his toes to create a 3-bedroom layout was beyond absurd. Su Chen, seeing Lin Qiye's astonished expression, thought he was dissatisfied with the house. He chuckled lightly. Qiye, would you like me to whip up a villa for you? Just as Lin Qiye was taken aback, Su Chen willed it. And a multitude of soil blocks erupted from the ground, the earth rumbling in response. However, his current mental energy was insufficient, and the rock elements could not support the framework of an entire villa. He had to employ that item. Gritting his teeth, he steeled himself. He reached into Kli's backpack and pulled out Noel's maid outfit to don it. This also served as a perfect opportunity to test the elemental enhancement of this forbidden item, particularly its additional rock element effect. Instantly, the maid outfit transformed into a sandy brown hue, and his rock element surged dramatically. Beside him, Qiao Yuan and Lin Qiye were flabbergasted, realizing Su Chen had a penchant for cross-dressing. Moreover, it even changed colors. It was as if he were playing an infinite warm game. Terrifying. They wondered if he was secretly a little southern lady. Spending time together, they feared for their own safety. Yet, truth be told, they all felt Su Chen looked rather fitting in the maid outfit, playful and charming. However, Lin Qiye quickly discerned through his mundane divine domain that this maid outfit was yet another forbidden item. Wow, he possesses more forbidden items than Li Fat. At that moment, rocks continued to rise. The foundation, the beams. In an instant, everything was assembled. The soil blocks interlocked seamlessly. Within moments, a villa was completed. This villa stood elegantly at the center of the courtyard, grand, opulent, and luxurious. It was simply stunning. Even Su Chen had modestly constructed a few traditional Chinese courtyards around the surrounding Sihiyuan. There were even corridors connecting the Sihiyuan and the villa, embodying a distinctly classical Chinese garden style. This move had greatly thrilled Li Pang. The opulence was in no way inferior to that of the Li family. Unlike the ostentatious displays of wealth typical of nouveau riche, This was true art. The unique style and aesthetic brought him an unprecedented sense of appreciation. This house was built to perfection. It was akin to the exhilarating sensation of ruling over a training camp. Xiao Yuan also wore a delighted expression of approval. Su Chun exhaled a heavy sigh, collapsing onto the ground, utterly exhausted. There was no trace of a gentlemanly demeanor. Were it not for the significant boost from the Noel maid outfit, his mental energy would have been completely drained. Su Chun estimated that the enhancement from the Geo element was 35. If he were to harness Morix's powers, it would be a perfect match with the Noel maid outfit. The reason behind this was likely connected to Noel's Geo vision. In any case, witnessing the masterpiece he had constructed filled Su Chun with immense satisfaction. Every hardship endured was worth it. He certainly did not wish for others to see him in such a state. That would be utterly mortifying. Of course, Lin Chiye and the others had already seen him, so it was of little consequence. They were all brothers, after all, not outsiders. At that moment, Li Pangang approached, playfully teasing Su Chun. "Brother, you smell fantastic. I'll take your monkey, now scram." Su Chun kicked Pangang playfully. Xiao Yuan followed closely, nodding gravely. One must admit, the master still retained his charm. "Xiao Laozha, you've also gone astray." While Su Chun was still joking around, Pang wished to see the maid outfit. Insisting that Su Chun dress as a woman, Su Chun was at a loss for words. What a bunch of perverts. This colossal structure had risen from the ground, leaving the surrounding new recruits dumbfounded. What the heck? Are we dreaming? Why are the villa and Sihiyuan appearing before our eyes? This must be the last fantasy before we freeze to death. Zhuagu was somewhat bewildered, tugging at his arm. "Ouch. This is real," he exclaimed. "I've hit the jackpot with this wild mansion." He beckoned his 3 underlings to head towards the Sihiyuan. At the entrance, they encountered Su Chun and his companions. "What are you staring at? This is my house," Li Pangang exclaimed, arms crossed. He held little regard for Shinqizhu, who had the audacity to accompany Su Chun. That effeminate fellow to abduct Mo Li. Humph. Shinqizhu stared at the hefty figure, speechless. "It was Su Chun who confronted you, not me." Sensing the situation was amiss, Su Chun stepped forward. "Ahem, we are all comrades here. The house is spacious enough to accommodate more people without issue." Upon hearing this, Li Pangang refrained from further comments, merely making faces at Shinqizhu. Shinqizhu disregarded Pong's childish antics and approached the Sihiyuan with his 3 underlings, astonished. "Allow me to introduce, this is Zhuagu, a core member of our training camp's demolition plan. First, my name is Shinqizhu. May we stay here at the entrance for one night? Don't worry, we'll leave by dawn." Su Chun was amused. He certainly could not arrange for Zhuagu to sleep at the entrance. Hence, he extended an invitation for them to come inside for a tour, along with his 3 companions. Shinqizhu gazed at the interior of the Sihiyuan, marveling at the exquisite craftsmanship. "So, what do you think of my construction?" Su Chun asked proudly. Shinqizhu nodded sincerely, utterly impressed. "I thought your talent lay solely in destruction. Who knew you possessed a gift for construction as well? Impressive. Is this also thanks to your artifact?" Su Chun beamed with pride, surprised that Zhuagu could be so complimentary. "Indeed, the artifact is all-powerful," Su Chun candidly admitted. As this was indeed accomplished through his new artifact, the Rainbow Spear, Shinqizhu nodded, refraining from further inquiries. After all, it was evident that Su Chun's artifact was of the fire type, and since the latter did not wish to disclose his secrets, Shinqizhu chose not to press further. Subsequently, Su Chun guided Shinqizhu and his companions to the villa for accommodation. Both Li Pangang and Su Chun possessed spatial items, and soon they had the villa beautifully arranged. The main rooms were furnished with bedding and mattresses, and even air conditioning was present. After all, one was a wealthy scion of the Li family, while the other had just plundered the training camp. They were not lacking in basic living necessities. 4 bedside tables and sofas. Su Chun effortlessly created them using the earth element. Shinqizhu and his 3 underlings were left in awe. They were all from humble beginnings and had never encountered such opulence. It was so extravagant that even a mud house made them feel inferior. Shinqizhu nodded, remembering Su Chun's kindness. Once the accommodations were settled, Su Chun and Lin Chiye ascended to the villa's rooftop observation deck to take in the view. The entirety of the training camp lay before them. The scarred earth was strewn with new recruits, sprawled out like refugees. At that moment, the entrance of their Sihiyuan was already overflowing with new recruits. "How should we handle this?" Lin Chiye inquired. He could tell that Su Chun, having exhausted his mental energy constructing the Sihiyuan and villa, was now incapable of building more houses for others. "Let them lay down in the Sihiyuan. I have some blankets to offer them, but let us not forget, each one costs $250. Su Chun was not a soft-hearted person. He considered it a means of collecting a bit of entrance fee. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan and Pang set off to manage the new recruits. After all, having too many new recruits piled at the entrance was not ideal. The new recruits were astonished to learn that Su Chun possessed a rare Earth-type artifact. Although his combat prowess was not particularly strong, he was indeed a master of construction. In the blink of an eye, the Sihiyuan and villa had been completed. It was akin to a calf rocketing into space, utterly impressive. When they discovered that they could stay for just $250, many were compelled to begrudgingly part with that amount. There was no alternative. The instructors needed far too many repairs with the Earth-type artifact. They had been sleeping rough in the wilderness, susceptible to catching colds at any moment. However, upon entering and seeing the stunning Sihiyuan, adorned like a carved masterpiece, they felt that the $250 was indeed worth it. At that moment, Mo Li and several of her friends also arrived, bewildered. The towering structure was so conspicuous that it was hard to ignore. Naturally, Su Chun invited them to stay, officially uniting the demolition squad for the training camp. This would facilitate their future collaborations. Once everything was settled, Su Chun fell into a deep slumber, unperturbed by the instructors who would awaken them at 3 in the morning. After all, the demolition had left the training camp in tatters. By 7 in the morning, the masked team awoke, bleary-eyed and rubbing their eyes. Wang Mian's face was pale as he quietly sipped on kidney-nourishing tea. Yuan Gang's expression was complex, feeling both discomfort and confusion. Last night, all the instructors had collaborated with the Earth-type artifact user and Wang Mian, stitching the training camp back together like tailors, working until dawn. Now, every corner had been restored. However, Yuan Gang was perplexed as to why not a trace of ashes could be found among the supplies in the canteen and warehouse. This left him uncertain about how to report to the Night Watch commander Yifei. It was utterly embarrassing to have a new recruit destroy the training camp. Moreover, over 200 new students' supplies, amassed over a year, had simply vanished. Yifei would undoubtedly be furious. Yuan Gang wished he could hang Su Chun up and give him a good beating. Let us go check on those kids in the dormitory area. We'll also repair the dorms and start physical training. Chapter 52. Training? It's all just a spring outing. In the dormitory building, Yuan Gang and his companions walked along the shattered dirt path, gazing up at the distance. When did a new building emerge over there? Yuan Gang glanced at the civil engineering adept beside him and inquired when the dormitory building had been completed at such a remarkable pace. The civil engineering expert, donning a yellow safety helmet, appeared utterly bewildered. It wasn't my doing. Yuan Gang then turned to Wang Mian, who also shook his head. He had not employed the temporal anomaly to repair the dormitory building. After all, he had sustained severe injuries from Su Chen's explosion the previous night and dared not overuse the anomaly. How peculiar. Could it be a mirage? Yuan Gang rubbed his forehead, perplexed. As he approached, the building loomed larger. Upon nearing, they realized it was a traditional Chinese courtyard house. Xian Yuan was astonished. He hadn't anticipated that the new recruits would fare so well after leaving the training camp. They had even erected a courtyard house. What did their previous hardships amount to? It was unjust. Why was everything fixed for them right after graduation? Xian Yuan cast an angry glance at Yuan Gang. Yuan Gang furrowed his brow, utterly confounded. It was worth noting that their instructors did not reside in such luxury. They were confined to a mere shoebox. These concerns were secondary. The pressing issue was to ascertain why such an extraordinary structure had appeared among the dormitory buildings. Moreover, they had not encountered a single new recruit along the way. Had they all gone inside? Contemplating this, Yuan Gang approached the entrance and pushed the door, only to find it immovable. The gates of the courtyard were constructed from compressed rock by Su Chin, weighing at least 30 tons. It was quite a struggle for outsiders to budge them. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Yuan Gang attempted to knock on the door. Is anyone there? Please open the door. A crack appeared in the door, and Su Chun curiously surveyed the outside. He had sensed their presence the moment Yuan Gang and his companions entered the vicinity of the dormitory building. Su Chun pointed to a note hanging at the entrance. Admission fee, 250 soft coins. Yuan Gang and the masked team's expressions darkened instantly. What nonsense was this? Charging admission for a courtyard house? This brat must be out of his mind for money. Hurry up and open the door. It's just a rundown building. Our Earth-based practitioners can fix it too. Upon hearing this, Su Chun immediately struck back. What nonsense. This is a Chinese-style courtyard house. A perfect fusion of classical and modern design. What about your instructors? They couldn't possibly create a house like mine. You can only watch me live in it. This is strength, understand? Su Chun had spent a decade as a civil engineering enthusiast, graduating from a renowned university of architectural technology. He understood the artistry of science and the power of design. He had worked on construction sites for 2.5 years. No one understood architecture better than he did. Yuan Gang felt his resolve harden. Su Chen's boastful prowess was indeed unparalleled. It was merely a house. A bit of earth could easily fix it. There was no way around it. Su Chen was serious. Yuan Gang checked his pockets, 250 coins. Hong Hao rummaged through his pockets. 5 coins. Wang Mian checked his pockets. Nothing at all. Ultimately, with the collective contributions of the instructors, Yuan Gang and the masked team were allowed entry. After all, they were short on funds. This was not their fault. In the training camp, currency held no value, and resources were exchanged. Suchen surveyed the group, nodding with satisfaction. The reason for the fee was that he wanted to filter out some individuals, as he intended to discuss a collaboration with Yuan Gang. He had already formulated a plan to request some rare items from Yuan Gang, and if unavailable, they could be exchanged for money. He had mastered elemental refinement and realized that using rare items as consumables was the most lucrative approach. Ordinary, haphazard items yielded minimal elemental extraction. He needed to amass wealth, unabashedly. The training camp lacked any mysterious resources, and the anomaly could only absorb the Black King of Chao Yuan and Lin Chie's mundane realm. The artifact's restoration speed was far too slow. A new approach was necessary. Could living beings truly succumb to such trivialities? After paying the fee, Su Chen swung open the gates and allowed Yuan Gang and the masked team to enter. Yuan Gang, visibly displeased, furrowed his brow, eager to reprimand Su Chen. Yet, upon his first glance at the courtyard, he was utterly taken aback. The pavilions, rockeries, ponds, and other designs reflected the essence of traditional Chinese architecture, emphasizing the harmony between nature and culture. The intricate interplay of corridors and water features imbued the courtyard with an unmistakable classical charm, while the exterior resembled a courtyard house. The interior bore resemblance to a Suzhou garden. Even someone as inexperienced as Yuan Gang could discern a hint of elegance. Su Chen truly possessed talent. At that moment, Yuan Gang contemplated retaining Su Chen in the military. Such a talent was invaluable. Turning to Su Chen, his expression filled with astonishment, he asked, "How did you construct this? Do you possess earth-based abilities?" "Of course. I've mentioned my divine father. What's wrong with having a few divine artifacts? Is that for real? You should keep that under wraps. We can't let the news leak." Yuan Gang had decided to unconditionally believe Su Chen's fanciful claims. If he asserted he had a divine father, then so be it. Following the explosion in the training camp the previous night, Yuan Gang had dispatched a confidential letter to Yifei. Yifei had vehemently scolded him. Astonished by the new recruits blowing up the camp, he had never encountered such folly. At the same time, he emphasized the importance of safeguarding Su Chen, ranking his priority even above Lin Xie, the agent of Michael. "Where's the masked team?" Yuan Gang scanned his surroundings. "General, at a nearby pavilion table." Shen Qizhu was engaged in a game of chess with Xin Yuan. Several new recruits were eagerly offering unsolicited advice. Xin Yuan smirked, adjusting his hairstyle before departing. "Indeed. I have nothing but good looks. Just practice more." Wang Mian teased from the side. Roses were gathered at the pond's edge while Tianping and some recruits practiced parkour on the rooftops. Yu Gui lounged in a rocking chair, peacefully napping. The scene exuded a sense of tranquility. Clearly, Su Chen had transformed this place into a tourist attraction. Moreover, there was no need to worry about damage. As everything was made of stone, Su Chen could effortlessly utilize his abilities to restore it. Among the 200 recruits, there were various practitioners with different abilities: water manipulators, fire breathers, and those nurturing plants. Was this still considered a training camp? Were these recruits here for a spring outing? Even the emperor could not enjoy life as Su Chen did. "Su, here is today's ticket revenue, totaling 28,000. Once tonight's dormitory hotel is completed, we will surely make a fortune." Li Pangang exclaimed, swiftly counting a stack of money. "Excellent. After deducting the wages for the scenic area recruits, we could still net 20,000. Keep this money. Always provide me with your family's rare items." Su Chen had already conspired with Li Pangang that morning. They aimed to create a 5-star dormitory hotel and a 5-star scenic area within the training camp. The two of them were brimming with entrepreneurial ideas. Su Chen's plan was simple: procure Li Pangpang's rare items to enhance his artifact's restoration capabilities. Li Pangpang naturally agreed. Earning a little money for his family was a win-win situation. Yuan Gang struggled to suppress his anger. These two youngsters had brought their business to the training camp. Absurd. Enlisting was about sacrifice, not indulgence. Su Chen, noticing Yuan Gang's flushed face, quickly shook his head. "Commander Yuan, we are merely providing a better resting environment for the recruits. It is essential for their training. After a long day, they need a proper place to rest. Sleeping on hard beds is unacceptable. Training intensity can be high, but rest must be prioritized to avoid lingering health issues. We are simply offering a resting facility." Su Chen's every word rang true. Yuan Gang felt a twitch in his eyelids, slightly unsettled. Chapter 53. The Pocket Grimoire, Load Resistance, the finest forbidden item for Wang Mian. Indeed, this place offers numerous recreational facilities unavailable in many training camps. The scenery is delightful, enhancing one's artistic sensibilities. Playing a game of chess here would be quite enjoyable. The comprehensive development of virtue, intelligence, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor in the new generation of Night Watchers is a fundamental policy of the Great Xia. Rest assured, we hold bonfire performances every night, and your instructors are welcome to join. It is indeed time to relax those taut nerves. How about we conduct a test? If beneficial for the recruits, we shall keep it. If not, I shall dismantle it. Su Chen spoke earnestly, leaving Yuan Gang without a viable angle to refuse. Moreover, such a beautiful and spacious structure would indeed be a pity to tear down. It must have taken Su Chen considerable effort to construct it overnight. As an instructor, one should not casually trample upon the will of the recruits. All right then, let us proceed with the experiment. By the way, summon Lin Xie and the others. I wish to consult you on what rewards you desire. In the hall, Lin Xie was currently dressed in a Noel-made outfit, rehearsing lines. Xiao Yuan, clad in a beastly formal attire, was reciting the story for tonight's performance. The Dark King Beast's forced love, the Divine Maid's compelled submission. Su Chen had even written the script for tonight's bonfire performance. It was utterly impressive. The costumes were generously sponsored by Su Chen and the chubby fellow. Fortunately, these two straightforward men could not discern any issues, and upon hearing of potential earnings, they readily agreed to perform. Before long, everyone gathered in the hall. Su Chen, Shen Qizhu, the chubby guy, and Molly. Naturally, there was also the masked squad and Yuan Gang. Lin Xie and Xiao Yuan calmly removed their costumes, standing aside. At this moment, all eyes were fixed upon Lin Xie and Xiao Yuan. What a bizarre spectacle. Truly, they were exceptional recruits. The masked squad laughed heartily. And even Yuan Gang was taken aback. Molly and Rose, the two girls, had their smiles reaching the heavens. One cannot help but commend the splendid atmosphere of this training session. Yuan Gang shook his head, allowing this group of children to frolic. As long as their training was not neglected, it was acceptable. Thus, I shall offer each of you 500,000 as a hush fee. Consider the training matter settled. Yuan Gang proposed, as money was the most straightforward and effective means. Apart from Su Chen, everyone else agreed. After all, who would refuse a sum of money? Furthermore, Lin Xie and brother Zhuang came from modest backgrounds and were in dire need of this money. Subsequently, Yuan Gang inquired about Su Chen's perspective. Su Chen smiled slightly and replied, I require the 500,000, but you must also provide me with an ample supply of forbidden items. After all, my artifact can devour other forbidden items to increase its strength. Su Chen vaguely described his needs. The others nodded in realization. It turned out Su Chen's artifact had such capabilities, no wonder its powers were so extensive. Yuan Gang furrowed his brow. Forbidden items were quite challenging to procure. Previously, there were a few starry blades in the warehouse, but they had all been obliterated by Su Chen, leaving not a trace, even with such a violent explosion. Surely at least some of the starry blades should have remained. Yuan Gang discreetly glanced at Su Chen, seeing no indication that he had stolen anything. He cleared his throat and said, Our Night Watchers' forbidden items are quite precious. We cannot allow your artifact to consume them. Instead, you may choose a few from Bai Li's stock, and I'll reimburse you. Really, no backing out. Su Chen smirked. Yuan Gang nodded. He indeed had this small sum of money. Su Chen subtly signaled to Bai Li, who immediately understood. He casually selected 5 forbidden items from Bai Li's collection, which appeared unremarkable and inexpensive. Yuan Gang nodded approvingly. Su Chen was quite courteous. Bai Li extended his hand to Yuan Gang, demanding payment. Pay up to 5 million. Yuan Gang was dumbfounded. One forbidden item costs over 400,000. They were clearly treating him like a pig to slaughter. Bai Li presented the price tags of the forbidden items, confirming their worth. Yuan Gang's expression darkened considerably. This sly fellow, they were scheming against him. He currently had only 2 million in his bank account, painstakingly saved over 10 years. It seemed he must seek reimbursement from Yifei. I have only 2 million. Su Chen was aware Yuan Gang lacked sufficient funds, but there was no alternative. He was determined to acquire forbidden items, as the training camp would commence shortly. Yuan Gang was surely there to announce this matter. His physical abilities were average, and he would gain little from the upcoming training. Hence, he urgently needed to unlock the second ability of his rainbow technique, the Crystal Stone Destiny. With the enhancement of the Crystal Stone Destiny, he could maximize the results of his physical training. A mere physical test was far too slow in yielding results. Moreover, it seemed that the Crystal Stone Destiny required extensive practice to cultivate to the level of an immortal body. Time was of the essence. He had merely a year and a half left. When Loki invaded and the mortal realm dissolved, without a miracle, he would be doomed. With this in mind, Su Chen made a decision, retrieving the pocket grimoire from Kli's backpack. This item was of little use to him, and would be perfect for selling to Wang Mian. The moment Su Chun produced the book, all gazes were drawn toward him. They all recognized it as yet another forbidden item. Goodness! Su Chun was akin to a museum of forbidden items. However, they were puzzled as to why he would present such a forbidden item. This forbidden item, the Grimoire Load Resistance, releases an incredibly potent elemental, spiritual force capable of reducing the physical burden by 15. As Su Chun's words fell, everyone raised their heads to look at him. It was astounding, an invaluable forbidden item. Wang Mian's eyes gleamed with eagerness, clearly intrigued. Su Chun remained composed. This item was a perfect match for Wang Mian, and he doubted the latter would resist. How much? Wang Mian inquired, his eyes alight with desire. 1 million. Su Chun casually quoted a high figure, fully aware that negotiation would ensue. He understood the pocket grimoire itself was not worth such a sum. But the forbidden item was exceptionally rare. The thought that he could profit from a 2-star inferior forbidden item was almost laughable. Wang Mian utilized the temporal brute, which could delay aging by 15. This was crucial, a life-saving artifact. Wang Mian was utterly captivated. He understood that the capabilities of this forbidden item were precious. Su Chun must have tailored it specifically for him. Perhaps it was their friendship that prompted him to part with it. Unfortunately, he did not have that much money on hand. All right, we'll take it. Vortex and Rose spoke earnestly. The moment Su Chun revealed the forbidden item, the entire masked squad realized that this was the most suitable item for their captain. Thus, they were willing to pool their resources to acquire it. Wang Mian looked at Vortex and the others, feeling warmth and gratitude. It felt as though he had sold it at a loss. Was this the unique bond of a special squad? No wonder Vice Captain Wu Xiangnan had yet to overcome his psychological shadow. Su Chun nodded. The future Nightfall squad would be similar. He tearfully accepted the bank cards of the others, feigning pain as he handed the pocket grimoire to Wang Mian. Wang Mian solemnly nodded in thanks. 1 million for a lifespan was indeed a small price to pay. Compared to life, it was exceptionally cheap. Such a uniquely special forbidden item was generally one of a kind and irreplaceable. In the Li family, it was a treasured relic, not for sale. Wang Mian and the masked squad were immensely grateful to Su Chun for selling it to them at such a low price. I don't know what to say. Su Chun, I owe you another favor. No, we all owe you. Vortex, Tiansheng, Rose, and Moon Ghost solemnly chimed in, leaning toward Wang Mian in agreement. The rest of the crowd concluded that Su Chun had indeed suffered a significant loss in this transaction. Su Chun was absolutely overjoyed. With just a 2-star rating, he could effortlessly amass a fortune of 1 million. Such delightful fortune. The bank's 0 yuan purchase scheme paled in comparison to his swift earnings. He snatched the bank card from Yuan Gang's hand and effortlessly gathered 3 million. Handed over. He transferred 250,000 to Li Pang and slyly extracted a few forbidden items from his pocket. The quality of those forbidden items was commendable. Likely hovering around the 2-star, nearing 3-star standard found in a museum. Li Pang felt a pang of regret. He had not brought many high-tier forbidden items from home, and Su Chun had taken 6, leaving him nearly depleted. Su Chun stuffed all the forbidden items into Kelly's backpack, planning to refine them later. Conveniently, the museum also had a few 1-star forbidden items, which would help him address the 5% repair issue for the Guanhong spear. Yuan Gang wore a distressed expression. Hiss, while everyone else profited, who incurred losses. Damn it. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Yuan Gang exited the door, clutching his battered horn. The training session was imminent. He demanded that everyone arrive at the training ground within 5 minutes. After stating this, he and the masked team departed simultaneously. Su Chun remained unfazed and chose to refine at the museum first. Before training, he aimed to enhance the Guanhong's repair rate and explore his newfound abilities. Chapter 54, Crystal Stone Destiny, Forging the Body, more exhilarating than Kuqing. He briefly organized the materials he possessed, 6 1-star white forbidden items. He had purchased 6 from Li Pang. This time, he prepared 12 materials. It was impossible for him not to fill the Guanhong spear. Let's get started. Su Chun summoned the museum panel, gliding his finger to select elemental refinement. Refinement initiated. Instantly, the 12 materials radiated brilliant light and transformed into a streak of luminous energy that merged into the Guanhong spear. Ding, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Finally, it barely reached 5%. Su Chun let out a long breath. He had just managed to meet the threshold. Alas, maintaining the museum was excessively costly. The 250,000 spent on Li's high-tier forbidden items yielded merely mediocre results. Was that the sound of a heart breaking? No. It was the fragrant scent of currency. Task completed. Repair the Guanhong spear by 5. Reward sent. Crystal Stone Destiny. An ancient and profound method of body tempering through rock refinement. When perfected, it maximizes defense, transcends fate, and achieves the body of an immortal. Upon mastering Crystal Stone Destiny and achieving a 50 repair rate for the Guanhong, the body of an immortal will be unlocked. Ding. New task issued. Repair the Guanhong to 15. Reward. Zhuang Shield. Zhuang Shield. Bestow rock element shields upon multiple targets at will. Suchen heard Paymon's voice in his ear. He nodded. Indeed, the shield and the core were unlocked separately. However, unlike games, there was no limit on the number of characters that could receive shields. As long as his mental strength was sufficient, he could even shield everyone in Songnan. Overall, it was quite promising. After reading through, Suchen began to assimilate his newfound abilities. Crystal Stone Destiny. This ability resembled fantastical techniques, requiring physical training, breath regulation, soul reinforcement, and continuous cleansing with rock elements. It comprised 6 fundamental mantras. The 6 harmonies attract bones, the 8 wastelands yield jade, the darkness shrouds its glow, breaking the rear stand, driving it long and bright, deference to heaven and earth. Suchen discerned that the ability bestowed by Morix might not be the mightiest, but it was undoubtedly the most practical. These were the foundational skills. Possessing a robust physique, transcending to divinity or immortality was merely a thought away. Otherwise, the body resembled a funnel, unable to contain the divine power. Of course, abilities were secondary. The longevity was truly exaggerated. Exiting the museum, Suchen sought to test this new ability. He silently recited the mantras and activated Crystal Stone Destiny. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming weight on both his body and soul, so heavy that even lifting his arm became a daunting task. It rendered his breathing labored, inducing a sensation of suffocation. Suchen's face flushed as he experienced a terrifying influx of rock elements surging uncontrollably towards him. Every pore of his skin felt as if it were being clogged by rock elements. Even his marrow and flesh were incessantly washed by the rock elements. The torment was not merely physical, it stemmed from the depths of his soul. Instinctively, Suchen wanted to terminate the Crystal Stone Destiny state, but he forcibly restrained himself. Endure until greatness is achieved, to transcend the ordinary. Or, embrace death. How to choose. In the training camp, the cold wind blew, heralding the return of the Guanhong Crystal Stone Youth. He ultimately faced the challenge head-on. He was not merely striving to prove his worth to the martial god Morix. He aimed to demonstrate the value of perseverance. Since death was inevitable, he might as well give it his all. Roar. The 6 harmonies attract bones, embodying not just the transformation of marrow but also the spirit of a person. Suchen stood firm, struggling to move. With Yuan Gang insisting that everyone arrive at the training ground within 5 minutes, even walking became a torment for Suchen. Every step caused him to wince in pain, and he nearly crawled his way to the training ground, arriving just slightly ahead of by Li Pangpang. However, he timed himself, confident that he had not arrived late. Yuan Gang and Hong Hao had been waiting at the training ground for some time. Once all the new recruits were assembled, Hong Hao finally spoke. With the whistle signal, the assembly took a total of 4 minutes and 59 seconds. Consider yourselves fortunate. From now on, whenever you hear the whistle, you must reach the training ground within 3 minutes. Latecomers will face the consequences. Yuan Gang nodded, taking over from Hong Hao, and bellowed, "You will stay in the training camp for a full year. The first half will focus on physical training, during which I will seal your forbidden realms with forbidden items. None of you should even think of slacking off. The second half will involve practical exercises in forbidden realms and tactical theories." After Yuan Gang finished speaking, he exchanged a knowing glance with Hong Hao, leaving the field to him. Hong Hao understood perfectly. He was certainly targeting Suchen. This kid was too arrogant, daring to disrupt the training camp from the outset, and needed to be taught a lesson. He had secretly swapped Suchen's 15-pound backpack for a 30-pound one, ensuring that Suchen would achieve a dismal score and question his life choices. The weight training commenced. Each recruit was to carry a 20-pound backpack for 20 laps. Failure to complete it meant no lunch in the cafeteria. Let it begin. The scene erupted in a chorus of lamentations as many recruits reluctantly donned the weighted backpacks prepared by the instructor. Suchen smacked his lips. Weight training? His Crystal Stone Destiny had already burdened every pore of his body, so adding a little extra weight was inconsequential. He hoisted the backpack, estimating it at around 30 pounds, and effortlessly slung it on before commencing his run. Each step left an imprint in the ground. Initially, he ran at a slow pace, falling to the back of the pack. Even Bai Li Pangpang managed to outrun him. Hong Hao watched with satisfaction. If all went as expected, Suchen would surely end up at the bottom. Steady as she goes. Bai Li Pangpang chuckled at Suchen, surprised by his loyalty. As he accompanied him at the back, he kindly placed his hand under Suchen's weighted backpack, hoping to lighten his load. Wow, Suchen. Are you carrying iron blocks in your backpack? Don't you find it heavy? I suspect the coaching staff is targeting us. Should we take a break? Suchen smiled indifferently. Although his pace was slow, his body was gradually acclimating to the weight. Rest? Coward. Do you truly think I would lack insight? Do you really believe I would shrink back? As he continued to adapt, Crystal Stone Destiny began to exert its influence. The pain remained, yet his body felt inexplicably comfortable. More exhilarating than Kuching. Every inch of his skin rejoiced, as the sweat expelled impurities through the rock elements. Running felt invigorating, and he was more spirited than ever. Su Chen's enthusiasm surged as he picked up speed. He felt an inexhaustible power coursing through him, experiencing both pain and joy. Bai Li, the chubby fellow, was utterly astonished. Come on, bro. I've heard that poor gaming performance can lead to epiphanies. You just ran a bit and had an epiphany too? What a peculiar maneuver. Su Chen felt as if he were possessed by the spirit of Ping Yuyan, striking a handsome pose. Chubby, continue your introspection. We shall meet at the pinnacle. By the way, Molly mentioned she doesn't fancy chubby guys. Gonna, Su Chen declared, launching himself towards the front of the main group. His footsteps echoed with a thunderous sound. Bai Li blinked, and upon hearing Molly's name, suddenly felt his own little universe erupt. In no time, Su Chen caught up with the main group, overtaking Chao Yuan and Shin Qingzhu, claiming the lead position. Everyone stared in disbelief at the frenzy that was Su Chen. It was like watching a crazed dog unleashed. Goodness, is Su Chen really this energetic? Truly, this is the essence of sweat and hard work. Lin Chia quickened his pace, striving to maintain his leading position. The new recruits, observing Su Chen and Lin Chia accelerate, some of them lacking in stamina, began to entertain dubious thoughts. The Forbidden Void has activated. Where is my Forbidden Void? Some among them realized this was the result of Yuan Gang's sealing technique. It was utterly disheartening. They felt completely stifled, unable to use their abilities. The frustration was palpable. Su Chen, overhearing the new recruits' conversations, was momentarily taken aback. What? You can't feel the Forbidden Void? Chapter 55, The Beasts of Great Xia, Exploding Youth. My Forbidden Void is about to overflow. And you're talking about this? I am the Beast of Great Xia, bursting with youth. Youth. Ignite. Su Chen bellowed, his speed skyrocketing. Su Bingtian would weep at the sight, and Bolt would feel inferior. Lin Chia, still in the lead, was left bewildered. Su Chen was in a state reminiscent of a mad dog. Don't come any closer. Lin Chia desperately wished to accelerate further, but Su Chen was simply too monstrous. In a flash, Su Chen surpassed Lin Chia. Then, with a gait that defied recognition, he ran with an air of ease. He had truly grasped the remarkable essence of the crystal fate, which doubled the effects of physical training. The elemental forces washed away his shackles and aided him. Whenever his stamina waned, the crystal fate would automatically stimulate the secretion of hormones like adrenaline and dopamine. It was as if wielding a small whip, incessantly urging him to break through his limits. The exhilaration was overwhelming. Moreover, Su Chen dared not stop. The fatigue and soreness in his body had not dissipated. They were merely masked momentarily by the dopamine, and should he cease movement, the body would stop secreting stimulating hormones. The pain would be unbearable. It felt akin to the frog leaps in middle school gym class, once he halted. The soreness would be more intense than the most sour dish imaginable. Su Chen, like an unceasing horse, circled the entire playground 10 times over. All the new recruits were dumbfounded. What a physical monster. Even with drugs, one wouldn't reach such terrifying heights. He had already surpassed the pace of the new recruits. Bai Li, initially keeping up with Su Chen, soon found his body unable to endure. The foundation of his physique was too poor. When Su Chen surpassed him for the 9th time, Bai Li broke down. This is absurd. How can the gap between individuals be so vast? Under the blazing sun, Bai Li rolled his eyes and collapsed in exhaustion. Youth is truly a blessing. Many new recruits fell asleep alongside him, all inspired by Su Chen's madness, misjudging their limits, and collapsing from overexertion. They either fell asleep immediately or lay on the ground motionless, as if deceased. Among them was the arrogant one, who truly could not move any longer. Hong Hao stared in disbelief. He muttered about youth and friendship, perplexed by Su Chen's extraordinary stamina. He had originally devised a plan for the new recruits to complete 20 laps. Yet, they were enduring 30 laps. This shattered all his expectations. But Hong Hao did not intervene with Su Chen. Running requires a leader to push the limits of the new recruits. This was a good thing. Exercise must involve suffering. Pain signifies true training. Yet, Su Chen's condition was too peculiar. He should have reached human limits long ago. They had already run 70 laps. Not only was he not slowing down, but he had also shattered the previous records for speed and pace at the Night Watchman's training camp. And mind you, this was with an additional 30 pounds. Hong Hao scarcely had time to reprimand Su Chen. Instead, he pulled out a stopwatch and notebook to record these astonishing figures. Such a soldier was a treasure, and he felt immense joy. He adored this wild spirit. With time passing, Lin Chia and Chao Yuan also succumbed to fatigue. collapsing on the ground as they watched Su Chen run under the scorching sun. That was the youth they had once lost. Lin Qiye was left speechless, longing to laugh yet without tears. Su Chen then realized a terrifying truth. He could not stop. Indeed, the inertia of running, his body's instinctive resistance, and the effects of the old man's crystal fate compelled him to continue. It felt as if he had consumed 10 tons of energy drinks. He could not stop. Fine. If I can't resist it, I shall enjoy it. The music played on as he ran. Rise. Su Chen, while running, pulled out a massive speaker from his backpack and hoisted it over his shoulder. Bebe, you exist in my mind. Let it flow. This is youth. The tune resonated with people, running with fervor. Wang Mian. The vortex scratched its ear. What on earth was that noise? He could hear the exhilarating music from afar. The masked team, intending to take a lunch break, was utterly flabbergasted upon witnessing this scene on the playground. Wang Mian noticed something was off with Su Chen's physical state. He quickly employed the Time Ravager to gradually control Su Chen's speed, ensuring he decelerated gently to avoid harm. This situation could not be halted abruptly. It could be life-threatening. This youth, I accepted. Su Chen collapsed onto the ground, nearly exhausted. Thankfully, he encountered the masked team. Otherwise, he would have run all day long. Until the crystal fate drained every limit from his body, he would not have found respite. The power of Morix's crystal fate was indeed terrifying. Truly, the pleasure was real, and the pain was real. Now, Su Chen felt his legs cramping, his organs shifting, and his breathing was erratic, as if he were on the brink of meeting his ancestors. Wang Mian was bewildered. Goodness, is this really what physical training entails? As the previous champion of the Night Watch, he had to admit, he was not as driven as Su Chen. He felt genuine admiration. Wang Mian was intensely stirred. Captain Wang Mian, I adore you. Please help me recover. Su Chen recognized that his current state was akin to that of a wreck. Nearly every tissue in his body required restoration. Fortunately, Wang Mian had that capability. All right, you said it. No backing out. Wang Mian, observing Su Chen's pained expression, couldn't help but smile wickedly. He manipulated the Time Ravager, unleashing boundless mental energy. Su Chen let out a cry of agony. He could feel the muscle fibers in his legs tearing and reshaping. Once, twice, thrice, the passive effect of the crystal fate, coupled with Wang Mian's acceleration, relentlessly honed Su Chen's bones. Su Chen almost blacked out from the pain. As Wang Mian's Time Ravager accelerated, new muscle fibers began to regenerate, and the crystal fate refined parts of his skeletal structure. Su Chen felt an unprecedented surge of strength coursing through his body. His pulse throbbed robustly. His heart resounded like a drum, his muscles reconstructed, and his bones were remarkably solid. Now, this physique was more than capable of withstanding the preliminary suppression of the crystal fate. Such uncontrollable situations would be a thing of the past. The essence of the matter lay in the fragility of his former body. This transformation was largely thanks to Wang Mian's time acceleration, which significantly expedited the training cycle of his crystal fate. Su Chen had never experienced such exhilaration. He shook his ankles and rotated his neck. It felt utterly delightful. Time for a hearty meal. After running all morning, he was nearly famished. Chapter 56. How to Eat Raw Meat. Su Chen, hot pot. Come on, let us eat. I'll treat you all to a sumptuous meal. Su Chen chuckled, patting Wang Mian on the shoulder. Wang Mian shook his head, well aware of the fare provided to the new recruits. It consisted entirely of raw meat and steamed buns, with not even a trace of pickled vegetables. As a senior, the greatest joys were twofold: savoring ice pops in front of new recruits during grueling training under the scorching sun, and indulging in takeout while the new recruits scrambled for food in the cafeteria. Wang Mian sighed, watching Su Chen with a shake of his head. Another group of unfortunate kids was about to endure hardship. Alas, such was the tradition of the cafeteria's unique abilities. No need for that. We'll take our leave. Enjoy your training, Wang Mian declared, waving his hand lightly as he departed without taking a single cloud with him. The rest of the masked team followed suit. Vortex gazed pityingly at the unfortunate children and, before leaving, retrieved a bottle of Lao Gan Ma from his pocket, handing it to Su Chen. This was his final act of kindness. Su Chen stood in place, contemplating the bottle of Lao Gan Ma in his hand. They had spoken of a grand feast. Yet here he was with only a bottle of condiments? His museum was stocked with an array of ingredients, various seasonings, and all the necessary cookware. Hadn't he raided the cafeteria for this very moment? In Team 136, under Chun Mai, he hadn't merely cooked for a month. He had learned much about culinary skills. Moreover, in his past life, he had been quite adept in the kitchen, even running a Sichuan restaurant until it succumbed to the pandemic. Never mind, Wang Mian would surely indulge in a grand feast prepared by Old Sunday. I wonder how Old Sun's culinary skills measure up against my own? After the masked team had walked away, Su Chen tucked the Lao Gan Ma into Kelly's backpack. Lunchtime had arrived. With a sharp whistle, Hong Hao began to gather and count the recruits. Su Chun sauntered over, hands in pockets, oblivious to who his opponents might be. Hong Hao regarded this physical marvel with admiration. Although this lad was quite infuriating, one couldn't deny he was a prodigy among prodigies. Hong Hao nodded and turned to Su Chun, saying, "This time, you ran 74 laps with a heavy load, nearly 30 kilometers. Averaging a pace that shattered our training camp's record. What are your thoughts?" As a fierce beast of the great Xia, it was merely a trifle. Su Chun smirked, feeling no trace of fatigue, only a profound sense of exhilaration. Although the crystal fate continued to temper his body, thanks to Wang Mian's adjustments, he was no longer the same. Just a trifle? Hiss. All the new recruits stared at Su Chun in disbelief. They were profoundly dissatisfied. Yet the truth remained. Their physical capabilities paled in comparison to Su Chun's. Even seasoned former Special Forces troops and athletic students were unable to match him. They would forever remember the beast of the great Xia, Su Chun, who had shattered their dreams beneath the scorching sun. Hong Hao nodded, clearly impressed by Su Chun's words. What a mere trifle. I love witnessing the youthful exuberance of these young recruits. Well then, you have 20 minutes to eat. The new recruits exchanged glances, then surged toward the cafeteria. However, after just finishing their run, their legs were cramping, and they collapsed onto the ground in agony. Su Chun strolled leisurely, effortlessly lifting Chao Yuan by his collar, much like a kitten. Lin Chiye, utterly exasperated, carried by Li Fatty. Chiye, I knew you'd take care of me. TSK, you really ought to lose some weight. When the new recruits arrived at the cafeteria, they were immediately dumbfounded. The vast dining hall was filled with bowls of raw meat and steamed buns. The raw meat even bore traces of blood. And that was it. A collective groan arose. The buns were as hard as bricks. Wasn't he this torture? How on earth were they supposed to eat this raw meat? Shen Qingzhu slammed the table, leaping to his feet to berate the cafeteria. Of course, it was meant for hot pot and grilled steak. The ingredients were fresh. Su Chun approached, eyeing the raw meat with satisfaction. Grilled meat? Steak? At that moment, an elderly man emerged from the kitchen, chuckling at Su Chun. What do you think you're doing? You bunch of recruits? If you don't like it, then get lost. The elder was none other than Old Sun, who was now carrying steaming dishes from the kitchen to the front, just as the new recruits prepared to stand and accuse Old Sun of double standards. They suddenly wilted upon seeing the masked team at the front. Forget it. Who would dare challenge the masked team? Yet, someone dared. Su Chun swaggered over to the front table, snatched Vortex's chopsticks, and targeted a plate of shredded pork with green peppers. He promptly picked up a piece of meat and savored it. All the new recruits gaped in astonishment. Had Su Chun lost his mind? He dared to snatch food from the masked team. The masked team stared at Su Chun in disbelief, their minds struggling to comprehend. Old Sun was flabbergasted. He had never encountered such an oddity. Lin Chiye, taken aback, rushed forward, pulling Su Chun back with an apologetic expression. Sorry. This kid has lost his mind from hunger. No, I may be hungry, but I'm not insane. This shredded pork with green peppers is excellent, though it has a bit too much starch and lacks tenderness. After speaking, Su Chun intended to leave but was met with Old Sun's piercing gaze. Having been a cook for decades, one could criticize his age, but his culinary skills were beyond reproach. Su Chun smiled calmly, ready to accept the challenge. Old Sun, may I borrow your kitchen? Is that all right? Do as you please. Old Sun waved dismissively. Ever since the cafeteria had been blown up, all the ingredients and seasonings had vanished without a trace, leaving him frustrated. He had hoped to treat Wang Mian and his group to a grand meal, but conditions were not conducive. He could only whip up a few home-style dishes. Yet, to be mocked by a recruit was intolerable. Ignoring Lin Chiye, Su Chun busied himself collecting the raw beef from Li Fatty and marched straight to the kitchen. The new recruits were left dumbfounded. Was this even possible? However, upon seeing the empty state of the kitchen, they promptly gave up on cooking. Su Chun disregarded the gazes of his peers and stealthily retrieved a hot pot from Kelly's backpack. He set up a beef hot pot right away. Then, from the museum, he procured potatoes, cilantro, scallions, ginger, and an array of spices. With a single hand, he lifted the iron pot, sizzling as he began to stir-fry. Spicy beef, boiled beef slices, cumin beef, braised beef with potatoes, spicy beef, fragrant pot beef. He had laid out an entire banquet of beef dishes. Don't ask how he managed this. It was all thanks to the cooking pot from Genshin Impact. Toss in the ingredients, add a recipe, and voila. The aroma wafted throughout the cafeteria, tantalizing everyone's taste buds. It's ready. Chapter 57. When it comes to culinary skills, New Oriental seeks blue sky. Su Chun emerged from the kitchen, carrying dish after dish. This grand feast of beef left everyone utterly astonished. Hold on, how did you manage to pull this off with nothing? And most infuriatingly, Su Chun even brought out a hot pot. Countless new recruits, enticed by the fragrant aroma, gazed longingly at the beef hot pot, tears streaming down their cheeks in despair. They glanced at the raw meat before them, tasteless and insipid, which only deepened their misery and led them to question the very meaning of life. If everyone were to partake in the same dish, it might have been bearable. However, the way Su Chen presented it felt more torturous than death itself. They could only block their nostrils, refraining from inhaling the tempting scent. The steaming feast of beef was served at the front table, and the rotund by Li drooled profusely, utterly astonished to discover that Su Chen was indeed a master chef. What could be more delightful than having a friend skilled in the culinary arts? For someone like him, it was sheer bliss. While he hurriedly rushed to the front, chopsticks in hand, ready to indulge, Xiao Yuan looked at the beef with a sympathetic expression. Hands clasped in prayer, murmuring a soft Amitabha. What a sin! Then, he too joined the feast with gusto. Lin Qiye needed no encouragement, having already prepared his plate. He began to savor the beef hot pot. He had always known about Su Chen's unique space, but he was astonished to find that even ingredients and seasonings were included. Truly, Su Chen was thoughtful, surpassing even the culinary skills of their captain. This meant they could avoid consuming raw meat, which was rather delightful. The duo of Zhuanggu and Molly, the stalwarts of the training camp, could not resist the temptation and rushed over to taste a morsel. Su Chen, clad in a Noel-maid outfit, gracefully emerged from the kitchen. One must admit, the maid outfit was quite suitable for cooking and, being a unique item, it remained spotless. With an automatic grease cleaning feature, it was simply perfect. Indeed, unique items have their specialties. As Su Chen approached the front, he cheerfully inquired, Captain Wang, how do you find this grand feast? Captain Wang gave a thumbs up, utterly speechless with astonishment. He never imagined that Su Chen's earlier reference to a grand meal would manifest in such a manner, truly deserving of the title. He sampled the cumin beef, and the flavor was nothing short of invincible, particularly the special foot-up beef. The freshness and tenderness of the beef, enhanced by celery and scallions, became extraordinarily fragrant. Especially when paired with the secret chili powder, it was delectable enough to make one lift their feet in delight. Then there was the lamb shadow beef. The masked squad was experiencing such exquisite beef for the very first time. Spicy, fragrant, and numbing, yet he couldn't help but wonder where this dried beef originated from. Shinwa remained silent, merely adding rice, devouring with fervor. Rose, disregarding her ladylike demeanor, pulled out a large bowl and dove right in. The others followed suit. Especially Li, who with his enormous mouth, devoured voraciously. The store's reputation for fantastic food was undeniable, as the value and taste of this full beef feast were unparalleled. Li awarded it a full 5-star rating and continued to indulge. Elder Sun, observing this lavish lunch, stood dumbfounded. He was keenly aware that such seasonings were absent from his own cafeteria. How had Su Chen procured them? Yet, that question seemed trivial now. The second of the 8 great Sichuan dishes, lamb shadow beef. Moreover, to have served such a grand table in such a short time was something even he could not achieve. Visually stunning and fragrant, the taste required no further elaboration. Elder Sun hesitated momentarily before picking up his chopsticks to try a piece of beef. The moment it entered his mouth, the delightful flavor of the beef combined with a hint of spiciness intensified with each chew, making it hard to swallow. Truly, it was top-tier Sichuan cuisine. And that foot-up beef with its secret spicy sauce was a pinnacle of Sichuan seasoning. Elder Sun was drenched in sweat. This new recruit possessed remarkable talent. To be candid, even with all those seasonings, no one could replicate Su Chen's flavor. Outsiders might savor the taste, but insiders recognized the craft. Elder Sun could tell that Su Chen's culinary skills surpassed his own. Trembling, he asked, You, this new recruit, from whom did you learn? With such prowess? He must be a disciple of a master chef from the great Xia dynasty. Su Chen scratched his head awkwardly. He had no master. If he had to name one, it would be his brief lessons at New Oriental and Nanxiang while opening a restaurant. New Oriental? Go find Blue Sky. Who would have thought that Nanxiang could teach both excavating and culinary skills? Elder Sun looked perplexed, having never heard of these two names. It was no surprise. In this parallel world, the schools did not exist. After a brief hesitation, Elder Sun asked, May I visit this Nanxiang to learn from you? Ahem, yes, indeed. You could even operate an excavator while cooking. The mere thought of an octogenarian cooking while excavating was enough to elicit laughter. Su Chen beamed, leaving Elder Sun bewildered. After 3 rounds of dining, all were pleasantly full. Captain Wang looked at Lin Qiye and Su Chen, smilingly asking, Would you like to know about the relationship between divine agents and gods? Su Chen was not particularly interested, as he understood that agents merely served as laborers for the divine. However, Lin Qiye was eager to learn, curious as to why the Seraph Michael had chosen him. Su Chen understood it was merely a transaction between the primordial heavenly sovereign and Michael. Of course, he would not disclose this. He listened attentively as Captain Wang recounted the dynamics between gods and humans, sensing that he had something significant to convey. Indeed, after elucidating the fundamental relationship, he shifted the topic. I need to retrieve an item for the god of time from Japan's Takamagara. If you ever discover a way to access Takamagara, do let me know. Su Chen and Lin Chiya nodded in agreement. Certainly, we will assist you. However, since collaboration was on the table, Su Chen had a request. Please expedite my physical training. He understood he must first ensure his survival to reach Takamagara. This time, he intended to leverage previous favors to keep Captain Wang around for a while. There was no way to achieve the training in Crystal Destiny overnight. His physique was not yet robust, and his soul had not been solidified, far from reaching its pinnacle. Captain Wang nodded, observing Su Chen's physical transformation with intrigue. He realized that the training camp's town monument had not suppressed Su Chen in the slightest. Naturally, it was evident that the other party's divine artifact was beyond the capabilities of a unique item. You must possess a unique method of physical refinement. I can accelerate time for you using the Temporal Marauder for 3 months. The special task of our group is demanding, and I cannot remain. So this is the only way. With that, Captain Wang unleashed his immense mental power once more. The abundant psychic energy caused the entire cafeteria to tremble as the Temporal Marauder surged into Su Chen's body. Su Chen felt the Crystal Destiny being frantically refined, accelerating more than 3 times faster than before. Ding! Repair rate increased by 5. Spear of Convergence repair rate 10. The system's voice rang out, and Su Chen was taken aback. Ah, did the convergence devour the Temporal Marauder? Truly a little glutton. How marvelous. Fortunately, the acceleration effect of Crystal Destiny remained intact. He recalled that in 6 months, the ancient god church would invade this training camp. With his presence, the difficulty of this dungeon would spike dramatically, and he needed to grow stronger before that. Of course, unlocking the convergence's repair rate could not be halted. Coincidentally, the upcoming training would involve close combat, and he hoped to glean some repair rate from the new recruits or instructors. After Captain Wang finished channeling the Temporal Marauder, he leaned against the dining table, exclaiming, "Wow! How can Su Chen's body be like a bottomless pit? All my limitless realm's spiritual energy only created a small splash. How absurd it is for a divine artifact holder." Su Chen, noticing a few more strands of white hair sprouting from Captain Wang, gently patted his shoulder. "Don't worry, Captain Wang. I will surely find a way to help you acquire the divine artifact." Captain Wang sipped his goji berry tea, nodding seriously. Indeed, he had not misjudged Su Chen. This divine artifact holder possessed information beyond his expectations. "Thank you." A sharp whistle pierced the air, signaling the end of lunch. Chapter 58. Old Zhao's Acquaintance? You are indeed a master of weapons. In the training ground, Lin Xie pondered deeply over Wang Mian's words. Why had Michael chosen him? What price must he pay? Why did it seem that Su Chen was aware of the entrance to Takamagara? Why had the ancient god church not yet targeted him and Su Chen? According to Wang Mian's account, he had been assassinated by the ancient gods several times, each time narrowly escaping. Divine artifacts. Did Su Chen possess only one? With this thought, Lin Xie scrutinized Su Chen with suspicion. Su Chen, perceptive as ever, noticed Lin Xie's gaze. What are you thinking? Do you suspect that I am an undercover agent for the ancient god church? No, I merely wonder if Michael has ulterior motives. Lin Xie shook his head, harboring no doubts about Su Chen being an adversary. After all, if he were truly an undercover agent for the ancient gods, he would have long since abducted Lin Xie and would never have rescued him during his encounter with the Ghost-Face King. What could the supreme god Seraph possibly want from you? To take you to the moon as Chang'e? Seriously, if Chie goes to be Chang'e, I shall be the jade rabbit in her embrace. Li Pang chuckled. Count me in. I shall be Wu Gang chopping wood. Chao Yuan nodded lightly. Lin Xie felt a warmth in his heart, seeing such camaraderie among his companions. With such good friends, no difficulty was insurmountable. Su Chen shook his head, realizing that Lin Xie was astute enough to guess that he possessed 2 divine artifacts, though he did not intend to reveal the second one at present. No one had yet compelled him to utilize his second artifact. He planned to wait until confronting the ancient god church, providing those sinister agents a surprise. Wang Mian had already applied the Temporal Marauder, the crystal astrology, circulating at high speed. At present, his physical abilities were remarkably formidable, enveloped in an imperceptible layer of crystal. His strength and defense overshadowed those of ordinary individuals. Common weapons could scarcely breach his defenses. The pressing question was how he could maximize his repair rate during the upcoming weapon training. On the platform, Coach Han stood before them, forcefully striking the blackboard. Silence. Now, listen to my lecture. Mysteries often stem from myths or folklore. They possess strange abilities, so what do we, the Night Watchers, rely on when battling them? Speak up. Those of you who just talked. Su Chen nonchalantly cleared his ears and replied, "We rely on forbidden items." Forbidden items? What is so remarkable about relying on external objects? What if you lose your forbidden items? Coach Han scoffed. If I lose my forbidden items, I still have divine artifacts. Hiss. Coach Han fell silent. He now recognized that this rebellious student was none other than Su Chen, the one who had demolished the training camp. Although he was a newly appointed coach, he had received guidance from Yuan Gang. Isn't it relying on divine artifacts? Then let's see how he handles it without them. Hong Hao had already failed the physical test, and Yuan Gang had specifically instructed him to be ruthless in practical training. Moreover, he possessed a secret weapon given by Yuan Gang, which could alleviate his mental suppression. Regardless of the circumstances, he was determined to have Su Chen suspended and beaten by the Seven Wolves. He never anticipated that Yuan Gang would settle personal scores. Sigh. The mission from above must be completed. Coach Han glanced into the distance and spotted two sneaky figures spying on them with binoculars. Who could they be but Yuan Gang and Hong Hao? He cleared his throat, pretending nothing had happened, and continued, "Enhancing our close combat abilities is of utmost importance. Therefore, I will send someone to demonstrate what close combat skills entail." The one who spoke of relying on divine artifacts. "Step forward, let me see what you are made of." After saying this, Coach Han pointed towards the weapons on the training ground. He would not dare let Su Chen draw a divine artifact. However, as long as he kept the artifacts away, this weapon master could easily handle these new recruits. Chao Yuan and Pang Pang exchanged glances of concern, thinking, if you don't allow our artifact brother to use his divine artifact, how do you expect this to play out? Lin Chiye merely smiled calmly. Challenging Su Chen in close combat? His massive sword could not even be blocked by Chen Mai. Sure enough, Su Chen stood there, utterly bewildered, pointing at himself. Me? Really? Is this a case of a pillow arriving just as sleepiness strikes? He was unsure how to prompt Coach Han to utilize the Forbidden Abyss or forbidden items. If his memory served correctly, Coach Han was a weapon master in the original narrative, although he was uncertain if he possessed the Forbidden Abyss. He certainly had no shortage of forbidden items. Through elemental vision, Su Chen perceived that the black box on Coach Han's back concealed 4 forbidden items. Su Chen licked his lips, thinking, what wonderful treasures. I wonder how much repair rate elemental refining could restore. Consequently, Su Chen decided to enter the platform without any weapon in hand. After all, he had crystal astrology. Ordinary attacks couldn't even scratch his skin. It was akin to being clad in an impenetrable armor. Passively, he was enveloped by rock elements. Youngster, I apologize. He clenched his fists, adopting a stance. Intently observing Coach Han's movements, Coach Han furrowed his brow. Daring to challenge me without weapons, you truly are a fearless newcomer. He shook his head and tightened his grip on a wooden sword. The two moved simultaneously. Whoosh! The wooden sword sliced towards Su Chen's forehead. All the recruits shut their eyes in fear. Bang! With a resounding crack, the wooden sword shattered instantly. Coach Han and the recruits stared in disbelief at the scene. Ah! How could such a fragile head withstand a wooden sword? Indeed, the physical monster Hong Hao spoke of was genuinely terrifying. In his astonishment, Coach Han found himself sent flying several meters by a punch from Su Chen. What the hell? This master of weapons was so easily repelled by a newcomer. I can tolerate it, but I will not let it slide. Coach Han grew serious. This time, he would wield real weapons. If the wooden sword wouldn't suffice, then he would play for real. After all, he could control his strength and wouldn't harm Su Chen. Just as he thought this, Su Chen threw another punch directly. Ding! With a clear ringing sound, the iron sword shattered once more. Coach Han was left utterly bewildered. The recruits were equally astonished. A single punch breaking a weapon. Was this even human? The close combat prowess was truly extraordinary. Coach Han was astonished not only by Su Chen's physical abilities, but also that he was employing military boxing, the very technique favored by the instructor, to defeat him. Moreover, he felt an uncanny resemblance to someone he knew. Who taught you this style of close combat? Team 136, Close Combat Weapon Masters Zhao Kongqing and Chen Mai. Upon hearing these names, Coach Han was instantly stunned. Chen Mai needed no introduction. He was one of the twin prodigies of the capital, renowned for his prowess. Whether in the Forbidden Abyss or close combat skills, he was unparalleled. As for the other name, it was one he knew all too well. Zhao Kongqing, a fellow night watcher from his own cohort. He was the most outstanding practitioner of the Forbidden Abyss, the finest special forces soldier of the Daxia. Exceptionally gifted in close combat, yet without the Forbidden Abyss, even the mightiest sword was rendered useless. It was said that he had perished in mysterious combat, leaving many to lament his fate. Coach Han fixed his gaze on Su Chen, nodding earnestly. All right, since you are Zhao Kongqing's student, I shall take it upon myself to teach you a lesson. With that, the black box on his back unfolded, revealing an array of weapons, swords, sabers, and axes neatly arranged. TCH. Boasting. This little Han has never bested me during training. Who would have thought he became a coach? You are my disciple. If you lose, I will mock you for a lifetime. Zhao Kongqin's voice echoed from the museum. What? Old Zhao's acquaintance? So you truly are the master of weapons. Chapter 59. No need to know me. Just feast on my spear. Su Chen smiled calmly, surprised to discover that he was a long-time acquaintance of Zhao Kongqin. Surely, he would not allow himself to be humiliated. The moment those 4 forbidden items materialized, he felt an insatiable greed. If he could refine them with elemental energy, it would significantly enhance his restoration abilities. Of course, this was contingent upon destroying them first. Clenching his fists, Su Chen felt the crystalline destiny surge within him. However, he was not reckless. He knew that his physical form could not withstand a direct confrontation with the forbidden items. He stomped the ground, summoning 2 spears and a heavy sword encased in rock. Grasping a heavy sword in his left hand and a spear in his right, he concealed the true nature of these weapons, known as the Wolf's End and Piercing Rainbow Spear, beneath layers of rock. As Zhao Kongqin's disciple, he was prepared to unleash the ferocity of the southern beasts of the Great Xia. Damn it, Zhao Kongqin exclaimed, quit reciting lines while fighting. It's so awkward. Su Chen was his only disciple, and he had imparted all his skills to him. With no chance to take on another disciple while confined to the museum, he could only hope that Su Chen would excel. Fortunately, Su Chen had recently experienced a breakthrough in using the spear, achieving nearly the same proficiency as with the heavy sword. He realized this was likely connected to unlocking the artifact. In terms of weapon mastery, he would eventually surpass his mentor and reach the pinnacle of skill. Now was the perfect moment to test Su Chen's combat prowess. If he could not defeat this Instructor Han, then aspiring to be a master of weapons was futile. Instructor Han chuckled derisively. The southern beast is not familiar with me. Let me see your skills. No need to know me. Just feast on my spear. Before he could finish, Su Chen lunged forward, thrusting the piercing rainbow spear toward Han's mouth. Taken aback, Instructor Han realized this young man was not playing fair, launching a surprise attack. Was this acceptable? Absolutely. Su Chen leaped, aiming to deliver a devastating blow. Instructor Han, drenched in sweat, hastily activated the external enhancement provided by Yuan Gang, breaking free from the restrictions of the forbidden domain. Though his domain was weak, merely allowing him to manipulate objects, it significantly bolstered his weaponry. When his spear clashed with the piercing rainbow spear, it was immediately sent flying, shattering in midair. Instructor Han crouched in astonishment, narrowly avoiding the attack. My forbidden spear just broke. What on earth is this? Staring at the rock-encased piercing rainbow spear in Su Chen's hand, he felt an instinctive dread. It was as if he gazed upon the Emperor of Weapons, coldly sweeping through legions. An artifact, but it doesn't look like one at all. Instructor Han could only reassure himself that it was all an illusion. He used his domain again, directing a slender sword straight at Su Chen's chest. Su Chen smiled, effortlessly swatting the sword aside with the wolf's end, reducing it to fragments. Truth be told, after becoming accustomed to the heavy sword, wielding a slender sword felt like using a mere toothpick. Su Chen's current strength far surpassed anything the 136th team could offer. The cleansing of his crystalline destiny, combined with the temporal rampage, enhanced not only his speed and defense, but also his foundational strength. Now he could easily deliver a punch capable of slaying a bull. Instructor Han was left bewildered, frozen in disbelief for 3 seconds. What the hell is happening? My cherished forbidden items have been shattered so casually? He gazed at Su Chen's wolf's end, seeing it as an unquenchable flame. Damn it, I refuse to believe this. 2 clumps of dirt can't possibly turn the tides. Clearly shaken, Instructor Han decided to unleash both his sword and axe. Su Chen remained composed, effortlessly blocking his attacks with both the wolf's end and the piercing rainbow spear. Instructor Han was astonished. Not only was Su Chen formidable with weapons, but his mastery of both the heavy sword and spear was remarkable. In truth, Su Chen was only slightly inferior in technique. Though his movements were somewhat relaxed, his weaponry compensated for any shortcomings. Instructor Han felt desolate. He could not match Su Chen in direct combat. This was utterly despairing. But there was an even greater despair. He planned to engage in hand-to-hand combat to completely subdue Instructor Han. Su Chen's fists were as solid as rock, withstanding direct blows from the axe without issue. This shattered Instructor Han's resolve. He could not defeat Su Chen with weapons, nor could he best him in unarmed combat. This was outrageous. Instructor Han could only adopt a passive defense, occasionally attempting to find an opening with his forbidden great sword. As time passed, Su Chen's arms bore the marks of the great sword, revealing the limits of his crystalline destiny. His defenses could not withstand the forbidden items, especially as his fist repeatedly struck against the axe, causing the crystalline surface to fracture. Ultimately, the mortal body could not contend with the forbidden items. Did losing the artifact mean he could not win? Was he truly limited to this? Su Chen remained silent, merely extending a fist. Instructor Han was on the brink of collapse, witnessing Su Chen drenched in blood, still fighting like a madman. Did he not feel pain? Did he not fear death? Engaging in such reckless behavior against forbidden items was nothing short of self-harm. There was no point. From the museum, Zhao Kongqing could see that Su Chen had entered a mysterious state. This state was both rare and sought after. He understood that Su Chen had crossed a threshold, refining his boxing style into a unique essence. This was the gateway to the path of mastery, a threshold where many spent their entire lives lingering. Afraid to place themselves in peril, he gazed at the faintly glowing piercing rainbow spear in the museum. Recalling an ancient boxing master he had encountered at 18 while serving in the military, that elder once said, "As warriors, our boxing may be weak, and we may lose in the struggle for victory, but our essence must never retreat. I possess a fist, like the sun at its zenith. I possess a fist, like the sun at its zenith." With a sudden surge, Su Chen unleashed his final punch. As his fist collided with the axe's edge, he felt his hand bones shatter. Yet, he pressed on without faltering. Ultimately, he delivered a complete strike, shattering the axe into fragments. Everything unfolded in an instant, a mere flash of lightning. But the cost was that Su Chen's arm was rendered useless, his bones a wreck. In that fleeting moment, Su Chen's sword at his waist gleamed. And with a crisp sound, it sliced through the air, cleaving Instructor Han's great sword. Clang! The final forbidden item was obliterated. Inside the museum, Zhao Kongqing smiled with satisfaction. This young man truly brings honor to himself. After delivering his last punch, Su Chen collapsed onto the ground, feeling a profound sense of enlightenment, an essence unique to him. It was piercing, yet painfully exquisite. Fortunately, the crystalline destiny could mend his shattered bones. Moreover, after that fierce battle, his crystalline destiny had evolved to a new level. Using the power of the earth, Su Chen quietly buried the shattered fragments of Instructor Han's 4 forbidden items. Elemental refinement. At that moment, a voice echoed. Ding. Restoration level increased by 3. Piercing rainbow spear at 13. Chapter 60. Mere fatal injuries. The crystalline destiny's remarkable recovery. Remarkably, Instructor Han's forbidden items proved unexpectedly potent. The 4 had contributed to a 3 enhancement for the piercing rainbow. Such caliber would surely rank around 3 stars in his museum. Observing Instructor Han's bewildered expression, he knew he had struck a significant bargain. In truth, Instructor Han was numb. Those 4 forbidden items had taken him a lifetime to cultivate. He never imagined they would all meet their demise today. Wait, where are the fragments of my forbidden items? There is not even a scrap left. Instructor Han stood up, bewildered, gazing at Su Chen lying in a pool of blood. What the hell? Injured so severely, could it lead to sacrifice? I believe I can still be salvaged. Su Chen rolled his eyes, feeling utterly helpless. Damn it. After lying on the ground for so long, not a single medical team was summoned. Everyone's mouths were agape, astonished. Why not attempt a rescue? Upon hearing Su Chen's voice, the crowd finally realized he was still alive. Goodness. He is alive. Hurry, call an ambulance. The new recruits were in disarray, utterly intimidated by Su Chen's formidable display. He was nothing short of a monster. A mere mortal withstanding the forbidden object. Instructor Han, flustered, rushed to support Su Chen. Lin Qiye, perceiving the gravity of Su Chen's injuries through the mundane divine realm, understood that by the time the ambulance arrived, he could bleed out and become lifeless. With a swift movement, Lin Qiye approached the stage and steadied the trembling Su Chen. Let us go to the infirmary, or you might perish. Perish? It's merely a fatal injury. Su Chen grimaced in pain. The temporal marauder and crystal fate were now intertwined, with the elemental rock effortlessly staunching his wounds. Moreover, his bones had begun to heal gradually. Lin Qiye observed these miraculous changes with astonishment. This regenerative ability is truly terrifying. Just a moment ago, he was drenched in blood, and now the bleeding had stopped. The healing of his bones, however, was progressing more slowly. At this juncture, Yuan Gang and Hong Hao, who had been covertly observing, could no longer remain still. Damn. How could this young master sustain such severe injuries? If anything were to happen to him, Yifei would undoubtedly strangle himself. This individual is the future of the Great Xia. There must be no mistakes. Yuan Gang swiftly appeared on the training ground, glaring fiercely at Instructor Han, as if questioning him. I merely instructed you to teach him a lesson. How could you go so far as to nearly end his life? Instructor Han was bewildered, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing. How can the superior display such double standards? It's outrageous. You called for him to be beaten, and when it actually happened, you feel pity. Besides, I am the victim here. I had 4 of my precious forbidden objects destroyed. Yet, Instructor Han felt a twinge of guilt. This predicament was indeed his fault. He had not held back. Su Chen, lifted by Yuan Gang, was quite astonished. What the hell? This old man had been spying on me all along. It's highly likely that today's scenario was orchestrated by him. Excellent. I must extort Yuan Gang for a sum. Thus, Su Chun was taken to the hospital, gazing up at the stark white ceiling. Rest well. You need not attend the extreme physical test this afternoon. It takes 100 days to recover from such injuries, so please take care of yourself. After Yuan Gang spoke. Preparing to leave, Su Chun called out to him. Chief, what is the medical compensation for injured night watchman? 1 million. Why do you ask? Oh, it's nothing. Just remember to transfer it to my bank account. Yuan Gang silently rolled his eyes. Even at such a time, he still jokes. Has this lad really fallen into the trap of money? Yuan Gang nodded and exited the ward. Su Chun beamed at Yuan Gang's retreating figure, feeling quite pleased. Another 100,000 in his pocket. Now he could procure more forbidden objects from Fatty. Of course, he intended to participate in the extreme physical test this afternoon. By attending, he could enjoy a free medicinal bath, an opportunity not to be squandered by a seasoned freebie seeker like him. Moreover, the medicinal bath could enhance his crystal fate. He had a premonition that soon his physicality would rival that of forbidden objects. Furthermore, he had something even more pressing. He was just a hair's breadth away from reaching the late stage of the pool realm. This test would be the perfect opportunity to surge into that stage. When the ancient gods invade, those in the river realm would merely be fodder. He must at least reach the river realm, or else Han Xiaoyan's tornado would spell his demise. At this moment, Su Chun lifted the blanket to inspect his arm, finding that his bone had fully healed. TSK. If Yuan Gang had been any slower, my wounds would have completely healed. With a swift kick, he tossed aside the blanket, donned his hospital attire, and stealthily slipped away. Instructor Han was still lecturing. His heart shattered, emotions plummeting, his mind consumed by thoughts of Su Chun, this freak of nature, facing an opponent proficient in all 18 weapons. He, a master of arms, would soon be outclassed. He never expected such a talent to emerge among the current generation. Taking a deep breath, Instructor Han gazed at the rotund by Li Fatty below. Well, since Su Chun has departed, you, little Fatty, shall accompany me for a demonstration. While Li Fatty scratched his head, smiling as he climbed onto the stage. Instructor Han delivered a downward strike, directly impacting the shimmering light and the firewall beads. What the hell? Another forbidden object. Instructor Han questioned his very existence. Are forbidden objects so commonplace? How do we demonstrate? Instructor by Li Fatty. Just stand there as a mascot. The refined-looking lad. You come up here to assist me. Apologies, my teacher is also Chun Mai and Zhao Kongqing. Instructor Han abandoned his weapon and fled the training ground, utterly disillusioned. Everyone is a freak. This world is too insane. Mice serving as bridesmaids for cats. One could only say that Instructor Han had an exceptional eye for talent, selecting only the most formidable individuals. In truth, his abilities were not lacking. However, his spirit had been shattered by Su Chun. Regardless of Yuan Gang's persuasion, he was unwilling to continue as a close combat instructor. Nevertheless, as he packed his belongings, he made one last suggestion, to appoint Su Chun as the close combat training officer. Yuan Gang raised an eyebrow, realizing that yet another instructor had been utterly defeated by Su Chun. Thank goodness he wouldn't be present for the extreme test this afternoon. Otherwise, it would surely cause yet another ruckus. Due to the close combat training being derailed, the extreme training commenced at 4 in the afternoon. On the bus, Lin Chia gazed out at the verdant peaks. The scenery was lovely, yet he found no joy. He couldn't help but fret over Su Chun's condition. After half an hour, they arrived at their destination, Jinnan Mountain. Lin Chia was taken aback. This mountain was not particularly renowned in Songnan. It was a desolate wilderness. What was Instructor Hong Hao bringing them here for? Begin the roll call. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2,372,380. How can there be an extra person? Can you not count properly? Report. We have one lunatic among us. Lunatic? Hong Hao stared blankly at the back row, where a boy in a hospital gown smiled charmingly at him. Damn. Su Chun. Chapter 61. 100 Gene Burden. The ultimate social death punishment. You shouldn't be injured. How did you come out? Injured? I'm healed. Su Chun displayed his previously wounded arm. The temporal marauder had been accelerating his recovery. He removed the cast, revealing that his arm was restored to perfection, even more radiant. Hong Hao's eyes widened as he inspected Su Chun's arm repeatedly. This is a bit uncanny. Wasn't he it said that it takes 100 days to heal from such injuries? How did this lad recover in just a couple of hours? The new recruits gathered around, astonished to discover that the extra lunatic was indeed Su Chun. They gazed in awe at his fully restored body, speechless. They had witnessed Su Chun shatter a forbidden object with his mere mortal form, particularly the gory scene. Is this guy Wolverine, or has he ingested some compound number 5? Instructor Hong, hands behind his back, pondered for a moment before slowly stating, since you are here, join us for the extreme training. In the mountains behind me, I will assign each of you a weight of 35 kilograms, As long as you can cross the mountain range before dawn tomorrow, you will be deemed successful. As for you, being the ferocious beast of Great Xia's Tsangnan, I will increase the difficulty. Hong Hao is well aware of Su Qin's explosive physical limits. A mere 35 kilograms was no challenge for him. Thus he prepared a weight of 100 jin. Soon, a myriad of backpacks appeared on the scene. Su Qian commenced distributing the backpacks with the new recruits, but when it was his turn, he fell silent. To his astonishment, his backpack was made of metal, containing a heavy-duty lockbox. Su Qian lifted it slightly, feeling its weight, approximately 100 kilograms. Fortunately, his physique had been rigorously honed by the crystal stone's principles, making such a burden trivial. As he slung the backpack onto his shoulders, his footprints sank into the ground, leaving 2 small impressions. He could see Hong Hao watching him with an expression of anticipation, waiting for a blunder. Was this a heightened challenge? It seemed rather ordinary. Hong Hao appeared taken aback. Was 100 kilograms not Su Qian's limit? A smile formed at the corners of Su Qian's mouth as he continued to listen to the instructor's discourse. Then, a large bus from which he was riding released a swarm of drones, each equipped with firing apertures below. In brief, those struck by these paintball guns would be eliminated, and elimination would incur a harsh penalty. Of course, Su Qian was aware that this penalty referred to the truth ring, which forced individuals to speak the truth, leading to social humiliation. All right, I shall emphasize 3 rules. First, you may exchange the burdens you carry, but discarding them is prohibited. Second, you are forbidden from attacking or interfering with the drones, nor obstructing the firing of the paintball guns. Third, you may band together as a group to venture into the mountains and obtain supplies. Su Qian listened as Hong Hao rattled on and eventually received a pair of chopsticks. The others were armed with jungle knives, clearly indicating an unfair bias against him. Notably, Chao Yuan shared a similar predicament. To avoid triggering the Black King, he was handed a soup spoon. Next, he and the plump Bai Li were instructed by the instructor to relinquish their forbidden items, lest there be no purpose in training. Naturally, Su Qian had no intention of using forbidden items, as this was an excellent opportunity to refine his crystal principles. He aspired to attain perfection sooner and achieve the immortal physique. However, he needed sufficient restoration of the Rainbow Bridge and wondered if the next ability after the Jade Shield would be the Celestial Star. Su Qian gazed at the looming Jinan Mountain, knowing it concealed a forbidden item that sealed the mountain range. He resolved to unearth the forbidden item and directly refine it through elemental means. It was imperative to teach these biased instructors a small lesson. With that thought, Su Qian ventured into the mountain alongside Lin Qiyi and the others. As they ascended Jinan Mountain, Su Qian, bearing 100 kilograms like a bulldozer, caused tremors with each step he took through the woods. He disregarded the astonished gazes of the new recruits and resolutely sprinted forward. Lin Qiyi and Chao Yuan managed to keep pace with Su Qian, while Bai Li was infuriated. Is your load not heavy? How can you run so swiftly? Su Qian, observing his ease, suggested, shall we swap loads? Bai Li, the rotund figure, jested. Su Qian nodded and tossed his heavy backpack to Bai Li. Initially, Bai Li chuckled, but upon witnessing the metal burden before him, he quickly sidestepped. The weight thudded into the ground, creating a small crater. Wow, this burden is outrageous. It's truly monstrous. Bai Li gulped, staring incredulously at Su Qian. Lin Qiyi and Chao Yuan were equally astonished by the scene, rendered speechless. Su Qian's load was 3 times heavier than theirs, yet he ran even faster. It was almost inhuman. Let us move. The drones are approaching, Su Qian said slowly. He sensed the chaotic winds in the air, drawing nearer. Forget it. I'll just accept the punishment. Bai Li shrugged. Su Qian frowned. Bai Li had no idea how terrifying the punishment could be. Moreover, he still needed to locate the forbidden item within the mountain and could not afford to waste time. Su Qian placed his hands on the ground, employing his earth heart to determine the location of the forbidden item. Soon, he identified its position. Just as he rejoiced, a voice broke the silence. Thud! A drone burst forth from the thicket, striking a new recruit squarely in the behind. The recruit clutched their rear, emitting a pained whimper before falling unconscious. Subsequently, 2 instructors emerged from the bushes, grinning as they dragged the unfortunate soul away. Again in the thicket. With those lecherous instructors, I sense the situation is becoming dire, Lin Qiyi remarked in silence, while Su Qian felt tears welling up. Then, amid their astonished gazes, a colossal loudspeaker encircled the mountain and blared to life. Ahem, Lu Guan, care to share your most mortifying experience? Once, while watching a film at night, I hid under my covers with Bluetooth headphones, unaware that there was no sound. Yet, I was still engrossed. Just as I was about to reach a climactic scene, my mother barged into the room, startling me. Later, I discovered that my headphones had connected to hers, and I received quite the reprimand. Young man, be cautious. What about the angriest moment? Hong Hao continued with a mischievous grin. The next day, I confronted the boss, arguing that the film was not authentic. He handed me a new neon disc, non-human, animal, electric shock. It instantly thrilled me. A true talent, like the Calabash brothers and Pikachu. Ha ha ha, not wrong in a certain sense. The new recruits laughed heartily. However, in the next moment, a chill enveloped them all. Bai Li's smile vanished, his face paling. Is this punishment? A grand social humiliation scene. Bai Li, fueled by an unknown strength, sprang up, unwilling to be caught. Su Chun clicked his tongue, realizing that the drone's projectiles likely had a paralyzing effect. However, he was encased in crystal, rendering him largely unaffected by the drones. How do we escape now? It's urgent. Bai Li urged anxiously. Lin Qi nodded and replied, no need to panic. I suspect this area is disorienting our sense of direction due to the forbidden item. As he spoke, he looked to Su Qin, the great oracle, for confirmation. Indeed. From a rational standpoint, that seems accurate. Thus, we must locate and neutralize that forbidden item to find our way out. Of course, it was possible to exit the mountains without destroying it, but now that they had come this far, how could they return empty-handed? With that said, Su Qin simultaneously employed his earth heart to sense the forbidden item while adjusting their direction. Lin Qi and the others followed suit. Before long, they encountered another small team, none other than the flamboyant Qinqingzhu. Chapter 62. I predicted your prediction of my prediction. Su Qin led the larger group through the thicket, colliding head-on with Qinqingzhu. Both paused momentarily, taken aback. Run. Huh. Without a second thought, Qinqingzhu dashed past Su Chun. Su Chun was momentarily stunned, suddenly sensing a surge of chaotic wind elements approaching him. Crap, the drones are here, and there are over 20 of them. May the dead friends not hinder the path. Please assist me. No sooner had he spoken than Lin Qi furrowed his brow, glancing ahead. He recognized that Su Qin must be in dire straits. He would not run this fast unless faced with a significant crisis. Activating his mortal realm vision, he beheld a multitude of drones. Run! The drones are coming! Lin Qi shouted, following Su Qin's escape route. Chao Yuan promptly caught on and followed suit. Only Bai Li remained bewildered, realizing the drones were nearly upon him. One by one, they fled, neglecting to bring him along. How disloyal. Bai Li rolled and stumbled, tumbling down the mountainside like a bouncing ball. Don't underestimate my speed. Soon, he spotted Su Qin's silhouette. Su, my friend, please wait. Help? Not a chance. Su Qin thought to himself. With dozens of drones, he was fortunate to escape on his own, let alone assist a teammate. Before long, the group scattered, and when they regrouped, they found 2 members missing. Su Chun and his 3 companions remained, albeit appearing somewhat disheveled and weary. Meanwhile, only a lone figure, the dark-skinned lackey, remained with the arrogant leader. Frustration bubbled within Qinqingzhu as he cursed under his breath, clearly dissatisfied with the instructor's arrangements. The 20-plus drones were evidently targeting him, resulting in the loss of 2 comrades. Su Chun splashed his face with spring water and spoke, Arrogant leader, the drones can only pursue us. We must refrain from retaliating, for we cannot traverse the mountains that way. Needless to remind me, I have already discerned that, despite our prolonged escape, the sun's position has remained unchanged. Qinqingzhu, though seemingly carefree, possessed a cautious and astute nature. He recalled Su Qin's exceptional performance during the training camp's collapse plan and pondered whether this fellow might possess a means to alter their fate. What do you propose we do? He inquired. Why, we simply overturn the table and cease our efforts. Su Qin replied with a grin. Through his exploration of the Earth's core regarding the rock element, he had pinpointed the location of the forbidden object, right in the heart of the mountains and concealed within a cave. While it was uncertain whether guards were present, it was evident that treasures are often accompanied by traps. Otherwise, wild beasts would easily snatch them away. By chance, he found himself alongside Qinqingzhu, whose fiery spirit complemented his own explosive bombs perfectly. Should they encounter any traps, they would obliterate the entire Jiangnan mountain. Thus, he swiftly devised a demolition plan for the mountain and shared his thoughts with the group. Lin Qi gasped in astonishment, questioning whether Su Qin had become addicted to explosions. As everything seemed to revolve around destruction, he felt this plan was perilously risky and suggested that relying on his mundane divine domain would ensure absolute safety. Bai Li, the plump one, and Chao Yuan were indifferent, while Qinqingzhu wholeheartedly supported the scheme. Having lost 2 of his subordinates, he was determined to teach the instructors a lesson. The majority acquiesced to the minority's decision, and the plan was unanimously approved. Qinqingzhu instructed his remaining lackey, Deng Wei, to stay behind. Recognizing the potential risks of their endeavor, Deng Wei understood that the arrogant leader was a man of great ambition and did not protest. Before departing, he insisted on sharing some of Qinqingzhu's burden. While he marveled at Qinqingzhu's fiery temperament and harsh words, surprised at how obedient the lackey was. Suchin shook his head, choosing not to comment further. He understood that the arrogant leader was loyal and, despite the loss of his lackey to the ancient god cult, had courageously ventured into hell, merging with its essence. It could be said that within the entire Nightfall squad, this individual had the least advantages yet achieved remarkable feats. Compared to the likes of the Rolex Lord, the Key of the Door, the Black King, and the Madman, one could see how out of place a mere spirit element was. Once Suchin determined the route, he led the group forward, taking the initiative to run toward the mountain center. Soon, their unusual actions attracted the attention of the drones above. The instructors watching from behind the scenes were astonished. Wait, is that the direction of the forbidden object hidden within Jiangnan Mountain? Hong Hao thought, realizing that Suchin was still attempting to play tricks. Little did he know, Hong Hao had already set traps within the cave. Any enemy approaching would find it sealed. Furthermore, a battalion of robots lay in ambush nearby. Suchin sneezed and glanced into the distance, sensing a disturbance in the wind elements. The noise generated by the drones made it nearly impossible to remain undetected. Ahead, a swarm of drones lay in wait. This must be the place. With that, Suchin led his companions toward the cave, swiftly and smoothly infiltrating it without any hindrance. Lin Qiye raised an eyebrow, sensing something amiss. However, since they were already here, they might as well proceed. With so many of them, ordinary traps would not detain them. Suchin navigated unimpeded to the innermost part of the cave, where he beheld a round device resting upon a stone. Elated, he recognized it as the forbidden object disrupting the mountains. He anticipated that Hong Hao would employ some trickery, but he felt entirely unfazed. The Earth's core granted him invincibility in mountain combat. He could even submerge directly into the ground. Calmly, Suchin approached the circular device and gently lifted it. In that instant, a projection of a figure sprang forth from it, none other than Hong Hao himself. I anticipated your arrival. Experience has its advantages. The device emitted Hong Hao's voice. Suchin, unwilling to grant Hong Hao further opportunity to speak, swiftly stowed the forbidden object into Kelly's backpack. Instantly, the cave's exit sealed shut, triggering Hong Hao's countermeasures. A multitude of paint gun drones sprang to life inside the cave. Suchin gazed at the drone swarm before him, a grin spreading across his face. At that moment, Lin Qiye approached and patted Suchin's shoulder, inquiring, "We can detonate the cave. But how do we escape if it collapses? Have you forgotten? I am a civil engineering expert." That's reassuring. It seems the instructors failed to anticipate your anticipatory tactics. Caught in a recursive loop, Suchin replied with a serene smile, turning to Shen Qingzhu. Having collaborated previously, the two had developed an unspoken understanding. The pressure on the spirit element was ready. Shen Qingzhu signaled, and Suchin nodded. Detonate. Bombs away. In an instant, the entire Jiangnan mountain trembled violently. The explosive power of the bombs, combined with the spirit element, caused the cave to collapse. The swarm of drones was obliterated in an instant, while a massive portion of the mountainside was blown apart, sending debris cascading down. The earth quaked. All the new recruits looked up in astonishment at the towering mountain. In that moment, their sense of direction became clear, revealing the way out of the mountains. Elated, they rejoiced, grateful for the mountain god's generous gift. Suchin harnessed the earth's core to break through the collapsed rocks, emerging from the rubble to breathe in the fresh air, filled with a sense of survival. Elemental refinement. Seizing the opportunity, Suchin hurriedly refined the forbidden object. One could say he had shattered it, cleverly covering his tracks. Notification: repair progress increased by 1. Current repair progress of the Guanhong Spear is 14. Not bad. Only one remains to unlock the new ability, the Jade Shield. After exiting the mountain, he could procure more forbidden objects from Bai Li to complete the final percentage. Moreover, he sensed his realm had finally broken through. He was now at the late stage of the pond realm, only a hair's breadth away from the river realm. This posed no significant issue. With half a year remaining before the ancient god's invasion, he should have ample time to advance to the river realm. Even without reaching that stage, he would at least be on the cusp. At that point, he could also extract the functions of the museum master. Not to mention the potential to unlock the time pause for little Paimon, or merely to access the relic function would suffice. He felt that a museum devoid of relics lacked a soul. Certainly, should he attain something akin to the artifact spirit system, he might even manage to salvage Han Xiaoyun's soul. As he pondered, a dark cloud suddenly enveloped the sky. Suchin looked up, perplexed. To his astonishment, the sky was filled with paint gun drones. No need to count. It was conservatively estimated that there were thousands. With such an overwhelming presence, it would be remarkable if they could escape Jiangnan Mountain. Damn it, Instructor Hong Hao's truly relentless. Wasn't it just borrowing a forbidden object and blowing up half the mountain? Must he escalate matters to such an extent? Quickly surrender, echoed the drones overhead, their broadcast repeating incessantly. Su Chen covered his ears, nearly bursting his eardrums. The sheer might of this swarm of drones was awe-inspiring. What do we do now? Shen Qingzhu asked. What else can be done? Run. Su Chen was at a loss for words. With the constraints of forbidden items now lifted, it was only logical to flee from Jinan Mountain as swiftly as possible. Did the instructors truly think they could confine him again? With a heavy load on his back, Su Chen darted through the forest with remarkable speed. Lin Xie and the others followed suit, frantically escaping. If caught by the instructors, they would undoubtedly face dire consequences. The chilling thoughts of new recruits being subjected to public humiliation sent shivers down their spines. Above, a swarm of drones pursued Su Chen, while another half chased the remaining recruits. Hong Hao had never anticipated that the restrictions on forbidden items would be breached. This had never occurred in all these years. He had meticulously set up an elaborate trap within the forbidden cave, but never expected that Su Chen would seize the opportunity to slip away. Not only did he escape, but he also had the audacity to blow up the mountain. The immediate priority was to apprehend this group of recruits. Fortunately, he had brought an ample supply of paint drones, over 2,000 of them. With such top-tier equipment, even their training team would struggle to escape the mountain. He was confident in his ability to capture Su Chen, as long as they were hit by the tranquilizer darts from the paint guns. Whether they were mighty beasts or mere kittens, they would all succumb to unconsciousness. He could hardly wait to see Su Chen and his companions face public disgrace. At that moment, he managed to catch two of Shen Qingzhu's underlings. Meanwhile, Su Chen and the others were frantically fleeing, as the drones broadcasted announcements of public shaming. Upon hearing the announcement, he realized that many recruits had been captured. The instructors had activated hidden backup drones, clearly intent on bringing them all to justice. Before his eyes, numerous recruits, seizing the moment the restrictions were lifted, attempted to stealthily escape, only to be swiftly incapacitated and dragged away by the rampaging drones. Suddenly, a familiar voice crackled through the drones. Li Liang, right? Tell us about your crush. It's Shangu. Nantong. Hong Hao exclaimed in disbelief. Su Chen and Lin Xie exchanged knowing glances at Shen Qingzhu. Little did they know he was so adept at concealing his true self. Shen Qingzhu's face turned pale. What nonsense was this Li Liang spouting about liking him? He was a pure-hearted warrior, unassociated with such trivialities. Continue, Hong Hao urged, wearing a look of gleeful anticipation. I must clarify, I am not Nantong. However, I have discovered that Shingu is, and he often has ambiguous interactions with that feminine Su Chen. Just last time during the mass team test, they were all over each other. So I want to confess here. Shingu, if it's you, I could also bend my ways. So please, go out with me. Li Liang's confession brought him immense relief. Yes, since Shingu had an affinity for the same sex. What was the sacrifice of these underlings in comparison? What the hell does this have to do with me? Su Chen glared, bewildered by the revelation that he was branded as Nantong. This was disastrous. Now the entire training camp would know. Frustrated, he turned to Lin Xie and the others to defend himself. Xie, you know I'm not Nantong. Yes, we trust you, Lin Xie reassured, though his body instinctively distanced itself from Su Chen. After all, this guy often donned maid outfits. It was impossible for him to not be seen as Nantong. Su Chen was momentarily stunned, feeling his character was under scrutiny. Are you serious with that half-step back? Such a minor action can inflict so much pain. Before he could dwell on it, Shen Qingzhu forcefully interrupted. Damn it, it's all your fault. My lifetime reputation is ruined. I'll make you pay. Shen Qingzhu kicked Su Chen's rear, only to find it had no effect. His foot hurt instead. What kind of iron butt is this? Shen Qingzhu fumed, blocking his path. And the two began to grapple right there. Su Chen's mind raced with 1,000 curses. He was a victim too. How could he be blamed? Fortunately, his crystal stone physique was resilient. No matter how much Shen Qingzhu hit or cursed him, to Su Chen, it felt like mere playful banter, devoid of any harm. Shen Qingzhu was livid, glaring at Su Chen like a scorned spouse. Su Chen, feeling exasperated, thought to himself, what could he do? Of course, he would forgive him. After all, Shen Qingzhu could not overpower him, so conceding a bit was no trouble. He truly feared that this guy might explode and force him to face punishment from the true word ring. It was obvious that Hong Hao was eager to see him face public disgrace, as the two playfully squabbled, insisting he was not Nantong. Su Chen was utterly speechless. He couldn't clear his name, even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Never mind, it was best to make a hasty exit. Hong Hao seized the opportunity, dispatching a swarm of drones to ambush him, this little comrade. Chapter 64. Exiting the mountain, creating a record for the fastest completion. The group raced towards the mountain exit with fervor. However, over 2,000 drones were not to be underestimated. In mere minutes, they had eliminated all the recruits, leaving only Su Chen's team. Bai Li, the plump recruit, glanced back at the swarm of drones with despair. Kids, run. I'll just take a nap. With that, Li collapsed, having realized that the drones would only push the trainees to their limits. If he fainted, he would avoid the punishment from the true word ring. Su Chen was flabbergasted, a sleeping god. To feign unconsciousness in such an environment without being detected is truly a talent. He had no desire to take such a gamble. Moreover, knowing the instructor's tendencies, they would undoubtedly douse him with cold water to wake him up and subject him to punishment. Since Fatty had chosen to give up, he felt no need to say more. As night fell, the drones pursued relentlessly from day into night. Su Chen dared not pause for even a moment. Yet, the night was indeed Lin Xie's domain. Nightstar Dancer, Shadow Step activated. Both possessed quintuple speed in the darkness. While Chao Yuan and Shen Qizhu did not share this advantage. In the dark, not only was their speed affected, but vision was also compromised. Su Chen's elemental vision and earth sense enabled him to perceive even the slightest changes in the terrain. How can you two still see in this darkness? Chao Yuan grumbled, astonished at how absurdly powerful his companions were. Su Chen's ability was passive and could not be turned off, and neither could Lin Qi's. They had intended to participate in the training as ordinary individuals, but their abilities simply would not permit it. Only the four of us remain in Jin and Mountain, brothers. Hold on. Su Chen attempted to inspire them with fervor. However, Chao Yuan had reached his physical limit. If he continued, he would surely faint. And the Black King would escape his control. Su Chen, Qizhu, you must carry my will and win. Show the instructors the strength of our unique camaraderie. With that, Chao Yuan sat down, preparing to accept elimination. Su Chen rolled his eyes. It was not a matter of life and death. Why the theatrics? Shen Qizhu stubbornly hung on, determined to keep pace. Why bother? He knew Shen Qizhu wanted to prove he was not inferior. Su Chen admired this guy's tenacity. Once he set his mind on something, he would never give up. An additional half-hour passed. The drones above finally broadcasted another punishment announcement. Chao Yuan, what type of girl do you like? I don't like girls. What the hell? You're not another Nantong, are you? I'm not. I just prefer mature, voluptuous women. Preferably those who have had partners before. Xiao Wei's legacy, well done. Hong Hao silently applauded. However, the instructors found it perplexing that this year's recruits were all rather peculiar, either Nantong or Nan Yuan, and even, little did they know, there was an even more extraordinary Lin Xie, with his wife Jialan, who stood among the elite. The most ordinary possibility is that Bai Li is a plump and charming elder sister. Hong Hao glanced at the positioning display. Only Su Chen, Lin Xie, and Shen Qingzhu were still persevering. Moreover, they were moving at an astonishing speed, clearly still able to utilize the Forbidden Realm. Indeed, those associated with the divine are all extraordinary. Even the Zhen Su Bei cannot suppress them. Their achievements now have nearly caught up with Wang Mian's cohort. Push the drones to their maximum speed and intercept them. The head coach is running low on power. I understand. Let us push the speed to the limit. Since the interference from forbidden items is gone, let us activate the Hell mode. If they manage to escape now, it would indeed create history for the training camp. Hong Hao commanded his subordinates to adjust the drone's speed to the highest level. Simultaneously, all drones commenced indiscriminate fire, initiating the final purgatory mode. The drones in the sky accelerated, and Su Chen and Lin Xie could barely cope. However, Shen Qingzhu had already reached the limit of an ordinary person. Alas, while willpower is commendable, reality remains unyielding. Ultimately, Shen Qingzhu stumbled and fell to the ground due to obstructed vision, twisting his ankle in the process. How infuriating. The finish line was just within reach. Bang! The drone's paintball guns fired. Shen Qingzhu closed his eyes, preparing to accept elimination. Yet, in the next moment, he did not feel the impact of a bullet striking him. Opening his eyes, he discovered a figure standing protectively before him, like a robust wall. Su Chen, have you lost your mind? You'll be eliminated. TSK, it doesn't hurt at all. Su Chen turned around nonchalantly, allowing the drone's paintballs to rain down upon him without any effect. His crystal-based destiny could withstand even forbidden items, let alone mere paintball tranquilizers. Of course, an overwhelming number would still be insurmountable, and the anesthetics effects would seep through the crystal. Shen Qingzhu shook his head. His twisted ankle rendered him a burden. You all should go. I will only slow you down. You must get out. Shen Qingzhu understood that even if his ankle were fine, his stamina had already run out. He could only comfort himself with the excuse of his twisted ankle. How laughable. At that moment, Su Chen interrupted Shen Qingzhu. Forget it, bro. Have you forgotten that I am the fierce beast of the southern Daxia? With that, Su Chen forcibly carried Shen Qingzhu on his back and continued on. No matter how Shen Qingzhu struggled, it was just like the incident with the melted wings. The tighter he held on, the more secure the grip became. Lin Qiyi observed this heartwarming scene and couldn't help but chuckle. Then willingly took over Shen Qingzhu's burden. Shen Qingzhu's cheeks flushed. He wished to refuse but found himself unable to do so, feeling quite helpless. You're blushing like a teapot. If this gets out, people will really think I'm the one in charge. Su Chen joked with a playful tone. Haha. Even Lin Qi couldn't suppress his laughter at this moment. It seemed that all his teammates were extraordinary in their own right, and rather delightful to be around. Su Chen looked back at the relentless drones, giving them the finger. If he didn't take this seriously, did he really think he was just a little lamb? Su Chen went all out, his speed surging as he plowed through mountains and parted waters, with Xinqing Zhu on his back. It felt like sitting in a rocking chair at the supermarket entrance. Before long, beneath the black mountain peaks, the three youths slowly emerged. Lin Qi was covered in mud, utterly exhausted. Xinqing Zhu, perched on Su Chen's back, covered his mouth, feeling dizzy. He had anticipated motion sickness, but never dizziness from Su Chen's pace. Su Chen appeared unaffected, not even dirtying the hem of his clothing, only his hairstyle slightly disheveled. Under the moonlight, the three silhouettes became increasingly distinct. Congratulations, you have made history. Hong Hao and the coaching team emerged, applauding in praise. By the way, return my forbidden item. Hong Hao extended his hand towards Su Chen, demanding, Forbidden item? What is that? Su Chen feigned ignorance. If you don't know, it's fine. I'll just deduct it from your future night watch salary. Don't worry, it's very cheap. If it's a deficit, so be it. Hong Hao gazed at the trio's retreating figures, envisioning the next special squad. No, shouldn't we receive some rewards for making history? Su Chen's mischievous gaze hinted at Hong Hao. After all, the ancient god church dungeon would soon open, so it would be wise to gather more trump cards. Hong Hao had never encountered someone so brazen. Damn, it truly is taking and consuming in one go. Chapter 65, Transformation, All-Around Enhancement. Upon returning to the training camp, Su Chen comfortably reclined in a bathtub brimming with various medicinal herbs. Although Hong Hao had still declined his request for a reward, he was allowed to indulge in the medicinal bath. This was quite pleasant. He accelerated the operation of his crystal-based destiny, discovering that indeed, the absorption effect of the medicinal bath had also expedited. In no time, the crystalline shell of his skin became even more refined. Su Chen flicked his arm, realizing it felt significantly heavier than before, and his strength had nearly doubled. He swung a punch forward, a faint gust of wind whispering through. The force of his punch pierced the curtain, powerful and vigorous. Not bad, strength doubled. He felt that now he could easily crush a cow with a single punch and shatter a forbidden item with two. If he were to fight with Instructor Han now, it would not be as disheveled as that day. This medicinal bath effect is truly remarkable. However, the greater significance lies in his breakthrough to the late pool realm. In this training camp, where the average level is the candle realm, his powerful realm disparity stands out. Ah, how lonely it is to be invincible. The skies cleared. The rain ceased, and Su Chen felt invigorated once again, with the crystal covering him and a plethora of abilities bestowed by the dual artifacts. Challenging opponents beyond his level felt as easy as drinking water. Now he only needed to restore the Guanhong to 15 to unlock another Jade Shield. With the combination of Crystal Destiny and Jade Shield, who in the world could breach his defenses? His defensive capabilities were maxed out, the weight of the stone providing reassurance. Unfortunately, the Guanhong still lacked one, but that was a minor issue. The time of Wang Mian and the temporal forbidden realm was still in effect, and within 10 minutes, he had absorbed all the medicinal bath. It seems I need to brew some more. Su Chen immediately took action, gathering countless herbs and throwing them into the bathtub to brew vigorously. The aroma of the herbs was incredibly potent, and the liquid turned a vibrant green, proving to be quite effective. Su Chen absorbed for a long time this time, and the results were evident. Every inch of his skin was as fair as jade, clean and smooth, shining like exquisite porcelain. The transformation of the crystal left Su Chen astonished. If before it resembled ordinary rock, now it felt as smooth as marble. Remarkable. Furthermore, he could distinctly sense that the function of the crystal destiny was not only for defense but also amplified other bodily functions, such as his five senses: vision, hearing, touch. Now Su Chen could hear farther than ever before. What astonished him even more was that his elemental vision range had also doubled. This was the result of the pool realm enhancement and the crystal synergy. Previously, he could only perceive elemental fluctuations within a range of approximately 400 meters. Now he could sense up to 800 meters. Encompassing the entire bathhouse, he could even sense the movements in the adjacent women's bath. Unfortunately, he could not see. In this regard, the mundane divine realm's perspective was superior. After depleting the herbs he had obtained for free, Su Chen finally donned his clothing with a sense of satisfaction. He looked in the mirror in the bathhouse, appearing as dashing and charming as a distinguished reader. At that moment, he happened to see Lin Qi and Xinqing Zhu outside the bathhouse. Which lunatic soaked in the medicinal bath and used so many herbs? It feels like alchemy. Just the bitter smell makes me want to vomit. Indeed, he is quite insane. Look, he has just come out. Lin Qiyi chuckled as he glanced at Su Qin, who had just exited. Su Qin's expression changed instantly. Lin Qiyi was actually gossiping about him behind his back. It was clear that he had used the mundane divine realm to spy on him. Pervert. Su Qin placed his hands in his pockets, sizing up the two. Lin Qiyi was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that their recent conversation would be overheard by Su Qin from such a distance. He looked at Su Qin with curiosity. The realm of mundane spirits had already discerned that the earthy brown crystals that had once enveloped his body had now transformed into brilliant white. Hiss. You've abandoned the Risku? How can you turn white? What Risku? That is simply a man's true nature. I am inherently exquisite and cannot forsake my charm. I will change as I please. Su Qin retorted, noticing Lin Qiyi and Xin Qingzhu silently rolling their eyes. TCH, these two must be envious of my looks. The transformation of the crystal's fate indeed altered Su Qin's aura profoundly, a fact he did not consider mere vanity. This ability bestowed by Morix had allowed him to cultivate only halfway. He could hardly fathom how formidable he would become upon fully refining it into an immortal form, essentially turning into a humanoid artifact. Was he this akin to achieving divinity in a fantasy novel? With this thought, Su Qin couldn't help but rub his fists together, eager to test his newfound strength. Come on, hit me with your best shot. Real or fake? I've never encountered such a bizarre request. Xin Qingzhu appeared bewildered. Yet, he was more than willing to oblige this peculiar whim. He had long harbored disdain for Su Qin and viewed this as a perfect opportunity for retribution. Xin Qingzhu swung his palm with great force, landing a blow on Su Qin's face that felt akin to striking a wall. His entire hand burned with pain. Still unconvinced, he clenched his fist and aimed for Su Qin's nose. The outcome was identical. Not only did Su Qin remain unscathed, but Xin Qingzhu was left nursing his own pain. Gritting his teeth in frustration, Xin Qingzhu could see that his opponent possessed the augmentation of the Forbidden Ruins, and now appeared even stronger. Humph, your skin is as thick as a city wall. I'm done fighting you. TSK, you haven't had your meal. Qiyi. It's your turn. Su Qin chuckled. Lin Qiyi, witnessing Xin Qingzhu's defeat, began to piece together the situation. He retrieved the sword without a sharp edge that Su Qin had gifted him. Since Su Qin utilized the Forbidden Ruins, it seemed only reasonable for him to wield a forbidden item as well. I'm using a weapon now. Be careful. No worries. Bring it on, little flying stick. Su Qin calmly replied, hands tucked into his pockets. How arrogant. Xin Qingzhu could no longer contain himself. He snatched Lin Qiyi's sword and aimed to strike at Su Qin's face. With a clang, the sword flew from his grip. Xin Qingzhu stared at Su Qin in disbelief, having witnessed sparks fly from the impact. Is this even a human body? What the hell? This is pointless. I can't even breach his defenses. Su Qin regarded the two with an undeniable expression, helplessly digging at his ears. This is just the beginning. I haven't even stacked my jade shield. If I were to add a shield, it would shatter their hearts. Of course, in the realm of mere beginners. Lin Qiyi and the others posed no real threat, and there were hardly any peers who could rival him. However, the situation would be entirely different against the ancient gods Sect's river and sea realms. This was just some trivial training. It was a matter of life and death, with the risk of catastrophe lurking at every corner. Without the jade shield, there was simply no sense of security. He needed to accelerate his progress and enhance his restoration rate. Not only did he aim to elevate it to 15 to unlock the jade shield, but he also sought to repair it as much as possible. Following the guidance of the Spear of the Rainbow, he needed to fully saturate the crystals and raise the artifact's restoration rate to 50 to unlock the immortal body. Otherwise, even if the crystal fate reached its zenith, without a 50 restoration rate, he still wouldn't unlock the immortal body. Without miracles, he would meet his demise. The further he sought to enhance his restoration rate, the more arduous it became. After all, Wolfmo had accompanied him for so long and had only just reached 35. Achieving 50 with the Spear of the Rainbow was truly a daunting task. He would have to refine all the resources obtained from the wishes. At that time, he might even draw a third artifact, but this weapon wasn't even at 50. No, he had to devise a way to hasten the improvement of his restoration rate. Elemental refinement was ultimately a drop in the bucket and incredibly costly. To reach 50, he would have to make a trip to the Bailey family and empty their museum. That was unrealistic. How could he dramatically increase his restoration rate? Last time he absorbed the divine ruins of Wangyan. If only he could absorb the divine power of a true deity. Just like last time with Michael, the restoration rate surged. And that was merely an illusion. If it were a true god, wouldn't he soar? What to do? Deities were not easily approached. Wait a moment. There seems to be one recently. Lin Qiyi's mother. Nix's mental healing was nearing 50, and she should be out of the psychiatric hospital soon. When that time comes, a visit to borrow some divine power wouldn't be too much to ask. If you don't mind, I would like to call you my godmother. Chapter 66. If you don't mind, I would like to call you my godmother. Months later, Suchin found his days rather monotonous. The morning physical training posed no challenge to him, while the afternoon practical exercises were somewhat enjoyable. However, the instructor had switched roles, and he had transformed into Instructor Su. Barehanded, he delivered blows to Lin Qiye and kicked by Li Pang, effortlessly dominating over 200 new recruits with the strength of a monster, crushing everything in his path. He wasn't even exerting himself. He was merely pretending to allow the new recruits to feel better about themselves. With just the crystal fate ability, he was formidable enough to stride through the training camp. That night, as usual, Suchin was jogging alone on the playground. The intensity of the daytime training no longer consumed all his energy for the day. Under the guidance of Zhao Conching in the alley, he initiated additional training. Just at that moment, the Wolfmo and the Spear of the Rainbow from the museum became inexplicably excited. Suchin knew well that this was reminiscent of the last time with the Michael illusion. This indicated that a deity had appeared in the vicinity of the training camp. Suchin activated his elemental vision and swiftly sensed a unique elemental aura. The night goddess Nyx. Has she finally arrived? The first deity from Lin Qiye's psychiatric hospital, and the one who had swiftly recovered to 50 health. Suchin gazed at the rooftop and spread his molten wings to ascend. From a distance, he spotted a noble-looking young woman clad in a black gauze dress, quietly standing beneath the night sky. However, just as he arrived, Nyx vanished from the training camp. Of course, he was not the first to reach. Yuan Gang had gotten there even faster than him. I distinctly sensed a divine presence here. Where has she gone? Yuan Gang was flustered and anxious. Suchin retrieved a skewer of grilled meat from Kelly's backpack, sitting on the rooftop and enjoying a delicious late-night snack. This food had been grilled by Zhao Conching in the museum, perfect for alleviating fatigue after a long day. Yuan Gang looked at Suchin in astonishment and criticized him. A strange deity has appeared here. What are you doing? I'm here to pay my respects to my godmother. Yuan Gang scratched his head in confusion, perplexed by Suchin's desire to call a deity his godmother. Did he truly believe that all deities were as benevolent as the two who had bestowed him artifacts? Deities were perilous, and carrying an artifact could easily lead to theft or even death. Yuan Gang earnestly tried to dissuade him. It's fine. Being a godfather or godmother is inherently a high-risk profession. Suchin dismissed his concerns, confident that Nyx was a benevolent goddess and that Lin Qiye was his good brother. A brother's brother is naturally a godmother. She would surely be accommodating. Yuan Gang was infuriated, unable to drive Suchin away no matter how hard he tried. Fine. Give me a skewer too. By the way, the scholar will be arriving shortly. If that deity makes a move against you, at least he can save you. He knew that the scholar's intent was purely defensive. He couldn't actually confine Nyx. A few minutes later, Yuan Gang stood up, dusting off his clothes and puffing out his chest. He turned to face the noblewoman beside Lin Qiye, bracing himself to speak. At that moment, a loud splash echoed. If the Lord does not abandon me, I am willing to kneel and pledge myself as an adoptive child. Suchin knelt on one knee, sincerity radiating from his demeanor. The two individuals and the divine being present were left utterly bewildered. Yuan Gang gazed at Suchin, his mouth agape in astonishment. This child is truly formidable. By the heavens, he has indeed reached out to a deity for kinship. What a disaster if this divine being takes offense. They could both be reduced to mere dust at a whim. Lin Qiye swallowed hard, watching Suchin's genuine expression, feeling that this fellow is far too adept at stirring trouble. Nike's, still grappling with her mental afflictions, might be driven to the brink by this audacity. If the situation spirals out of control later, he could not guarantee Suchin's safety. Compared to Nike's, who was at least a stable mental patient, Suchin resembled a madman whose every nerve was frayed. Nike's, puzzled, tilted her head inquisitively at Lin Qiye. Who is this? I am Lin Qiye's sworn brother, dear mother. I wish to provide for you in your old age. This madness. Who would claim such a bond with this troublemaker? Yet, it is true that Suchin has saved his life. Is that so, Nike's? Mother, she is indeed my friend. Lin Qiye hastily defended Suchin. Nike's found it peculiar. Why did her son's friend possess two unfamiliar divine artifacts? The aura emanating from these artifacts was distinctly from another realm. Nike's tilted her head once more, examining Suchin. Indeed, this power does not belong to this world. Moreover, this young lad also possesses a divine realm, a realm of a foreign pantheon. Although his divine power is currently minuscule, this realm is destined to expand immensely in the future. Are you an outsider? Not at all. I am a denizen of this world. Suchin discerned that Nike's might mistake him for a Cthulhu-like being. He eagerly showcased the Duda storybook and Klee's backpack, along with other forbidden items. All of these artifacts hailed from Teyvat. The divine artifacts must remain concealed. He needed to retain an advantage. Nike's, bewildered by the unique aura, was filled with curiosity. This was indeed not the essence of those outsiders. Yet why was this energy so foreign to her? When Nikes touched the Dudu storybook, an unexpected event transpired. A dazzling light flashed. The Dudu storybook hovered in midair, curiously observing Nikes. Nikes, sensing danger, instinctively adopted a defensive posture. The power system depicted in that book resembled the Western magical paradigm, akin to Merlin in a hospital. Who are you? I am your sister, Alice. Once again, the atmosphere was filled with astonishment. This time, even Su-Chen looked incredulously at the Dudu storybook. Wait a minute, how did Alice manage to appear in the game? He had dismissed the notion that Alice could traverse worlds as mere exaggeration. Yet, here she was, manifesting in reality. Why was this witch not mending the borders of Teyvat, but instead playing a cameo in the divine slaying? Moreover, why assume the role of Nike's sister? What trickery was this? Or was it merely for amusement? Now, Nikes appeared perplexed, her sapphire eyes brimming with confusion. Suddenly, she had both a son and an otherworldly sister. Had the world changed so drastically during her lengthy absence? Nike struggled to regain her composure and gazed at the Dudu storybook. The more she observed, the more it resembled her sister, and she joyfully embraced the Dudu storybook as if reuniting with a long-lost sibling. Su-Chen rubbed his eyes, his mind buzzing. What in the world just happened? Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? At this moment, Yuan Gang and Lin Chiye felt their minds nearly combusting. Yuan Gang furrowed his brow and whispered urgently to Su-Chen, "Didn't you claim Alice was your wife? Now she has become Nike's sister? And you, in turn, have become Nike's son? How did this happen?" Quickly, Su-Chen covered Yuan Gang's mouth. "Shoo, the original host is still here. Do not speak carelessly. Oh, dear young adventurer, I am your cough. You are my dear mother, my beloved mother. Your dutiful son misses you dearly." As well as Aunt Nike's, Su-Chen commended his own cleverness. Chapter 67, I have two mothers, Cthulhu reigns supreme. How amusing. At this moment, Nikes regarded Su-Chen with an inexplicable fondness. Oh, so this is my long-lost nephew. Aunt. Su-Chen now possessed a thick skin, calling out sweetly. Regardless, having a deity as an aunt was rather advantageous. Whether Olympus was chaotic or not, Nikes would decide. I have one mother. The supreme god reigns supreme. Nikes gently stroked his head, clearly fond of her nephew. Lin Chiye, standing by, witnessed the entire spectacle. His mind felt as though it were being tossed about by tumultuous waves, utterly bemused by the absurdity of it all. How had Su-Chen unexpectedly become his cousin? Moreover, that children's storybook, a forbidden artifact, was genuinely a divine relic. How peculiar was the so-called Alice, and were she and his mother Nikes truly related? They appeared nothing alike. It felt as if she were merely a jester, intentionally amusing Nikes. Historical records bore no mention of such a bizarre sister to the goddess of night. Furthermore, Alice was not recorded in the Great Xia. He had heard of Alice in Wonderland, but that was merely a tale. Lin Chiye's mind swirled with questions. Observing Nike's blissful expression, utterly astonished, he glanced at the healing bar on Nike's forehead, noticing it had risen from 51 to 53. Astonishingly, it seemed there was a beneficial effect, and her condition was improving. Indeed, with Nike's son being drained by Olympus, she lacked familial connections. At this moment, Yuan Gang stood nearby, utterly stunned, his worldview shattered. Wait, are you telling me that Su-Chen actually has a divine mother? This can't be mere exaggeration, and he has truly become this divine being's adopted son? The implications of calling her aunt are astounding. Yuan Gang stood atop the roof, braving the cold wind, his fingers trembling slightly as he struggled to process this overwhelming information. He had long been aware of the chaotic nature of Western mythology, yet he never anticipated it could be so intricately connected. How strange. Two divine beings had descended upon the Great Xia. The pinnacle of humanity must face two formidable adversaries before departing. Yuan Gang's expression turned serious as he slowly approached Nikes, calmly stating, I am Yuan Gang, Vice Captain of the Night Watch stationed in the capital city of Great Xia. May I inquire your esteemed names? Nikes. Alice. Nikes exuded elegance in every gesture. Even without any divine energy radiating from her, her presence was enough to overshadow Yuan Gang. The Dudu storybook then echoed a voice. Ahem. It appears we have the goddess of night and the goddess of the rainbow among us. May I inquire what brings you to the Great Xia? Yuan Gang had mistakenly identified Alice as the goddess of love. In Greek mythology, Alice was indeed associated with love, often referred to as the goddess of rainbows, symbolizing the beauty, brilliance, and fantasy of love, much like a mesmerizing rainbow. From this perspective, it seemed there was indeed a slight connection to Nikes. Hey. The logic seems to loop back. Alice chose not to respond, remaining enigmatic. Nikes then tilted her head towards Yuan Gang. I am here to find my son. Son? Yuan Gang frowned. That would be me. I am her representative. Lin Chia interjected promptly. Yuan Gang, contemplating, nodded thoughtfully before looking at Lin Chia in surprise. You. Are you not Michael? Indeed, Lin Chia straddled two allegiances, a quintessential rogue. Suchen quickly chimed in, Lin Chia, if you're straddling two sides. Then what does that make me, the Sea King? Well, that is not incorrect. I am indeed the Sea King. So what? Dialek, Alice, Morix, Klee. These relics and artifacts are all associated with him. Yuan Gang composed himself and glanced at the Dudu-ku story collection once more. My dear Alice, are you also in search of the agent's son? Yes, the traveler is indeed the one. All right then. Yuan Gang found it perplexing why these two goddesses referred to the agent as their son. Perhaps it is a reflection of differing cultural customs between the East and West. However, he never anticipated that Su Qin and Lin Chia were both playing both sides. No, Su Qin is merely straddling one boat. With such a plethora of artifacts, he must surely be intertwined with those deities. Could it be that Su Qin is the offspring of the gods? This fellow seems to have quite the formidable backing, all deities. His prior assumption that Su Qin was the reincarnation of Ling Bao Tianzuan seems it must be revised. Could he possibly be a child of Western divinity? Since you have located your agent's son, I kindly ask you to leave Daxia. Lin Chia nodded earnestly at Nix as she spoke. Upon Nix's words, her figure swiftly dissipated into the vastness of the night. The evening breeze swept through, leaving only the Dudu-ku story collection floating in the air. Sister left so soon. How dull. Boring. I'm off. As the Dudu-ku story collection settled down and fell, Su Qin hastily caught it in his hands. Has she truly departed? Su Qin mused, feeling it was uncharacteristic of Alice. Surely, she hasn't retreated to her own museum. Quite likely. A sudden increase of 6. I've struck gold this time, with a goddess and a witch. Their divine powers are unexpectedly potent. Su Qin waved goodbye to Yuan Gang. I shan't intrude any longer. I shall take my leave. Wait a moment. You are Alice's divine agent. What task did she assign you? She asked me to write a novel titled Guide to Slaying Gods. Yuan Gang appeared taken aback. How peculiar that a divine task would involve writing a novel. That night, Lin Chia became a double divine agent, while Su Qin inexplicably acquired the moniker of a divine offspring. Ensuring no one was around, he re-entered the museum, to the stars and the abyss. Welcome to the Seven Gods Museum, adventurer. A virtual elven figure playfully regarded Su Qin. He was momentarily dazed. Indeed, this renowned witch of Teyvat had not departed. However, it seemed this was merely a projection of Alice, not her true self. Lady Witch Alice, what brings you to my museum? Alice? Who is that? Not familiar. The apparition shrugged. Mother, how did you come to my world? Su Qin queried, exasperation evident in his tone. The projection of Alice chuckled. It's simply amusing. Is that all? Indeed. Chapter 68. Is this called a shield? It's thinner than you. Su Qin was at a loss for words. This sister was truly bored, taking on a guest role in his world. No speaking ill of mother. Alice's projection pouted. You can hear my thoughts? Su Qin was astonished. Of course, magic is omnipotent. Upon hearing this familiar line, Su Qin raised an eyebrow. Isn't that a line from Merlin and Lin Chia's mental institution? Praise the magnificent witch. That is perfectly valid. The apparition beamed with delight. Since you are so articulate, I shall grant you 3 questions to ask me for free. Su Qin looked up at Alice's projection, pleasantly surprised by the generosity. Surely, Alice wasn't attempting to prank him. Answer, no. Next. Su Qin was bewildered. He hadn't even posed a question yet. What a waste of a query. It was truly a trick. Does Nix refer to my divine realm as the Seven Gods Museum? Yes, that is your domain. The key to your ascension lies in the artifacts. You merely need to merge with their essence. As your artifact restoration level increases, you shall naturally acquire their essence. Can you restore my body? I cannot. Your body currently possesses Morix's power, which my magic cannot overshadow. Though I cannot assist you, you may pose another question. What will be my next museum master ability? I possess the gift of foresight, but I choose to remain silent to avoid interfering with the course of the world. Su Qin frowned. This was hardly informative. What occurs when the artifact restoration reaches completion? Can it summon the 7 gods? Close. But the 7 gods are not as bored as I am. They typically do not respond to summons. Well, it seems not entirely impossible. There is one individual even more idle than I. Should you truly manage to reach out to him, he would likely be delighted to assist. However, restoring the artifact is quite challenging. I suggest you try slaying a deity and offer a small gift to your son. Ding. The overall restoration of the artifact increased by 5. Wolf's End restoration at 40. Guanhong restoration at 25. It can be done this way. Alice's gesture indicated that Guanhong was nearly at the threshold for unlocking its next ability. Yet, the suggestion to hunt deities posed a considerable challenge. Deities were 5 realms above him. Humanity's pinnacle precedes divinity. Moreover, the deity closest in time was the god of trickery, Loki. Killing even a mere clone of that fellow would be an achievement. Eliminating the true form was utterly unattainable. Nonetheless, with the assistance of the formidable Linchite, if they allied, their divine battle restoration would surely be substantial. At that moment, Suchen looked ahead and found Alice's figure had vanished. Mother? Sister? Lady Witch? Have you lost your mind? What are you talking to yourself about? Zhao Kongqing waved his hand before Su Chen's eyes. Uncle Zhao, did that projection just disappear? What was just outside the museum? Outside? Forget it. Su Chen dismissed as he was disinclined to explain to Zhao Kongqing. It appeared Alice's appearance had deliberately obscured Zhao Kongqing's and others' perceptions. Furthermore, the museum had not detected any magical fluctuations from Alice, as if she had never graced this world. It felt akin to a dream, truly intriguing. Yet, this Alice incident seemed purely coincidental. The priority now was to claim the new ability of the Jade Shield. Su Chen arrived at the museum master's chamber. He opened the system panel. Master, Su Chen. Level, Late Pool Realm. Age and Artifacts, Wolf's End 40. Guanhong Spear, 25. Owned Weapons, Alley Flash, White Feather Spear, Dudu Ku Story Collection, Klee's Backpack, Silver Sword X3, Unwieldy Sword, Noel's Maid Outfit. Dragon Slaying Heroes Pool, Staff, Zhao Kongqing, Early Pool Realm. Master Functions, Elemental Vision, Wishes, Elemental Refinement. Abilities, Sword of Forging, Reverse Flame Blade, Dawn, Firebird, Wings of Melting, Earth Core. Crystal Fate, Completed Tasks, Raised Guanhong Spear Restoration to 15. Rewards, Jade Shield. New Task, Raise Guanhong Spear Restoration to 30. Reward, Celestial Star. Control celestial meteorites to strike the ground, causing widespread damage with petrification effects. Task 2. Restore Wolf's End to 50 to unlock new abilities. Reward, Judgment of Sin. Eradicate Evil, Pronounce Judgment. Mark any enemy with flames, tracking them with fire element, inflicting soul-burning effects that cannot be mitigated or sealed until death. Controlling celestial meteorites was truly spectacular. It would allow him to experience the prowess of the great mage Lu Xiao, an unyielding strike with no sound. With such power, he could finally deal widespread damage. While his abilities were numerous, they were ultimately supportive in nature, lacking a primary capability. He could not always rely on explosive bombs. Their effects could be somewhat detrimental to allies. After contemplating, Su Chen activated the Jade Shield's ability. This shield required validation. He needed to ascertain its limits and quantity. Uncle Zhao, I implore you to cease your play with the prison hero and join me in testing this new ability. Oh, yet another new ability. Zhao Kongqing clicked his tongue in astonishment. Su Chen seemed to conjure new abilities as frequently as one might acquire goods in bulk. It was a stark contrast to his past, when he was merely a struggling non-possessor of forbidden realms. Indeed, the adage holds true. Wealth flows to those who are already affluent, and forbidden realms gravitate toward those who are not in want of them. Su Chen gazed at Zhao Kongqing, who was on high alert, and then activated the Jade Shield. The shield materialized. In an instant, a delicate layer of protection enveloped Su Chen, almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Zhao Kongqing burst into laughter, his cheeks aching from mirth. Ha! This is thinner than a whisper. You're courting disaster, my friend. A menace indeed. Watch as I cleave through it. With a swift motion, he unleashed the moonlit slash. A sharp crescent blade of energy sliced through the air, producing a faint sonic boom as it struck Su Chen's shield. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the blade was effortlessly absorbed by the shield. Zhao Kongqing was taken aback. His full-force strike from the pool realm had failed to breach the shield. This was rather uncanny. Su Chen remained seated, leisurely sipping tea. The weight of the stone was indeed reassuring, despite the playful banter. He held the sanctity of Morix in high regard. He observed as Zhao Kongqing relentlessly struck at his shield with the moonlit slash. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes, 6 strikes, 7 strikes, 8 strikes. After a total of 8 strikes, the shield finally shattered. It is worth noting that the moonlit slash is a highly dangerous forbidden technique. With tremendous lethality, Zhao Kongqing's 8 strikes, executed with utmost effort, would have left even the king of the river realm in tatters. The Jade Shield must surely require at least a full-force strike from the sea realm to be shattered. This ability appears to be directly linked to the level of his mental prowess. Once he transcends the river realm, he can expect even greater enhancements. Next, he attempted to cast the shield over Zhao Kongqing and discovered it consumed only a minuscule amount of mental energy. The number of Jade Shields was virtually limitless. Only the strength of the shields was constrained. He noted that when a shield was destroyed, it would immediately consume a quarter of his mental energy. In simpler terms, as long as he did not exceed the shield limit, he need not worry about his mental energy. This mechanism was extraordinarily comfortable, akin to a premier all-encompassing shield support. If possible, he could even envelop the entirety of Songnan in such protection. Of course, this was contingent upon the shields remaining intact. Otherwise, a backlash could severely injure his mental state. Yet, the number of entities capable of breaching his shield was exceedingly rare. In the impending Ancient God Society dungeon, only Han Xiaoyan might possess such capability. Poor Han Xiaoyan, once the captain of the former Gusu City Night Watch team, had been forcibly bound by a contract with the Ancient God Church through cryptic incantations. If he could recruit this fellow as an employee, it would certainly be advantageous. However, the museum currently lacked the functionality for weapon spirits, and Zhao Kongsheng was not a weapon spirit, having become the heir to the Shining Alley. Oh well, never mind that. Preserving one's life must take precedence. If rescue is possible, then it should be attempted. If not, so be it. Yet, it remains uncertain how many members the Sea Realm's Ancient God Society has dispatched. I wonder if I can elevate my Converging Rainbow to 30%. I hope for some substantial strength. Enhancing the Converging Rainbow to 50% as soon as possible to unlock the immortal body would ensure my survival, thus allowing me to seek restoration for other artifacts. Though the Wolf's End is also just 10% away from a new ability, it is not of paramount importance to Su Chun. After all, it is often said that survival is paramount to output. What good are abundant resources and high stacking if one is dead? Chapter 69. Training Camp Break. Ancient God Society's schemes. As the cold winds began to rise, winter approached. 5 months slipped away in an instant, and the new recruit training camp underwent a remarkable transformation. The most apparent change was the improvement in living standards. The cafeteria no longer served raw meat. With the combined efforts of Su Chun and Bai Li Pangpang, the cafeteria had been transformed into a veritable restaurant. Su Chun himself served as both the head chef and manager. His primary assets now amounted to two. First, the villa dormitory, where the luxurious presidential suites sold exceptionally well. Second, the members-only cafeteria, renowned for its exclusive secret recipe hamburgers. Over these past months, he had managed to make a modest profit, earning around 500,000 to 600,000. While the steady acquisition of forbidden items to enhance restoration was indeed a gradual process, it was far from swift. With the impending divine war initiated by Loki, if his Converging Rainbow restoration rate did not reach 50%, he would surely face dire consequences. Consuming forbidden realms and swiftly defeating mysteries remained paramount. Today's training was, as usual, a day filled with physical conditioning. To Su Chin's surprise, Bai Li Pangpang had shed over 10 pounds. Bored, Su Chin observed the training ground, now encrusted with frost, while the recruits remained clad in their thin garments. Goodness, I might freeze to death. The instructors seemed quite deranged, with such frigid temperatures. Wouldn't a simple announcement over the loudspeaker suffice? Beside him, Pangpang shivered, curling into a ball. Su Chin, however, stood tall, feeling no hint of cold. Ever since he unlocked the Crystal Stone Fate, he had not experienced temperature fluctuations. His physique had become extraordinarily resilient, rendering environmental changes inconsequential. Clad in a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, he appeared as a veritable anomaly among the crowd, unperturbed by the gazes of others. He pondered a singular matter. The instructor's sudden announcement likely indicated a brief holiday for the training camp. Essentially, it was a measure to counter the threats posed by the Ancient God Society and to root out traitors within the camp. With head held high against the biting wind, Su Chin listened intently to Instructor Hong Hao's address. Today, the assembly was called to announce a significant matter. Before the second half of training commenced, a brief holiday was to be granted. From today onward, a 4-day respite was to commence, with the sole caveat being that no one was to leave Songnan. Shortly, they would receive the Night Watch's standard star blade. Remember, do not display it in public. All right, you may pack your belongings and depart. Indeed. As soon as Instructor Hong Hao's words fell, Su Chin turned to see a dozen military buses arriving at the dormitory entrance. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Yet Su Chin wore a serious expression. If all went as expected, something unexpected was bound to occur. These buses were likely targets. The Serpent Woman had already taken control of the underground missile center. First, he employed elemental sight to scan the buses and found no explosives. He felt relieved knowing they weren't suicide trucks. If it were merely missiles, his Jade Shield could still provide some measure of defense. The Ancient God Society was evidently targeting him, Lin Xie, and Pangpang. Fortunately, he had secured a Jade Shield for protection prior to the dungeon's unlocking. Upon hearing of the holiday, Bai Li Pangpang was elated, while Lin Xie frowned. A holiday is a holiday. But why were they being temporarily issued the Night Watch's standard Starblade? He glanced at Su Chun, who was deep in thought, realizing the situation was far from simple. This soothsayer surely knew something. Su, don't call me. I'm busy grilling. Is it the evil organization you suspect? With just a few words, Su Chen effectively silenced Lin Xie. He had no qualms about sharing information regarding the ancient god society with Lin Xie. After all, strength lies in numbers. In any team battle, timely communication and support from allies are crucial. Lin Xie nodded earnestly, understanding that this 4-day holiday would not be as simple as it seemed. Neither Su Chen nor Lin Xie packed much. After all, Hong Ying's family resided in Songnan. Meanwhile, Pang Pang was equally unencumbered, devoid of belongings. Chao Yuan, dragging a suitcase, looked at the three with confusion. You're just leaving like this? Of course. We live in Songnan. Right. With money, what can't we buy? Perfect time to get a new set. The local tyke and the affluent had converged, representing two mystifying forces during their student days. Once all the new recruits had gathered, the black box star blades were distributed, and they boarded the buses. Su Chen leaned against the car window, eagerly opening the black box to reveal, indeed, a star blade. It was just like the one he had borrowed from the warehouse earlier, lacking a name etched on its base, a standard issue that must be returned. However, to Su Chen, only what he earned through his own merit mattered, and he had no intention of giving it back. This was a premium resource that could be used for elemental refinement to enhance its repair capabilities or exchanged for wish values. A thought sparked in his mind as he quietly slipped the black box into Klee's backpack. Once the bus was full, it rumbled away from the training camp. Su Chen understood that this vehicle would soon become the focal point of attention. As they distanced themselves from the training camp, the pressure from the town's monument suddenly lifted, allowing all the new recruits to break through their limits and experience a surge in power. I've reached Pool Realm. One exclaimed. Wow, I think I've also advanced. Bali Pang Pang and Xiao Yuan laughed joyfully. Su Chen smiled lightly, patting the shoulders of the two. Congratulations, congratulations. Bali Pang Pang turned to Su Chen, feeling as if he had just swallowed a fly. Although it was a warm compliment coming from Su Chen's lips, it felt as cold as a blade at -38 degrees. It struck a chord, dear friend. It is worth noting that Su Chen had entered the training camp at the Pool Realm. After half a year of training, this was merely their starting point. Some are born in Rome, while others find themselves there. Bali Pang Pang, the wealthy heir, felt for the first time the stark disparities of the world. However, it was fortunate that Su Chen had not yet reached the river realm, which allowed Pang Pang and Xiao Yuan to console themselves. Su Chen stretched lazily, silently channeling his mental energy. Indeed, he was just a step away from reaching the river realm. In 5 months, his mental power had ascended from the late pool realm to the pinnacle. He was almost on the threshold of the river realm. As long as he could absorb a bit more repair energy from his artifact, the conduit of the rainbow, attaining the river realm would be effortless. The upcoming ancient deity event presented an excellent opportunity to enhance his repair capabilities and finally breach into the river realm. As he contemplated this, he suddenly spotted 5 unidentified flying objects descending from the sky. It was a missile. Someone shouted in alarm, and the atmosphere fell silent. Get down, Hong Hao bellowed. Chapter 70. The bus charges through 5. No apprentices accepted. At that moment, Su Chen was possessed by the spirit of a legendary driver. In his lexicon, there was no sorrow or joy, only the dance of the clutch. Let us do this. The bus sped directly towards the 5 missiles. Everyone was engulfed in despair. Even a mighty freight truck would struggle to withstand such an impact. Accumulated frustration towards Su Chen was about to erupt. You son of a. Before they could finish their sentence, the bus was struck by one of the missiles. Just erupted into the air. Fortunately, there was smoke but no damage. The bus continued to drive steadily, unscathed. Then, Su Chen performed a daring maneuver, drifting to absorb the impact of the remaining 4 missiles. The explosions scattered shards in every direction. However, they were all intercepted by the Yuzhong shield and Lin Xie's dark divine ruins. Hong Hao braced himself, astonished as he glanced at Su Chen in the driver's seat. This bus is invincible, no apprentices accepted. Su Chen drove with one hand, calmly leaning against the window. His fingers danced outside, exuding confidence and composure. Yuan Gang was left utterly bewildered. He couldn't comprehend how the missile crisis had been so effortlessly resolved. He sensed a protective force shielding the entire bus, resembling a faint shield. Little did he know that Su Chen had such hidden depths. But where did these forbidden ruins come from? Artifacts? It seemed implausible. He struggled to connect a flame artifact with the shield. Su Chen, you are my hero. I love you. Someone exclaimed. The hostility that had filled the bus moments ago transformed into camaraderie. New recruits wept, clinging to Su Chen's legs in gratitude. This was a true hero. If it weren't for this hero's divine intervention, they would have perished. Su Chen irritably kicked away the flocks of grateful recruits. In truth, he did not feel as at ease as others perceived. The 5 missiles had breached 3 layers of his Yuzhong shield. Only by instantly reactivating the shield was he able to ensure the vehicle's safety. His mental energy was nearly depleted, and thankfully, Morix's blessing kept the final layer of protection intact. Otherwise, he would have been sent to the afterlife. This scene was witnessed by Lin Xie in the divine realm of mortals, thanks to the shield absorbing the explosive impact. His dark divine ruins could devour the excess shrapnel just as the missiles detonated. Had it not been for Su Chen's intervention, he would have had no time to activate the Nyx's ruins. He hadn't anticipated that Su Chen would quietly manifest another new shield of forbidden ruins. Moreover, the shield could solely defend against missiles. How absurd. Hong Hao stumbled over to Su Chen, clapping him on the shoulder with a grin. Good lad, we owe you this time. Hong Hao, perceptive as ever, recognized that it was not just Su Chen who had acted, but also Lin Xie. After all, they had protected over 50 new recruits, the future seeds of the Night Watchers. Furthermore, this bus, which had risen from the brink of destruction, would undoubtedly find its place in a museum. Su Chen, you are a great contributor this time. Your name will be etched in the Night Watchers' annals. Is there such a thing? Su Chen scratched his head, not expecting such high honors. It was true. Currently, the only one to obtain a stellar C was Wang Mian of the masked team. In the original story, the Star Blade was indeed a rare honor. Name the bus? How about the Star Dome Express? Activate. Dear passengers, our next stop is Unity Village. The old district of Songnan. After the bus moved further away, an unknown woman in red with a white spear passed by. She was Hong Ying, tasked by Chen Mai to intercept the missiles. Arriving at the battlefield just in time, she witnessed a bus smash through the missiles. She wondered if last night's mushroom soup prepared by her captain had been improperly cooked. In Hong Ying's residence, Lin Xie, having overdrawn his mental energy using the dark divine ruins, lay on the bed, resting. Although Su Chen also felt mentally drained, it affected him little. Without mental energy, he still had crystal fate. He could use his fists to crush a multitude of forbidden ruin users. He had no time to waste on rest. He needed to swiftly dismantle the arrangements of the ancient deity church. With so many experience packages, he had to consume them all at once. After finally leaving the training camp, this opportunity was rare. Whether he could significantly enhance the artifact's repair capabilities depended on how many he could eliminate. If he recalled correctly, the closest enemies were a group of criminal ruin users. Moreover, they were former Night Watchers. This squad had attempted to ambush Pang Pang and Xiao Yuan, only to be countered and annihilated by the arriving Lin Xie. At this moment, finding them would be somewhat challenging. After all, the plot-triggering time had yet to arrive. Was he to wait? Impossible. Waiting was too slow, and he would be led by the ancient deity church, preventing him from maximizing his artifact repairs. He had to take the initiative. Yet, he lacked information. Songnan was vast, and searching for someone felt akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Furthermore, the other side had Night Watchers among them. What to do? At that moment, he caught sight of something at the window. A small red bird was persistently pecking at the glass. Isn't that my dawn bird? Su Chen instantly recognized his forbidden ruin. Moreover, this dawn bird was the one captured by Qingyu for experimentation. Just thinking of Qingyu made a smile creep onto his lips. Sleepiness had arrived. It was time for a pillow. The master of intelligence, Qingyu, had come online, and he would surely know the ancient deity church's plans. After Su Chen finished speaking, he left directly. He stepped outside the residence and attempted to summon the little bird he once knew. Before long, the dawn bird appeared on his shoulder. Su Chen searched the memories of the dawn bird with his mind, hoping to track down Qingyu. No need to search. I'm right here. Oh, why didn't you say so earlier? Su Chen was startled. Suddenly, his bird could speak human language. Don't be so surprised. Your bird is quite unique and can be easily modified by me. Truly the best experimental subject, far superior to my army of mice. Su Chen was astonished. The dawn bird he had summoned was essentially a fire element. He hadn't expected that Qingyu could also be transformed by elemental power. Truly, it is worthy of being the key to the door. Speaking is too slow. Let's communicate with our minds, said the dawn bird. Is that even possible? This is your own ability. Su Chen had not anticipated that Qingyu's power was so formidable, even mastering mental communication like the Nantua serpent demon. However, he could sense that the essence of the fire element had not changed. But it was unnecessary. They were now partners. And he needed Qingyu to help him locate the ancient god cult. Su Chen briefly communicated with the other party through thought, and they quickly reached an agreement. This was a mutually beneficial collaboration, and Qingyu only needed the corpses. Chapter 71. The one who stabs me can be a scalpel, but it cannot be a brother's stick. The two planned to collaborate, and their next step was to formulate a plan. Su Chen knew that Qingyu had always been in Songnan. The other party could create a mental communication with mice using a clone imitated from the Nantua serpent demon, which was strikingly similar to his own dawn bird. However, his control range was not as vast as Qingyu's, and he could not achieve real-time monitoring over long distances. But there was a significant advantage. It possessed intelligence. This was something the offspring of the Nantua serpent demon could not match. The ancient god cult's layout was intricate, and to maximize the benefits of restoration, he needed a full map perspective. At that moment, the dawn bird chirped and perched on Su Chen's head, leading the way. Su Chen shook his head helplessly. No matter how much it changed, he was still drawn to fire. Following the guidance of the dawn bird, Su Chen directly entered a street sewer. It was dim and reeked. He deployed the wings of molten ruin, and the dawn bird's wings emitted a faint glow. He flew through the entire sewer system. Eventually, in an extremely concealed underground cavity, he encountered Qingyu. The cavity was filled with various dissection equipment and unidentified severed limbs preserved in formaldehyde. There were also obvious bloodstains on the ground, which, although faded, were clearly cleaned up hastily. Su Chen looked ahead, where a bespectacled boy was quietly staring at him. Hiss. Why do I feel like you have ulterior motives? Indeed, you are not the same as before. And Qingyu adjusted his glasses. He could see through the forbidden ruins, the only correct answer, that Su Chen's body was covered with a layer of rock. When he attempted to use his ability to probe the source of the rock, his glasses suddenly cracked. He was startled and patted his chest, still shaken. And Qingyu was unsure of what he had just seen, but it was clearly the power of a deity. How intriguing. At that moment, Su Chen was puzzled. What was this kid up to? He admitted that he looked stunning now, and the shards of the other party's glasses reflected his imposing figure. This was truly unnecessary. Just as he was wondering, and Qingyu extended his hand. Thank you for helping me acquire the head of the Nantua serpent demon. Now let's discuss our collaboration plan. Alright, share what you know about the layout of the ancient god cult, and you can have the corpses. As Su Chen spoke, he noticed in Qingyu's small hand becoming increasingly restless. Following the handshake, it began to caress his palm. Moreover, that little gaze kept peering into Su Chen's collar, brimming with excitement. Oh no, Su Chen felt something was amiss. This guy had issues with his sexual orientation. Had he been cooped up in the sewer for too long? Although he suspected the other party was peering into his crystal fate, was it appropriate for a grown man to use such ambiguous eyes? Dude, I would rather be stabbed in the back by a scalpel than by your stick. And Qingyu, ahem, since you let me stab, then I shall. Get lost. This is the Forbidden Ruins. Su Chen quickly halted that uncomfortable topic. Give me the coordinates of the enemies, and you can have all the corpses afterward. Sure, just bring your little bird along, and I'll provide you with the coordinates. But why do you want to actively hunt the ancient god cult? For justice. Who says only those in the light are heroes? And Qingyu was somewhat speechless. Su Chen was as neurotic as ever. Well, I'm off then. By the way, take this as a reward. Su Chen rummaged through Kelly's backpack and pulled out a surgical table from the museum. This was something he had carelessly picked up at the training camp hospital. Of course, there was also a set of hospital scrubs and a scalpel. And in Qingyu's astonishment, Su Chen left with a flourish. And Qingyu rubbed his eyes vigorously and quickly activated the only correct answer to decipher Kelly's backpack. The result left his eyes in excruciating pain, returning empty-handed. After all, the backpack connected to the Seven Gods Museum. And even activating the key to the door could not reveal its interior. And Qingyu felt helpless. He had suffered twice with the only correct answer at Su Chen's expense. What was this power that transcended truth? On the ground, Old Town Songnan. Su Chen emerged from the sewer. He had to admit, the sewer was a labyrinth. The circulatory system of the entire city. It stank, but it was quite convenient. Are you planning to break through the old town? There is a suspected ancient god cult member there, and a group of scorpion mercenaries is on the outskirts. And Qingyu's voice rang out, and Su Chen nodded lightly. After Qingyu's full map report, Su Chen immediately made a decision. His mental strength had not yet fully recovered, so he had to deal with the scorpion mercenaries first. After all, these guys relied solely on firearms without the forbidden ruins. Moreover, the key point was that the scorpion had a forbidden item, blood boiling. Blood boiling. Forbidden Ruins Sequence 209. This guy was akin to a treasure boy, delivering forbidden items directly to him. Why not take advantage of it? It was just right to use as material for his Huanhong spear. The scorpion aimed to strike against Yang Jian and Ant, while Howling Sky Dog was poised to intercept the ancient god cult believers. Su Chen knew that the 16th seat believer was merely a half-step into the sea realm. At its core, it was still within the river realm. This incredibly rich experience package could not be snatched away by Howling Sky Dog. This was the fundamental reason Su Chen prioritized dealing with this side. Killing a peak river realm opponent, he was quite confident. As a qualified transmigrator, it was unacceptable not to dare to engage across realms. Just do it. With dual divine artifacts, he could dispatch them effortlessly. At the very least, the Yuzhong shield would keep him safe. Currently, his Huanhong spear had not yet been exposed, allowing him to exploit an information gap. Having determined the target, Su Chun followed the Dawnbird's guidance and quickly locked onto the Scorpion mercenary group. He hid in a CAF on the street, silently sensing the enemies nearby with elemental vision. After discovering no ambush, he channeled his elemental vision into a van. Damn. All 9 of them are crammed into a wooling van. Su Chun rubbed his forehead, trying hard not to laugh. Indeed, it was the domestic divine vehicle. A van had truly become a unit of measurement. The world holds 3 great unsolvable mysteries: the trains of the Indians, the vans of the Daxia, and the ODBO of Africa. Su Chun adjusted his attire and walked straight towards the van. Enhanced by his crystal fate body, his hearing amplified, and he overheard the Scorpion mercenaries cursing the Serpent Woman from a distance. The ancient god cult Serpent Woman, the divine agent of Medusa. In simple terms, the entire ancient god church is essentially a congregation coerced into submission by the nightmarish agent's whispers through a contract. Su Chun arrived at the van's door and tapped on the window. The window slowly rolled down, revealing a menacing figure with a scarred face. Hey, are you going to Duxian Bridge? Not heading to Chenghua Avenue? Just get lost. If not Duxian Bridge, then how about the Rebirth Hall? You must be out of your mind. Before the scarred man could finish his sentence, it seemed he recognized Su Chun, exclaiming, You are an ancestor. Su Chun smirked slightly and pulled out the great sword, the Wolf's End, delivering a chilling blow. Blood sprayed forth as the van erupted in chaos. Chapter 72. Gather 9 soul rings to summon. Blood boil. Enemy attack. Run. What the heck? In an instant, 5 members of the Scorpion mercenary group fell. This incident serves as a cautionary tale. Never exceed capacity. The remaining 4 were in disarray. Had they not reacted swiftly, they would have joined their fallen comrades. Who are you? I am Officer Su of Traffic Control. You were overloaded. No need to thank me. It's my duty. The remaining 4 instantly recognized him. Su Chun, bearer of divine artifacts, agent of the rainbow god Alice, child of the gods. Their primary objective for this operation was to capture Su Chun, with Lin Chiye and Bai Li Fatty being secondary targets. Yet, they never anticipated that he would seek his own demise. Scorpion 3 drew a short knife from his tactical boots, growling as he lunged for Su Chun's throat. Puzzled, Su Chun scratched his head, wondering if he had drawn too much attention. He swung the Wolf's End, intending to cleave Scorpion 3 in half. Scorpion 3 deftly pivoted, evading the attack with a graceful arc, aiming straight for Su Chun's neck. This seamless display of close-quarters assassination was undeniably impressive. Su Chun marveled, recognizing the warrior's battlefield experience. However, just as the blade neared his jugular, it was deflected by a crystal energy surge. In the next moment, Su Chun struck Scorpion 3's head with a powerful palm, delivering a fatal blow. Scorpion 4 then leveled his assault rifle at Su Chun's chest. If you surrender and join the ancient god church, I will spare your life. Foolish. I bet your gun is empty. You must be joking. I can take you down with this. As Scorpion 4 pulled the trigger, a hail of bullets rained down. Unfazed, Su Chun calmly positioned Klee's backpack in front of him. With a flick of his wrist, the bullets ricocheted harmlessly into the museum. Without waiting for a reaction, Su Chun charged forward and delivered another lethal blow, killing Scorpion 4 instantly. At that moment, Scorpion 2 seized the opportunity to ambush Su Chun from behind with a sniper rifle. Jade Shield. The shield unfolded instantly. The sniper bullet struck the shield and was immediately deflected. Scorpion 2 and Scorpion 1 were both stunned. Is this even human? Not even the best sniper rifle can breach his defenses. The artifact bearer from the Forbidden Ruins was truly extraordinary. It felt as though a fist struck cotton, rendering them powerless and devoid of the desire to attack. The weight of the rock was intimidating. Su Chun was like a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex, delivering a powerful elbow strike that sent Scorpion 2 crashing into the wall, stuck and unable to escape. Now, only Scorpion 1 remained. Kid, you truly delight me. I admit you are strong, but once I unleash my forbidden item, you're finished. Scorpion 1's smile was sinister. As long as he possessed the forbidden item, Blood Boil, he could turn the tide. This treasure, which he had unearthed from the rainforest, was extraordinarily powerful. It could absorb the blood of all living beings within a certain radius, enhancing his strength with the power of the deceased. The lifeblood of his fallen 8 comrades was ample enough to elevate his power to unprecedented heights. Imagining killing Su Chun, he envisioned securing his place among the faithful, prompting Scorpion 1 to chuckle sinisterly. Su Chun glanced at Blood Boil, licking his lips. What a treasure. But it must have a worthy owner. Hand it over. As Blood Boil reached its zenith, Su Chun snapped his fingers and activated the museum. Instantly, the museum's space expanded, consuming everything except for non-living entities. Blood Boil was devoured. Simultaneously, Scorpion 1's precious tea was also consumed. Snowflakes danced in the air, and the northern winds howled. Scorpion 1 stood in shock, trembling in the cold. His mind raced with confusion, wondering what had transpired. What had seemed like an advantageous situation had flipped in an instant. Suchen chuckled, summoning the heart of the earth. A colossal stone pillar rose from the ground, and Scorpion One met his end in tears. At that moment, and Qingyu watched with clarity, feeling a pang of phantom pain. Suchen was truly a devil. Compared to him, even his experimental madness seemed humane. He expanded the museum once more, collecting 4 corpses within. Indeed, the living could not be taken, but the dead were fair game. The 5 charred bodies were not included, and Qingyu was astonished. Suchen effortlessly collected the corpses. Was this also his forbidden ruins? Such a feat was staggering. Displaying no less than 3 distinct abilities in this battle. Could a human truly possess 3 forbidden ruins simultaneously? Now, he felt a longing to dissect Suchen. Unaware of Qingyu's thoughts, Suchen was already immersed in the museum, swiftly locating Blood Boil. Seizing it, he instantly refined it. Ding, repair progress increased by 2. Guanhong Spear repair progress 27. Suchen was pleasantly surprised. He hadn't expected Blood Boil to be so effective. But then again, absorbing 940-year soul rings must yield immense power. He then found the standard stellar blade he had previously placed in the museum. Now, let us refine it. Ding. Repair progress increased by 2. Guanhong Spear repair progress 29. Excellent. Just one more, and he would unlock the new ability, Celestial Star. Meteor Summoning Mage, here I come. It seemed that reaching a 50 repair for the Guanhong Spear before the Loki Divine War would not be overly difficult. The Ancient God Church had truly surprised him. If he could eliminate the Half-Step Sea Realm's 16th seat believer, Lu Liang, he would restore 30 of the Guanhong Spear. He wondered about the extent of that individual's power. According to the original narrative, he was bitten by the Howling Sky Dog and refined in an instant, never showcasing his strength. Truly a narrative assassination. However, in the anime, he seemed adapted into a vine entrapment, with maternal entanglement. No matter, his wolf's and fire element was perfectly suited for combustion reactions. Regardless, he himself was at the pinnacle of the pool realm, so the disparity in realms was negligible. Suchen withdrew his thoughts from the museum. At that moment, and Qingyu's voice echoed in his ears. Suchen, one remains, hiding near Lin Qi's aunt's house. How dare they target my aunt? Bold. Suchen summoned the wings of destruction and sped off. He was not worried about his aunt. With Yang Jian around, no one could harm her. He was merely concerned that if he arrived too late, Lu Liang would become fodder for the dogs. The Howling Sky Dog fiercely guarded its territory. Who could compete with it? Chapter 73. Wolf's encounters maternal entanglement, viciously grabbing the Howling Sky Dog's head. Suchen spread the wings of destruction and dove back into the sewers. It was not his preference to navigate the sewers, but necessity dictated his actions. As a night watcher, the forbidden ruins could not be exposed in public. Moreover, since Dream Whisper had yet to unfold, there was no need to escalate the situation. Only when the stormy Han Xiaoyan made his entrance would memories be wiped on a grand scale. Of course, the sewers had their advantages. The ground was indeed vast and boundless. With Ang Qingyu guiding him by his side, Suchen felt an almost supernatural ability to traverse any corner of the city from underground. As he hurried along, he sensed the subtle shifts in his realm. The peak of his pool realm was finally loosening, allowing him to potentially ascend to the river realm during this ancient god cult incident. The Curator's talent had been on his radar for quite some time, with multiple abilities acting as additional trump cards. Whether it was time acceleration or spirit contracts, they were undoubtedly advantageous. Han Xiaoyan, despite being a mere character in the original narrative, was formidable in strength. In contrast, fellow believer L. Liang seemed to lack the same gravitas. Suchen was eager to witness just how much power L. Liang possessed, especially with his mother's entanglements at play. Arriving at the scene, Suchen noted that L. Liang lay in ambush amidst the apartment's flowerbed. Ang Qingyu cautiously alerted Suchen, who acknowledged with a nod. This individual displayed a modicum of intelligence, albeit limited. Knowing that Suchen had obliterated the Scorpion Squad, he still dared to lay a trap. Suchen took to the skies, bursting forth from the manhole cover. At that moment, a tangle of vines erupted around the cover, ensnaring Suchen. A rather unsavory-looking man emerged from the flowerbed. Recognizing the bespectacled figure, Suchen immediately identified him as L. Liang, the 16th seed of the Believers. Unfortunately, his mother's entanglement held no sway over Suchen. His artifact, the Wolf's End, was the bane of all plant-type entities. You thought you could sneak into the sewers without me noticing? My power lies in controlling plants, but you are still too young. L. Liang taunted. Before L. Liang could finish his sentence, Suchen unleashed the wings of melting destruction, incinerating the vines that bound him to ashes. L. Liang, taken aback, hastily commanded the plants in the flowerbed to ensnare Suchen entirely. With a flap of the dawn bird's wings, a fiery tempest swept through, reducing the entire flowerbed to cinders in mere moments. Clenching Wolf's End, Su Chun summoned the Dawn Bird, a colossal fiery avian that locked onto El Liang's position. Dumbfounded, El Liang recognized the truth. Fire indeed counters plants, yet he was a half-step into the sea realm. How could Su Chun's pool realm flames obliterate his vines? Was this the might of an artifact? He glanced at Su Chun's Wolf's End, a chill of apprehension coursing through him. His adversary was his antithesis. He could not match him in strength. The Dawn Bird executed a swift maneuver, pursuing El Liang relentlessly. Even within the complex corridors, the Dawn Bird navigated with uncanny precision, evading numerous obstacles. El Liang was flabbergasted. What manner of creature was this? A mere pool realm individual was pursuing him, a half-step sea realm expert. Infuriated, he summoned a protective barrier of vines, enveloping himself in a formidable defense. However, the Dawn Bird dove straight through, shattering the vines effortlessly. Flames roared, consuming El Liang's plant-based defenses and intensifying the inferno. In an instant, he suffered severe burns and succumbed. Su Chun approached El Liang's lifeless body, now cold yet still warm to the touch. Such was the nature of elemental counters. Fire against plants, the higher the plant's mastery, the fiercer the combustion. It was akin to extinguishing Han Xiaoyun's tornado with a mere snap of the fingers, absolute elemental dominance. Reflecting on his own potential, Su Chun contemplated the possibility of gathering the 7 divine artifacts to unlock 7 abilities, allowing him to switch elemental attributes to counter his foes. This was what he found most perplexing about Ying Mei. Why did she not realize the importance of switching attributes to exploit weaknesses? Suddenly, a notification chimed. Artifact repair progress increased by 2. Wolf's End repair progress at 42. Wait, has Wolf's End stolen my experience? Su Chun mused, acknowledging the logic. The Dawn Bird had directly consumed El Liang, thus channeling energy to Wolf's End. He accepted this development, as it clarified his confusion regarding the different repair rates of artifacts. Next time, he would leave the finishing blow to Guanhong, much like in a game where the one who secures the kill reaps the rewards. With Wolf's End now at 42 repair, he pondered how to gather the final one for Guanhong. There were no lambs to fleece, but perhaps dog fur could suffice. At that moment, a bark echoed from behind him. Come here, little pup. Su Chun beckoned amiably, producing a sausage from Kelly's backpack. However, the proud little black dog seemed unimpressed, raising its head defiantly. Testing the fortitude of a leader, it was a challenge no leader could withstand. Suddenly, the dog spoke. You bear an artifact and dare to flaunt it before me. Brother Howling Celestial, I am a close friend of Lin Chiya. Why the hostility? Su Chun shrugged nonchalantly. He understood that Yang Jian and Howling Celestial had likely investigated him due to the soul of Zhao Conching he had claimed, the aura of Wolf's End already revealed. As expected, Howling Celestial merely looked at him with disdain. If it weren't for Chiya, you'd have to address me as the sun-eating deity. Very well, great deity. Would you care for some beef jerky? Su Chun teased, waving the beef jerky from the museum in front of the little black dog. He intended to repair Guanhong's spear by siphoning some divine power from the legendary celestial dog, a top-tier creature of the Daxiao mythos, with strength surpassing even the 3-headed hellhound of Greek mythology. If he could steal a fraction of its divine essence, it would be sufficient to bring Guanhong's repair progress to 30. He planned to entice the dog with food, simple yet effective. Begone with your trifles. I have chicken legs, duck necks, spicy rabbit heads, and little yellow fish. Cough, cough, you dare. It's fine. Whatever the deity desires in the future, I shall procure for you. Very well. Since you show such sincere reverence, I shall allow you to worship me. As soon as the little black dog finished speaking, it rushed to Su Chun's side, showcasing its offerings. It had grown weary of gnawing on bones and leftovers. It longed for a taste of better fare from its days in the heavenly realm. Seizing the opportunity as the little black dog feasted, Su Chun mischievously ruffled its fur, finding the texture rather pleasant. Simultaneously, he discreetly employed elemental refinement, surreptitiously collecting dog fur. Ding! Artifact repair progress increased by 3. Guanhong's spear repair progress at 32. Chapter 74. Concealed sword in the crotch. Size change prohibited. Remarkable. Just a few tufts of dog fur can elevate the artifact repair progress by 3. Truly, Howling Celestial's power is on par with that of deities. Ding. Task complete. Guanhong repair at 30. Reward. Morix's ability, Heavenly Star. Ding. New task issued. Repair Guanhong's spear to 50. Reward. Immortal body, immortal body. The physique of an immortal, transcending fate, allowing for the reshaping of one's body, enhancing affinity with the 7 elements of nature. Granting elemental vision to perceive malevolence, facilitating communication with souls, summoning any personal weapon, and acquiring various immortal artifacts, spells, and talismans. The system's voice resonated from the museum, igniting Su Chun's excitement. Indeed, following the Heavenly Star, the next ability was the Immortal Body. Gazing at the extensive description of the immortal body, Su Chun felt a headache coming on. It was evident that this was an entirely different system, one of immortals versus gods, making it difficult to ascertain which was superior. He recalled that Morix was also referred to as an immortal by the people of Li Yifei, being the progenitor of all immortals. The immortal system of the later generations was likely established by the Geo-Archon himself. However, Morix was indeed a demon god. Whether his true form was half-dragon or something else remained uncertain. Forget it. Delving into such lore seemed unnecessary. All that mattered was that he could reshape his own body. Though he had the assistance of an Qingyu and could replicate a body using the powers of the Nandu snake demon, the Seven Gods Museum was beyond replication. Without the divine artifact, what could he even accomplish? Until the final moment, he would never relinquish his current form. If his account's experience were reset and merged, all his efforts would be in vain. In this perilous world, survival was an arduous endeavor. Since the mission had been issued, he must hasten to complete it. Moreover, it seemed that the celestial body possessed some sort of magical artifact ability, likely akin to Li Pongpong's capacity to manipulate multiple forbidden items in battle. Only then could the weapons in his museum be maximized in value. Otherwise, operating a single item at a time while others remained idle would be sheer waste. Even consumables like the Wu Feng sword, if unleashed in a flurry of dozens of flying swords, could wreak havoc. Various divine weapons encircling him truly befitted the name of the Seven Gods Museum. After analyzing the situation, Su Chun claimed the ability of the Celestial Star. The Celestial Star summoned meteors, delivering extensive damage while also possessing a petrification feature. This ability bore a resemblance to the Medusa agent, the Snake Woman's powers. Both involved petrification. It remained to be seen which was superior. His was a vast area petrification control, while Medusa's was a focused single-target control. At that time, he could challenge the Snake Woman. Su Chun, it seems your chubby friend is in trouble. Su Chun was not surprised. According to the timeline, Li Pangpang was likely being ambushed by the desperate criminals from the Temple of Fasting. After all, this fellow had a bounty of 800 million on his head. Such a staggering sum could tempt anyone to harbor ill intentions. If he did not rush to support, danger could truly lurk. It was just as well for him to act as a bodyguard. The minimum salary for bodyguards in the Li family was 10,000 a month. As a formidable figure in the pool realm, his pay would certainly be higher. Establishing a good rapport with Pang Pang now could be advantageous in the future, especially during the succession struggle in the Li family, where he could borrow treasures from the Li Museum. Master, I must take my leave. Next time, I shall bring you some delicacies. With that, Su Chun prepared to depart. Suddenly, he felt a thread of connection established between himself and Xiaohe Lai. Had he become the agent of the Howling Celestial Hound? Su Chun could only chuckle at the absurdity. The contract involved providing sustenance. Well, that was acceptable. Perhaps during the impending battle of the Southern Gods, he might rely on Xiaohe Lai for assistance. His exchange with Xiaohe Lai remained unheard by Qingyu. From her perspective, it appeared as though a man and a dog were barking at one another. Su Chun waved goodbye to the hound and then slipped back into the sewer. The Howling Celestial Hound howled in farewell. In the cold wind, it watched Su Chun depart with reluctance, inexplicably feeling a chill atop its head, unaware that its fur had been styled into a Mediterranean cut. Within the sewer, Su Chun hurried along, undeterred by the prospect of getting lost, thanks to the Qingyu map. If his memory served him correctly, the instructor and Chen Mai were also nearby the hotel. The primary enemies he faced consisted of 3 reformers from the Temple of Fasting and an archer. Su Chun had slain El Liang, earning a 2 repair rate. This indicated that slaying mystics and forbidden beings was not significantly different. In fact, humans, akin to glass cannons, were more susceptible to injury. He hoped these 4 adversaries would allow him to absorb a bit more from the forbidden realm. His rainbow spear currently stood at only 32 repair. He needed an additional 18 to reach 50. Thus, he must expedite the repair process, lest it become awkward when drawing the 3rd divine artifact with insufficient repair points. Lost in thought, Su Chun suddenly heard a violent explosion. Oh no, it had already begun. He hastily accelerated, pushing open the manhole cover to surface. Just as he arrived, he spotted a monk frantically fleeing while cradling a naked man. What? Chao Yuan and Li Pangpang. The scene was so surreal it was almost blinding. Su Chun stepped forward to intercept them, inquiring, "What are you 2 running from?" Su Chun? The instructors are engaged with enemies. Someone is attempting to assassinate us. As the 3 conversed, suddenly 3 signs of no-ring zone surrounded them. Su Chun recognized that the Temple of Fasting was taking action. The instructors were using them as bait to draw out hidden enemies. Li Pangpang, sensing the gravity of the situation, quickly produced the radiant light from his spatial pocket to shield himself. Chao Yuan raised an eyebrow, astonished. Where did this guy pull the radiant light from? Where is he hiding his spatial pocket? Could it be? Su Chun fell silent for a moment. glancing at Bai Li Pongpong's towel-wrapped midsection. Whoa, the wealthy have their peculiar ways. It's a bit disturbing. Bai Li Pangdang rolled his eyes at the two, insisting that his spatial pocket was not concealed within his trousers. Suddenly enlightened, Su Chen realized that the fellow was completely unclothed. If not there, then where? Chao Yuan and Su Chen gasped, instinctively distancing themselves from Pang Pang, the pervert. They had initially thought he had the most conventional orientation, but it turned out to be quite the opposite. Bai Li Pang Pang hurried to explain, but his words only worsened the situation. In the distance, a knife-wielding man observed the trio, perceiving their levity as a sign of underestimating them. You are truly courting death. Suddenly, a burly man bellowed, lunging from behind them. His muscles rippled as his body rapidly expanded and contracted. Whoa, Conan! Bai Li Pangpang stared wide-eyed as if witnessing a magic trick. Chao Yuan's expression turned grave, coldly stating, Forbidden Realm Sequence 214, Muscle Restructuring, can compress one's muscles to unleash terrifying power. We cannot engage directly. We must evade. Bang! A loud crash interrupted Chao Yuan's thoughts. With a simple slap, Su Chen sent the Conan figure flying as if striking a spinning top. Here, no size changing allowed. Su Chen remarked indifferently. Did they dare contend with him in terms of physical strength? Such arrogance would have them soaring.